Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Stream Masters in Cologne here in 2015. We just had our first match with the QG Reapers going ahead and getting that win for themselves, moving on to tomorrow. But right now, we have two more teams awaiting their fate. It is going to be Cloud9 going up against H2K. And of course, now we have Frostcurrent joining us here at the desk after commentating that last game and coming into this one. I know even before that last game happened, when we spoke earlier, you said this upcoming match, maybe the matchup that you should be looking forward to the most, C9 versus H2K.
I mean, frankly, I think that this is probably the match in this tournament. Frankly, I think I'll even go on and say that whoever wins this, I think, has probably the best chance to win the entire tournament.
Oh, okay. Would you guys agree, or to some extent at least?
I think it's kind of hard to predict how well they're going to play, but the trend that is ongoing with the teams is the fact H2K still have Prolly, has shown the fact that he's really good in his drafts, really good with H2K in the past, really good performance overall. C9 on the other hand as well are really good in best of series, the regional qualifier, in the past also in the LCS. They still have the core that kind of brings in the innovation and the drafting. So as a whole in this game, I think QG should just watch and learn when it comes to drafting, because they will need it coming up against Fnatic.
Yeah, they definitely seem to need a little bit work on that one. Tomorrow's probably not going to be as, or any easier rather, than Dignitas. Dexter, what about you? What do you think about these two teams?
So, first of all, I think Cloud9 was always a team that is like the first one that picks up stuff. And with all the changes coming into this patch and everything, I'm really excited to see how they adapted to Vision. We know that Rush is not a jungler that bought like a lot of Vision, but right now no jungler is buying any Vision. Like no one is buying Sidestone. Just go full damage and see what you can do. But I think I want to see what Hai does to the team as a supporter. Like, can he be the supporter that Cloud9 needs? Can he be playing on the same level as Lemon Nation did, with like the shot calling qualities? Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. And of course, H2K, the super team that is coming in, it's gonna be like a really good match regardless.
And I think that's really important to kind of piggyback on that idea, is we're going to really find out how influential Hai is in just his shot calling, and if the genius of elimination will carry over from the support position into the coaching position. I like that you brought up innovation in terms of Vision for Cloud9. They've always been on the forefront of that. And with the Vision game completely changing, again, will elimination, how important was his role really in Cloud9 as like a backbone for that in the game?
Right. Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see. Of course, we'll have a little bit more time to break down each team separately, but all of you guys at home, what do you guys think? We've given some brief ideas overall. If you have any strong opinions about which team's going to take this one, please let us know. Twitter.com/IEM. Now going to this matchup, like we just prefaced a little bit, with some twists in the roster, it is going to be Cloud9.
I think it's pretty important to attend IEM Katowice. It's one of the few international tournaments that happen every year. We went the previous 2 years, actually.
After an astonishing run through the North American regional playoffs and a strong first week at the 2015 World Championships, Cloud9 looked to stabilise and consolidate after a breakout performance in the last few months.
Well, I retired and then I had to come back because the team was failing in a sense. And I came in and brought the team back together. And now here I am playing again. I'm pretty much ready to show people that our team is still good, that I'm still good, even though I'm in a different role, like two different roles. And I'm excited to show everyone what our team is made of.
I love it. I retired. I was enjoying that retiring life, but I just had to come back and save our team, and here we are, doing well again. I'm ready to prove that Cloud9's still a good team. But credit to him. That is kind of what happened on paper, right? He came back and he said, "You know what? I'm making sure C9's going to Worlds, boys," and they went to Worlds, and they almost moved on. It was a heartbreaking moment for C9 fans, but the first week was incredible. I mean, they were looking really strong.
I think Yamato can say something to that one.
I'm not going to predict some 06 right now. But then again, it's like looking at C9, I feel like the one thing, the thing that stands out the most to me is the fact their decision-making is going to shine through. But will they get to that point? Because I can imagine sneaking high. I don't think they're going to be the strongest bot lane right away. Maybe as a whole, as a team, they will be strong. But then again, they still have balls in the top lane. So in the early game, I still see obvious weaknesses in both lanes.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. And, that is the big question. And like, Hai said himself, he's like, well, I think I can still prove myself in another different role. But, we've seen it in the past. Switching around doesn't always mean you can carry on the same kind of expectations.
Well, now the question just goes to pound for pound. Is this an upgrade in terms of the roster? Yes, you lose elimination. You go to Hai, and he's untested in the support role, though we've seen him take a a change from mid into the jungle, but I think everyone can agree that Rush is one of the outstanding junglers in North America. So from High to Rush, that should be theoretically an upgrade. So pound for pound, is this the superior roster, and what kind of form will it appear in? We know that High took off All-Stars to practice for this. They're probably one of the most practiced teams coming into this IEM event.
And it's like, with that in mind, it's like looking at Rush in North America, this split and both splits overall, I don't think there was a lot of junglers that kind of could compete with him. So I feel like this is the true test, because Jankos in Europe is one of the more prominent junglers. And I think this is the true test before I can myself define Rush, because of course in North America he's been slaughtering people, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I think I agree with you, is that, yeah, Rush has a lot of hype built around him, but it is relatively kind of conserved in one area and one region, especially geographically speaking. But overall, let's assume that Rush is definitely an upgrade over High. Then is it okay for High to not necessarily be an upgrade as a support, as long as his game sense and his leadership shines through in the team? Do you think then it's still overall you can say, oh, this is a better roster?
So here's the thing. Just look at Cloud9 before they didn't have High. They were like clueless. They didn't know what to do in game. The second High came in, it's like a unit again. It's like Cloud9, how we know it. They know what to do. They know how to move the map. And I'm pretty sure that High is like, he's like the brain of the team. You can say that. He knows what to do in the game, on the fly. He's very creative when it comes to shot calling. I mean, I just remember this like Metal Gear Solid scene when he was like doing this weird things. But yeah, I think High is like the most important player to C9 as a, no matter where he plays and which position, I think he's the most important piece to like the whole Cloud9 roster.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I think a lot of us will agree, and especially Cloud9 fans for sure. Now, they do have to go up against an opponent here at the Intel Extreme Masters, and that, as some of you might say, might be that super team from Europe. It is going to be H2K.
Following the departure of Kissing, Lolex and Hjanen, H2K had a big void to fill.
The preparation for the event was like super bad. Like we tried our best, like we played the most possible games as we could have. So I really hope it will be enough to at least take on Cloud9, like the American team. Every single one of us is at least, like I would say, top 3, top 4 in Europe. But the most like problems we have right now is that we didn't have enough time to coordinate our actions and like get enough practice. It would be amazing for me to play actually when I would play in front of Polish audience, because I never played in front of Polish audience. We had LCS in like Lille, in London, but never in Poland, so I would love that.
So there we have it, H2K. And right off the bat, what do we hear is that, contrary to C9, is that we really didn't have much time to practice as a unit. We didn't have time to practice as a team, and therefore we're not really sure how we're going to act once it comes like tournament time, once it comes match time in a professional matchup. What do you guys think, though, just pure talent-wise? Do you think maybe it's still enough to have hope for this lineup?
I think facing off against the roster of C9, I think it's a question of H2K need to seal it in the early game. They have Forgiven and Vander, and to me these are two of the most mechanically intensive players that you can think of from Europe, and that as a bot lane against High and Sneaky, I can imagine they can pressure that and get advantages. But as soon as the mid game and the late game hits, I feel like C9 would be able to take control. So it's all about that early game for H2K.
I completely agree. It's now a question of, we know that H2K is going to have an insane competitive ceiling, but have they been given the time to ramp up to it? And kind of speaking to a European super team, I kind of find it funny that, Vander, they said in the video that, they consider me, top 3 players in EU, but you look at this and they are kind of the all-stars now, but only because so many people left. I mean, Yellow Star leaves, so Vander steps up. Hooney leaves, so Odawamne now kind of the top. Sven Skaren's gone, so Yanko's like, it's my time.
Of course, I'm gone,
Dexter's gone.
Yeah. Okay, Dexter, we can say that. Yeah, you have been gone.
Gone, but forgotten.
Well, hopefully not. You are
hopefully
here
not.
this weekend at the desk. But yeah, overall, fair enough. It's because your talent now has a chance to shine through. But what's fair is fair. Is that, okay, you know what? If you're still top 3, you are top 3 in the region, regardless of why that may be.
So I think what H2K actually is going for them is the support jungle synergy. They have been playing forever. They should know what to do exactly to get this advantage, what we always talked about, like support jungle synergy, how important it is. And Vander and Jenkins has been like, people call that duo like the Dandy and Marta of Europe a lot. I don't know who started that, but it's like true in a sense where highly mechanical players, know what to do, and I think that's what they have to like use, that advantage that they are really practiced on those two roles, have that synergy to actually make sure that they get further ahead in the early game.
And of course, being able to, like, I coached Rocket last split, and Jankos and Vander, while they have the synergy for the early game, the mid game almost always was controlled by other players on the team. So I feel like, looking at the roster, I feel like Odoamne in H2K was always the leader. But to be fair, Odoamne's performance throughout the season has been very up and down. So with that in mind, it's all about Odoamne as well in his performance.
All right, some points to look forward to. But before we jump into the game, we also have a chance to hear from someone else who might know H2K a little bit better. We do have an interview with Prawley over on the main stage with Sean Charles.
Yes, indeed, we do, Chobra. Thank you so much. Probably thank you for joining me. How are you doing?
Doing great. Back in Europe after being in the US of A, so I'm ready for the change of pace again.
Well, we're very happy to have you, and a lot of people have talked about this being a game where there's a lot of roster changes on both sides. One of them obviously is Forgiven, the new AD carry. People talking about the idea that this is really, with this team around him, his moment to shine. Would you join that theory?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun to kind of coach a team that is going to have like specific strengths, because last H2K was kind of just a really well-rounded, like trying to be a cohesive unit. So now I'm going to get to try to branch out and kind of make accent marks in the team instead of just making it really well-rounded. So it's going to be a lot different this split to kind of change how my coaching is going to be.
Well, that's actually a nice segue, because you have that. God bless you.
Bless you.
That's a nice segue there, because it is your return in the coaching role. So, and you had some success last year. A lot of fan support, fans right here in the studio already holding up banners. What's on the menu for you? What's your plan?
Man, my plan is not too intensive at the moment. It's going to be kind of a see how it comes along as it unravels. Because, yeah, this is still a really new team. We've only had, 2 days of scrimming, so right now I haven't really gotten to, unlock the players or unlock the team or unlock the potential, stuff like that. So there's going to be a lot of work for me. That's another reason why I'm really excited, is this is going to be the hardest I'll have to work in a coaching position to get all this team to work together and kind of make it the way that I think it should be.
Now, of course, this first challenge you have so fresh in your role is Cloud9, but there are also, changes across the board there. What do you think about their roster changes?
I think they got probably the best jungler that they could get, and especially in NA, and even, he's probably going to end up being a world-class jungler, so I think the roster changes are panning out pretty well. We'll have to see how high on support is. Theoretically, it does sound like a really good thing, on paper. However, the mechanical aspect and kind of the general game knowledge of what a support should do in the game is different, because obviously game knowledge doesn't always translate to in-game play. So High might have knowledge, it's just depending on how well he's actually execute it. You calm down.
They're getting excited here, as I'm sure you are. Well, I thank you so much for taking the time to have a talk and be so honest. Of course, for the moment, we're gonna head right back over to the Chobra commander, because I'm sure he's gonna want to dissect that. It's getting hot and heavy in here. We'll see you in a second. Thank you again.
There we have it. So, of course, Prawley seeming to really look forward to the new roster he has to work with. And also, I like the fact that he mentioned that it's probably going to be the biggest challenge he's had, because it's more about individual strengths now rather than just bringing up a team as all 5 in one. Now you're going to have to say, all right, well, Forgiven's good at this. Let's highlight that for Forgiven, but how do I balance that around the other teams? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can even reach that same level of success, because sometimes it goes the other ways. Sometimes you just have too many individual skills, and it's hard to bring that all together in one cohesive unit.
I think Probably actually also brought up another key point when he targeted High. So we kind of talked about how game knowledge doesn't necessarily transfer to execution. It's almost a double-edged sword that he is in the support position. Obviously you make the assumption that from the support it should be easier to shot caller, but at the same time you don't have nearly enough impact over the map as you do as a mid laner. So the fact that High actually loses a lot of his ability to impact the game directly from the mid laner being moved into support, even though it offers him more room to make decisive calls, really interested on how he's going to take to that dynamic as well as his champion pool.
Okay. And previously we had talked a little bit about just kind of maybe how now it's support jungle. That's the important duo that you have to look at now. How do you rate that? High and Rush. Before Lemon and High, they were a good duo even before that was necessarily the main focus.
I think High is just giving Rush the brain to use everything with his mechanics and telling you have to go there and there and there, maybe. we see how that works out. Like, I'm really excited to see if they actually can narrow it down and like do stuff together. That's like the most important thing what they have to do.
Yeah, rather than maybe Rush going off and
Rush is
doing
just
everything on his own,
yeah.
which can go both ways. Anytime any jungler tries to do that, sometimes you make miracles happen. You like an absolute superstar, but sometimes all the blame falls on you. That's nowhere you want to be. Overall, the fans seeming to vote for Cloud9, and I think that's to be expected. Sure, you have roster changes on both sides, but you still have the familiar face of High, and you still have that faith in him and the faith in the mechanic skills of Rush, and the rest of the team, of course, remain the same for Cloud9. So no big surprise there in terms of results.
I just think that the practice time is the most important factor here. They practice for an entire month. They know what, like, if they did their homework, they know what picks are really good. I don't think we're gonna see like a lot of different champions here compared to the first game where QG played against Dignitas. I think they have their meta figured out. Like, C9 was always a team that knew how to draft. They always knew what to do, and I think that's what this thing where we have to see what they do in champion selection right now.
I feel like with that in mind, bouncing off your point, the fact that H2K hasn't gotten a lot of practice, you can kind of assume that the decision-making mid to late game where everything is revolving around 5 is going to be weaker. With that in mind, I feel like this game is going to be all about H2K splitting up, making it all about individuality, while C9 want to group up, simply because of Balls versus Odoamne. I heavily favor Odoamne. High and Sneaky versus Vander and Forgiven, I heavily favor Vander Forgiven. But the decision-making later on, heavily favors C9.
All right. Now, what about in the mid lane then? I mean, I see one player on H2K that really hasn't been mentioned at all is Ryu. And of course, you know, it has been a little while since his glory days back in Korea, but where does he stand in this whole equation? I mean, is he kind of just forgotten?
I think,
really?
I mean, is he forgotten? I don't know. I don't think so, but I think the matchup heavies, like, Jensen's a very good player. He showed at Worlds how good he is. He has like really good mechanics. He needed a split to adjust from solo queue to competitive play. But when he finally got like comfortable, I think it's like a really big tournament for him too. Like, he showed like moments of brilliance at Worlds, but I think right now at this tournament he can really prove himself to be that promised like solo queue talent that is actually gonna raise up to like gonna set up like next level, right?
Okay.
And that's really the big thing right now. You look at Ryu, you look at Forgiven, the 2 carries for H2K, and it's kind of, I mean, put up or shut up. At this point, you're flanked by incredible talent in pretty much every single lane. You don't have, I mean, from Lolex to Jankos, it's a huge upgrade, so Ryu should be able to perform here. And frankly, you know, when I look down H2K's roster and you kind of have to figure out, you know, where is this weak link? I actually look at Ryu, which I think says to how strong H2K really are. That the fact that I'm even considering Ryu as a weak link, you know, the other Zed player, is absolutely absurd because he's by no means a bad player. It's just that's how much talent is stacked on H2K. And it's now, have they ramped up to their competitive ceiling or are they still showing some growing pains?
I actually completely agree with the fact that Ryu, I don't think the gap is far, but I agree that Ryu is probably the weakest link. But the beauty of this is the fact that the biggest reason why we're not talking about mid lane that much is because it's so heavily affected by the bot lane and the top lane.
Okay.
Because everything is centered around these side lanes. Mid lane is most likely becoming a farm fiesta, as we've seen throughout the season.
Yeah, fair enough. And we do see Ball sporting the good old, now classic Cloud9 tank tops. He's bringing it in. Of course, they debuted that in the studio over in the summer when it was one of the hottest days in Germany with this Cloud9 CSGO team. But we are here now with the picks and bans. And a Nidalee ban coming out over from H2K. Not something we were really expecting too much.
Rush is a player. He played Nidalee and Lee Sin exclusively in solo queue. He doesn't play anything else. So everyone who played against Rush or saw him play those champions, those are like by far his best champions.
Right.
So basically, H2K are obviously aiming for the Elise first pick. Jankos, very prominent on Elise. We've talked about how important the jungle matchup is. And if Cloud9 decide to ban of course, the Elise now, then there's so many strong champions in the pool.
I mean, you get triple banned with a potential 4th pick being first picked. That's how good Rush, like, that's how, the impact he has already in that pick and ban is like huge. If you outban like a player like that, you have to be scared of him, like, for sure. What else is there open? Like, I mean, he can play Rek'Sai probably into Elise. Elise should be first picked here. Okay, Trundle.
Okay.
Trundle is like a good pick too. It's like flex pick, we have talked about it.
Right.
But why would you triple ban like a jungle and then give Elise over to Cloud9?
It makes very, very little sense.
I mean,
do you think they're banking on the fact that he doesn't
Elise? Yeah. Maybe he doesn't even pick Elise.
I'm kind of hoping he picks Elise, obviously. But to be fair, what I like about C9's side is the fact that they didn't ban all the broken champions. They banned the Thresh as a target ban. It leaves a lot of leeway for the first pick to get a good first pick as well for yourself on the red side.
Mundo.
Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of what you guys talked about is the credit to C9 is that they probably have things figured out now on how to navigate the picks and bans, how to navigate that vision in the game. And maybe that's what we're already seeing here is that they're saying, okay, you ban Rush out, we'll kind of find our way around it.
I really, really like the Lucian first pick. It's like forgiven, you know. It's forgiven.
That's true.
It's the Lucian master, right?
Yeah.
You just take the Lucian away from him if
The
you don't
only
want
reason,
to ban it.
the only reason you pick Lucian is just to pick it away. That's all it does. And
Well,
then Mundo,
likewise, he can't really feed into Misfortune just because Trundle offers a really good disruption to Misfortune because he has
That's
the
true.
pillar, so
That's very
can't get the
good.
bullet time off, so it makes perfect sense that he go immediately into Lucian.
Yeah. Mundo, of course, flex pick here. I'm pretty sure that Balls plays his top lane too.
Right.
So maybe Elise pick right now from H2K. That doesn't make
They
any
should
sense
pick Elise and AD carry.
to not pick it.
Yeah. Elise and AD carry,
Yeah,
bam.
bam.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Hide all your cards, force C9 to reveal something that makes sure that your lineup gets a good matchup somewhere, because right now they need to reveal either their full bot lane matchup or their top lane.
Okay. Choosing to go for the Rek'Sai, though, over the Elise. I mean, how do you feel about that? Is that a
So
bit of a gamble, considering that Mundo can still...
What you kind of do right now is you pick the support and can blind pick a mid laner here if you want to hide the Mundo still and want to see where the Trundle is going.
Okay.
But maybe they put like more weight on Jensen having a counter matchup. I'm not sure about that one. What do you do right now? Maybe a Victor here or something?
I think definitely you need to blind pick the mid lane right here.
You need to
pick
blind
something
pick, yeah.
like
I agree.
you can pick. It's like we haven't talked about Rise at all. Rise is
still
open.
open. You
It's
can
like going for the
triple
flex
flex it.
completely makes sense
Okay.
as well. But Shen is not something I expected. Oh
I would
my
have picked
goodness.
Rise. Rise would have made a lot of sense simply because it's a triple flex possibility here. And yeah, Shen and Alistar locks it up pretty much. The bot lane and the top lane.
And that leaves
All right.
H2K with the choice of picking up Rise. Rise is super, super powerful. Very surprising that C9 didn't opt in for it here.
I mean, you talked about how you thought that the tank top laners were going to come back. Obviously, I didn't expect the Shen to really come out this tournament, but the tank items, obviously, because the changes away from Last Whisper being much weaker. That said, you do have Trundle, and the big thing about Trundle is he does offer pretty much a
here.
free Last Whisper
And
when
yeah,
he
Shen
uses his
and Alistar locks
H2K.
it up.
Pretty much. A good Last Whisper.
A
not
good
the one,
Last
Oh, yeah,
Whisper.
let's
one
put it
that
that way,
is
yeah.
right now. For sure, for sure.
So H2K, I mean, it seems like so far from just their highlights alone is that they are eventually going to put that Trundle over in the bottom. They're just trying to decide what to fill that top lane with.
Okay, so my question was, when you look from Rek'Sai or from Elise to Rek'Sai, I'm like, okay, I think Rek'Sai has a bit more angles onto the mid lane. Elise does too, and there's a lot of kill pressure there as well. But I'm like, okay, they possibly want to set up Ryu there to have a kill lane. And
Okay.
Anivia level 2, especially if he commits on this Ignite with like a Rek'Sai Unburrow, that burst damage, just the flat base damage is absolutely absurd.
I think we have to look at the bigger picture here. If we see that team comp, Trundle and Anivia, the synergy between those two champions is actually insane. Put in the Trist, you have like a siege comp. This is something that C9 would have played at Worlds, I think, this team
Okay.
composition. And it sets like a very good tone of the game, where it's like you group up with the 4 people, have the Fiora split push, and then you just
Right.
siege down towers. There's nothing you can do. It's like Anivia wall into Trundle pillar, and then you have your Tristana hit the towers, which is like the game plan for H2K. So what we have to see is how's Cloud9 gonna answer that? What are they gonna do against it? They need hard engage. They need to engage when they actually siege down the towers.
They definitely
they're
have
gonna
that.
I feel like
They
if
do have
anything,
that.
if they pick up the Castellan right here, it has very good synergy
Yep.
with, of course, the Shen. And
Yep.
with that in mind, it's like if they pick it up, they can counter the split push. That
Yep.
is going to be the win condition for H2K eventually.
I really like that here. It's like we have double TP maybe. I mean, maybe even goes for Ignite for like a kill lane or something. But I really like the Castellan here. It's like you can maneuver around the pillar, around the wall from Anivia, and you have backline pressure, which is what you need. You need to be able to engage, flank them when they set up for the siege.
I'm really glad that you brought up flank. It's so important for H2K this game that they set up their blue trinkets for flanking vision, because that's pretty much Cloud9's like exact win condition. They have to get the flank, they have to make the engage when they set up a siege like that.
Yep. I would
Alright.
very much likely prefer the TP on the Castellan, because in the early game, he's going to be heavily pressured by the Anivia and the Rek'Sai, so I'm pretty scared there.
Yeah, well, trying to go for a little bit more kill pressure in his own lane, it seems. We'll find out as we jump into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a best of 3 between Cloud9 and H2K. Who's going to get the lead? We'll find out right after this short break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, joined, of course, by the fabulous Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. You excited for this Battle of the Atlantic Part 2?
Pyra, this is a massive game. There's so many talking points. Just while we were watching the analyst desk, we were just uncovering so many new things to talk about. We'll obviously get into it soon, but man, this is a battle of the Titans, maybe even future Titans, because of course H2K especially, still a very new lineup, but this is going to be a spicy one.
Quite possibly. H2K, I mean, this is a team I'm so excited to see with all this talent being thrown together. We were talking a little bit about a lot of the things that they have versus what Cloud9 has, and there's almost a little bit of mix and match. You've got a lot of familiarity on one side, not so much the other. However, H2K have got something in their pocket with that jungle support synergy.
I mean, support jungle has kind of become a meme after Dandy and Mata went to China, right? Everyone was talking about support jungle after Season 4 Worlds, and then we saw China import the duo, but kind of miss out on one key facet, right? They came in as this great warding communication duo, but they came into a lineup where they couldn't really use that because they didn't speak the communal language. Now you have basically an EU flavor of swap here. You bring in Rockats, aggressive jungler, aggressive warding duo of Vander and Yankos, and theoretically, you're plugging and playing a very strong duo. Still 2 new names to the roster, but a duo that works well together in a meta that suits support jungle extremely strongly.
Absolutely, and you know, you can see it even in the picks and bans. They demand that respect. Obviously, on the side of Cloud9, they were focusing some bans, but for H2K, they were getting the Thresh band away. I mean, Vander is one of those guys that you have to really watch out for. He's not only great at getting the vision down, but really setting up plays. And when he's got Forgiven for an AD carry, you have to be afraid.
And that's the great thing that you pointed out, the bans, right? You come back to bans. Let's look at Forgiven's previous teams. How many times did we talk about 2, 3 bans against Forgiven? And that was because he was always the superstar in a lineup that kind of had a good supporting cast, but never an all-star supporting cast. It was always a viable strategy to hold down Forgiven and then win the game. But now you look at the supporting cast he has. He has the likes of Odo Amne. He has the likes of Ryu. He has strong supporting cast. Now you can't afford to ban 3 Forgiven champions. And this has to be this guy's time to shine.
It absolutely does. But the big question mark has got to be Forgiven, since we haven't seen him for 3-4 months. The last appearance was on Gambit just prior to them facing off in the promotion tournament. And, you know, obviously you can say, oh, maybe he's not quite back to form, but you got to think, if he's been planning this from the beginning, there's no way he's not going to keep himself in top shape.
He's such an impressive mechanical player. Just going on to YouTube, seeing some of the highlights of his recent solo queue games, this guy hasn't lost a beat. He's been away, as you mentioned, but, you know, they say that the oldest adage is that form is temporary and class is permanent. And Forgiven is class to a T. He is one of the strongest Western AD carries in the world. And guess what? He's got quite the foil today because Sneaky, he's right up there as well.
That's very true, and it's kind of almost a mix and match of their 2 champions, because you've got Sneaky sitting on the Lucian, which was kind of Forgiven's very much signature champ, and at the same time, I would say that Sneaky was a bit more going towards the Tristana, although, you know, I guess if you talk signature champs, you think maybe Corki, but it's not the right meta, not the right time.
And just coming back to Cloud9, because of course we've been focusing on H2K, we're talking about support jungle. We've got this really interesting new support jungle duo for Cloud9, Rush and High. So High moves to the support position. Theoretically, he can just plug and play there. He still has the great shot calling. You bring in the summer season MVP in Rush, a wonderful, aggressive jungler with the mindset, with the shot calling of High. The potential for that is incredible. This lineup's been scrimming for a month. Is it already going to be on display here at IEM Cologne? It's hard to say, but it's just mouth-watering thinking about the possibilities of Rush controlling the early game and the High's trademark shot calling, carrying them into late.
Absolutely. That's the really the one remaining question for this Cloud9 squad. I guess apart from the fact that perhaps we have to see how they're affected by not having Elimination in the game itself, just in the coaching position instead. Just a quick update for you guys that are watching at home. We do have a quick pause because of an audio issue. It should be resolved soon, but it does give us a little bit of time to kind of hash over what we expect to see, and the lovely audience members getting ready. Some cosplay actually today. But back into the game. For Cloud9, again, they have everything on paper. They've got a fantastic jungler that has proven himself getting the MVP in summer when he was with Team Impulse. H2K have really only been playing together for a couple of days. You heard it from Prawley, 2 days worth of scrims. I mean, this is against a team that is known for having, throughout their history, the best, the smartest teamwork in the western half of the world, pretty much.
And look, if H2K don't win this series, I don't think that can be a big black mark next. And there has to be an asterisk just because, again, as you mentioned, 2 days of scrims with such strong identities, with just multiple carries, it's going to be really hard to expect them to have everything together for this series compared to Cloud9, who made the drastic step of saying, hi, you can't go to All-Stars. We want to stay and scrim for longer. They've been scrimming for roughly 4 weeks already. This should be a team in tip-top shape, which is why the picks and bans are kind of enigmatic to me. Okay, we see the return of the tank top. That's not the surprising factor. The fact that it's Shen, that's a little bit surprising to me. You know, been more commonly a support recently than a top lane champion, but they were kind of forced into this Kassadin last pick. It is a good lane matchup against Anivia, of course. The fact that Null Sphere is an interrupt means that it just takes away some of the best, takes away some of the reliable wave clear. The big factor I take away from this champ select, though, is that they've got 2 permanent types of terrain. I'm talking about the wall from Anivia and, of course, the pillar of ice from Trundle against 4 melee champions. Of course, one of the best ways to deal with melee champions is that wall from Anivia. So they have a lot of answers. We're going to see it on the Rift very soon.
We will indeed. So after we have had a little bit of a false start, we're heading on to the Rift for both these teams, H2K and Cloud9, loaded on up. Blue side, of course, for H2K to start off game number 1. In this best of 3 series, though, you know, it should be all about the momentum. If H2K take this one early on, I feel like that kind of sends the signal that, hey, you know, these stars are going to beat the Brainiacs of Cloud9. But on the other hand, Cloud9 don't have as many questions. They should look comfortable together. I guess we just have to find out as the game unfolds out.
So the question of lane swaps will be a regular one during this tournament. Of course, we're very new. This is the first top-level international event on the preseason patch. And what do you see? You see 5-point defenses. You shouldn't be surprised how many metas have passed where the jungle has changed or big factors come in. What do you see immediately? 5-point defense. But we all know, I think, we won't see this earlier, Rush is actually aggressively invading.
Yeah, looks for a couple of cleavers onto Forgiven, and that means he might have to back away a little early, pinging around the wards. They do spot that as Odoamne goes deep, finds Balls and Jensen in the jungle. He's going to back away too. So just kind of poking and feeling each other out, but no full-on aggression to begin this one. As you said, it's a new patch. It's a bit uncertain. Even though Cloud9's been scrimming for a lot longer than H2K for this particular event, they've got to play this one out a little safely since they've got more than one chance. It's not a best of 1.
So much information is gathered by H2K in this level 1. Look what they had. They had the defensive vision. Okay, they took a bit of damage on Forgiven, but of course, not a big factor. They've got aggressive and defensive vision. This is not something we expected you could get on patch 523. This is a patch where, of course, with the 15-second earlier start, it wasn't really expected that you could balance both defensive and offensive vision to get the safe lane swaps that we're expecting. They've done better than expected as we see a mid lane matchup where Jensen not going to enjoy the early levels. Is that the harassment, the ranged versus melee matchup is going to be pretty pragmatic for the first 3 levels or so.
Yeah, just like they said on the desk. I mean, this is such a rough early game for Kassadin, but if he can get later on into the game, he shouldn't have too much trouble to really sidestep all the terrain to get through and maybe get some pickups. We saw what a fed Kassadin could do in the last series, and we might just see it again, but Ryu is keen on shutting that one down.
Tracking here, of course, the lane swap has been initiated. It's the same lane swap style that we've seen many times over. Shen has found so little experience. He's sitting on 0 experience gain at 2 minutes 25. He's going to come and help eventually the fast push, but man, no experience at all. Just now pinging his first bit of experience.
Yeah, but you've got 4 members of H2K on the top side as Jensen gets even more damage, but Rush comes in to try and force Ryu away, gets the flash out of him. Still, this should be H2K's push. They got there a little bit sooner. They were able to freeze the wave out and force Balls from getting any experience early on since he was just roaming around. It's close to not even, but I feel like H2K are the ones taking the incentive here and forcing it early on.
I mean, they got the vision. They also have the Tristana, so you'd expect them to set the pace when it comes to taking charge. If they want to take it instantly, they have that potential with the Tristana. If they want to be a bit more safe with their movement, and they can do that as well, but waiting to see if we see the true bounce. Of course, we're waiting to see if the minions bounce back. Who will get the last hit on the turret? Will it be Forgiven? Will it be Odoamne? Still favoring the top laner with that.
Yeah, give it over to Odo. However, Cloud9, they'll not get the full push on. They decide to bounce back a little bit themselves, so everything's fairly even in the start of this game. But it doesn't seem to be H2K's plan to really need to go super heavy, super quick. There's not a lot of late game damage outside of this mid lane. Sneaky's Lucian won't scale particularly well, and he's not faced up in a favorable lane matchup since they did the swap. Sneaky and High will go top, however, but they'll be dealing with Odoamne now.
you might be surprised to see a lane swap be initiated when you have the Anivia versus Casten matchup. Most players will know that Casten eventually finds himself in a great spot in this lane, but early, because it's that melee versus range, because you can just do some consistent harassment with just the auto attacks, this is the sort of lane matchup where Frogger might even pick up AD runes, just be more of a harasser on the Anivia. You can do a lot of interesting things. High is looking for a roam, won't get anything, but you're happy to have this lane isolated early. It's only later, post level 6, where things start to get a little bit hairy for Ryu on the Anivia.
Well, and speaking of a little bit hairy, too, I mean, I feel like when these teams do finally go at each other, it's going to be really, really intense. They're both, I would say, a little bit more conservative than the teams we saw in the last matchup. More so Cloud9. I mean, these guys don't really take unnecessary risks, but the real question mark is how is Rush going to change this? He's obviously not an incredibly aggressive jungler, but one that we really expected to see. And he's getting his counter jungle on, but Jankos is kind of looking to push on the bottom side as well. So it just kind of keeps trading back and forth, and we've got this game of chess going where if somebody doesn't back off, they trade even.
And for now, even is fine. Remember, this is the patch where minion wave changes have come into effect, but they only really start to affect the game when there is multiple turret advantages in mirror lanes. We're going to see both outer turrets down in both the top lane and the bottom lane. So the minion waves are going to be equalized. We can still see the deep freezes that we've been expecting. We're not really seeing the new patch flavor just yet.
No, and you know, that won't happen necessarily for a time when you've got people that are playing on it new. This is our first really big look at the 5.23 patch, and it's still going to be a while before, you know, that full preseason comes into effect. So still trading turrets back and forth, but Cloud9 couldn't quite finish it. I mean, that's gold almost in the bank, but they've got 3 members up on the top. They're both displacements used, and Jensen just narrowly escapes, but he's almost got 6 at this point, and they haven't totally shut him down. They have kept him down on farm, however.
And even though we talked about 4 melee champions, and Casten's effectively not really considered in that ball just because he has that reposition. Of course, the wall not going to be so effective against the Casten. It's just what are Shen and Mundo going to be able to accomplish when their movement is going to be so held down by both the slow and the wall, you know, preventing them from either engaging or disengaging as they look to do.
Yeah, it's so difficult because if you get this team running at you, it's easy enough to disengage. You maybe need to spend Ball's teleport or his ultimate just to be able to bring 2 or 3 people to the fight. Speaking of Balls, though, he could be in some trouble as Forgiven jumps forward. He is so aggressive, but he's got Jankos in his back pocket as the knockup and the pillar comes in. Balls is going to be first-blooded, and it goes over to Forgiven.
And the roam from Vander confirmed the kill. Of course, you saw that Jankos was holding on to the flash. He could have flashed over. Shen was just hoping that he would use the unburrow, make it. He had nowhere to run. He didn't even have a turret to get back to. Very nice pathing coming from the Jankos. What do we expect from him as a jungler? And Rush being forced onto the Mundo. This is the result you get. It's the kind of pace you expect from Rush. Has not happened this game.
Yeah, and they're hanging around up in the top side, too, to help protect Forgiven in case he runs into a bit of trouble as Jensen is looking to cause Rush at his back as well. Forgiven asking for help up there, but, I mean, they should be able to keep the push on. It's Tristana we're talking about.
These inner turrets are the big benefactors with the preseason changes. And by the benefactors, of course, are the ones going on top of them because...
he got the taunt. He's going to have to get a short-range jump up here, but in comes High and Rush. It's a 3-on-3 in the top lane, but everyone's going to back away from that. Forgiven took a little bit of damage, but he was safe enough, as now Jensen is standing right in the Anivia ult, has to riff walk away. They trade even in the mid lane. Still just feeling each other out, though.
And Cloud9 have to be the more conservative team when it comes to these engages up top. Remember, Ryu has teleport, and Jensen on Kassadin does not.
No, he does not. Ryu, keep that in his back pocket for now, though. Still just sitting on his catalyst, looking to build that up into the Rod of Ages. Anivia has just come out as a incredibly popular pick in the few events we've seen so far. And Jensen's just got to be careful. The shards are starting to hurt.
Just think about this champion. Anivia's been slept on for a long time. Had a lot of bad matchups, Casten included, for a long time. High and Rush are really looking to get on top of Ryu. Does have flashback up already, though. Big thing for Anivia, things like the Thunderlord's Mastery, giving her that a little bit of extra burst. Ignite, if you take it, it means that when you hit that big combo on Anivia, you're getting much closer to getting instant kills rather than just chunking down the enemy.
Yeah, it almost kind of plays like an assassin in that way, but just one that comes in a much more feathered package, I would say.
How many champions with high burst also have such reliable wave clear like Anivia? It's almost like a safer Lux in that kind of way.
Well, you've got a lot of safety tools, too. You've got the disengage for the wall. You can also use it for catching. And then there's also your passive. I mean, if you kill Anivia once, you have to kill her twice.
It's a very important point. Builds into Rod of Ages, which has seen quite a lot of power this this patch, giving it that extra flat ability power and still scaling in the same way. It's a more efficient rush, and then of course after 10 minutes you get that same efficiency that you'd expect. It does mean, of course, that we're seeing less spooky ghosts. We haven't seen the Frost Queens claim as much as we expect this tournament, but still plenty of time for that to change.
I mean, Lulu's been banned out all the time, too. I'm sure that'll change sooner or later. Someone's got to slip up, and I can't wait for the moment to happen. But for now, though, again, it's just going to continue to be a farm fest as Cloud9 are content to kind of leave things as they are. They're able to clear the waves out, and you know, this is a team that shouldn't have any trouble rotating against H2K. Obviously, Dragon is way less important, so they don't need to play towards the bottom side of this map for the time being. They can just keep it in the lane. H2K, on the other hand, they're looking to push wherever they can with Forgiven. They want to shove things fast, and this is exactly what Forgiven did in his heyday on SK Gaming. He just shoved waves incredibly hard, incredibly fast, and tried to force enemy teams back so that they wouldn't be able to farm, so that they would be kept on the back foot. Constant aggression. That's the name of the game.
You can see it from his item build. He's got the double daggers already. They're just looking to push, and this is a Forgiven special. While he's known as a high-pressure laner, it was more about taking that turret early, and that allowing waves to bounce. Oh, it's Jensen.
Oh, he's caught right between the cone and the wall, and he's taken a lot of damage, but Forgiven is the one who's actually caught up and ignited. He's going to get almost blown up to pieces. The ignite is still ticking, and Jensen picks him off. Rush now is targeted out, but he's just got so much health as the Mundo, and the Shen's going to come in on Jensen. Another teleport. Odoamne looking to continue the fight as Jankos dodge left to go avoid the cleaver. Exhaust is on. Another pillar, but now it's going to be Vander bailing out. He's got not enough health, and a massive ultimate out of Sneaky will mean they're forced away, but it's only going to be Forgiven going down, or is it? Yep, Odoamne's out.
Yeah, Forgiven was just baited by just a wonderful combination of the wall and the traffic cone, of course, the pillar of ice. They just couldn't quite get the kill on the Caston, and then just took the extra turret shots. Nice re-engage by Cloud9. They could even use the Shen to continue the aggression. Because Jensen had flashed defensively, the Shen couldn't get into a wonderful spot for a taunt, but the result is still a one trade for Cloud9.
Yeah. Waiting to make the play and counterplaying just perfectly.
You know, it's a preseason patch where we have a super bloody game one of our first series, and now we're back to the more controlled style of League of Legends, okay? Bit of a head explosion for Forgiven there, but otherwise, we're going to see a return to this push mid. Cost them a kill just a moment ago, but they're going to get this turret, and this is the power of Tristana, and it's why the EU teams are still favoring this champion on 523.
Well, and to me, Tristana always feels like the AD carry version of Jackson, that you can get shut down super hard. But once you reach a certain point in the game, since you're going to be able to farm, you're just going to be massive. You're going to wreck towers. You can completely fail your laning phase, not that Forgiven ever does, and still be completely relevant.
I mean, speaking about Forgiven's laning phase, big difference. Of course, it was a lane swap, but the result, 28 CS behind. But he's being the team player. He's rotating, he's looking for those structures, and so far, it's being successful. And what's a Kassadin to do? This doesn't have the wave clear, and they're taking advantage of this super low wave clear. What wave clear does Cloud9 have? They literally only have Lucian, you know, mostly the culling to really instant clear a wave.
Exactly, and you know, I mean, that's on a low enough cooldown when you think about it compared to a lot of other AD carry ultimates, but it's just not going to be enough come these late games. And I fear for Cloud9, if H2K just maintains a lead, even if it's slight, right now it's only a couple hundred gold, if they can keep pushing out and gaining more territory, winning the war of attrition, they can shove Cloud9 out all the way to the fountain.
I mean, let's talk about a scenario here. Let's talk about H2K picking out Baron. Suddenly, the culling doesn't really deal with the minions. Suddenly, 4 melee champions are going to be walking up to try to defend a turret against Anivia Trundle. H2K picking out Baron should seal them out this game, so it will be a big, big objective for them to look at soon.
Okay, Vander providing a little bit of support here as we go right back into this one. Juked for just a second on the camera. Odoamne is going to go in and go out for the 2v3 defense of the tower. So far, not too bad. Sneaky takes a little bit of damage from the Fiora. And in comes Jankos. That will signal the end of this push for now. Or is it because Vander steps forward? Fiora goes in, looks for the big knockup with the Rek'Sai, and Jankos is making this one happen. A double kill goes to Odoamne. He's in a bit of trouble now, but they still manage to land the knockup. They're just bobbing and weaving left and right. Lucian will finally shut the Fiora down, and it's still a 3v2, or a 3v3, I should say, in the bottom lane. Only one kill taken on H2K's side, or taken by H2K rather, and that means Forgiven's going to continue to free push up in the top.
I got a nice engagement, was still level 5, didn't have the Unbreakable Will 13 minutes into the game, and the key factor is that a delayed 5v5 leads an equal kill trade, but certainly not an equal objective trade as Forgiven casually takes an inner turret.
Yeah, and look at how much Cloud9 invested in this bottom side. They lose the trade, they put so much vision down on this bottom to try and take the tower, but then they lose their one up top. High is a little slow to react here, just trying to chase Forgiven away, but now they have to deal with this wave in the top side. Sure, they can see the movements on the bottom side of the map, but they're in no position to react. If H2K wanted a Dragon right now, they probably could take it, but it's not as valuable as it used to be.
This is the second time we've seen Cast in this tournament. But there was a bit more of a reprieve for Xiaogu when they took Cassidy previously, and they ran teleport Cassidy. Of course, Cassidy could always enable a 1-3-1. Jensen not picking up teleport this game on the Cassidy takes away the kind of surprise factor of having a 1-3-1. The flanks are so much harder when you have to potentially use your Rift Walk just for mobility. And so the surprise engage that honestly Cassidy desperately needs to pull off when we get into the later stages, when we already mentioned that it's not really going to be reliable for Cloud9 to have any sort of wave clear, is so much harder. It's such hard execution for Jensen, and he hasn't got any kills with that Ignite.
No, he hasn't indeed, and now Odoamne is looking to chase him down as his Rift Walk was still waiting to come back up. They take it out. C9 will secure themselves a Dragon on the backside of that as well, so they do trade something for the life of Jensen, but Rush might be the next to go. Jukes and flashes away, but H2K are on the chase. Odoamne and Vander continue it up, but they'll be content with a pair of flashes, and now they look to secure some more things in the jungle.
Whenever Ryu is together with Vander, these melee champions have to run in all directions because of the wall and just the permanent terrain. Double terrain is ridiculous, and we haven't seen Trundle and Anivia on the same team in competitive maybe ever, but it's really proving expected here.
Yeah, continuing to just keep Sneaky and High away with the pillar, with the wall. Even the Colegne can't stop this now. It's going to be another tower taken. That's 5 in 15 minutes for H2K. They are just absolutely wrecking down the structures of Cloud9.
Doesn't look like it's going to get any better for Cloud9. You don't really look at this team. If they had the teleport cast, and you could say, all right, 1-3-1, get that big flank, get on top of the Anivia, burst her down, okay, maybe you can win a fight. But just with the texture of what they've chosen, it's so difficult for them to be relevant. With 2 turrets down in the top lane, we're going to see these minions finally powered up. Shen slowly going to be clearing them. So ult-reliant is he going to be. Cloud9 actually finds some free time to go on to the Rift Herald, and just because of the back-timers, it should be uncontested.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem here, and it was going to be spotted by H2K because of their Scuttle Crab vision, but still, High is going to go ahead and pick that up. They will have a little bit of a mini Baron buff to be able to push in whichever lane they choose. It probably should be bottom, though, because look what Forgiven's doing right now, leading a whole herd of minions up to that next tower.
Forgiven has just not been interested in any sort of 2v2 lane. The Forgiven versus Sneaky dream match, it just hasn't happened because Forgiven has set his sights on turrets, and man, has he been knocking them down.
Yeah, already at lower than half health, nearly down to a third, but he bails out as soon as he sees Sneaky and High coming. Tristana can split push, folks, and he manages to get some serious damage out on that one, get out just fine. H2K are playing the structure game. They don't need to get kills when they can keep knocking down the towers.
Yeah, flat attack damage into the Berserker Greaves. That was, of course, the Jinx way. It was always about BF Sword, pickaxe into Berserker Greaves, and it's the same flavor with the Tristana rapid fire cannon. Again, means that first hit onto a turret, the first hit onto an enemy is from that safer range. Completely turret destruction coming through from this Tristana, and it's so effective against this melee lineup that Cloud9's put together. With all this hype, with all this time to practice, this draft from Cloud9 is a real head-scratcher.
Yeah, well, the really issue for them right now is what do they do to get back into this one? I feel like they have to force a fight, but they're still playing back. They're still playing defensively. Now they're using High to push with the Herald buff, but look at that. One well-placed pillar, and he just backs off.
And Balls has to back away. He's a level behind Odoamne, and look, Fiora does have kill pressure onto Shen, even though he's gone for the more tanky route. He hasn't gone for the Ravenous Hydra. Of course, Hydra and Titanic Hydra can just be swapped for free, so Freely could have done that. Usually you'd see the Ravenous Hydra early and then swapping into the Titanic Hydra to scale with health items, but for now, Fiora putting so much pressure on the top. Unless he's getting taunted under turret, he's going to freely be able to push. Even with all the armor stacking coming through, of course, the percentage true damage does come through from Fiora as well, so she will do a very deft hand in pushing against Shen and pushing across the map, and these melee champions doing their best just to stay relevant as here comes High.
Oh, and Forgiven just going to flash on forward. There's an instant exhaust. High will go ahead and get the headbutt and the pulverize on, and Forgiven might be down as he's taunted up. He's going to have to keep on running, burned all his aggressive stuff, and that is Sneaky picking up the kill on him, but a good collapse from Cloud9. Very aggressive movements by Forgiven, and this time it bites him in the behind.
It's over-aggression, but of course nothing will change. Fiora will keep pushing, and Shen has to instantly react and go back top, so the numbers disadvantage won't exist for very long. Rush pulls the ult, looking for another fight.
Yeah, he wants to find somebody, but Jankos is just going to tunnel out and away. There's a teleport coming in for Balls right now. Jankos is almost right on top of him, and at the last second, he cancels it. Burned Summoner spell. Odawamne, after pushing in the top side, continues to come back to mid. Bails out as he sees Jensen and Rush on his tail. High and Sneaky are trying to come and force them back as well, but it just seems like H2K is running the show.
And that's the thing. Cloud9 get the important pick. Active over-aggression from Forgiven. Get that pick. What do they translate it to? Nothing. There's no way for them to relieve pressure. When Fiora is going to have the split pushing advantage against Shen. When Tristana's just happy to just walk up, hit turrets, and has so much disengage with both the ultimate and the rocket jump. This game is being played completely at the pace of H2K. The fact that the gold difference isn't that big gives Cloud9 a bit of hope. Some sort of big fight over Baron, because remember we mentioned Baron for H2K, that's probably enough to break the base and seal the game. But a team fight, that's what they're desperately looking for from Cloud9. And H2K, the one objective they'll grant such a fight is around the Baron.
They have to know, they have to keep the vision secured there for them to be able to contest it. So they are playing towards the top side of the map, and Baron's only going to be about a minute away, but it's so early for them to try and contest it. H2K can take all the time they want. They've got scaling on their side. For the most part, they do have the better damage. And it goes back to that champion selection you were saying, Papa. There simply isn't enough damage in this comp, and as long as they keep Jensen down, there'll be none.
The Shen was such a head-scratcher. They had Dr. Mundo here, could have just rotated into a top. Of course, he fits right in the middle of Balls. Champion for. They mentioned it on the analyst desk. There's a lot of value in potatoes on this patch, but if you have too many potatoes, the meal's going to be looking a bit carb-heavy, and that's what we see from Cloud9. They've got all the potatoes, but the damage is just a melee range Kassadin and Sneaky, who will struggle to get into range because, again, he has to deal with all that terrain being put up by both Anivia and Trundle.
Yeah, Odawamne is going to find Jensen, and he pops his ultimate. Not enough vitals just hit there. Odawamne's into 3, though. There's the collapse from Cloud9 they're looking for. If they can get the shutdown gold onto Odawamne, there he goes. No shutdown, actually, but a nice big pick.
Yeah, Odawamne flashes a well. That didn't look like that was necessary. They get the pick, but again, okay, they claim their own blue buff, which is important for Kassadin. They can look towards Dragon, but Dragon's been so heavily deprioritized ever since the changes. It is a first Dragon, so maybe that's actually going to be a second Dragon, which of course almost completely disregarded in this patch. Vanda's still looking aggressive onto Sneaky, but I don't think you're going to really pull anything off with Odawamne dead and doesn't have teleport when he respawns.
This is the chance for Cloud9 to get back into this. Small things after they get picks. They can secure another Dragon. Obviously, it's not that important to get number 2, but it's still important if you want to go all the way to number 5. And if this game continues at the pace it is, that could very well happen. We have seen very quick games so far on this patch. However, we're 21 minutes in. We're 4-4 in kills. This is one of the more conservative games I feel we're going to see this weekend.
I mean, the kills have been frags on turrets. It's 5-2 in turrets. Such has been the turret pushing. And that's, you know, when you talk about the pace of the game, it's being dictated by H2K. Okay, if they get more and more picks, if we're getting a pick every 3-4 minutes, blowing a flash, blowing a teleport, okay, it will buy time for Cloud9 to look for that ever-optimistic 5th Dragon. But 5th Dragon preseason, I mean, before the preseason, that was an optimistic win condition. You know, people would even give up 4 to look to fight for the 5th. In now a day where games go, what, 26 to 30 minutes, maybe 32 minutes, looking for a 5th Dragon is almost just looking up and praying.
Yeah, the Baron is definitely a much more attractive option, especially for H2K right now. They do maintain a couple thousand gold in the lead, but they're still making these small mistakes. They've just got to be a little bit more together and on the same page, but this is the rawness that comes with only having played together for a few days.
Look, they've had a good start. They've prioritized turrets and pulled that off, but you're right. This is where the meat of the game really comes. If we ever see Odawamne fail a teleport against a Shen with both teleport and ultimate up, then the split push pressure goes down, then the Baron pressure goes down, and then it buys time because Kassadin, 6 items, is still going to be a massive factor. I think Kassadin is massively strong on this patch with the likes of Thunderlords, with his natural itemization, the things like Abyssal, the things like Rod of Ages still being super effective. Again, they need to buy time, and they might continue to do so here.
Yep, he just goes in deep again, looks for Balls, tries the parry, doesn't get it with the help of Rush. Balls will be able to take him out.
It's the 3rd reprieve that H2K has offered Cloud9. That's twice Odawamne, once Forgiven, have given away fairly needless kills. This is the reality of split push, though, with less wards in the game. Remember, Sightstone was nerfed down to 3 wards, with just vision, you know, the permanent vision of pink wards, still a big factor, but green wards, stealth wards removed from the game. These split pushes have been largely ineffective. And now it's Cloud9 actually posturing towards Baron.
Yeah, Rush is going to get caught between Ryu and Jankos for the minute, but he's still Mundo, and he's completely okay with it. Actually starting to chase them down as Balls comes in. There's a Colegne around the side, but it's only going to half land. And High goes in with a flash and the knock-up, looking for Jankos. Ryu is gonna go down here. Sneaky will be able to pick him off at the backside. Gets Jankos as well. Double kill. Staying alive. Completely happy with this one. Vander's forced to run away. And it's Sneaky just kiting backwards from Otoamne. Balls could be in trouble. But it's 4-on-1. A triple kill to the Lucian. They can take the tower, but they want Baron.
And High made a massive play there. Remember, we talked about how many tanks this team lineup has. Between Balls, Rush, so between Shen, Mundo, and Alsa, they can tank turrets for days. Sneaky was free autoing, already has rapid fire cannon and the Essence Reaver, and the fact that they could just disregard the turret meant there were kills aplenty for Cloud9, and suddenly they have been offered a lifeline in this game. We're going to see the replay coming through. Rush could just go back in, and they just don't have the damage taken down. Only Tristana can realistically do any sort of damage towards the tanky frontline, and Tristana was not grouped at all, so that's why it was a masterful turret dive orchestrated by High. Just watching the results here, Tristana finally joins the fight, but Shen and Mundo are running, and there's nothing that Forgiven can do. I mean, Cloud9, how often do we talk about the fact that they pick their engages perfectly, and High moves to support, still makes a hero engage.
Yeah, so they don't manage to secure or to even start the Baron, really, but they do get a very important thing in securing this vision. We saw until just a moment ago, the theater of vision was pretty much up and down, strung throughout the Cloud9 jungle. Now, it's extended past the river. This war of attrition is starting to go in their favor, and they're going to start it up. Fiora's on the bottom side. No teleport for Otoamne. The rest of H2K will be here, but it's at worst a 4v5. However, they're caught in the Baron pit, and High's just out of it. Jensen goes forward, looks for Ryu. They're going to flash in. Sneaky will throw down the Colegne, but he barely manages to clip Ryu on the end, and Jensen will finish him off. Jankos now caught between everybody as Balls is forcing off Vander and Forgiven. Jankos will go down. Sneaky with another massive kill. They're all low on Cloud9, though, and they have to be careful fighting into Forgiven.
We just mentioned that if Otoamne ever used his teleport, suddenly Baron is so hard to contest, and that's the result there. You saw Forgiven. He found so many armor stacking tanks, there was nothing he can do. Okay, they get them off Baron, but it's such a hard map for H2K to navigate, and there should be another turret to Cloud9.
No problem. Forgiven wasn't there either. He decided to push down the middle, but won't get anything else off of that. They can try to push for the inhib turret here if Otoamne and Vander can't defend. Forgiven is back, but they're already on it, and they've got a wave of minions at their back. They can secure this up.
Just rushing down the Baron, but Otoamne's looking in.
Looks for High. He will be able to take him out. Rush now throws down his own ultimate, but he's going to get caught extremely low. In comes Forgiven. This actually could be a bad wipe, but Cloud9 is turning it around. They managed to take out Forgiven and Vander. A double kill over to Rush, and now the inhibitor is going to be all theirs.
Sneaky largely free autoing, now 7-0-3. He is the carry his team's looking for, and he doesn't have to deal with the tank wall that Cloud9 have put together. Look at the Shen build. Sunfire Cape, Thorn Mail, Warden's Mail. Forgiven. People just run at him. Tanks run at him. 3 tanks on this Cloud9 lineup, and he can't tickle any of them.
They know that all they need to do is wait for him to jump in, go completely ham sandwich on this team, and then they've got him trapped. He's had his flash down for a little while. Forgiven's a guy not afraid to use his tools offensively, but this is not the first time, and nor will it be the last, that it has really, really screwed over H2K.
He's jumping into Shen, Mundo, or Alistair. They have so much. Out of a suite of CC, they have so many tank items. Another chain vest sneakily thrown in by Rush. Sneaky. He is free autoing for days, and H2K don't have anywhere near the same frontline. Their only frontline is Rek'Sai, and Rek'Sai has a locket and a chain vest.
Well, let's go back to the Baron for a minute, because Cloud9 have used it exactly as you said they needed to. They just are forcing H2K to collapse, or at least several members of H2K to collapse, and then they can do what they do best, which is out-team fight them.
And look, we were running down the Cloud9 team comp, and I maintain that, remember how big a lead H2K had. There were multiple turrets up. They were in a wonderful position. Shen couldn't match the Fiora split push. The difference is Otoamne, then Forgiven, then Otoamne a second time gave their life, gave more time for Cloud9 to buy those extra giant spells, to buy those extra tank items, and now we get to the team fight phase, which never should have existed. H2K understood that. That's why they were split pushing. In a split push scenario, Cloud9 had no answers, but when the team fight phases started, again, mostly due to H2K making mistakes, Cloud9 suddenly looked great.
Yeah, they swung the gold in their favor, too. It may not look like a lot, but couple that with 3 dragons, the fact that they've caught up almost on par in towers, and they have the inhibitor down in the top lane, which is tying up Otoamne's time, means that H2K are just going to have trouble getting much done on the map.
They desperately need the Baron that we talked about so many times. Only 27 minutes in. 2 dragons. Maybe that 5th dragon win condition will be a thing. That's the kind of thing we're going to take. Remember, 4 melee champs, we talked about it multiple times. Not good at defending a push. Not really good at taking turrets either. They brute forced one down in the top lane. But other than that, hey, Ryu might be caught.
Yeah, and Jensen just goes on in. They get the egg Nivea, and they scramble it for breakfast. Jensen with another pickup, 3-2-8 on the Kassadin. Cloud9 can now try to force this Baron dance. They know exactly where Odoamne is, and with this teleport up, they can force this fight. Instantly starting the Baron.
Why is Ryu face checking? That's the question you have to ask there. On the Anivia, very slow champion. So many pick tools for the Kassadin. Baron started in high. He's just on a zoning mission.
Baiting himself into this team. You might kill me, but we will get the Baron. They can't even chunk half his health, and now Balls has got the taunt onto Jankos. He's trying to get away, but there's a Kassadin at his back, and there will be no escape. Gets the knock-up, so does Jankos, but it doesn't matter. Sneaky comes in to try and finish him off. It goes to Jensen, and that is Cloud9 taking everything away from H2K.
And the Baron would have been the death knell on Cloud9. Now picking it up themselves means they have so much life in this game. They broke that turret first. It is disgusting that H2K, with the objective lead they had, were the first ones to give up an inhibitor, and now it's probably sealed their fate as high. Again, the shot calling comes through. The Alistair, he bought so much time. He stopped Jankos from getting in a position to steal the Baron. And then we have tanks and a Kassadin slowly killing Jankos. But Cloud9, they got the all-important objective, and now they're looking great. And the turrets, they're going to start rolling down, because these turrets, they're still pretty paper thin.
We're also starting to see the power of Mundo coming in here, because no matter what, Rush can pretty much just sit there and be right in front of everybody as Ryu is tanking way too much damage. It's high that went down, but Odo's going to follow. That's a double kill over to Jensen, and all of a sudden, Cloud9 have a 4v3 advantage as they look to push down the tower. Rush just tanks up the turret for days. Mundo truly does go where he pleases, and especially with the Baron buff on, Cloud9 will secure themselves a second inhibitor. They can start pushing for Nexus. Jensen goes in, and he gets himself a Zhonya's. Jankos is caught in, Vander as well. Jensen's out. They can stay safe through the rest of this, and could this be the push for win? 30 minutes into this game, Papa Smithy. Cloud9 are not looking healthy, but they do look better than H2K here.
Yeah, you can see it's going to be the finish of the game. The Baron buff minions will cement it. Cloud9, they got multiple reprieves, and this team with a month of scrims in their belt, apparently you can't give them 3 reprieves, because once they started winning, the game looked only one way. Only looked like it was going to go to Cloud9.
And it did indeed. 1-0 on the board. Cloud9 proves that preparation truly trumps talent in this first one, but H2K, they looked great for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, when H2K were the ones setting the pace, they looked like they were going to be able to take the game, but you kind of saw the inexperience of playing together, specifically Odoamne, twice in almost the exact same fashion, trying to split push with not enough vision and paying for it, and that extra time to buy Mundo, levels, items. That's what got them back in the game.
Not to mention the Kassadin as well. I mean, it really worked out fantastically for Jensen. Even though we had so much pressure on him from Ryu in the early game, the same thing top with Balls. It didn't matter if they couldn't fight 1v1, because all they had to do was force fights after they got a catch.
And again, we return to the criticism of the draft, the likes of the Shen, the likes of the Mundo. It was because when H2K were playing smart, when they were warding and pushing with the Tristana, there was no answer for Cloud9. They were basically hoping to find a way to buy time, to hit those items they realistically should never have been able to put together. But Kassadin picks up 3 items, Mundo picks up 3 tank items, and of course some levels, and suddenly they just run at the enemy AD carry with Warden's mail and Thorn mails aplenty, and Forgiven, it's nothing you can do.
Absolutely nothing at all. Now, to break that game down a little bit further, we're going to send it back to the expert desk to take a look into it.
You know, and there we have it. Commentators wrapping it up a little bit for us, but overall, what did you guys think? I mean, one thing I think I want to start off by saying is that towards the end of the pick ban, you guys were a little worried about that teleport not coming in for the Kassadin. Sure, Cloud9 gets the win, but what's the jury, or the verdict rather, on that teleport missing out?
So yeah, the reason why the teleport was so important actually for Cloud9 was Kassadin could never leave the mid lane, and that's not what you want to do. You want to be on the side lane, you want to play the 1-3-1 game with the Shen and Kassadin back, playing off each other's back. Like, that's the strong, Shen and Kassadin, that's like the strong point, when they just can play off each other. People can, like, they can back each other up with a TP or Shen ultimate, and that never happened. Kassadin was basically trapped in the mid lane, but at the same time, H2K never got to use their combo right, how we said, hey, Siege with the Trundle and Anivia with both the spells, and after Tristana hit the towers. Tristana was just like solo pushing the waves and taking the towers, got actually caught twice, and that probably lost them the whole advantage. That Forgiven just overcommitted to those kills, died, and the whole the whole advantage they got was lost at that point. So
it's exactly what we talked about. When H2K when every single player were doing their own thing, it was good. But whenever anything was requiring coordination, everything fell apart. The team fights, the split pushing. In the end, they were getting caught all over the place, and eventually C9 get to do their thing, grouping up, doing things as 5, and playing on the decision making.
How did you view that game, Frost?
I mean, I completely agree. The thing that I really want to underline is kind of Ryu's performance. You know, we talked about it. It may be a controversial statement to say that Ryu is the weakest link of that team, but I think that that game pretty much showcased exactly what I kind of was thinking about. And, you know, the fact that Ryu is the weak link says a lot for how strong H2K are. And again, they don't have a lot of preparation right there, but they look like a team without direction. And if it goes back to what Yamato was talking about, you know, who's going to step up and be the shot caller, the decisive member for that team? If it's Ottawamne, you know, caught out twice, being dead off the map, as Papa Smithy was saying, is quite punishing.
Yeah, and we do have actually replay. Of course, we were talking about it during the game from one of those fights in the mid lane. If we can bring that up and you guys want to run through it again. We got a quick look at it again during the game, but walk us through this.
This basically is it all comes together why this is such a good, why Mundo is so strong and why when C9 groups up, they're superior to like H2K. We can just run the clip right now and see Mundo will not die, and especially with the Shen ultimate, it's really good to get into the fight, but we have to keep our eyes on Hai right now, on the Alistar. Look at what Hai does right now. Everything is set up for him, and then he angers with the W, Q flash, the triple stun, and after that we see why C9 is so good if they play together. Perfect execute dive, they just get all the kills, Jenkins dies, and yeah, Mundo's unkillable at this point. You cannot kill Mundo anymore.
It's the boots of swiftest, man.
The boots of swiftest, man. But there's no answer to Mundo in teamfights. That's why Mundo is, in my eyes, such a strong pick. Once he gets going with his items, he's like unkillable tank. He's like a hyper tank, basically.
I mean, it's funny that Hai gets criticized all the time for his mechanics, even though he pulled out like the Lee Sin. He flashed mid-animation on the pulverize there. That's still fairly difficult to pull off. I mean, obviously on low ping, but...
Oh, well,
yeah, that's the thing. In NA, he probably didn't have enough, like, ping to practice. With 60 ping, it's a bit difficult, I think, but luckily for him, we're playing on LAN with like 10 MS, so it's no problem for him.
But the one thing that I have to kind of question is the fact that C9 won because H2K did a lot of mistakes. And looking at C9's like draft as a whole, I feel like the Alistar kind of shows that Hai as a support is going to have a weaker champion pool, because on paper, Alistar is usually something that you don't want to pick into a Trundle because it's considered a counter matchup in a way, and it's counterintuitive because you want to pick something ranged into Trundle. But then again, Alistar secured the game because of the team fighting, but it's something to keep in mind for the future.
Right, so it kind of works in both ways, maybe a little bit in favor for Hai, but at the same time, it depends on how the opponents use it against him. We'll have to see if H2K is up for that task, of course, coming into Game 2. We just finished Cloud9 leading 1-0, and we will be going to a short break before we come back into the picks and bans for game number 2.
Delivery for Hotshot? I'm in.
Good work.
Fine. We're fine.
So you want to present it to the audience, respect it, and love it. You try.
Just through that door is the lab.
Did you guys watch my stream yesterday? I got this sick ace.
Yeah, I remember the one on Dust 2, right?
No, it was on Mirage.
It was on Cash Guy.
The 750 series. It's Intel's fastest gaming solid-state drive. With 4 lanes of native PCIe, it's 4 times faster than SATA. A revolution in gaming technology.
And now it's ours.
You know you can just buy these, right?
I really like the way they're trying to make it more professional. Thanks to the monitor, I mean, your eyes are getting more comfortable.
store ever! Fast as lightning! Solid as a rock! Cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters. We are live from Cologne, and currently in our second match of the day, Cloud9 already leading 1-0 after their win in the first match. But like you posed towards the end of our kind of post-match wrap-up, how much of it was to credit for Cloud9, and how much of it was really because H2K couldn't pull themselves together as a team? Now looking forward to Game 2, what do you think, Yamano?
Well, of course, you need to give a lot of credit to C9's decision-making, because this is something that everyone has complimented throughout their story in League of Legends, of course, but I felt like simply because they didn't put the TP on the Cassidy, it didn't feel like they had a clear winning condition if H2K managed to have could match their decision making, because I don't like coming into a game with the idea that assuming your team, the enemy team, is going to make mistakes pretty much.
Okay. Oh, and we're going to jump right into
I was about to say, H2K was on the blue side, triple jungle ban. They don't have that luxury on the purple side. They have to ban other stuff. So what do you take away? Lee Sin and Italy both are open, and Russia's going to get one of those champions. So Lulu has to be banned, of course, and then Kindred. What are you doing right now? It's like, do you ban Italy? Do you ban Lee Sin? Do you leave both open? Do you give like Mundo away? Like, what's the purpose here right now?
Well, the thing is, something that I can review working with Jankos a lot is the fact that he, like, to me, he's very similar to Rush, simply because of champions they've played in the past. Jankos has played a bunch of Lee Sin, a bunch of Nidalee himself, so I'm pretty sure he can pick that up as well.
Oh, okay, so prioritizing taking that Lucian away, and I mean, to this extent, of course, with the Dr. Mundo ban, both are still open, so C9 also maybe not so pressured that they have to secure a jungler first.
Actually, that Mundo ban was like, I think the Lucian first pick is really good, simply because they don't really prioritize Trundle that highly. Of course, they give it over, and Rush is like a champion that he knows the matchup, like Nidalee and Lee Sin, from both perspectives, in and outside. Like, he is fine playing the matchup in both ways, and I think that's like the reason why they just didn't care about first picking a jungler here, like Lee Sin. And yeah, we see Nidalee interlock, we talked about it. I like the Alistar again, pick it up again. It worked out in the first way, like in the game, so why would you change it if it works out for you?
I really hope H2K just pick up the Ryze now, because that is something that C9 didn't show on the red side. They pick up Ryze for the flex pick, can send it top lane, can send it mid. It's perfect for the second rotation of red side.
I just really want to underline, because we've said in passing multiple times that Alistar isn't a great pick into Trundle, and the reason why is because his ability to steal stats and to steal the tankiness from Alistar pretty much can make him unkillable. So the fact that I agree with the Alistar pick, but it is, again, being picked into Trundle as a flex.
Well, it's also the fact that you can interrupt the combo if you do it properly with the Trundle Pillar. You can interrupt so many things with the Trundle Pillar, and we even saw it once in the previous game. Really beautiful.
Yeah, interrupting the dash from the Shen, and actually securing Shen for themselves this time on H2K. I mean,
it's like a double flex, I guess. Like, Shen works, depending on what C9 plans on picking right now in the top lane, it still works like as a double flex, because Shen has like a good matchup against Alistar too. It's like a free lane. That's all you need. We've seen like a lane swap, and both teams actually played out the lane swap correctly, because what they did was have the three first camps do a jungle, so your top laner hits like a bit before 2. Have the top laner go to the tower, push it down, and have the jungler solo farm. That's like the most important thing, that the jungler gets this solo experience from all the camps, so the jungler can actually do stuff on the map and pressure it correctly with like a level advantage.
The odds are, the fact that I like the Trundle flex pick here for top lane is because the odds are Balls is going to pick a melee champion. He didn't show before that he's going to pick Ryze, and that is like a huge advantage that H2K obviously has seen.
Okay, well, Malphite and Cassiopeia coming in.
Okay. I'm not sure about Cassiopeia blind pick. There are like a lot of better picks than Cassiopeia blind. That's like the one mistake I think in the draft here.
And Nivea is super good into it.
And Nivea's good into it, and Trundle and Nivea works out perfectly fine. Just go with the same combo, see what you can do, but the biggest problem is like the Malphite here. Malphite is really good against Nivea, and I actually like the Malphite pick for the top lane here. It's good in both matchups. Against Trundle, sure, you get pushed in, but you can do stuff and force stuff on the map like very easily. And once you have like the Cinder Hulk, the Barmy Cinder one on, you can just like farm against Shen. So either way, it's a good pick up here, the Malphite, and LeBlanc would be pretty interesting too.
I love LeBlanc. I think is a correct choice. Pressure the Cassiopeia. She's very immobile. But what is going to define this game is once again C9 have this composition that is very good in the 5v5s. They have the more fights. But then again, I feel like the early game is going to be so intense because the Lee Sin Nidalee matchup is such a skill matchup.
Okay, so on that note then, if Rush does get a lead on his own in the jungle one way or the other, do you think, the Cassiopeia, the Malphite still isn't going to matter? C9's going to be able to get the game plan they want? Or is it still even the laners have to play a little bit more passively and just wait the storm out in the beginning?
Well, it's always like if you can always transition pressure into something that favors your play style. And in this case, we have a 5v5 composition from C9, and H2K have this composition where they want to split up the enemies, of course.
All right, well, let's find out. Cloud9 currently leading 1-0. Can they close out the match 2-0, or will we see H2K climbing back in to go to a third map? We'll come back to the game, jumping right into Summoner's Rift right after this.
Yo, listen to this. Bad boy. Good morning.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and we are getting ready to kick off game number 2 of what has already been a very, very close and explosive series between Cloud9 and H2K.
It's a really exciting champion set this time up. Of course, we had our criticisms of Cloud9's champion select. Granted a reprieve, man, did they take it with that massive pole flash coming through from the Alistair. This game, though, the blind pick Cassiopeia coming through from Cloud9, then the answering LeBlanc. Most exciting thing here, we get the jungle skill matchup of Lee Sin versus Nidalee. Of course, that is the Nidalee coming through from Rush against Jankos on his signature Lee Sin. And do you know why that's so important? It's because Cassiopeia is going to need every bit of jungle pressure she can get to get through a tough laning phase. So if Rush gets on top of Jankos, it should be okay for Jensen. But if Jankos gets on top, it's going to be curtains for Jensen in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this is very, very big stakes here for both junglers. And they're both uncomfortable signature champions that, you know, they are not going to be denied this time around since there were so many other choices in the ban priority. Looks like we could be in for a straight-up 2v2 in the bot lane and 1v1 in the top. But, you know, we've got the line of scrimmage set up. The teams are still not trying to do too much of an early invade. But Rush does go in, and he's spotted by Ottawamne instantaneously. He might get caught between Jankos. Yeah, that's the good plan. Hoppo back over the wall.
He gets a very aggressive ward that shouldn't be possible on this new patch. Again, Nidalee has the flexibility to take Pounce at level 1, lets him get that aggressive vision that wouldn't be possible because, of course, we don't see the same sort of aggressive invades because the defensive vision can't be put down if you want to get the aggressive vision, unless, of course, you have a convenient wall hop at level 1.
Indeed worked out that way. So it will be a fairly passive start, but there is that one ward spotting for C9, so they will know that this is going to be standard lanes for them. One thing we hadn't touched on since the champ select, though, is this Malphite for balls. It has been banned throughout this tournament so far. And with the Alistar in the bottom lane, this could be a wombo of a combo when Cloud9 does decide to get team fighting.
That's why we say Cloud9 are the 5v5 comp. They have strong engage, they have strong poke, they're very well balanced in a lot of ways. H2K, what's their engage? Is it the taunt flash coming through after a pillar? Is it LeBlanc getting a pick? They are looking for the unorganized skirmishes and then to get some big teleport plays in from Ottawamne. It's a risk to take a burst mid laner and a Tristana as your only true damage sources, but hey, Cloud9 made it work in the previous game. I don't know if you can put the damage from LeBlanc in the late game next to Kassadin's, though. I feel like you are going to fall a little bit short in that stakes.
Yeah, and you know, just like last game, the onus is going to be on H2K to try and make a lot of early plays, and it looks like they'll start off by taking a bite out of Sneaky, but Vander's going to get knocked up, and Piercing Light as well to get pushed back from this one. Hai's doing a great job defending. He's so far only shown this Alistair, but clearly he's been silencing critics on his mechanical level in support.
And that's the crazy thing, you know, he's on his third role. Mechanics was never something you would put next to Hai. He impressed at Worlds with his Lee Sin mechanics, and now headbutt into pole flash is an incredibly hard thing to pull off, but the 3-man knockup won them the game in a single play.
I didn't think it was worth banning either. Ryu will go in, dash, and force Jensen to back away just a little bit, but that Cassiopeia is a ticking time bomb in this mid lane. Balls takes not the greatest trade from Odo, but the minions were aggroed on him, so it will trade back even there. And speaking of time bombs, I mean, once this guy hits level 6, you can get that teleport unstoppable force. They could get a few catches of their own.
Catches is definitely something they can do. Russian Jankos, that's what it's all about this game. Again, we mentioned we have to get forgiven.
Oh, there's the trade back and forth. Sneaky's going to have to back away because Vander was taking a bite out of him, but Hai is just keeping it all healthy. Meanwhile, the junglers will fight each other out. Hai's going to have the Sonic Wave landed on him, but Jankos is not going to follow through.
It's a lot of skirmishing. The only reason there was no help coming through is we actually saw the 1v1 between the junglers just up there in the river. With this matchup, it's definitely about who face checks who. Whoever lands the first Sonic Wave or the first Spear has all the options in the duel. As once again, we see Hai going in.
Yeah, Sneaky just wasn't quite there yet. Otherwise, it would have been a fantastic trade for them. But still, he was still able to nail the Piercing Light. He's bullying right now with this Lucian. That's what you want to do, of course, versus a Tristana. But clearly, that's not something Forgiven was able to do, as Jankos now tries to get his counter jungle on, but Rush says no, thank you.
And this is just a return to Team Impulse. This is what we would have expected. You know, just putting the casual spears into mid lane. Rush is trying to create all the pressure. And you look at Hai, he's headbutt polving against a Trundle, which sounds like a death sentence because you go in, the pillar ends up behind you, and you have no way to really get out. But he's only showing that aggression because Rush has the jungle pressure advantage over Jankos. So he knows he will get jungle support much faster than H2K can put out.
Yeah, and this is really troubling for H2K. If they can't get ahead in the early game, it's going to be hard for them between Jensen, between Balls. If they can nail these team fights like they did in the last game, they shouldn't have too much trouble really causing H2K a lot of pain. But right now, it's still fairly even in lanes because there's just only slight gold advantage in favor of C9. But that, I mean, that can snowball very quickly.
I think the thing you have to come to is you look at the CS advantage. This should be a landslide advantage for you. You should expect LeBlanc to be controlling the wave, to have kill pressure onto the Cassiopeia. How can you ever do that when you have your jungler so far behind? You are, if you're Ryu, you're expecting to get ganked at any point by Rush because Rush has had the jungle skirmish advantage over Lee Sin, and this is what Rush needed to achieve. He needed to keep Jankos in check to buy Jensen time to farm, and he's been very successful doing that.
And as this game, just keeps up the lane phase, yeah, it really has been the eyes on Rush keeping Jankos in check, and they will find each other yet again. This time the spear doesn't connect, but meanwhile Jankos will be able to trade back forward, but Jensen goes in there, and that's going to be first blood to Ryu as he dashes in, but he gets mimicked for just a second, and in comes Jankos again, forcing the flash into Jensen, who just keeps dashing, but he's got nothing left in the tank. That will be another pickup for Jankos. 2-0 on the board for H2K.
That's the reality when you play as aggressively on the razor's edge as Rush does. Sometimes you bite off more than you can chew. That time the Sonic Wave hit. That time Ryu was the first one to rotate, and Jensen, in harassing, used his whole mana bar, and it just meant 2 kills over to H2K.
Well, we said they needed to get the catches, and that certainly was a good start to it. Jankos hanging around in the middle, but these two junglers have really been just facing off each other in the start of this game, and as we said, it has been all about that early pressure. Sneaky and Hai a little bit low on this bottom tower. This is going to give Forgiven free push here because they've got a mini wave at their back. Rush is there, but he's not going to be able to help back them up that well, so still some free damage traded over on this turret.
It's just great to track. You notice that when Cloud9 have the jungle supremacy, we see Cloud9 pushed in, we see Hai making the aggressive move. Suddenly, H2K make that big play in mid, and they're the ones making the aggressive move. They're the ones getting turret damage. This game is being completely dictated by a skill matchup between two of the top Western junglers, and that's exciting for everyone watching this game.
Absolutely, and not only that, they've got those signature champions, and Rush has been making this Nidalee work a lot more than Swift was able to in the last series in terms of early pressure, but Jankos, they didn't call him the king of first blood for nothing, and first assist still counts.
Still interesting to see him actually go for the Sightstone. Of course, Sightstone reduced to 3 wards. If you're using it for mobility, you often have no ward actually to put down for vision, so that's why Tracker's Knife has become more popular. Ryu's got a very fast roam that hasn't been spotted by a ward yet. This could be a successful roam for H2K.
There they go. This is going to just force them off for just a second. He actually targets out Hai, gets the chains on, and he forces the flash away as the Shen ultimate comes in. they can try to fast push this tower for a moment, but Odoamne is going to realize, no, I need to get back to lane.
And so we saw the communication breakdowns when H2K fed those 3 kills over Odoamne's 2 mistakes and Forgiven's mistake when they were trying to keep up that pressure split push game last game. Here we see another one of them. Odoamne teleporting in to give Ryu that extra health, was full health and had a Shen riding on his back. That would have been multiple kills in the turret. Now Odoamne completely wastes his time, gives Balls time to pick up free farm. Communication, once again, a problem for H2K.
They will secure the first tower and instantly look for Jensen. That's going to be the petrifying gaze, but Rush jumps on top of him. Jensen, meanwhile, is low. Jankos was still able to hang around for just a second, but Ryu by himself cannot follow this up, and he backs away. A kill picked up by Cloud9.
Pyra, that was an insane petrifying gaze behind him to stun up Jankos. That should have been a kill over to H2K, but man, Jensen, when he's on form, we saw it at Worlds, we're seeing it now, we saw it towards the end of the summer split. This guy is really performing on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, he really has come into his own throughout the year he played with Cloud9, really settled in nicely. There were a few question marks at the very beginning, and Cloud9 had a lot of adjustment. You know, with Meteos eventually stepping down and High moving into that jungle role, they seemed like they were losing their identity a little bit, but then they made this miracle run into Worlds. They got a little bit more experience on that world stage, showcase what Incarnation now Jensen can do. And with this change in Rush, so far, it seems like a great start for them.
You just have to return to what Jensen walked into. He walked into replacing High. He was seen as the heir apparent, this guy who'd never actually played on the stage. And of course, he hadn't been available to play in competitive before then. It was no surprise that he was slow to warm up. There was very clearly problems between him and Meteos when it came to communication. Finally gets his tail up, and then you see him predicting an insect from Lee Sin with the petrifying gaze. And when you play with your tail up, when you have that confidence, and you have the raw mechanical skill of Incarnation, now Jensen, the results, they're a treat to watch.
Absolutely. And, you know, one person we really haven't seen this from that we've expected in this series is Forgiven. But I'll talk about him in a minute because he's caught in a knockup and there's a teleport coming in to try and defend, but High is there and they've got a big bomb on him, but Odoamne is taking his time as Balls has now arrived on the scene. Instantly Forgiven will bail out. Odoamne and Vander soon to follow. Jankos is coming in. They looks like they want to have a party in the bot lane, but the taunt will not land. Jankos is not giving up. Gets the kick in, looking for Sneaky, flashes away. The pillar won't be enough, but in comes Ryu. Still can't find Sneaky. Exhaust is on Rush. Ryu goes down. Sneaky picks the kill, and Jankos is knocked and battered and bruised and taken out. Forgiven doesn't have any more escapes, and neither does Jankos. Down he goes. A double kill for Rush. Can he get the triple? It's Balls that secures it in the end.
A 4-for-0 and a 4v5 Pyra. Massive outplays from Cloud9. Crazy skirmishing. They draft this more balanced comp, and this is the result. It's looking like a big win for Cloud9.
Balance in all things. 5-2 on the board. It's 10 minutes in, and Cloud9 have swung that momentum in their favor. Not only do they get a big push on the bottom, there's a huge wave of minions that Jensen is herding into this turret, and it'll be a minute before Ryu can arrive.
And H2K, they did everything right. They realized it's going to be a 5v4 scenario. Ryu was already in mid, already shopped, goes out for the gank. Everything right except the execution, and Cloud9 with those signature champions, like you mentioned, specifically the Nidalee, and just the blind pick coming through here. Just wonderful play from Cloud9.
Yeah, and H2K really forced this bottom lane engage. There were so many near misses, and they kept adding more people to the scenario, and it just complicates things and muddies the water, and in the end, Cloud9 were able to just completely clean them up. This is teamwork. This is what it'll do. Jensen takes a big bite, or has a big bite taken out him by Ryu, but with Jankos waiting in the wings, I feel like Jensen, even though he doesn't see this, has to know something is up.
Look, Jensen has nothing to worry about. He's had a death, sure, but he's ahead in CS. That's the crazy thing, is that he's winning in CS in this matchup that heavily favors the LeBlanc. It's going to pick up the scaling item. The fact that you can go scaling items and win CS against an assassin like LeBlanc, who has that oppressive laning phase, although Jensen...
Don't speak too soon. He throws the Petrifying Gaze out as a precaution, but he will have to back away. He's going to lose out on some CS here, but that's perfectly fine as long as he stays safe enough. Rush goes ahead and clears out a ward as Cloud9 looks to push in the top side. Forgiven is there, but they're being headed off by Rush, who's now getting his counter jungle on. This tower should fall. Ryu can try to keep Jensen away. Oh, he might zero him out here, but there it goes. Jensen taken away. Ryu, Ignite is ticking on him, but Jankos is there to give him a little bit of a shield. Nonetheless, Cloud9, unperturbed, continue to push in this top.
That was an insane series of plays there. Jensen goes down, even though he predicted the Mimic Distortion, the Flash Mimic Distortion. Still falls. Really nice trade, but I mean, the trade's not going to happen in terms of structures. Cloud9, they're confidently pushing onto an inner turret.
Not enough people here to defend. Now, Jankos will be coming up. Ryu as well, but he's so low on health. What is he going to be able to do? One full spell rotation, and he's going to change his mind on this one. There's no reason he can be here because he will not get there to defend in time. Another turret taken by Cloud9, 3-1. The tables have really turned from last early game.
And we have to return to that communication fact. The fact that Ryu had to turn, had the indecision. Remember, he actually has the Frost Queen's claim. When he's auto-attacking a turret, the AP ratio to turrets was increased. So that means that mages in general do more damage to turret. And every auto-attack with the Spell Thieves does an extra 15 damage. Realistically, if he was decisive in pushing down the mid turret, he probably would have got it to maybe one auto-attack away or taken it down. But being called top and then going back mid bought precious time for Cloud9, and they continue to win these objective trades.
It looked like they're pushing even further for the third one, but Vander, Jankos, Forgiven are all there. Ryu's joining the party as well, so they can't quite siege this up until they can force H2K into another fight. Vision coverage throughout the river. Rush has been really great at clearing these out, but he's got to be really careful now because Vander was chasing him down. The spooky ghosts come out. The pillar's up, but he hops right over it. High there for the defense. H2K just can't find too many picks, and sure, you'll be able to get a few good plays on LeBlanc, but if that's all you've got in your pocket, this game goes over 30 minutes, you're not going to win.
And you talked about Rush. Look at the level difference between the junglers. 2 levels between the junglers in a skill matchup tells you everything you need to know. Rush has dictated the pace of this game, consistently allowed Cloud9 to overextend, consistently gave Jensen a chance. We mentioned, because it's a counter matchup with a skill matchup in the jungle, the junglers will decide mid. Either Incarnation, now Jensen, will find that farm, and Cassio is high. Not going to get anything from that. Either he'll apply pressure to allow Cassio to farm, or he'll just allow the LeBlanc to just completely dictate the mid lane and roam, and neither of those things happen for H2K.
Yeah. Oh, big bite of damage, but Rush, they still can't quite 100-0 people, or rather Ryu can't, but if he can do a couple more of those and they've got the team at his back, they may be able to start forcing things on the side of H2K. Remember, they're only down about 3,000 gold, but that's mostly in towers right now since there's a 2-tower advantage to Cloud9. If he's able to zero somebody out, Ryu can lead the team to start taking down towers, no problem, and they can't keep covering them forever. Cloud9 have to rotate around the map sooner or later.
I think Ryu's going to need help, though, to pick up these picks, whether it's just one Sonic Wave resonating strike. The fact that he's gone for the GP10 build, of course, only the 50 AP coming through for the Frost Queen's claim. Okay, yes, insane pick. Remember, double mobility into chain, potentially the 2 chains. That's a lot of mobility, but it's just less damage coming through from the LeBlanc than you'd expect. It's not Merlinomicon. It isn't the 80 AP. So the fact that he's only getting close to getting those picks means he needs some support to actually pick up those kills.
A lot of roaming through the jungle here. This could be a messy fight if it catches in time, but no. Ryu will back away and send out the spooky ghost. They know the blue buff's being taken. Can't really stop it unless he wants to try for a risky steal, but there's really no need here. A siege on the top side by Forgiven and Vander. The tower will finally go down to the mid, but it really just took its stiff breeze to knock over. It must have been on 3 HP or something.
You can see that the meta is starting to swing back towards Cloud9. The reason why I say that, champions like Malphite, champions like the tanks we saw last game in Shen, much more suits Ball's champions. Ball, okay, he picked up a pentakill at Worlds, but he wasn't realistically going to be the dominant Riven Fiora. But Riven and Fiora are starting to become more and more risky picks. You can make the Fiora work, certainly.
Oh, chains landed. Back away just in time. Jensen has got to stay on his toes this time. He's an absolutely fantastic player. We've been talking about his dynamite plays, what he showed throughout this last year on Cloud9. Nonetheless, Ryu is still Ryu. We know what he can do when he has the right champion in his hands, and this LeBlanc has been an incredibly aggressive pick. The extra cooldown reduction he's had mean he's just had even more chances to try and knock somebody out of the park. He's netted him 2 kills with a little bit of help from Jankos, but how long can he keep this up?
That's the question, and the item build isn't particularly high damages. We mentioned it already, Frost Queen's claim is going to be the Abyssal second. He probably needs that to just get that little bit of edge further over the Cassiopeia and just guarantee those trades. But with double Rod of Ages, the usually squishy Nidalee and Cassio, going to be slightly more tanky as H2K looking for a turret dive.
Yep, Sneaky might be caught. Jankos goes in, flashes, gets the kickoff, but now he's caught under tower. That means the Stand United will come in. Sneaky will evaporate Jankos before it can come out. Shutdown gold given to Vander, however, as he picks off Sneaky on the backside. And now Balls is incoming, looking for the chase down. That'll be the pillar to slow him down for just a minute. You can even see around the side, Rush is looking for a collapse. Ryu's there for the defense as well, but H2K know that they need to back out. They know that they've got the speed, and they will be able to disengage. A 1-for-1 trade overall.
Yeah, Cloud9, you could see the reason why Rush was going for that flank is he wanted to try and get Shen to use his summoner spell Teleport. If Shen has both Teleport and Stand United up, it is going to be a struggle for Cloud9 to pull off those cross-map rotations, but Balls has no teleport. Shen holds on to it. It's just a 1-for-1 trade, and of course, swapping your jungler for an AD carry, great trade for H2K.
Now works out for them in the long run. They definitely need a bit more gold in their pocket, and they had their sights set on Sneaky. Still, though, Jankos got blown up really quick.
I mean, he went for a very aggressive turret dive. He actually flashed to get the mini stun from the kick against the wall. Okay, they pick up the kill they're looking for, but don't get any other objectives out of it. Can they actually translate this teleport advantage from Shen into some more objective pushing?
That's always the question, but Cloud9 are looking for a lot of mobility themselves. I mean, take a look at the Alistair build out of high right now, picks up the boots of speed, or swiftness, I should say.
Swiftness.
I wanted to say mobility, and I was like, that's the wrong boots.
The Udyr boots. I like to think of Udyr or Garen only.
I built them on Singed, actually.
But they're just so damn cheap now. That's the thing.
Yeah,
the efficiency of them has gone up. They're super cost effective.
Balls flashed. I don't think he needed to. But he's still going to get dove under the tower. Jankos will kick him back. Now he might have needed to. And with 3 members on him, as tough as a rock as he is, Forgiven will still manage to shred him to pieces. This is going to be an H2K tower. Once the mini wave arrives, they'll be able to wreck it down. But Cloud9's already pushing on the opposite side.
I mean, H2K has to do this. We spoke about it in Champions Select, both the analyst desk and we called out the fact that H2K, they don't have that balanced team fight comp. They only have so many options. Skirmish really suits their style. So they want to keep trading objectives. But how can you trade evenly when you're trading against just a single duo of Lucian and Nidalee? You're going to have that attack speed steroid. Even Tristana can do a lot of work, but Cloud9, this is not really a race that I think H2K can win when it comes to taking down turrets.
No, but they do have the Tristana on their side, and they are unopposed as of yet. Balls is back up. He's going to come back to the tower, and they trade an inner for an outer, but Cloud9 now still have 4 members in this mid, and they don't have the minions at their back, though, so they're going to have to back away. A lot of vision for Cloud9 around this river, too, though. If they can bait H2K into an unsavory fight, or even a pick. Oh, the flash did not connect there with the pulverize. Still, quick thinking from high.
That's
just
okay.
Not accurate.
People won't remember that one. They'll remember the one from game 1, so don't worry about it, high. Okay, we went for a bit too optimistic a play there. Worth noting they got an inner turret in the top lane and that outer turret in the mid lane, so a lot of control around the dragon was picked up from Cloud9. H2K, with the back timers, they're going to pick up the first dragon of the game at 19 minutes. This is the meta we're in, folks. 19 minutes for the first dragon, just because after the first one, it's kind of downhill from there, because games just aren't going towards that 5th dragon win condition that was so heavily established in the 2015 season.
Yep. Still a few more seconds before the Rift Herald will take his leave of the Rift as well, but Baron won't be a likely objective of either of these teams quite yet. Cloud9 just taking out a little bit more of their own jungle and looking to push back in. There really is a lot of scattered vision for H2K here. I feel like they're just trying to grab objectives really wherever they can. A very, very reactionary style of play, but you kind of expect this, as we said, from a team that's a lot more raw. They haven't had enough time to play together.
I mean, they tried to play proactive in game 1. It worked for a time, and then it really counted against them. It's worth knowing that Cloud9 are ahead in turrets and ahead in terms of map pressure with scaling items. They have double Rod of Ages on their side compared to no scaling items apart from, I guess you could count, the GP10 that's going to be coming out consistently from the Frost Queen's claim. To have map pressure, to have a structure advantage with the scaling Rod of Ages on 2 champions, this lead is bigger than is implied by the 1 kill and 1,500 gold lead that so far Cloud9 hold.
Yeah. You also got to talk about, well, I would talk about Cassiopeia if he wasn't getting zeroed out, but the rest of the team is there to defend. Vander now is going to be the one knocked into the team. He has to flash, but again, Odoamne's teleport comes in a little bit too late. He will tank up a few shots of Colegne, but all of Cloud9 are looking to chase down Ryu now as he throws the chains out, connects on Rush, has to back away and doesn't get the stun out. A big wave pushing in the favor of H2K, but Cloud9 have got one in the top, and they know that they can start trading in the mid for the turret.
Ryu isn't spotted. Okay, ward goes down, so now Ryu's going to have to make a different route. Only has mana for 1 rotation. It's going to have to be super, super careful. Cloud9 keep pushing, but H2K looking for something.
See if Ryu comes around the side. He doesn't quite get in there. Has to back off. He still has a little bit of mana in his pocket, but he'll have to wait for his cooldowns to reset. And now Cloud9, knowing something's up, are going to back away, play the safe game. Now turning back around as they see Ryu backing away. Still, a massive, massive wave in the top for Cloud9, and they know that the minions will crash against their wave in the bottom, and they can keep on this push.
Viewers might be wondering, why are we seeing so much Nidalee on patch 523? Remember, Nidalee does get some little buffs to her early jungling on 524, but with these blue trinkets, you can ward your flanks so easily, and these structures, they're weaker in the early game especially, so pushing down turrets is the name of the game. So much global gold now comes down from taking a turret. Even inner turrets grant massive amounts of global gold, continues that snowball. So these Nidalee comps, they're very much in the meta.
Absolutely, and really it has been a series so far, a lot less about fighting like we saw with Xiaogu and Dignitas, a much more chess-like series, rotation-based. It's the kind of thing that you'd expect to see in Korea, so I bet you're right at home, Papa Smithy.
Right at home here, despite being in Cologne. We are seeing the structure game being played pretty effectively by Cloud9. Okay, in game one, they got that reprieve, despite not having the teleport on Kassadin. H2K made the rookie mistakes that come with being a lineup that's only been practicing for 2 days, and then Cloud9 took it. But this has been the Cloud9 we hope to see. Decisive, and speaking of decisive, this Baron's being rushed down.
Absolutely. They got it down to half right now, but Jankos is here. Hai will get the headbutt off on him, kicks him back into the Baron pit. Odo's here. It's going to be secured by Odo Wamne, and now H2K's got the Baron, but they've lost one. They're going to lose two. No, he's taunting away. No, Sneaky will fire him down. Balls is in the front, but 3 members of H2K have the Baron, and what the hell was that steal?
Rush took his eyes off the prize, didn't even use a charge of Smite, still has Smite available, obviously was more concerned and just doing damage to the diving in Lee Sin. Stolen by, of all champions, Shen. We're talking about, what, a 200 damage nuke coming through from his Q? Ridiculous steal from H2K, and just a mistake from Cloud9's new jungler.
Yeah, normally we call Shen a terrible ninja, but this time he was able to sneak away. Let's take a look at that play again. Hai gets the play off, gets kicked back in. It looks like it's Cloud9's.
Taunt flash comes through from Odo Amne, and then just damage, incidental damage from Odo Amne, gets the kill with Smite available. There is no reason that shouldn't have been a pickup from Cloud9, so just eyes off the prize for Rush.
Did he get the taunt off on Rush, though? That's the question.
It doesn't matter. Smite still is available to be used when you're stunned. It's only suppression that can stop the casting of Smite, so you just have to look at Rush, and he won them this early game. He won Jensen a reprieve, 1, 2, and 2, but still competitive in CS in a counter matchup because of the pressure exerted by Rush. But when it comes to the Smite on the objective, that was the one time, is finger wave.
That finger waver will give Cloud9 some headaches for now. Still 3 members with the Baron buff pushing down this wave of minions. It's going to be hard for Cloud9 to really keep the pressure off. Odo Amne is actually looking to chase down Sneaky for just a minute. Hai will get connected by the Sonic Wave. Ryu, though, looking to get the pick off, but Hai instantly comes in, gets the knockback. Ryu and Odo are going to back off.
He expended his flash there, knowing that otherwise Sneaky would go down. Wow, actually wins the trade in damage.
Yeah, that looked bad for a minute.
Definitely looked bad, but Hai, he knew he had to use the flash. It's so painful to use your flash defensively on Alistar, but he knew combo coming through from Ryu, even with this GP10 focus build, would have been enough to take out Sneaky and thus probably even break the base from there. So smart play from Hai once again.
Now a large mini wave from H2K on the top side. Ryu is starting his back, but waiting to see if he needs to come in for the counter engage. But it's going to be hard for him to 0 to 100 balls, even though it's a mostly armor build from him. A lot of heavy pressure in the jungle now in H2K's favor because they know they've got the lanes. But if Cloud9 can hold off this Baron, they've still got a gold lead, they've still got a tower lead, and they should be able to get right back to what they were doing.
Speaking of the tower lead, we've actually seen the effect of that in the bottom lane, because there is a significant turret advantage to Cloud9, so of course the minions are going to be pushing a little bit harder in the bottom lane. It means that in general they're going to have further vision up the lane because the minions have been pushing in. In the top lane it's equalized, all 4 turrets are down. And the mid lane, again, slight pushing advantage for the Cloud9 minions in both mid lane and bot lane.
And that's despite the Baron buff as well, although there haven't been as many H2K members with the Baron buff still in there. Forgiven, he jumps forward once again aggressively. This time there's no one around to really punish him for it. A few pot shots on the tower, but the rest of Cloud9 are here. The cavalry's arrived. Ryu actually is looking to split push down this bottom side, but he should draw a quick reaction from the C9 team.
Usually it'd be laughable for LeBlanc to be split pushing, but we mentioned it before. AP ratio to turret's gone up, so in general mages do more auto attack damage. And with this Frost Queen's claim, every auto attack does 15 extra damage to structures even as well. So is a more formidable split pusher than previously.
Yeah, but look at that. Sneaky making short work of the mini wave. A little help from Hai as well. It's going to be hard for H2K to keep this push going. They will, however, secure themselves another dragon. We've mentioned before it's not quite as important, but when it's effectively free, there's no reason not to take it.
Exactly. The stats aren't going to be that relevant. The 5th dragon win condition probably not going to be found there. Spooky goes.
Oh, he gets a massive combo off, but Sneaky's going to flash the chains and heal for good measure. They'll be able to get away, but not without a huge cost.
Yeah, an extra summoner spell used by Sneaky, but suddenly team fights are looking possible for H2K. They have the inferior team fight comp, but Sneaky with neither summoner against a LeBlanc, a very fed LeBlanc at this point, at least in terms of items, should have death cap very soon. Suddenly, windows in team fights starting to be opened by H2K.
Small advantages, small edges. The gold lead is so slight right now, and it's still 6 towers to 4 in favor of Cloud9. Remember, they're a game up on this one. They take this win here, and they knock H2K out of IEM Cologne and go forward to face off against Ever tomorrow. But H2K are going to try to take this one to game 3.
This game's certainly not decided. It was looking really rough for H2K earlier in the game, maybe 15 minutes ago, but credit to them, they've kept their eyes on the prize, they've managed to stay in. Okay, once again, a small mechanical mistake made a big effect as Rush
goes in, but Ryu's going to follow forward on the tip of the chain. He shuts him down. Hai's got a traffic cone in his face, but he will be able to rejoin his teammates. H2K, however, are on the offensive. Forgiven, leading a bunch of minions all towards the tower. The Spooky Ghost connect. Hai and Balls just keep on tanking the shots, and Jensen and Sneaky are in the back line. I think H2K know they can't follow this any farther forward, but they don't need to. They've got a Shen pushing in the top lane.
It's the Ryu show you're seeing right here. He's the one getting the picks. He's the one trading on the power advantage he had. And keep going.
They're looking for Jensen. He's got a little shield on him, but that's a big shutdown for Sneaky. Balls comes in. Unstoppable force. Double kill over to the Lucian, and he's slowed down for just a minute, but H2K have lost 2, and they keep on retreating. Balls throws it out, looks for Vander. Forgiven has to burn the flash, down to so low health. The poison takes him down, and that's C9 continuing to chase through. It's a 3-for-1 with Rush the only one lost on Cloud9's side.
Crazy that Cloud9 could come up ahead there. Odoamne was able to teleport in on the Shen, apply the shield, but it wasn't enough. They got the first pick crucially onto Ryu. Dies with his Ignite, of course, didn't have flash up at all. And the push is not going to stop these turrets. This is the difference in 523. Whenever you get a pick, the death timers are longer and the turrets start falling.
28 minutes is starting to be the new standard late game at this point. Inhibitor should go down here, but Vander and Odoamne are going to try to slow it down. However, there's the knock-up, the knock-back, the taunt, but Odo is oh so low, has to flash away just to stay alive. The minions will finish the turret off, but now Balls might be in a little bit of trouble. Jankos comes around the side, gets the kick, knocks Sneaky up with him, but that just means they can retreat together. And with Ryu on the chase, maybe he can make something happen. Sends the Spooky Ghost, shut down onto Sneaky. Rush manages to get his Zanya's pop, but he's going down after this. Doesn't take Odoamne with him. Another flash burn, and now it's all on Hai to try and make his great escape. Another 2 kills, this time secured by H2K.
Hunting season in the early game was all about the Nidalee. Now it's all about Ryu. Hai doesn't have ult. He does actually have hold of it. Does he have the mana to do it? Can't really tell. Just trying to buy time.
With the minions there, it's just easy peasy. Ryu picks up another. Before all that action happened, I really wanted to talk about this too. On H2K last year, Ryu was known for being the man holding down the mid lane, but every now and again, he would have these breakout games on champions like Ahri. He loves these assassins. He knows, we all know he loves to play them for various reasons. But when he has these breakout games, it's so hard to stop him because it's a wild card.
It's always nice to see flashes of the 2013 Ryu that was considered a top 2 mid laner in the world. Crawley wasn't able to go to the Season 3 World Championship with the Katie Rolster Bullets, but these performances, unfortunately, they're at times few and far between, but when they do, when they are pulled off, his veteran status, his intelligence as a player, leads to games like this where he's really, despite an average laning phase, specifically in a counter matchup against Jensen, it's looking good in the late game, that's for damn sure.
Yeah. We just hit the 30-minute mark, and this guy, 5-2-3, helps his team secure up the Baron. Now, the question for H2K is, how do they try to push this one towards the end? There is only 1 turret remaining outside of Cloud9's base, or rather 2, I should say, but those should be easy work if they can send the minions down the line. They didn't lose anything for taking that Baron. And H2K right now, they're in the driver's seat, and this is the first time we've seen it in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, the wave clear for Cloud9 isn't going to be enough. Of course, not one of Cassiopeia's strong suits, and Sneaky would do his job, but in reality, Baron buff, and then just 1 satchel rotation coming through from the Chitana should allow them to take, at least at minimum, this last outer turret. Can they get the initiation, though? Because we spoke about it in Champslet. Not true initiation from H2K. It's only when the overstays start with Cloud9 the pillars start to be enough to really start fights for H2K.
Yeah, and they just had to be conflict avoidant here. You saw Jankos doing the last-second dodge out of the Pulverize, but Odoamne is pushing unopposed on the bottom. Shen shouldn't have any trouble taking this one out with a massive wave of minions at his back. Now you can see the quick rotations from Cloud9, but it's already too late. And with some H2K members at his back, all they need to do is keep moving them around and dancing to their own drumbeat, and they should be able to secure more towers. Now only 1 outer tower will remain.
It's on the outer turret in mid that we expect Justana to be training down shortly. Cloud9 throwing all their resources and trying to keep it alive.
But Ryu can just keep on doing this. He keeps scaring the pants off of Jensen and Sneaky, and he is at that point where he should be able to easily 100-0 someone if no protection comes in. Ryu stepping forward, but he's always got his way to distort back.
Cloud9 just don't have the resources to catch a LeBlanc in one of these aggressive rotations. They don't have the likes of Morgana. They don't have the Maokai. Those are the sort of champions that, of course, shut down Faker back at MSI. This LeBlanc is pretty much getting free reprieves to go for these aggressive moves. If Rush can hold him off, that's enough. But in reality, the counterplay to this late game LeBlanc is minimal for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have that many tools, like you said. You need to, oh, Balls just gets the unstoppable force, but all it does is disengage from the bottom turret, just in time for Sneaky and Rush to get there. The real issue for Cloud9 is they need split-second timing to be able to execute Ryu. Only an unstoppable force or a really well-timed pulverize, which we did see one, will be able to pull that off. Problem is, Ryu's not even giving that opening. Oh, Rush! That HP, and he just barely hops the wall before Jankos can follow through.
It's disgusting damage now that the Void Staff's completed. And look, in all that distraction, Forgiven casually walks up, and all he's done this series, this guy known for lane dominance, known for getting big CS advantages. Okay, he's managed to get the CS advantage, but he hasn't picking up the kills. He certainly hasn't been padding the KDA. But the first 20 minutes of game one and now this late game here is all about the structures this series is Forgiven.
Oh, and this is him playing for the team. This is a little bit more what we saw on Forgiven's time at Gambit as opposed to his time with SK Gaming, where he had these so many games he just wasn't killed at all. He was executing people constantly, but this is an evolution of him. As Otoamne teleports away, will not be able to be stopped by Balls, gets back up to his turret. Even though the Dragon was secured by Cloud9 there, it's still very minimal. It's just going to slow down that ever unlikely 5th Dragon push, but I mean that's like total completionist mode to try and pick that one up anyways. I feel like H2K is not going to go for that win condition at all.
Baron, I think, is the big thing for H2K. Suddenly Shen goes from being a decent split pusher to being a massive one when he has the Baron buff minions at his aid as he chunks through the turrets with the key strike passive. So Baron buff's going to be the contestation. I think if H2K can pick up the third and I would imagine final Baron, they should be able to close out this game. But before that, we should see just some more farming, and the late game builds, they're certainly on the way.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a bit of a lull just because that's not available right now, and H2K, again, they don't need to force the fights. In fact, it's really bad for them to try and do that right now just because of the wombo combo that Cloud9 can bring. They know this, though, and they can keep playing around, trying to get Cloud9 to run across the map and pull catches like this. Look at Balls. Way too low, no mana, the taunt's on. They've got this CC, and they can just very slowly batter him down.
Yeah, we talked about catches. This is the reality of Vander. He's playing the Trundle. He's able to put those resists down. And even though we're talking about Sunfire Cape, Thorn Mail, Abyssal Warden's Mail, you can still do enough damage if you're getting shredded by the support Trundle. Trundle's ultimate does not scale with items. Only need a couple of levels, and you can be so damn relevant with just Pillar and the ultimate.
Especially against somebody like Malphite. Steal away all the resistances if you can. A whole chunk of armor that he's actually had there. Jensen gets knocked back and blown away by Forgiven, but he doesn't go down. Ryu will tank a few shots. Forgiven as well. Without the minions, it's going to be hard for them to take this, but they're going to tank it up anyways. Tristana shreds these towers just so damn fast. Odo goes in. Sneaky just manages to get away with half of his life. High's in the middle, trying to find something to do, but he can't get a pick. H2K are razzle-dazzling this team right now, and Cloud9 are on the back foot. An inhibitor will go down, but Jensen trying to make the hero play. Exhaust under Forgiven. There's the Stand United 3-man knock-up and knock back as Jankos is forced into Jensen. That's going to be a pickup for Sneaky onto Jankos, but High is going to follow as well as Jensen. 2 members of Cloud9 down. H2K trying to retreat, trying to back away, but Rush is so low here. Sneaky will finally pick up Otoamne, but they're still healthy enough to keep this push on, and they might just secure this inhibitor yet.
A 2 for 2, but crucially, Forgiven is full health. That means that the structures will continue to rain down. It was a lovely taunt flash to start the fight, but 2 for 2 and an inhibitor, you'll take that if you're H2K.
And they can go straight down bottom if they really want to, but they'll just take away some jungle right now. Forgiven will grab himself a red buff. They can back away. It's a minute till Baron at this point, and they look in a comfortable lead as they even up the turret score and take the first, or take an inhibitor down.
Sure, the analyst desk is smiling because it's been all about the tanks. Has it, Pyra? We've got the likes of armor stacking and magic resist stacking everywhere, and we get to the stage where it feels like Rush is fairly useless. The damage is not really coming out from the Nidalee. It feels like the last few times I've tried to push up and actually get the siege on, they've been caught out by Ryu especially. It has been the Ryu show. He's had this game like a yo-yo. It's been completely at his own beckons call, and Ryu, that mid-game, the fact that he carried them through what was a very rocky early game orchestrated by Rush, now we get to the point where Rush just really can't affect the team fights.
No, and it's not just because of the Nidalee scaling factor, too. It's because of the atomization. This has been allowed by the fact that they've put a lot of their eggs in the Cassiopeia basket, and, you know, Malphite doing a little bit of magic damage as well means that all they really need to do is itemize. You can see the 3 Spirit Visages on the side of H2K, and to be honest, they're itemizing armor against Forgiven, but he's actually got himself some pen. You get to this late stage of the game, he builds himself the Lord Dominic's regards. Now you see C9 trying to force this Baron, but it's completely spotted by H2K. They're all in the area. It is going down fast, however, and they need to make a play. In comes Jankos, kicks balls into the Baron tentacle. Now they look for Sneaky. Baron be damned. They can try and get a pick off here. Jankos goes in, looks for Rush, takes down the kitty cat. Jankos will fall, but so will Sneaky. And now it's going to be Cloud9 melting away as Forgiven and crew just keep on chunking them down. Balls will evaporate. All but High are down here, and he is just a massive side of beef. They don't even need him. They can rush for the mid.
Yeah, with these long death timers at 37 minutes, the death time is still massively long. We're going to watch the support tank fight between Trundle and Alistair.
Just got to stop the port.
Yeah, just stopping the port, exactly. Not that Alistair could do too much in a 1v4 situation. H2K, you have to say, we went back to game one. H2K had the game, and then a couple of needless deaths and split pushes. That's what opened up Cloud9 getting back to this game. Remember, this game turned on a Smite war that was won by, of all people, Shen. And it's going to be 1-1, amazingly, in this series.
One of the longest games we've seen so far, 38 minutes on the dot. And H2K will seal the deal, 1-1, to tie this one up.
Just a crazy game. The fact that Rush had Smite, it was available, and he didn't pick up that first Baron. 2 Barons later, H2K take down the game. That's the Forgiven we expect. Actually played the team fights much better in the late game. It's crazy how polarizing this series has been. First game, all about H2K playing smart in the early game and Cloud9 eventually catching up. And then we just flip roles and play it again in game 2.
Yeah. Well, it's good you mentioned that Baron, too, because that really was the turning point. When something like that happens, first of all, you get a big momentum swing because you get that bonus that you can then use effectively. H2K certainly did that. The other issue is how much of that becomes a mental game because, you know, somebody like Rush is clearly not going to get individually affected. Even Cloud9 is a very, very calm and collected team for the most part. But sometimes you just can't shake that, oh, man, if I just was able to do this, if I was just able to secure it up, it would have been different. And I feel like that phase says it all.
And I'm going to summate it in one term, this series so far. Game 1, H2K have all the map pressure, lose it in an instant with a couple of picks, and Cloud9 win the game. This game, Rush gives Cloud9 all the early pressure. They lose the Baron, suddenly the minions are pushing out, suddenly Shen's split push is effective, and H2K win easily.
Yep. So with that said and done, I mean, we got a series on our hands. So far, it has been a fantastic day to start this one off. I mean, that last series was incredible for very different reasons. This is a much more methodological game, both games 1 and 2. But I really, really feel like, you know, this third one, winner take all, obviously, is going to bring the A game from both these teams.
Yeah, methodical style was the winner in both those games, and it sounds like we're going to get another Korean-style game to finish off what has been a really close series between H2K and Cloud9.
Absolutely. But with that said and done, we're going to throw it back to the expert desk to break down game number 2 before getting into number 3.
Thank you, Pyra, and of course, Papa Smithy. I mean, they kind of hit the nail on the head, of course. Just if you want to summarize the game, it's, yeah, as usual, you know, Baron, kind of a big deal, one way or the other. When you make that choice, you got to make sure it's the right one, because otherwise it can swing the other way. Is there anything else that really stood out to you, though, while watching this game?
It's like the first thing that comes to mind. I feel like the one thing that kept them in the game is the fact that they were able to pick the LeBlanc into the Cassiopeia and the Maul fight. And with that in mind, it gives them this game-winning thing where they just split up the map, and of course LeBlanc is really good into the Cassiopeia. So the one thing I need to question is the Cassiopeia blind pick, because I do not like it at all.
I mean, he got solo killed, which was... yeah, that's like, why would you pick Cassiopeia blind when you have so much more stuff? Like, I think even Anivia would have been better probably, right? Or Victor, obviously Victor's not the optimal blind pick, but it's one of the safer picks. But Ryze, yeah, but I don't think there's... If this team would have played Ryze, we would have seen it in game 1 already. So clearly, C9 did not prepare the Ryze pick for this tournament, which can be a very huge factor because it is one of the strongest picks on this patch.
And likewise, kind of picking back off all of that, Ryu really stepped up in this game from his Anivia performance in the first game. And this is kind of like the skill ceiling. You know, when you say that Ryu, weakest player, it's by no means like that's just how good H2K are. And they finally got to show kind of that, maybe the cusp of the competitive ceiling, or just kind of easing into it. Obviously, there was a Baron that swung a lot, but Ryu kept them in that game on the LeBlanc pick and allowed time to find that Baron steal to let Forgiven kind of ramp up into his own.
Yeah, Ryu played that very well. Like, every time C9 was trying to siege, Ryu was always ready for the flank. And even if he got spotted, he was always just making sure he cleared wards. And that threat was always there. Like, Ryu might just jump on us and eliminate one of our carries. And from there on, of course, H2K has a lead. Granted, you know, Cloud9, and like you guys mentioned, I mean, they were playing well in the early game. And of course, the Baron and swung things in the favor for H2K, but by no means we got to give credit to Rio and the rest of his squad over on H2K. So that means we do have a series tied 1-1 yet again in our second match, ladies and gentlemen. We will take a break, and when we come back, it's time to find out which of these teams moves on to day 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
Delivery for hotshot? I'm in.
Good work.
Fine. We're fine.
So you want to present it to the audience, respect it, and love it. You try.
Just through that door is the lab.
Did you guys watch my stream yesterday? I got this sick ace.
Yeah, I remember the one on Dust 2, right?
No, it was on Rush.
It was on Cash App.
The 750 series. It's Intel's fastest gaming solid-state drive. With 4 lanes of native PCIe, it's 4 times faster than SATA. A revolution in gaming technology.
And now it's ours.
You know you can just buy these, right?
I really like the way they're trying to make it more professional. Thanks to the monitor, your eyes are getting more comfortable.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Welcome back to the last game of the night. It is Game 3 between Cloud9 and H2K. And we were talking about this a little bit during the break. Of course, we touched upon it during our analysis, but Cloud9 basically, they also seem to have a little bit of an issue when it comes to the drafting. Yep. And that's kind of the theme we're seeing so far today, as everyone was excited. Like, oh, what are the teams going to play in 5.23? It's like, oh, nothing too special. Okay, all right, yeah, that's cool. What do you guys think? I mean, they've had so much time to practice, too.
And it's like, I feel like the big difference in this game between the first, like, compared to the first one is H2K didn't do these massive mistakes. They had the win conditions and they played by the win conditions. And with that in mind, C9 definitely have to fix the draft.
I think it's a big problem too. I mean, High is pretty much forced right now to pick Alistar into everything. So can he play more? I'm not sure if he can. If he can, he should show it right now. Also, in the first game we saw the triple jungle ban. H2K doesn't have to do that anymore. They are fine with the Lee Sin versus Nidalee matchup. I'm pretty sure that Jenkins, after the last game, is pretty confident on just picking like the matchup. So right now, it opens up a lot of other picks that they can just ban. Mundo, of course, Kindred ban. Just leave Lee Sin and Nidalee open and get a like really good. Okay, Alistar.
So
challenging highest champion pool right now, which is good. I like it.
Yeah, putting that challenge out there, and of
probably
course,
gonna first pick the Trundle still here. I wouldn't be too surprised if that happens. Trundle first pick.
I think first pick Elise here.
No, I wouldn't. He didn't do it last game. They didn't even first pick Elise when 4 jungle.
I feel like they can skip the Trundle simply because I feel like we haven't seen once where H2K have a clearly on paper dominant matchup in the bot lane. I feel like that's the one thing C9 has got going on for them.
But why would they ban Alistar then? It gives them the better matchup anyway, right? I mean, let him pick Alistar and take something good. Then you have the new matchup anyway, right?
Well, I mean, I think another point here, though, is do you think it's smart? Would you give credit to Cloud9 or maybe discredit on the fact that they banned Lucian? Are they correctly reading into H2K, seeing like, okay, you guys aren't worried about the jungles, so we're going to make sure you guys can't first pick that?
Oh, Lulu was open. Never mind.
I forgot.
Okay, we have to take everything back. Lulu has to be first.
It's like Lucian, Lulu is so close.
They've made a priority of taking Lucian away from Forgiven pretty much every single time, either priority picking it, so this time by putting it into the bans, obviously. Like, Sneaky's performed well on it, but looking some other direction. But like we said, Lulu's up. She is so powerful right now.
I'm not sure if with Thresh, like, I think I would rate Lulu a lot higher than Thresh if you have to ban a Lucian.
I don't feel like a Lucian ban is justified at this point.
No, it's not.
Yeah. It's not at all. I still think Misfortune is something that you can play into it, and it's very reliant on the support matchup. But that is where the question lies. How many supports can I play?
And so far, I mean, we've only seen the Alistar, and now is going to be the time to tell. Alistar's banned out. Thresh, Cloud9 had to ban out themselves, and Thresh is kind of usually a go-to, even if you're not that good. Everyone has played Thresh at some point if you're willing to go into a support role. So now what can High play? We'll have to wait and find out. Now the Misfortune comes out anyway, despite the Lucian ban. So clearly they were prepared to play Misfortune at some point.
I think it's really, really good because C9 has identified their weakness in the bot lane, and I think H2K once again are going to opt in for the Tristana to combine it with the Lulu, and then again the weakness is covered because I still feel if H2K are put in a dominant matchup against their bot lane, I still feel they will be dominators. I really like the C9 are kind of covering their weaknesses.
Okay, sounds fair enough.
What else is there open? Like, do you have to pick jungle right now, H2K? Do you want the Lee Sin right now? Probably.
I don't think you pick Lee Sin when Elise is open. I think the matchup is way too polarizing.
I think Elise is like really good against Nidalee and both Lee Sin.
I feel like if you pick jungle at this point, it has to be the Rek'Sai.
Oh, but the Lee Sin it will be. Lee Sin
I dislike this.
I mean, we have disliked a lot of things this tournament, but we have to agree that players are like going for comfort picks here. I would pick Elise right now. Trundle, of course, I can see why, because Trundle is, just got handed to them. Why would you not pick it? Really good pick. Counters Misfortune. I think that's picking early Misfortune will get punished by the Trundle pick here really hard in this game, simply because of the pillar mechanic. Misfortune has no escape, and her ultimate gets interrupted instantly by the pillar.
That is also like the beauty of the fact that C9 are banning Thresh, because Thresh is considered to be the best pick into Trundle because you can kind of save people and you can also harass them very efficiently and punish the Trundle in lane.
Okay, well, Cloud9, I mean, overall, I think the conclusion is now H2K having that win in the second game, they've kind of regained their confidence. Cloud9 is kind of put into a corner here when it comes to strategy overall. It's not just individual picks, not necessarily High, but Janna, okay.
Taking another ranged support to try to punish the Trundle a little bit. Janna will also bring great siege potential when she's past level 9, has all 5 points in the shield, so she compensates for Misfortune's maybe lackluster siege comparative to other AD carries.
Fair enough.
Of course, locks in the Shen in the top lane, which means H2K can do what they want and can put something into the Shen matchup right now. Maybe even pick Malphite is still open.
I think Malphite is going to be very important because what C9 has
It's
on
really
the
good
table
against
now,
Italy too.
it's like what C9 has on the table now, it's kind of lining up to a good poke composition. I feel like if Malphite is not going to be picked, there is going to be a massive hole.
But the biggest problem here is you have a low threat comp and you have like low damage. Lulu and Malphite together, you need something that does a lot of damage. Like, I'm not sure if Trist is enough.
Actually, though, just because the games are ending so quickly, like I completely agree in kind of the old school meta, but because the games are ending so quickly, Lulu and Malphite are still very relevant when these inhibitors are going down. You know, if the average inhib drops at 17 minutes, you know, Lulu's only level 13, she's still hitting like a truck. It's only at that 45 minute that Lulu's like, you know, my utility kind of took over for my damage.
But we have I mean, I think I can see why Rumble might be really good, especially in combination with Trundle. Think about like the Pillar and Rumble combination. Misfortune is, without Flash, Misfortune will die instantly. Like, there's nothing she can do. But last pick Anivia, we see it. Anivia has been a decent pick into Lulrite because just how punishing it can be. And yeah, overall.
So like this time, I have to give credit to C9 because this is the one game I feel like their win condition is way more clearer than H2K. I feel like they have this very strong team fight composition, but how are they eventually going to finish a game against a composition like this? They have the poke, and on the other side we lack engage. So with that in mind, it's very, very interesting both sides.
Also, there's not like a clear split push answer to Shen. I don't think Rumble is like they have to. It's on H2K right now to win the mid game right now, and overall, we will have to see how it works out.
All right. Well, our experts saying that possibly Cloud9 having the best shot they have in ending this game with fashion. We'll have to find out in game number 3. Tied 1-1 between C9 and H2K. Who will we see tomorrow going up against Ever? We'll find out right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, once again to IEM Cologne, and there is a massive third game on the line here. It has been a battle of wits and a battle across the lanes between H2K and Cloud9. Papa Smithy.
And fittingly, we have a really balanced draft between both these teams. It's not like game 1 where we're like, okay, a lot of melee champions coming in here. It's not like game 2 where it felt like it was skirmish against initiation. This time we don't really have primary initiation on either side. Only thing I can say, though, a lot of immobile champions in Cloud9. We're talking about Anivia and Misfortune, positioning-based champions. If Jankos can turn around this matchup, once again we're seeing the Lee Sin versus Nidalee. Jankos is the one who can really force the misposition out of either Anivia or Misfortune and really turn the tide of a team fight.
Oh yeah, he's got so much experience on this Lee Sin. And not only that, H2K have built themselves a classic team fighting composition. A lot of it is going to be on Forgiven to output the constant damage, but he's no stranger to that duty. And I feel like if they can get a fight in the right place, a well-placed equalizer, something Otoamne is very known for, can spell the end for Cloud9 here.
We finally see the Misfortune come out in this particular series, and it's with Trundle available. And the reason why Trundle's seen as a pseudo-counter to the Misfortune is that you have a massive cast range on the Pillar of Ice, and the Pillar of Ice, not everyone knows this, is actually an interrupt. It does have that mini displacement effect, so it stops the channel from the bullet time. As Rush going for the same ward invaders did previously, going to be spotted, but not really a lot of counterplay available for a Trundle in that situation.
Yeah, well, now that Forgiven has gone just outside of the ward range, well, of course, not going to spot through the wall, he can back and decide to move it back towards the top side. But the question is, does he want to do that? This bottom lane that Cloud9 is running is going to be a lot of kite, and I feel like he might want to take the 2v1.
A lot of information available to Cloud9. They're the ones that were able to get the aggressive wards on both sides of the enemy jungle. Maybe that's one of the reasons we're seeing the priority on a champion like Nidalee, is that she is unique in being able to balance aggressive and defensive vision just because she has those wall jumps.
Very true, and it's clearly a comfortable pickup for Rush, but, you know, Jankos on this Lee Sin has made it last a lot longer. We had a very long game by comparison, 38 minutes that last time around. But H2K definitely seemed way more in control of it once they started to turn it around on the Baron. I feel like Cloud9, though, will not make that same kind of mistake twice.
Jankos is just, as I said, the Lee Sin. He's the one with the options in the team fight. Can you get behind that Anivia? Can you get behind that Misfortune? Kick one of those into your teammates, take them down, and it looks like a one-team fight for H2K as Vander face checks a lot of damage.
Sometimes you just got to troll, but he joins up with Forgiven in the top side, and we have a 2v2. Sneaking high guest ride, if that's indeed what they wanted to take. A lot of speed boosts here. As long as he's moving towards that Janna, Sneaky will be able to strut it out quite fast.
And look, the Janna coming out, that was the question. We're like, okay, after the Alistar, what's he got? The answer's Janna, you know, a champion who hasn't really been talked about in the same breadth as champion like Bard and the other champions who are really talked about. Definitely not one of the strongest abusers of a really powerful item like Frostprince Flame. Of course, it's fine on the Janna, but not quite the same abuser when it comes, say, Bard, for example, who can get those Thunderlords procs instantly and win trades at level 1. The Janna, with such a strong lane like Misfortune, is still going to be absolutely fine. The 2v2 is Rush.
Looks to rush down Otoamne, gets the taunt, but Rush does not synchronize with the spear. Instantly flashed away by Otoamne. They do get the summoner, but Balls takes a whole lot of damage from the Flame Spitter.
That's not what we were expecting. It's actually Cloud9 that have the communication breakdown. You could see they weren't on the same wavelength. The result is they expend the flash for no result. Rush used that, speared into where he expected the opponent to be, not accounting for the taunt flash from Balls.
You know, we thought this mid lane was going to be much more of a farm fest, but these two guys really have it out for each other. We're not disengage a champion like Lulu. Ryu tries to push forward, but he gets punished by Jensen after the stun lands.
I mean, Jensen's the one that has to be creative in this matchup. Of course, doesn't have the reliable wave clear that we associate with Anivia until level 6, whereas Ryu can just throw out the glitter lands, push a plenty, and he's the one who's going to push in this Anivia until level 6 is achieved.
Yeah. Cloud9 repping the North American pride here with that Anivia skin as well. Rush should be able to focus with impunity on this top side if he really wants to try and push it forward, but of course he's going to wait until Forgiven and Vander have pushed out. Remember, Forgiven has had a number of positional errors this game. He usually comes up with a kill or at least trades even, but when he does jump forward into an unexpected amount of enemy team members, he gets shut down pretty easily.
And the over-aggression that we don't usually associate with Forgiven, specifically in competitive, has come to the kind of solo queue-esque players where you're like, oh, I'm going to go guts or glory. And of course, they just fall flat on the face. But we're not going to expect too much more of that. Again, it's his first series in a long time after his competitive ruling on a new team. Game 2 was much more solid display coming through from Forgiven, and we expect that to continue. Same champion, 3 games in a row.
Yeah, well, you know, when Illusion is taken away from him, lately he has been liking this Tristana a lot more. He did pick it up last season after people started, you know, shutting down his Graves when it was still really in vogue, shutting his Caitlyn down, and of course, you know, we saw people spending 2-3 bans on this guy constantly, and with good reason. Question is, will he be able to put out the damage in team fights that H2K needs? Because this is the kind of comp they built around it. It's him and Otoamne.
I mean, you get to that tipping point where you have the whimsy coming through from Ryu. Let's return to the Lulu. It's been perma-banned a lot. You know, Lulu, of course, was in vogue for almost the majority of the 2015 series. Consider this. We're in this preseason patch where games are ending much earlier. You have to remember that the result there is that there never comes that point where Lulu is considered only a utility bot, only an ult bot, only a whimsy bot. you are going to do respectable damage as Lulu at 27 minutes, and games are frequently ending way before the 30-minute mark. So Lulu, whether it's Death Cap, whether it's Luden's Echo after that inevitable first mana regen item, is going to be doing respectable damage for the majority of a preseason game.
And you can talk about the same thing with this Nidalee pick as well. So even though we didn't really anticipate it to be as popular as it has been today, it really does seem to do a lot in the right hands. If Rush can continue to prove true to his name and keep the pressure on H2K, it could definitely prove to be a solid pick here. Jankos will manage to land. His Q goes in, follows up. It's a little bit of extra damage out, and Ryu tries to chase forward, but he really doesn't need any help here. Great trade for Jankos to start this one off, although Ryu's a little bit zoned out thanks to the Anivia ult.
And Jankos is just reacting to the fact that Anivia, what can she do? She can wave clear very well, but she's anchored to the mid lane. This is a champion with the lowest base movement speed in the game. Whimsy means that Ryu will always be the first to react to any sort of jungle skirmish, and therefore Jankos, this game, he's finally on the front foot after having watched Rush basically dictate the previous game.
They keep fighting over that Raptor, man. Scraps all over that jungle. Jensen will spend his teleport getting back to lane. Remember, we talked about the double teleport being available for both these teams. These fights can get absolutely hectic the longer the game goes on, and the timing is very important. Obviously, 6 minutes into the game, it's not as important. Jensen getting back to lane is definitely going to be useful, as we see a little bit of a trade in the top lane. High manages to push Forgiven and Vander back as Sneaky will finish off clearing that wave, but this is a lane that, if they manage to get caught, they don't have too many tools to disengage outside of the Janna ulti, which isn't quite available yet.
Oh, come on. Janna's the queen of disengage pyrotechnics. So.
No, she's got the knockup, but you have to be able to land it in a line to get both these guys off. However, there's a really good trade with the double up. Sneaky's been able to do a lot of damage on Forgiven here, but he's low on mana, so they have to be careful.
They haven't spied whether he's maxing E like we saw both Bebe and Uzi doing at All-Star, or if he's going for the more traditional Q max. I think Thunderlords, of course, hasn't been reduced to 20-second cooldown, so still very powerful, but not quite the power of the 524, where we will see the League of Thunderlords in full effect. Still very powerful. The fact that you can trade from so far away, Make It Rain is unique in that every proc of the ability counts as a separate cast, so therefore a Thunderlord's proc is inevitable, given that you can cast it from so far, and there's nothing an AD carry can do. You just, well, basically, whenever they start attacking minions, throw out that Make It Rain, you'll get the Thunderlord's proc, and you'll win the trade just because it's out of damage return range for basically every enemy AD carry.
And it's especially true against the Tristana as well. And when it comes to those team fights, you know, it's going to come down to how well Balls and Sneaky can synergize their own abilities, because if you land a Shenton on multiple targets and then just unleash bullet time, it's going to be so hard for H2K to fight back through all of that. But they have a lot of tools of their own. If Odoamne comes around the side and, you know, nails the equalizer, that then turns the tables for H2K.
I mean, space control, that's what the equalizer provides. So theoretically, you can't channel that ultimate and just sit on top of the equalizer. So where will there be a fight where Vander has already used his pillar, thus doesn't have it available to interrupt bullet time, and Odoamne is already ulted? That's the only team fight where realistically Sneaky will be able to channel bullet time. And it has such high potential damage. 5,000 damage with 3 or 4 AD items is what's potential out of Misfortune, but these pocket picks, this new pick in Trundle's support, is one of the best at shutting down what bullet time's all about.
And certainly make the interrupt happen. Rush trying to control this top side. A little bit of pressure to clear out the crowd. He gets the vision. They've got a couple of pink wards invested all through that river, so they will spot anybody that goes through it, as well as a deep ward over by the Gromp to spot Jankos when he comes around. And it really has been a lot of attention paid to in this top side, but so far, Sneaky's winning it, and that's really to be expected in this MF versus Tristana matchup, to tell you the truth.
It's weird to say, but you'd have to say that Janna has slightly more lane presence than Trundle. You know, usually she's the one that has to be on the back foot, but Misfortune, she's a lane-dominant champion. You throw the shield on, and Sneaky's basically 1v2ing, but that one of those two is Trundle, who, you know, all about the pillar, all about the utility, not so much about the laning.
Well, there's the pillar there, but look at that Make It Rain. That's going to be immediately Sneaky backing away as soon as he sees a sight of Jankos, but nearly picked off Forgiven before it happened.
Yes, Forgiven was smart. They knew he couldn't be greedy enough to just use the rocket jump. He needs to flash instantly, because would have died to the procs of the bullet time during the channel of the rocket jump. So Jankos has to stay on top to try and relieve pressure. C9, they're going to extend their advantage in the top lane.
Yeah, they keep it up. I mean, the goal's pretty even in this one, since we really haven't seen much outside of the lanes. We're almost on the 10-minute mark without the first blood, but this game has been so much more about careful planning and execution than insane fighting, as Jensen finds Ryu and forces out the Wild Growth.
Wild Growth used. No other summoners, though, and still has that teleport. Ryu hasn't been to back for a long time. Was able to just whimsy back to lane rather than Jensen, who was forced to teleport back into lane. Vander doesn't back. He's just there to stop the turret from falling down, and yeah, no kills, 10 minutes in. Definitely not a Chinese League of Legends game right here.
No, this is a lot more LCK for sure. Ryu goes ahead and picks himself up his blue buff. Jensen will take the moment he's gone to clear away a ward in the brush. And Ryu's got to be careful here. Jensen has just enough mana to be able to do that.
Ooh.
Not quite enough on the wrong side of the wall, but he still made him think twice about it. And he is running this lane right now with a slight CS advantage.
To worry though, used his flash aggressively, couldn't quite get the pick, and now suddenly, Jankos, he's gonna have wards, he's gonna have ward jumps. Suddenly Anivia is looking like a potential gank recipient in the mid lane. As Rush continues to be the annoying Nidalee that we know him to be.
I was going to say, it's really a big nuisance in Jankos' side, but he's been, giving as good as he's getting this series so far. In the last game, they got, of course, the same picks. Rush will help out Jensen to clear the wave, who's going to need to back away as he's completely run out of mana at this point. And we'll see the duo lane swap a little bit back to the bottom side on both sides.
That happens a lot later in this patch just because Dragon doesn't have that same priority. Of course, the problem with going for that lane swap is you usually gave up an early Dragon or the early Dragon snowball to a team, but just not a factor so much in the preseason patch. That might change in future patches, but at least on 5.23, Dragon's deprioritization leads to, what, 20-minute first Dragons, if that?
Yeah, and there's just no reason to take it early. I mean, yes, you get a small boost, but you're not going to try to fight early on. What do you give up in exchange? You might lose a tower or two. Most teams are willing to take that, and that's why we're seeing it be deprioritized at the moment. Odoamne is going to go back down to the bottom side. It looks like Forgiven and Vander just do not want this 2v2.
And in general, this just shows you that on patch 5.23, you're happy to trade guaranteed farm on Forgiven, in this matchup of Tristana versus Shen over going for that Dragon. That's how much Dragons deprioritize. Here we go.
Fantastic equalizer, forcing Sneaky to flash. High will throw down his own Monsoon. Meanwhile, though, Rush is getting kicked through the Dragon Pit, and Jankos connects for first blood on H2K's side. Out jungled.
Yes, solo kill between the junglers. Solo kill in the skill matchup. It was all about Rush previous game. This time, Jankos, from early on when we saw we had the pressure advantage with Ryu being able to rotate, this time it's just a pure 1v1.
Able to pick himself up a little bit of gold. This also alleviates some pressure as Ryu pushes in on the mid. Vander and Odoamne push in on the bottom. Forgiven pushes in on the top.
And they get everything. They get the turret damage down on bot. They get the solo farm on Forgiven, who is struggling in the 2v2. We're going to watch a replay. We're going to get the actual full video between these two. This was Jankos going in aggressively, missing the first Q.
Just has so much more damage here. Even with the Gromp buff, instant kick manages to nearly clip the Nidalee.
And we're always fast and ready to praise Rush's mechanics. Jankos is on point.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's such a comfortable champion for him. And solid Lee Sin players will always find a place in the meta, no matter what it is. And Vander is one of the best, if not the best jungler in Europe.
Lee Sin's a champion that survives all metas. Now even against Kindred has options. Sneaky's caught.
Yep, it is just caught between a Cone and an Odoamne. Not to mention Vander for good measure, but in comes Balls to try and save the day. Taunt is on, Rush is coming around. There's the bullet time. Vander has nearly no health, and he's taken out by a Vorpal Blade from Balls. Odoamne caught now with the rest of Cloud9. A very quick collapse, and H2K don't know what hit him.
But why are H2K making these aggressive moves with no AD carry in the bot lane? They just ran out of damage. They had Misfortune dead to rights, didn't have flash, still had heal up.
Rush nearly ate it there.
Picks was still on him, but didn't have the cooldown. Of course, hasn't gone for any CDR in this build, gone for the Rod of Ages, so didn't have the second rotation of spells coming through. H2K had made the conceded choice to go for farm on Tristana. They don't worry about giving up Dragons. They actually got more than they expected and got the turret in bottom, but they got too greedy looking for kills, ran out of damage, and now undo some of their really good early work in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth there, but all said and done, we have 1,000 gold advantage still in favor of H2K despite the kill deficit, and that's really all in those two towers that they managed to get. One in the bottom, Forgiven finished off the one in the top, but it was at cost of 2 kills over to Cloud9.
And the turret change is something that kind of been slept on. Not, of course, the turret health changes. It's very well known now that inner turrets are kind of like paper compared to where they were before. Just much lower effective health until much later in the game. But the other change was, if you thought about Riot's trend, it was towards deprioritizing global gold from turrets. Now, the global gold's very much there. One of the biggest ways to secure gold onto these low-income members is to pick up the global gold coming through from taking down turrets. So whenever you get them down, it's the support, it's the lower income members that massively are benefited from picking up those turrets.
Yeah. On top of that, High is going to have himself even more gold once he finishes off the Frostqueen's claim. But he's, of course, opted to be a little bit more vision-oriented early on, finishes his Sidestone early, gets his cooldown boots. H2K will go ahead and start off this Dragon. I still feel it's a bit risky if Cloud9 knew about it, but they're not going for it.
I mean, to be fair, H2K actually have pretty good vision around the Rift Herald, not exactly on top of it, but they knew they weren't trading it for any other objectives. They didn't lose anything barring some minion control for picking up that first Dragon, and once you have that one in the bank, it's all about denying the first Dragon from the enemy or just accepting that it's an equal trade of stats.
Yeah. Well, this is all coming down to the deep vision that they did have placed, so they knew Rush might have been in the area, but he wasn't moving towards them.
To say there's a vision disparity would be an understatement. H2K have a wonderful array of aggressive wards and only really defensive vision coming through from Cloud9. They do not have any vision ahead of the middle of the map, barring one ward around the blue of H2K.
You know, that's the advantage of the double Sidestone, too. Yenko still favors this build, and you can see why. It's helping them out quite a lot here. Of course, you know, League of Blue Trinkets means you can pretty much place things down relatively all over the place, but those wards evaporate pretty easily as soon as somebody steps on them. Speaking of, Rush will go ahead and find himself a pink. But H2K are doing really good work with this vision that they have gained, and as long as they don't get caught and cocky, Cloud9 are going to have a hard time taking them down.
And that's why the fact that in a meta where you have blue trinkets, which means you have non-committal vision, you can put down vision far away without having to face check anything. The fact that they have 4 blue trinkets and yet still haven't got any advanced vision across the river lets you know that Cloud9 are in turtle mode. They have no interest of contesting anything on the enemy's side. They've basically ceded the enemy side of the jungle and are only really looking to try and fight for what should rightfully be theirs.
Yeah, we saw this early on in the first game, but of course Cloud9 did manage to turn that one around. Ryu is caught now, and a lot more damage will force out the ultimate from him, but Jankos and Vander are here to the rescue. Jensen very quickly flashes away from the pillar.
Needed his flash up. I believe it just had come back up. We were reflecting on the fact that it was down just a few minutes ago. There's a Shen ultimate.
Yeah, Rush is looking to come in. Nice Electro Harpoon to slow him down. Balls will still manage to land the taunt. And now, in 2v1 mode, Otawamne is overheating and out of time. Throws down the equalizer. The minions will slow up Rush for only a second. Pounces on him and grabs himself his second kill of the game.
Otawamne was silenced for the most. He threw down the ult just to try and counter push, and he missed the minion wave. So that was definitely sad times for Otawamne.
0-2, not the greatest start for him right now. However, it is going to be all about those team fights for H2K. Gold is still relatively even, but that could change on a dime. Although Sneaky is pushing a tower in the bottom side, H2K have brought a few more friends to the party in the mid. Ignoring Jensen for a moment, Jankos actually gets pushed out for just a second, and the spear nearly connects on him. He's got to be careful. He could get taken down quick. The Janna shield almost saves the day, but it's going to be forgiven, getting taunted up by Balls. Vander now is the target that they look for. Jankos kicks in Rush, but he doesn't connect the Sonic Wave. Instantly, they turn back on him. Balls is still causing havoc in the backline, but Otawamne is here to the rescue, and he's burning away the members of Cloud9. Vander stays alive. Rush has got to back out, but Forgiven's right on his tail.
You can see the ball times channel. That's finally going to be Rush falling down. It's a 2-for-1 trade, a minimal trade. H2K went for the engage, but there was so many mini stuns on Jankos that despite the fact he got the ward jump into the back, he couldn't get that early initiation. Would have been much more of a landslide win for H2K, but still looking pretty damn good.
3-1, they're going to grab themselves another turret. It may not have been the team fight that they wanted, but it was the one they needed right now. The skirmish that they could follow up with adding more members to the party, and just keeping Forgiven safe, letting him pump out the damage, letting Otawamne get in the front line and just chase everyone away. It worked perfectly.
It's all about the Lulu, Pyra. This is a champion that should be contested for first pick or ban in every game at the strength and the pace of the current patch. The damage doesn't fall off because the game doesn't go far enough for it to do so. And the utility on the AD carries who have this new suite of beautiful weapons to be able to do more damage. The 2-item power spikes are real for the AD carries, and at that same time, the Whimsy's speeding them up, and the fights just go on the advantage of the Lulu team far more often than not.
Yeah, and when combined with this Tristana too, I mean, when your job as an AD carry is to sit as far back as you can and pump out constant damage uninterrupted, Tristana fits that bill well, but combined with a rapid fire cannon, you get even more range adding to your passive. You can continue to just pump away and hopefully grab some crits. You can wreck towers as soon as the fights are over. It's kind of the complete package, and I feel like this is why Forgiven favors it so much when his Lucian's taken out of the pool.
Yeah, the pushing power. That's the reliable thing that no one can outpush at Tristana, not with the changes for Jinx a few patches ago, so... Yeah, Cloud9 on the back foot, still not with any sort of aggressive vision. H2K sniffing around for a gank up top, not going to find anything. But it's the reality of Anivia. You have equal wave clear at this point between Lulu and Anivia, but Anivia can't react fast to anything. Nothing about her is speedy in that way, and Whimsy makes everyone a potential pick champion for H2K.
Vander is going to get caught up, but he will send his cone out to stop any further damage from coming. And for Cloud9, yeah, this Anivia, it's tough to pull off because you need to be able to catch people. And what CC do they have on their side? Other than Anivia's own, you're going to have pretty much balls.
Yep.
Unless you can land like a flash Janna Monsoon.
Engage has not been their thing. That's why I said neither of these teams have true Engage. Jankos is the one who has the options, has the suite of CC. But of course, you have to be pretty optimistic to pick up the insect kicks that are required to get engaged. So the Whimsy's the big change.
Yeah.
The fact that you're going to have positioning at every opportunity is, here we go.
Rush jumps in, and he's going to get some help from Balls in just a minute. There comes Jankos, kicks Balls back away. They land an equalizer, and Jankos will pick up a kill on Rush. Balls still burning away as Odoamne turns to try and head off the rest of Cloud9. Balls will fall, but not before Sneaky bullet times his way to half health Vander. Odoamne exhausted, has to turn away. High is going to disengage with a Monsoon. Odo flashes the wall, but the rest of Cloud9 have already gotten the hell out of dodge.
And H2K is able to move back. They get the one kill. They're going to push up the lanes. Every lane consistently pushed. Full channel of bullet time. Gets a lot of damage onto Vander, but only Vander. And that's the crucial factor, is that no one is tunneling into the bullet time from H2K.
Yeah, and if anybody can tank it up for a little while, it's Vander. As Jankos looks to start off the Dragon. He might even be able to do this one solo, but it's going to be slow. So we'll call over the help of Forgiven. This one should be pretty easy for them to take, although it's spotted out by Cloud9. They know that if they... Well, they won't be able to collapse on it, but they can safely push out of their lanes without having to worry about getting caught for the moment.
Take down that second Dragon. Not a massive factor to comment on. High is pretty far caught out. Does he have Flash Available? He does. Will he have to use it? Answer is no.
He was able to save himself a lot of pain by throwing down the shield. Odo is blocked off by the Anivia wall. Jensen will clear out the wave and keep on backing away. A very safe pick in this Anivia just because he hasn't been caught in the back, but he remains at 0-0-1 because he can't in turn pump out the damage on the targets in the back line of H2K.
A bit of an impasse at this moment. There doesn't seem to be anything that can really swing the game. The lack of engage is what means that we're going to see a lot of minion wave pushing. We're waiting for a titanic fight over the likes of Baron just because Dragon is no longer a point of contest. So feels like when you're forced to fight, because remember, neither of these teams have the true engage options. The only way to force a fight used to be the threat of, say, 4th or 5th Dragon. Well, not really a factor anymore. I guess it might be with such low engage in this particular game. But Baron is probably the only guaranteed place that you'll get a big fight between two low engage comps.
The difference between these two teams, though, is Cloud9 definitely doesn't want to take that if they can avoid it. They want to be able to 0 to 100 a few people. But H2K are the ones that really have the ability to team fight once it comes down to bashing heads. They're going to keep Odoamne top for the meantime to deal with the wave, but there's 4 Cloud9 members in this middle. They've got to be careful, though, because Forgiven is pushing Balls back towards this turret. They could turn around and collapse on him, but that'll be an instant whistle from H2K as Odo now comes down to try and even the odds in this mid.
And it'll be a super predictable collapse. Look at the defensive wards. It's littered with wards, and that's why they're trying to counter-push their own, but Jankos
doesn't quite get the insect the direction he wanted it, but Sneaky now is going to be burning down, even with the help of the Monsoon. Jankos occupying Jensen and Rush. He manages to egg the Nivea, and now Rush trying to throw the spears out. There's the wild growth on, but it won't even matter.
And Stein's going in.
Yeah, Forgiven should be able to polish off High. Almost gets Rush, but the flash is there. He has the reset, however. Manages to get a bit more damage, and he's on the chase. The rest of H2K at his back. Rush should be able to escape, but it may be a wild ride throughout his own jungle.
Look, it's a return to what H2K tried to do in Game 1, but with such superior defensive warding. H2K in a great spot.
Flashing in, manages to take him out. Ryu will get the kill there, and instantly the Baron is started. Nothing Cloud9 can do. They're all dead, except for Balls.
This is looking like a massive upset, Pyro. We're looking like the 2-day-old lineup of H2K might be able to take down the much vaunted lineup from Cloud9 that have practiced for a month. Remember, they denied High from going to All-Stars, saying, no, we want to scrim. We are looking to win IEM Cologne. And 24 minutes into Game 3, it's looking like a bit of a dream at this point.
Might be in the pipe as well. H2K, you know, they're looking together in these 5v5s, and that's the crazy thing, that they've only had a couple days together. Now, it's not completely true that they've, you know, none of them have any experience working together, since we have, you know, Vander and Jankos coming over from Rocket. We have Odo and Ryu sticking around. But Forgiven, you know, this guy's coming in from after having not played a few months. He's done his job to a T as Tristana. He clearly knows his champion. He knows exactly the positioning he needs to be in. Yes, he's made some aggressive plays this series that have turned the tide in favor of Cloud9.
But let's be fair.
But this time it's great.
H2K are playing themselves into form. They had a great first 15 to 20 minutes in game one, and then predictably, they overpushed. They overstayed. They didn't have the defensive wards. They went down. You have to praise what Prolly's been able to do in between games here, because the improvement from game 1 to 3, this is what, let's say realistically, maybe the 15th or 16th game these teams have played. You are seeing significant game-on-game improvement from H2K.
The turnaround's definitely been fantastic for them. And everyone's getting up to speed on this lineup right now. This is the scary thing for Cloud9, and despite the gold differential being just so massive, you can see what's really coming into play here. Huge item advantage for Ottawamne. Forgiven has done exactly what he needed to do, and he just has a whole boatload of crit. The Lulu is still relevant. As you said, it doesn't really matter because the games don't go 40-plus minutes anymore. The Lulu still is incredibly effective. Ottawamne could get chased down here.
Oh boy, 4 seconds slow.
But he dodges the spear.
Not looking to engage. Forgiven, happy to take a couple of turret shots because guaranteed damage coming on to this top turret. Split push Forgiven has been the story multiple times. That's how he uses the Tristana. It's not about the 5v5 team fights. Yeah. It's taking out every structure he can find.
Slow methodical push in here for H2K. Balls can't get in there to defend, and Ryu will polish off the turret. Balls could be in trouble. Another one falls in the middle as the Tristana has rejoined. There's 2 open inhibs, and Sneaky is nearly taken out. Equalizer thrown down. Jankos kicks High back in. Forgiven's knocked away, but he's got a wild growth on him. High will melt, and so will Jensen. Now it's going to be big trouble for Cloud9. They've lost 2 members, and an inhibitor's going down with the Baron buff pushing in. This could be the end of the game here, Papa Smithy.
The full court press from H2K with this Lulu has been exactly what I expect from this champion, patch 523. Going to see a bit more fighting, but with the next exposed, H2K pull out the upset. 2 days into this lineup, they have upset Cloud9.
Big win for them on the board. Questions abounded after that first game. But all smiles now for the H2K lineup, a brand new squad of guys, and this truly looks like the European super team.
That's starting to play as strong as the lineup on paper suggested they had the potential to. We heard Prolly pre-game talk about the fact that it wasn't the same well-rounded team, that it had its peaks and troughs, but they looked like they were on the same point just 3 games into a series at their first event 2 days after getting the lineup together.
After a rough start for them, they really impaled Cloud9 on those sharp spikes they've got. I really like this. There's so many wild cards that they can pull out. You know, we saw Ryu step up and carry in game 2 on the LeBlanc. We saw him really be a bully on the Lulu as well. Forgiven did his job exactly what he needed to. He didn't need to play anything but Tristana, but it's good to know that he's got several things in his pocket at this point.
And it kind of puts into light Forgiven's career. You look back on SK, very common to have 380 carry bans against him. That team was all about Forgiven. That was their one trick. And once it was found out, that team started to fall apart. On Gamba, he tried to play a different role. You mentioned it, more of a team role. Didn't quite have the cavalry with him to really make it work. And now, still playing the team role on this third team. But what a team he has around him, and the difference shown in that victory.
I feel like, you know, everyone's really shown a lot of positives on both these teams, but especially this series. Jankos has impressed me so much. He had a bit of a trough during the last season, even when he was on signature champions like Lee Sin. And I feel like he might have just not been playing up to the level. Maybe they just were afraid of falling down in the rankings. But Jankos has shown up massive this time around. And, you know, you got to start thinking about that Lee Sin as a target ban going forward in these next couple matches.
And we saw Rush's Nidalee versus Jankos' Lee Sin 2 games in a row. And fittingly, Rush well on top in the first game. Jankos, he made it look good in game 2. And if we take one thing away from this particular game, that third game of the series, no more Lulu, please, because that champion just ran over Cloud9 and ensured that another short game, just because it takes over the game, the damage is still relevant. And even without true engage, if you're moving at 900 miles an hour, anyone can be a pick champion.
It's absolutely true. Now, we're going to go ahead and send it down stage side where we're ready for the post-game interview from H2K's jungler.
No, it's fine. It's fine, dude.
Hey, guys, here we are back. I'm joined by Jankos.
Hello.
First off, Jankos, congratulations. Let's shake it out. There you go. Very well done.
Thank you.
The old mic swap. Let's start in there. Obviously, map 1 didn't go your favor. Map 2, it seemed like the choice of LeBlanc going up against the blind choice of Cassiopeia really changed things for you. How did you see that?
Well, we knew we need to have like mobile mid laner and as well a little bit of burst if we had like such a sustained damage team comp. So we just went for LeBlanc, and as well like LeBlanc and Lee Sin, I'm pretty sure can win like easily versus Cassiopeia and Nidalee mid lane. So like we also wanted to go for the 2v2 mid. And Ryu is like got LeBlanc, you know, so it was perfect pick for him, and he wanted to play it, so why not, you know?
Now, from that moment, game 2 onwards, you kind of seem to start playing more cohesively as a team. You started to work better, both also in the decision-making. What changed for you and your teammates?
I think the issue is that we had only 2 days of practice with like our coach and like total of 4 days without, which means like 2 days like of solo queue scrims, you know. So like the issue for us is that we still are not good as a team. So in first game when we had like 2-3K gold lead, I believe, and they had like better scaling team comp with like Mundo, for example, in the jungle. Like we had the lead and then like we didn't snowball and like we went for the crazy 1v1 fights. Like for example, Tristana bot died and then like Fiora on enemy blue buff. It was like so random. So like in second game we spoke with the Proli, with our coach, and he said that like we kind of need to stop doing that and we need to play as a team, you know, like we had good siege, just like group up, you know, play as a team when you're ahead. And like that went pretty easy, I guess, you know.
It seems like it worked out now.
And then like wait.
Sorry, I apologize. No,
and
you
then
go.
like I'm pretty sure like I think Shen Sunfire like stole the Nashor like after my smite. So I think it was like super big in this game because if they would get the Nash, they'd probably like end the game like or snowball more. But like because we got the Nash, it was it kind of saved us, to be fair.
Okay. So now, looking at that matchup, you guys went up against Rush, and this is a great Lee Sin and Nidali player. Was that something that you had you seemed comfortable with that? Was that something that you had prepared for, practiced for, just confidence? What was going on there?
I mean, like, so basically, I played against like the best EU junglers, which is like amazing, and like Svenskeren and Shuk. Like, those people are like so good, you know? So like Izra's like even better than them. Like, maybe a little bit because he's like Korean guy, so he's like God, you know. But like I don't think he's that, like, you can't just rate him like super high, you know. He's like just normal player and you play as a team and you don't care about this. So overall I rate my performance like not as good as his. I think he played better, at least like first and second game. I would say I played better on the third game. And it was mainly because first game he outscaled me, so he did like more damage and stuff like with Mundo, but like I had way better early game. And then second game, I died like way too many times on Lee Sin because I was trying to save my team. But like third game, I killed him like 1v1 because Lee Sin like can actually do that with Red Smite. Like he can actually outplay Nidali. So I was pretty happy with that. Like he was good. He was very good. I've heard as well from Svenskeren that he's like the best NA jungler or like second best, you know, that I should be careful for him. So yeah, it went fine, you know, I think.
It did go very fine because you have secured yourself a place in day 2. So what will you and the guys do tonight? What goes on from here on out?
I mean, we just probably like go back to the hotel, eat something, and we will talk about tomorrow's game. The issue is that we'll play Korean team, and like Koreans, well, we all know like they are better than the other ones, but we will see. Like we are not scared. The only issue, like I said, we didn't practice as much, but we will do our best.
Well, you've done very well so far, and the fans have been super supportive of you. Anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the real tournament starts tomorrow because like all the NA teams are out. So like now it's going to be competitive.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. Sure, lots to break down, so we'll head back over to the one and only Chobra Commander.
So according to Jankos, Korea, no matter which team is here, it's just obviously better, including the fact that Russia's Korean and therefore he's just a god. But since the NA teams are out, no matter what that means, the real competition starts tomorrow. That's just straight, I'm just quoting somebody. I do not necessarily condone that statement. I'll leave it at no comment for me. You guys can have your own opinions all you want. Well, let's talk about the match that just happened. Of course, like we just saw, H2K brings the win, and I mean, what would you guys say? The biggest concern going in is the decision-making there, and they seem to play fine games 2 and 3.
Before that, just look at draft. The fact that Lulu was even in this game. Again, we saw Cloud9 was having these problems every single game with their draft phase. You know, maybe not blind picking the Cassiopeia, you know, rotating Alistar and Shin in the same rotation. This time around, leaving the Lulu up, choosing, I think they target banned Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh and Lucian. Yeah.
And I frankly feel like they were punished across the board on their draft phase.
And I feel like 2 important questions that we posed earlier on was Balls as a player was heavily critiqued, and in this particular tournament we see that his champion pool is once again lacking. He's leaning to these easier champions to play, like the Shen, like the Maw fights, and also the other important question was the lane phase of High and Sneaky. In this last game, they had the Janna Misfortune into the Tristana Trundle, which is a heavily favorite matchup for, of course, the Misfortune and the Janna, and they couldn't really create any advantages. Tristana and Trundle were winning this matchup. So those two questions are now answered.
Okay. Dexter, what about you? I mean, is it just kind of everything we talked about coming to fruition?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty disappointed by the drafting from C9 because if you practice for 1 month and you practice on that patch, I think you should know that stuff like Trundle is good, and then you don't first pick Lucian, you pick Ryze, for example. You should not give away Lulu. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of that drafting at all.
Something that I would like to add, I think Rush is a top-tier jungler, but with the way people are hyping him as if he's the best jungler in the world is where I kind of question it. Because, to be honest, he topped the solo queue of NA, he topped the solo queue ladder of Korea as well, and he also topped the ladder he smashed everyone in NA LCS. And what do all these have in common? You're most likely going to face a bad jungler in the previous season. That is just what it is. We didn't see Rush tested against a good jungler. Today we saw it. He played very, very well, but I think Janko also showed that he also can play very, very well.
Yeah, so perhaps Rush also suffering a little bit from the fact that he wasn't challenged too much coming in, and now he's going to have to kind of push his own potential a little bit further, going, you know, if he wants to shine on an international stage.
I mean, in my eyes, Nidalee is still not a good pick in competitive.
That could also be it.
It's so overrated. That's the biggest problem. I think it's so much emphasis on Nidalee, but there's like so much more. Like, why? Why?
Why? I feel like the biggest reason why Nidalee is so bad, I think, if you agree with me, Dexter, is the fact that Nidalee, the item she has to buy, the jungle...
Elise, for example.
Right.
Why is Elise not being picked?
Jungle item is just so bad right now.
Runeglaive is really bad. I mean, there's this called the budget item where you got Rod of Ages, we talked about it, and Abyssal, which is kind of fine, but there are like so many picks that punish Nidalee like really badly. For example, Trundle is very good because of the slow, and then Kalista is always like the AD carry that punishes very well because of the ultimate. Everything with Heart Engage, Malphite too, Malphite top tier pick, punishes Nidalee very well too. And in general, it's just Heart Engage is just super good against Nidalee because she's so squishy, and if you catch her out of position, expecting the enemy team and say, hey, I'm a better player than you, and then you just go on to them. So that's how I see Nidalee as a pick.
I want to quickly touch on Lee Sin. I know that you guys have like some mixed feelings on Lee Sin.
If you don't work as... I think Nidalee works if you basically disrespect...
But we've seen, you know, people go back to their comfort champion. He's unique in that he's one of the junglers kind of in meta right now. If you think about Kindred, Nidalee, Elise, and Lee Sin as kind of your 4 junglers that are being played, that he finds an actual power spike at level 6. Elise, obviously, level 6 isn't going to mean much for her because she doesn't have an ultimate. Nidalee, kind of the same deal. I mean, you'll get innate power, and then Kindred's ultimate is more used defensively as opposed to an immediate just like rushing the red smite, having that that ultimate power spike available to you, being able to synergize with the other ultimates on the map, I think is kind of a big kill pressure, especially when you need to make those plays early game.
Yeah, that's a fair point, something to look at as we move on forward. But the results are in, then we have wrapped up the matches. So let's take a look at the bracket and what it is in store for tomorrow and going forward for the rest of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne. So as we saw earlier in the day, the QG Reapers actually winning, you know, perhaps as most people expected. Dignitas, of course, taking that win, looking good in that one game, but still a lot to work on going forward to 2016. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the bracket, Cloud9 couldn't close it out. H2K actually comes back to get their own 2-1, and tomorrow we will see QG Reapers going up against Fnatic, which of course with their roster change, a lot of big hopes and excitement around that one, and Ever playing as H2K Gaming. I mean, Ever's got a big story around them too. It came in, won Kespa Cup, beat SKT, the world champions.
Best team in the world. Best team in the world, man.
Right, I mean, statistically, that is what it is, right? The unofficial world champion currently. It is going to be Ever. I'm sure we'll have a lot more to say about them tomorrow when we break it down, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. Meanwhile, don't forget, you can check out all the news, all the scores, all the stats about League of Legends here at the Intel Extreme Masters with the Score Esports app. Download it at the iOS App Store or Google Play. You'll be able to keep up with all the action this weekend. We'll see you guys tomorrow here in Cologne.
But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this best of 3. It is not Origin versus Fnatic. Ignore the top. It is TSM versus LGD. And this is the new look TSM. In case you're wondering who is playing, it is Haunter in the top lane on that Renekton for TSM. Svenskeren, Nivea, taking tips off Peke maybe from that Origin team. Double lift on Jinx. And of course, Kasing is on the Tahm Kench. Meanwhile, for LGD, it is going to be Flame in the top lane. We weren't sure whether it was going to be Acorn or Flame. It is Flame today on Fiora, keeping some of that Worlds patch alive. And of course, TBQ coming in. We weren't sure if he was going to play because there was a bit of an illness report for him and PYL. So they're going to be carrying on. He's, of course, going to be in the jungle. Pain Evil. Yes, it is Pain Evil. It's not Godfrey anymore. It's Pain Evil.
He's a man of many names.
Yes. In the mid lane on Kassadin. And, of course, Imp, the legend. That is. Now, are we going to see the Imp smile, I wonder, after this game? We'll find out. He's going to be on Tristana and PYL, of course, on Alistar. Well, a bit of lane swapping coming out here immediately from LGD. When we were talking about how we expected this game to go, are we going to expect Chinese team LGD to just go straight at it and just pile straight in, go for the lane swapping, get those towers down?
Well, it's important to take a look at how LGD started winning at the particular World Championship, because they did pick things up in their second round robin, including a win over TSM, which doesn't really matter because it's basically an entirely new roster. But in this particular instance, how did they win? They won with skirmishing. And sure, they have very low wave clear right here, but they have an excellent composition at diving. Alistar with the ultimate, easily able to get under turrets. Fiora with her ultimate, able to heal up under turrets. We have high mobility with Kassadin, with Rek'Sai to come in and actually dive towers. So LGD going to take the lane swap, and then they're going to be looking for dives.
Well, and the big thing, too, to point out is that TBQ and Flame have much better synergy than Acorn and TBQ do overall. So we may see a lot more attention paid to this Fiora in the early game. And when we've seen on the world stage how quickly this character can snowball up and control. A little bit mitigated, obviously, as she saw some tuning on the more recent patches, but still an absolute terror if she can get ahead.
Well, we can see blue buff being picked up there, so we'll see whether this lane swap pays off, who it works out best for. As it is, Bjergsen on Anivia, not a champion we're attuned to seeing him on. See how he's going to handle this one. No doubt about what TSM are doing. It's just going to be slow and steady gameplay. Nothing too bursty in this one, which I don't know. I don't know whether that's going to work out for them. I mean, with LGD, they've got a lot of burst damage in there. This is risky start from TSM in this tournament. Remember, they got knocked out 2-0 by Unicorns of Love in this very location last year. That's going to be still in the mind of Bjergsen, I feel.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting lane swap that's happening. So we actually, since Kasing showed in the top side, we see how Flame immediately TP bottom side just to go ahead and pick up that rather large minion wave. So TSM playing very defensively and actually trying to stop the fast pushing. Meanwhile, Doublelift now going top. So while at Worlds, we generally saw a lot more of these 3-1 with the jungler on the same side of the map as the 3 and then the fast push of the tower. This is an adjustment that TSM is making right here. Okay.
Oh, hello. Kasing's going to try and throw Imp in there. Doublelift not quite catching up in time there. Could have maybe gone a bit aggressive, but it's going to force him back.
It was a really big misplay from Imp, actually, because Jinx had already left the bottom side, which is why we saw the TP from Flame down in bottom. So you should know at that point that there's a possibility of the Jinx being there. So letting the Tahm Kench get stacked up and eat you when the traps... It's a very powerful combination of champions for continuous CC, so a little bit sloppy from LGD.
Definitely not what we want to see, too, especially for a team that has had such inconsistent performances in the past. I mean, I think both you and I coming into Worlds were like, this is the team that's going to win, and then instant turnaround once we saw them in the group stage.
I said SK Telecom was going to win.
No.
Throw me into your China's going to win boat. I was never there. I never will be there.
At least you thought they were good, though. Give me a little bit of credit here.
I did think they were quite good.
But this time you kind of are in the China's going to win boat. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. Flame's going to get stunned up. Does flash out. The belly slap comes in. Svenskeren catches on towards him. Hunter quite get it. It's Svenskeren that flashes in. Double flash gets him the kill, but how costly will that be? They're going to try and turn it around towards TBQ. Bjergsen with a great wall catching him out, but that will be enough. He'll get away from that one. Will get stunned up, but first blood goes to TSM.
Clutch tunnel right there, for sure, coming back. And with that play, it was actually a misplay by Flame. Now, the Fiora Renekton is a high-skill matchup because you have to parry that Renekton stun, and he didn't actually riposte that particular ability, which ended up getting him caught out. But nice play by TSM.
And Haunter coming in. Oh, and hello, Kasing's managed to chomp up PYL there. Managed to get caught out, but not going to be much damage to follow through. He's going to get stunned out once again. Doublelift could go for this, but he's choosing not to be aggressive. and instead respects Imp. A little bit too respectful, possibly, there, because Kasing wanted that.
You have to think this lane can just be so explosive, though, if one of these AD carries gets an advantage. And Doublelift has it currently, does not want to risk throwing it away in this first game. New roster, they've defaulted to this protect the Doublelift comp, and they're clearly playing very safe around it.
Yeah, you just need that scaling on the Jinx, and everything else will click into place. TSM, they want this game to go long. They want to scale up with the Anivia, with the Jinx, and just play a very defensive style. They can turtle pretty much forever with this composition with their amount of wave clear. So a big win in the early game, like that first blood, is great for them, as they're just going to be waiting anyway.
Well, it's great to see the hookup, really, more between a brand new top laner, a brand new jungler, and obviously the experienced Bjergsen. I won't say experienced. Svenskeren is very experienced in Hornsa. Effectively, almost the rookie coming into this one. Doublelift should be safe here. He'll be able to clear that wave out. Not too worried about the coverage. Kasing getting the ward coverage down. That's a partnership I'm really interested to see work out here. Kasing, I really like the guy. I've known him for a good 2 years now. Obviously, Doublelift we've known for years and years throughout this sport. I'm really interested to see how these hook up, and more importantly, Afro moves backstage watching this game. It's a little awkward.
I'm really curious to see where this Cassin is going to go now that he's level 6. If Pain Evil, formerly Godby, of course, can get enough wave clear down to potentially roam, or if Bjergsen's just going to keep shoving him in. Because right now, I mean, he's running Bjergsen out of mana, but what is it really going to mean at this stage in the game?
Well, Pain Evil not quite catching properly on towards Bjergsen there, but Bjergsen out of mana, needs that blue buff. Has only got that tier stacked up. Can't see the stacks on it. It is covered over, so you guys have a beautiful camera, so we'll see how he's working on that one. He's assuming to be stacking it pretty well so far, but when you're pointing it, I can't see it, man.
Yeah, 60 right now. He just got it, so not too many stacks quite yet.
It's just got it, yeah.
But even though, I mean, this first blood has actually been huge in this bottom side because, again, the Renekton Fiora matchup definitely around skill, and the fact that Hanser was able to get that fast pickaxe is a major buy. So Flame's going to have to really hold off on being aggressive for the time being, and that's not what they want. They need to be able to make these dives once they hit 6 and try and make some plays on the map, because otherwise they're just going to get pushed in with their lack of wave clear.
Yeah, and so far PYL really not being too active on the map, hasn't really found any opportunities to get in or find greater advantages. Of course, an excellent tunnel earlier on in the game, but not getting too much more. And with PYL approaching 6, approaching that Unbreakable Will, I expect we might see a lot more aggression from LGD once they're comfortable diving those towers.
Pain Evil getting a little aggressive on Bjergsen there, has got his egg still to fall back on. So he's not too worried about that one. Will be gifted the blue buff as well, so expect to see him sticking around a little bit longer. Ping on towards TBQ there, so they've got the jungle path covered off there. They're pretty much sure where he is. Are they going to try and make something of this? Because the lane swaps have happened. You can see the AD carriers moving towards the bottom half of the map. Both of them fairly even still in terms of CS.
Yeah, looks like we do see Doublelift and Kasing really backing off that turret right now. Here's the wave going to hit, but no one actually taking a tower quite yet, despite the lane swap. And Imp and PYL playing very aggressively. They've been playing on this turret the entire time. Part of that is Tristana's natural propensity for pushing the lane, but they've been clearing very actively and trying to get those explosive charges down to deal a little bit of damage, start chipping the towers.
And of course, they've had the freedom to do that because of the excellent warding coming out to spot out Svenskeren consistently. They know when they're free to apply that pressure. They know when they can get aggressive on that bottom lane. And it hasn't gotten them too much yet, but if they can find an early tower here, it could be a huge boon for LGD.
Oh, looks like there's going to be a possible setup in the top lane. Kasing's going to pull Doublelift to safety. Hornsa is going to be able to back away from this one. So TBQ trying something, but was spotted out by that pink ward. Didn't go back to clear it out, though.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if he even saw it. A little bit difficult to tell. He's not going to circle back around, just right back into his own jungle. So that's going to get some good value out of that ward right now. Bjergsen just had a really nice recall timing, actually. He backed off to pick up his catalyst and regen his health right before the two TPs came up his own and Pain Evil's, Godby, Wayless, whatever you want to call him. A man of many faces. Hey, look, TBQ found the ward.
Oh, but he's going to get protected. Svenskeren's coming in as well. They could try and catch onto this one, but he will flash away. So TBQ getting himself to safety, but flash down now for that jungler.
And TSM with these small advantages, once again, can just continue to back off here. As we see a little bit of aggression on the bottom side. But there's no pressure on them to make any moves in this early game. They have Anivia with double scaling items in the mid lane, looking for that Rod of Ages. See the stacks come out there as well. And there's no reason for them to get aggressive.
Here's some aggression on towards Pain Evil. Svenskeren wants to fancy this one, but he's in a little bit of trouble. Has to use the ultimate. Here comes the teleport. Flame's going to join the party. The wall will be cut from Bjergsen. TBQ just has to sidestep it. The rocket even landed, actually. on towards Pain Evil, slide in. Haunter coming across. He wants a chunk on Flame. He's going straight for the 1v1, just slides away. And Flame takes half his health damage.
Really sloppy skirmish right there from both sides. A lot of skill shots missed in that little engagement, but TSM comes out the better for it. They actually get Flame's TP. Now they have TP advantage. And LGD, they need these TPs to make these dives because they want to make the aggressive plays to start snowballing and trying to split push in this game. Ideally for LGD, this game ends with Tristana wave clearing in the mid lane and Kassadin and Fiora just taking over the side lanes.
Oof. Ooh, big damage for Doublelift. Is he going to try and go for this one? He's getting covered off by PYL. But look at this coming down the bottom. Svenskeren and Bjergsen, they're going to try and cut them off. Where's Imp going to run to here? He's got to get away now because they're coming around the corner already. Teleports, is it going to be enough? They're going to try and cut around the side there. He's going to jump away. Imp will get to safety, it seems. And well, TSM are going to continue chasing. PYL looks like he's going to be the sacrificial lamb on the tower. He'll be the man to go down. This has to happen eventually. Who will get the kill? He's going to get out alive! Well, they're going to try to turn this one around. Doublelift will back away, but that's a mistake from TSM. They should have picked at least one kill up there.
I mean, excellently played by LGD, bringing in the Rek'Sai on the backside, using the Unbreakable Will, making sure that he was not that sacrificial lamb. And in the meantime, Flame is farming up on the top lane, recouping a lot of the loss that he suffered earlier on in the game. So,
and he's probably going to take that tower too. Actually, a poor choice to use the, well, it's getting low, maybe not take it out this way, but a really poor choice to use that teleport right there. Bjergsen taking a little bit of damage, but he will get slowed up by Kassadin. Doublelift hit by the Prey Seeker, but not in any mortal danger. But they've got LGD has a lot of pressure on the lanes right now. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, there's Tristana.
Yeah, Imp keeps on pushing, and this is really working out well. TSM's really failed attack there, being countered very well. Teleport's still available for Bjergsen if he wants to go for it, but PYL now taking advantage of getting all the ward coverage down in TSM's jungle.
Wow, TSM lost so much as a result of that action. They really didn't even need to do that. Again, they can just sit there and wave clear and scale. They don't have to be the ones making the aggressive plays right now. And when you misplay the dive like that, you're going to be punished. Look at the vision they got. Red buff gone, tons of turret damage down. And if they can take one here, it's going to be absolutely huge. So it's a big advantage to LGD. They've actually managed to even up the gold because they were farming in more lanes at the same time. I think that was just some pretty poor coordination from TSM.
Yeah, just a lack of patience really working against them in that exchange. And overall, LGD, we've seen them fail trying to make proactive plays. We've now seen TSM kind of drop the ball making proactive plays. But when LGD are forced onto that back foot, their experience really shows through. They know how to avoid that tower dive, and they know how to recoup. They know how to take these smaller advantages, whether it's wave control, whether it's a little bit of damage on the top side of the map. And they're clearly showing us that they're the more experienced roster, at least at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that is the key of it, really, is TSM. This is a new team, so don't expect their team coordination to be crazy, but you know, these are experienced players. Everybody on this team has played a lot of League of Legends over the years and a lot of professional matches. So at the moment, not just quite gelling, as you would expect from a new team. Bjergsen picking himself up the blue buff, back to middle, and continuing on the farming path. Yeah, Doublelift had an opportunity earlier to try and get that kill on him, but of course, remember, his ulti was down, he'd used it in the mid lane. That would have got so much value if it had just held on for that one moment.
Let's talk about this tunnel that's right here. This tunnel has actually been really critical to how they played this game. First off, they got out of one gank using that tunnel to bypass the wall with TBQ. And then the second time, it provided the spot for him to ult on and kind of turn that dive around. And the reason why they've been able to keep it up is because of the Tristana. They've been constantly pushing this lane, so this tunnel's basically impossible to destroy, and that's been a really, really big factor that has saved LGD's bacon on a couple of occasions right now.
Well, and you can see the focus on wave pressure by the way that Tristana is building. She's not going for that early IE. She's getting those boots too early on in the flat AD as opposed to the crit. She wants to force out waves. She wants to force down the towers, and LGD are kind of playing as we saw them play when they were at their prime, and really taking advantage of this patch as we've seen it sort of be the fast push sort of patch, all about those early towers.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we talked about this a lot at the World Championship, but the LGD we thought was going to be coming in is the one that has great wave manipulation that really plays around the minion waves particularly well. Now, that LGD did not show up at the World Championship, and it's definitely looking a lot better here in San Jose.
They appeared in like the last game, maybe 2 games,
yeah.
And then there's that, yeah, peace, we're done. And everyone realized, oh, actually, they were a good team. And they did manage to finish top in China for a good reason. And now maybe we're going to see that aggression through. But there's a lot of rumors going around, and there's a lot of illness possibly in the LGD camp. So we'll see how that translates into this matchup. It is a best of 3 if you've just joined us. This is the quarterfinals, and of course, Unicorns of Love await in the semi-final. Not Unicorns of Love,
Origin.
Origin, or Origen, if you want to go full Spaniard. Full Beckett.
Origen.
Origen. You've got to get all aggressive on there. Hello, Pain Evil's going aggressive. Sven Skjern's going to join him, but Pain Evil feeling very aggressive. God V for those that just joined us, or Gold V as a lot of you guys called him throughout Worlds. But
I think that's why he changed
maybe
his
that's
name.
why, yeah.
No more jokes at his expense.
It's all right. We'll find new ways to meme him.
Oh, I'm sure.
But this is setting up really good right now for LGD. They are in a good position. They're pushing the bottom. They're pushing the mid lane. You know, TSM are being forced back, and I was about to say this is setting up nicely for the Dragon, and TBQ starts it off.
And this is really what TSM are sacrificing by looking for so much scaling in the early game with the Catalyst, with the Tier, with you know, the Avarice Blade even coming out on the Jinx, is that they're going to have to give up some of these early objectives to a lot stronger members on the opposite side, at least the Cassidy in the mid lane.
I mean, it does expose that top lane. Obviously, that's the counter to the fact they went for that Dragon. Flames having to be very cautious here. Sven Skjern is nearby. This is the counterplay that we have seen changes to in 5.22. We'll see how that transmits, but at the moment, here in 5.21, the patch we're playing on, and looking like that top lane should go down first tower of the game to TSM.
That's some really nice, actually, play by Hanser right there, because everybody had gone back. Bjergsen had just recalled, so he had TP up. So he knew that he had the pressure to go ahead and push down this tower. And Sven Skjern, good positioning in the enemy jungle, so they have to give it up for free. So a nice tower take there by TSM.
Doublelift took a bit of punishment in that mid lane, but Pain Evil's the one that's going to have to back away. Now with Doublelift and Bjergsen there, that middle tower might start getting a little bit of pressure. Sven Skjern's nearby. Hanser's going to back himself off, but instead they're going to choose to just farm it out a little bit and steal Sven Skjern's jungle. Well, I mean, Sven, you are in Doublelift's team. This is going to happen to you a lot.
The Raptors are no longer yours. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see. My big question coming into this next stage of the game is where are we going to see the pressure shift next? LGD have obviously the raw damage necessary to take down a tower, but how are you going to push a wave against an Anivia in this mid lane? What can you really do to get an advantage? She may not be huge in team fights yet, but her wave clear is absolutely insane at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and controlling the blue buff has to be a priority now for this LGD team. They have a lot of ways to get over and around walls with the Cassidy and with the Rek'Sai, so they can kind of sneak in there with relatively low risk. And here we see TBQ looking to get that red buff once again.
Tried a little snipe, but it's not going to work out for him. Meanwhile, in the middle, Bjergsen caught out. He's going to get egged, but can he get away from this one? Him taking a hell of a lot of damage. Hanser gets in and just massacres the entire LGD team. He's keeping them long enough, and now TBQ's got in there. Doublelift putting the damage down. He'll get dropped. It's a double for Hanser. He's on a roll. He's got all 3 kills.
Huge team fight positioning misplay from LGD. Hanser gets into the back line, and he does a beautiful job. But you have to respect an ulting Renekton this early in the game, especially with one that has a Tiamat or a Hydra here. And that's going, I mean, that's an immense amount of damage. And they're going to get 2 towers off of this great play by TSM.
And just amazing, amazing performance there by Kasing on the back half of that fight to save Bjergsen, to come in with that note button, to make sure that he could rebirth right in the middle of the team, to bring in the wall, and overall just much better coordination from TSM. And this is kind of sad to see LGD coming from a region known for team fighting, known to be proficient team fighters and skirmishers, and just really dropping the ball in that exchange.
Losing another turret there too, just to a minion wave. So 3 turrets in a row. We're going to take a look at that replay.
Of course, really interesting, flashes in, gets the pulverize, knocks Bjergsen back, and this is an excellent start for them overall, but you're going to see the overcommitment here because they do not respect Hanser. They think they can kill Bjergsen. There's a Tom Kench on this team. You can't overcommit to kills. Everyone has made this mistake on the world stage, but we've had 3 patches to adapt. You see the explosive cast come out, and they just close this one out with confidence as LGD don't have anything left.
Hanser's ult and Colegne did an insane amount of damage in that team fight. Really lack of respect. And we saw the Buster Shot come in from Imp, but it was after the flash of Bjergsen, so we kind of got knocked further away. And so nice flash from Bjergsen, and that's a very, very good sign for TSM. That team fight, they really maximized their gains out of that too.
You just got to wonder if they just didn't respect the fact that he just completed the Hydra. He just came down from the top lane. He just cleared out the waves. Maybe just caught them off guard with that amount of damage, because Imp just got destroyed where he stood. So, TSM, 3-0 up in kills, and after a little bit of a misplay down the bottom lane, they managed to get themselves very much back in this game and take 4 turrets to 1. There's still a Dragon down, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a worry for them right now. That's going to be up in just over 2 minutes' time, and now the invade on the jungle starts to happen. Starting to get control, starting to push that ward coverage. And TSM putting LGD on the back foot.
And TSM can really just play the slow and steady. Once again, scaling is in their favor. So for them to have an advantage at this stage of the game is absolutely insane. Really making full use of one of their few early game champions to mid game champions in that Renekton. Hanser, probably at the strongest he's going to be over the course of the game. Max level and the 2 major damage skills in his kit. And I mean, Titanic Hydra almost has the Black Cleaver. This guy is looking like a monster.
Yeah, and that's one of the main ways for LGD to win this game is through that split push. But look at this, coming up, the lack of wave clear, nobody there. TSM just smoothly moving into the bottom lane, taking yet another tier 2.
And Haunts are even covering off the top tower at the same time. Flame can't get near that one. Let's see where they're going to go with this. Gasing, hello. Where's he off to? Is he going to try and pile in? No, it's just going to be the mid lane. And Flame just instead teleporting back to safety. Doesn't want to duel with Haunts out, and more importantly, has zero vision in that top half of the jungle now.
Overall, this is really not looking like an amazing Game 1 performance from LGD. They're usually much more confident in diving and finding these early advantages and snowballing the game. And we've seen historically that they've been able to come back through excellent wave manipulation. But when you're against, once again, a Renekton that is this strong, and a Nivea that is this strong, Jinx, you have so much wave clear on this TSM lineup, it's going to be very difficult for them to find any advantage via that strategy.
Well, also, what does a late game team fight look like for LGD? They have virtually no AoE damage. It's a lot of single target damage, and Tahm Kench is going to nullify that. So their kind of hope here was through those dives and through the split pushing. That hope has pretty much dwindled at this point with a 4K deficit, and TSM has all of the zone control around the Baron if they would decide to go for it. They can fight the next dragon extremely easily, coming up in just 12 seconds.
Yeah, and that Black Cleaver now completed for Haunter as well. Yeah, 12 seconds. It will be up any minute now. There it is. So, looks like TSM, they're getting into position. You can see Haunter's off the side. He has teleport up. Everybody has teleport available to them. Telenite Flames is not quite up yet. So he's going to have to either pressure that top tower. But it looks like Haunter's going to continue to cut him off. And Pain Evil's trying to get his split push going. But still, LGD, they're forced on the back foot every step of the way. They're trying to just create plays. Maybe try and get a bit of a dive on towards his top. TBQ's taking the Gromp down, but this will be a very aggressive play if they can force it.
Yeah, they basically just have to give up the dragon here. There's no way they can feasibly fight this. They need to get some amount of gold back, but they're not even really going to threaten any kind of play onto Hanser in spite of the fact that Doublelift and Kasing are on that bottom side of the map. And that's just going to be TBQ simply recalling after taking. So they really didn't trade anything at all for giving up the drag.
And the big issue is they fall further and further behind. We talk about them not having the tools necessary to win a team fight, and historically this means teams will default to picks to find an advantage, but you're playing against a Tahm Kench. There's going to be almost no opportunities to take out a major player. Bjergsen has the Rebirth, Doublelift has the Tahm Kench, and either way, you're not going to find the pick you want or the fight on your terms if you keep playing like they're playing now.
Yeah, and TSM, I think, almost certainly have this game locked up. It's pretty early, but if things don't go a specific way with these kind of compositions, it really rarely works out.
And I mean, this is a single team fight and a few different moments in wave pressure where TSM have really come out on top, but those small advantages paired with a scaling composition like this really should just seal the deal in this game. Should be all they need to close out. It will be slow, it'll be steady, but they have all of the power in their hands.
Well, when you draft like LGD did, you take risks. It's a high risk, high reward composition. It can look amazing if you get rolling and unstoppable with that split push. Here we go, there's a TP.
Okay, they're going to try and go for it, but well, TBQ might be dead before he even gets in there. The Rocket not quite catching on. He's going to get out himself, but now Flame's in trouble. Flame's off the side here. PYL's getting focused on. Not the best focus, but when there's the only thing available, and they can just keep on sieging down this turret. LGD can't do anything about it. This will be the top turret going to TSM.
One of the big things that we've seen over the course of this patch as we watch this turret fall is champions who are good at pressuring under towers, and Anivia fits right into that bill. She's got the wall, she's got the storm, and we may have another fight on her hands.
I think Pain Evil fancies it. He's going to go in. The Zhonya's ult bait works beautifully. M gets himself the kill on towards Haunter, but how will this work out? Bjergsen's going to get locked up. He gets himself one, but just about gets out alive. Imp is on a mission, a rampage, but he gets turned around by Bjergsen, and he should get out safe. TPQ might be able to track him down here, but this is risky play. The mid laner, not a lot of mana, so instead he will get caught up. There's the knockup. He's in trouble. Flame should dive on this one, but he's going to get the flash out. He will not survive. The stun on LGD, not quite enough on TBQ. Flame should be able to catch him down. One more hit. There's the egg. And that will be the ace for LGD. That's a turnaround TSM were not expecting.
And the only way that TSM could lose this game is by overextending and getting over-aggressive. They have the tools necessary to engage in so many circumstances, but the wall from Bjergsen came out so early. And Monty, take this one. I mean, it's absolute insanity here.
I mean, Doublelift also way too far forward right there. They were disrespecting the fact that the Zonias could come back in. And Imp, you have to be mindful of him because he, like Jinx, has these resets. So coming in on the backside, Svenskeren. Kasing is also out of position. He's not near anybody to kind of eat them right now and save them. He was all the way on the other side from his carries. So really, Kasing and Doublelift, they have to stay together like that because if Kasing had been there, that would have been a very different fight.
I mean, good on Bjergsen to pick up that kill on the back half to end Imp's little team fight of glory. But at the end of the day, I mean, hemorrhaging fights like that, losing fights like that is not where you want to be on the side of TSM. Scaling still in their favor, but Cassidy also going to be a monster earlier in the game. You know, pick potential may have looked like an issue, but he's going to outscale this Renekton. He's going to outscale, you know, a lot of these champions. He will be able to find picks eventually if they keep feeding him gold like that.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for TSM is that the fact they only lost the top turret. They didn't lose too many objectives from it. They actually got that top inner turret as well from it, but it could have been a lot worse. They could have potentially lost the Baron there.
Yeah, it's still early in the game, so it would have been difficult for LGD to take that objective, but absolutely, that's a major consideration, and that is what could swing this game. But Kasing, you have to understand how these compositions work. And he must be next to Doublelift at all times. That was the big error. There's a TP coming down.
The flank is coming around. TBQ's in position, but doesn't fancy it. A little bit too risky for him, but that teleport, that's going to force the mid laner, Pain Evil or God V, whichever you prefer to call him, away from his split push. But I think he may have done enough damage down that bottom lane. There's a big wave putting damage down there, so it kind of stopped that bottom turret going down, but for how long?
There were a lot of questions about Hauntzer coming into this new lineup. And I have to say, in this game, Hauntzer his map awareness has been extremely good. In that particular engagement, he was off on the side, protecting his team flanks. He knew what the risk was coming in, and that they weren't going to be engaged on straight on. So we saw him knowing when to put pressure on the turrets in the earlier game, where to be with his TPs, and he's actually looked like a very strong player in this particular game.
And people talked about this guy as Dyrus 2.0, the replacement for Dyrus, and he's looking even better, even more confident in terms of the impact that he's had in these team fights. As you said, the positioning has been excellent, and I'm wondering how this is going to transition as he takes a more defensive role in the late game. But the other player that I want to point out here is Kasing. He was so aggressive early on, and it was huge for giving TSM those early lane advantages. But as you pointed out in the last fight, he's just been struggling to transition as they've moved forward. Now he has to back off. It's not about the early aggressive Tahm Kench damage. It's about keeping Doublelift safe. And while Doublelift knows that, that's never been a strategy that Kasing's played with.
Well, at the moment, LGD, they're doing exactly what they need to, buying themselves some time to recover from that big loss they had earlier on. That Aces worked wonders for them, and they're starting to stack out those items. Lich Bane now completed by Pain Evil. Static Shiv also was picked up by Imp, but he's still a little bit behind. You can see the last Whisper was completed by Doublelift, so they're still going to be very confident coming into team fights. TSM, it's all about positioning for LGD, and as was pointed out, they have been caught out of position a couple of times already. So right now, they're just trying to bait out the coverage really for this Baron. You can see TSM very much have the advantage. Doublelift actually up at the forefront here, trying to get those rockets down, putting a lot of damage down on him, but that's forcing him away.
Has to back off here. The siege potential, once again, from this team is huge. As long as they don't overstep or allow themselves to get flanked, it'll be very easy for them to just slowly grind this turret down.
You can see those rockets just catching, chipping away at this turret, trying to catch on towards there. The wall not really separating someone. Pain Evil caught by a chomper there. Flame looking to get the flank, but TSM very much aware of this position and making sure it doesn't happen. And more importantly, getting rid of those tunnels, making sure the flank is not possible. Double flank, TBQ and Flame could actually be pretty deadly.
Yeah, TSM is actually not warding very well, though. They should have more wards on their flanks right now just to make sure. They're lucky their one ward on the flank is the brush that Flame is standing in, but that's about to time out. See, the sweeper starting to come down right now. They are beginning to get a little nervous. Finally, that ward goes down in the brush. But they need to have better setup for these sieges. That way they can sustain them in duration a bit longer.
I think the setup was okay. The timing overall was a little bit off because you can see that bot wave is pushing in their favor. They just didn't sync it up at the right time. They didn't drive those waves in together to force attention onto the bottom side of the map. They will, however, take this dragon, and that's a good objective to have. But I feel like, as you said, they could have had so much more if they had prepped properly.
Well, second dragon of the game for TSM. It's going to give them that chunk of gold, that buff, of course, and more importantly, stop LGD getting it, which is not really a possibility at the moment. Flame trying to get that split push going, has got his teleport available. Obviously, we saw Pain Evil's using his earlier on, so they're continuing to keep the pressure down. They're doing a good job at keeping TSM honest. They haven't really taken full control of this game despite the early advantages.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit more dangerous. Flame is slowly clawing his way back into this game, and there's a TP straight onto the mid lane. So they realized that they had lost control. Oh boy!
Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Finally, Colegne manages to pick him up, but Imp is starting to get a little anxious here, starting to put the damage down. He's even going to rocket jump into it. Svenskeren having to barrel him away in double lift. Well, he's too low to really get involved in this engagement. Needs to get that lifesteal up, and like you say, they should try the Baron, but that lifesteal will be coming in there. Pain Evil getting on towards Haunter, but not really doing a great deal. They have a great bit of vision control now. Teleport available for Flame, who's just clearing out the bottom lane.
Yeah, they really should pressure Baron right now. Bjergsen actually had to TP in right there because they had denied most of the vision around the Baron, and so they needed to get some presence back on that objective immediately just to make sure that it wasn't sort of stolen from under their noses, or they couldn't fast push that tower. And Doublelift getting caught out and dealing a lot of damage is now meaning that LGD, or getting dealt a lot of damage, means that LGD has an angle on this turret.
And using that superior range just to go in and take down that turret with confidence. And once again, starting to recoup these losses. Scaling may not be in their favor, but if they can keep exposing little weaknesses on TSM, see a little exchange on the bottom side, they may be able to find a Baron, and that will more than make up for their lack of late game scaling.
And here we go. Baron going to be the call here from LGD.
Oh, this is risky play because TSM are very close, but that Baron is going down fast. They're going to lock them in there, but an Anivia can catch them in the pit so hard. Svenskeren getting in a little too early. He's going to get caught out, but he's managed to escape in there. Haunter tries to get in. He dives on. Imp is putting the damage down at the back and untouched right now. Haunter on the loop around. I can't even get my words out. He's managed to get away. Haunter's going to dive on towards him. Bjergsen catching on towards PYL. Straight away, Haunter's going to jump on towards him. Pain Evil caught out. He'll get caught out. Doublelift gets exciting. Can he catch on towards him? No, the sidestep, but it's enough. Income time. Can Doublelift get on there? Chase him down, man. It doesn't matter. He's got away, but it's a 4-for-2 exchange in the end, and TSM come out on top.
Yeah, greedy play there from LGD, but TSM, I think, could have gotten even more out of that exchange. They tried to get in the pit just a little bit too quickly there, and that ended up catching Svenskeren in his life. Haunter also over-pursuing on the backside, but a nice win from TSM. They deny the Baron, and they do actually come out with an even bigger lead.
Itemization continuing to scale it for them as well. The Seraph's Embrace finish, the Void Staff coming out, the Last Whisper, and as we look at this team fight, you can see, once again, Svenskeren a little bit early, does cost him a lot, but Colegne not defensive in this fight, but doing such a good job of zoning so many people as Doublelift just rips through the team, flashes back, making sure he can keep his backline safe, and LGD are just caught out and out of position as they're forced to just run for their lives. Haunter, once again, overstays his welcome, but small mistakes like that aren't going to matter as they find a greater win here.
Yeah, and I can almost understand why Haunter did that. Imp has not gotten the Last Whisper yet. He's actually opted for the Bloodthirster after Shiv. And we do see a lot of armor stacking up, especially the Frozen Heart now onto Svenskeren. So they really have to start getting some. That armor penetration is absolutely clutch right now because Imp needs that at this point in time.
Starting to see a little hookup as well. Colegne managed to consume Imp and actually spat him straight towards the rocket that was coming out for Doublelift. So they're starting to get a little coordination going that too. Obviously, that's one of the duo lanes that they can practice a lot in solo queue. But as it is, TSM still pushing the pressure on towards LGD. But you got to remember, that was LGD that started out the Baron. They were the ones that were trying to literally pick that fight. And it almost worked for them. It was close. Imp was off the side. It was only simply the pressure that got put onto him. If it had been allowed his free time like he was in the top lane, I think that could have easily gone LGD's way. They have to be so cautious here, TSM.
Yeah, at least they got vision back over the Baron. That has been a problem for them for the last few minutes, but the split push beginning, and now Pain Evil. He has a Lich Bane. He's going to be able to push those turrets down really quickly.
And definitely a good showing from LGD to adopt that. They don't want a team fight anymore. They cannot risk getting flanked and losing a Baron if they lose another fight. So going back to the split push, going back to wave control, one of their huge strengths overall as a team. And in the meantime, TSM losing an objective here and there, but overall just dominating these team fights, and it's keeping them well ahead.
Well, LGD just inching their way back in terms of gold as well. They were down 4 or 5K. They've cut that to about 2.5 right now. So they've been able to pick up a little bit more farm here and there. and start to close that gap. And now it's up to TSM just to make sure that they can keep the waves pushed out because they need eyes on this Baron at all times.
Keep on shoving those lanes. TBQ doing a great job of just constantly keep poking at the Baron, making sure he goes aggressive at anyone that goes in towards that pit, giving them almost that free ward coverage that he required. But Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds. I wonder if anyone's going to even contest this one, because at the moment it's actually LGD that have a great coverage around that area.
TSM's #1 goal has to be to get some of these wards into their own jungle right now. Bjergsen actually just pushed out just a little bit and then immediately recalled because he was afraid of a Kassadin or this Fiora suddenly showing up in that lane. You can see the bottom side of TSM's jungle has a huge number of LGD's wards, so they're going to just try and split push this inhibitor as best they can. But TSM, they need to make sure that they are safe in these locations because otherwise this Kassadin is going to rip through their towers pretty damn fast.
And both teams have 100% telegraphed their intent by where they're warding. TSM is all about making sure this Baron does not go down, all about sieging here in this mid lane, whereas Kassadin clearly focused on the bottom side of the map, knows he cannot take another fight, but would be more than happy to snag an inhibitor tower.
Catching a lot of damage on towards Pain Evil though. Doublelift should be able to finish the tower off here. The first inhibit is going to get cracked open, and they're going to continue the pressure. Those rockets doing a hell of a lot of damage from Doublelift here. They still have to be cautious they don't get flanked around, but they're not going to get the inhibitor just yet. POL though, taken low. He's going to have to pop his ulti, and he's going to have to force away from that one. That's going to be the inhibitor. Nicely sieged out by TSM.
I have no idea why LGD recalled right there. Pain Evil coming back to his own base. He doesn't really offer any wave clear because his E is such short range that he has to get in range of the rockets coming in from Doublelift, or the risking getting stunned perhaps by Bjergsen or getting into the zone of the Anivia ult. So he should have just been trying to trade on that bottom side.
This is risky. Look at the mid lane. Flame and Impa push right out, trying to force something. But TSM, they're just piling straight on towards the second inhibitor turret. And LGG totally out of position there. Didn't read the big wave. They were trying to force some aggression, trying to force something, TSM to react. Now they're going to try and pile in there, trying to get the damage down. They get the flank around. Flame's going to be a focus. Svenskera's going to get caught out here, but they're going to try and lock on towards TBQ. Flame getting the damage down, but Bjergsen is going to get himself one. Can he get a second? Pain Evil manages to jump onto Doublelift. Doublelift down. Bjergsen gets focused. Imp is going to get himself the reset onto Kasing. He will leap forward. Can he go towards Svenskera? It doesn't look like it. Bjergsen will get picked off, and just like we saw with the pressure in the top lane, TSM caught out by a positioning error once again. Yeah. Is he going to get a kill from this? He is! But he will pay the price in the end. But LGD not done yet, and this is risky. They could go Baron here.
Yes, they absolutely could, especially because TBQ has his ultimate up. He'll be back in 10 seconds, so he can perhaps get over to that side of the map. Nope, no tunnels. Just kidding.
A lot of damage on the Baron, but there's no jungler in sight. Svenskera's on the outside of the pit as well, so this is very risky for LGD, but they know this is one of their last chances.
Oh my god. Come on, Sven. Flame realized he's a little bit low. He can still pull him in. Now they see him. Now they realize he's there.
Svenskera has so much burst.
Goes in and gets the smite. Svenskera doing what he needs to. The rocket even caught onto Flame, and Hortson now on Imp. I think he's got enough to try and turn this one around. Not quite enough. And TBQ comes in to save out, and Imp will get himself the kill, but that was so risky, and the Baron steal comes in for Svenskera.
No eyes in that brush. Great steal by Svenskeren, but you have to be so cautious against Agragas. His combo, not only the smite, but his ultimate and the barrel roll as well. You can outburst almost anything in that situation. Great play by Svenskeren.
And at the end of the day, you get some consolation prizes here as TSM members drop, but Doublelift gets one for himself, and the Baron buff, as we see the creeps already pushing in the mid lane, and happy to snag a kill, gets a little bit of gold back, but it's not going to help, it's not going to be enough to clear out Baron-empowered super minions at this stage of the game, and TSM absolutely have this one if they can just force it down the mid lane.
So Doublelift's going to get the third dragon of the game as they start to march towards. Remember that top lane totally exposed. Tower went down early. The inhibitor wasn't picked up, but that's just simply a case of rotating up there. Meanwhile, the bottom lane looks to be TSM's next focus. They can indeed empower those minions. Just a couple. I think it was Kasing and Doublelift left with the Baron buff. That should be able to keep the pressure down. What are LGD going to do? It's going to have to be some sort of rash tactic to try and get themselves out of this one.
My big concern with LGD coming into this game was how they were going to perform, and we have yet to see them take an advantage that is proactive, rather. Everything that they've gotten has been reactive, punishing TSM for overextending. Every time they try to find something on their own, whether it's Bjergsen in the mid lane in the early game, or that Baron, they've fallen flat. They've overextended, and they've made massive mistakes, and that's not something you can afford to do with this team composition, or with LGD in general, just how they play as a team.
Yeah, I think if you're LGD, you go back to the drawing board in the draft. Even if they win this game, it hasn't been an impressive showing. Go for something with higher wave clear so you can take an advantage, because they have shown that they've been good about kind of turtling on this map in spite of their rather lackluster team composition for it, and they've been clawing their way back into this one.
Hansa took a lot of damage from Flame in the top lane. That's a duel that's happening up there. He's had to use his ulti to get away from this one. And this is a big deal, because if Flame can punish him, both have teleport available, but it doesn't look like he's going to allow him away. That's going to default and hold this siege that TSM are trying with his Baron minions.
Yeah, but they have to back off now. Like you said, D-Man, with both TPs available and Flame winning that duel, it could easily be a 4v5 in that particular situation, so they need to back off.
Interesting positioning here from LGD, consistently looking for the flank, really hoping to expose this weakness from TSM once again. The two team fights that LGD have won have been on the top side of that map when they have found the flank successfully. Looking to repeat the same thing here on the bottom. Much more difficult this time around.
Oh, almost getting the tower. You do say the TP, so Flame having to respect it, making sure they can keep hold of this last turret, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Doublelift has the range, and there's the tower going down now. LGD, this is going to be a last-ditch attempt at a fight. They have to get their positioning exactly right. They have to get him laying the damage down. Doublelift, he's a juicy target. He keeps putting himself out there, but he keeps punishing POL for getting close. You can see they dive in. There's POL. Did he get enough down? It doesn't look like it. TBQ is going to get locked up. Force into Doublelift, and Doublelift will happily oblige. Take himself a kill. And now LGD down to 4 members of defense.
And that's exactly what they were missing in the last siege, was Kasing being there to save Doublelift immediately. POL gonna miss the pull.
Oh, now he's going to have to use his ulti. Haunts have been taken pretty low here. Flame's just dangling around the side. He wants to get in there. Haunts is a juicy target for him. Doublelift would be very squishy as well, but he needs to bide his time perfectly. Inhibitor does go down. It looks like TSM are happy with that. They're going to try and back away. LGD going to try and chase them out here, but I think they're ready for it. POL, he's got no ulti available to him. He's going to be an easy target. Doublelift gets himself 1, gets himself 2, tries to catch on towards him. Flame dodging out as much as he can. It will be a 2-for-1 exchange once again for TSM.
Overall, just TSM finally learning when they need to back off, playing more cautious. Imp potentially in trouble here.
Oh, Imp, got to be careful he doesn't get chewed up and spit out here. The lockup comes in, it's Flame that's caught out, but him still putting a lot of damage down. Pain tries to work his damage, tries to jump in towards him. Zonya's not working out this time. Doublelift will get locked up. Is that enough? They catch on towards Bjergsen, they catch him down. And now it is LGD's turn to try and push.
I have no idea what TSM was even trying to do there. There was a mid inhibitor that had just respawned, and instead of backing off or trying to move over, they put themselves in a huge amount of danger, and then they expended a lot of flashes to try and kill Imp and ended up doing hardly anything at all to him, and they extended, took a huge risk, and got punished for it once again. TSM really has been poor when it comes to knowing when to move in this game, and great TP there by Pain Evil.
Absolutely fantastic as we look at this fight. And Imp just dishing out damage. Doublelift does find the solo kill, but he has to flash forward to get it, to escape Flame in that exchange, just letting it, making it incredibly easy for TBQ to close out. And Bjergsen getting dropped in this as well. It's just huge mistakes on the side of TSM.
And Bjergsen flashed forward towards the downed inhib to try and wall off Imp. I mean, you're just, against the Tristana, you're just not going to find much there. You're not going to find much there. And the rest of the team was there to back him up well. I mean, every time TSM takes an advantage here, they overcommit. And instead of playing a very calculated game, they take these unnecessary risks and they get punished. And they're letting LGD stay in this game.
Definitely, and as we move forward too, we've seen Flame already at the point in the game where he can duel out Haunster. He's just outscaling. Pain Evil starting to be a real threat to the back line, and thus Kasing has that Devour up and available. So as they push forward, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Flame now even has the Guardian Angel. Going to be so easy for him to duel, so easy for him to show up and flank in these team fights without being punished if his team's a little bit late on the response.
And look at the timers. A minute to Baron. If TSM would have just took that objective back to waste, they'd happy with what they got, reset themselves, come back out, they would have full control of the map right now. As it is, it's now actually giving LGD a very good chance at having a grasp at this Baron, because a minute is a quick time in this League of Legends, and you can see they have the ward control there.
Fortunately for TSM, they have both TPs up right now, so
Yeah.
they can maintain the vision control with some ease, but they have to start sweeping that out and trying to get full control over the Baron pit, because right now LGD has just a bevy of wards sitting right outside that entrance.
And you can see TSM really just waiting for LGD to come to them. They cannot afford to be the aggressive engagers here. They don't have the tools necessary to really force this one out, but they're posturing very oddly. Moving into that corridor is very risky.
So PYL has flash engage here, so he's looking to get that flank around. No flash for TBQ though, so he's got to delicately do this one. It's such a delicate process that the LGD sets up to try and get something from this one, but Doublelift is still a very juicy target, and as has been proven so far, he's been caught out a couple of times. Imp is very much ready and waiting to pounce on this one, and when they get a big bit of damage, but that's a Nexus turret going down to super minions, and that is the advantage of a tower going down, the inhib being down, but look at Pain Evil, look at the damage. That was 2 rockets from Doublelift.
No TP either, so it's going to be hard for them to contest this, but the wards are all still there. There's the ult coming in from Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai's just left that. That is super minions all over the Nexus turrets. What is he doing? The risk of Baron was so big there, they've just had to pull away. Super minions are taking this Nexus turret down. Both turrets are going to drop. Then what is going on here? LGD just out of position. They had to leave someone back there, but that was misplay. They were risk about this Baron. Now the Baron is being picked up, but they just don't have any control now. Imp is backing away. That's going to be TSM with the Baron now in full control.
Imp was taking wolves right there during that. Of course, they had to send Pain Evil back, which meant that TSM knew that the TP was down, and so they could safely go for that Baron. But, I mean, LGD just straight up rolled over at that Baron. No actual contest right there, and TBQ ulting way too early.
And TSM is the young lineup. We made jokes about Doublelift being the one who's going to randomly be taking jungle camps as the rest of the team tried to make things happen. But it's LGD who are falling back into that role, who are looking split. The communication just is not there as a team, as little mistakes left and right are costing them. And a little mistake of losing a Nexus tower then cost them the Baron, and now potentially the game as well here.
The one thing very delicate for TSM is every time they keep trying the siege push, they're not warding the sides, which the flank is constantly trying to come out. This time they realize that Flame is trying to do the same thing.
TSM just needs to go into the bottom lane with the super minions right now and try and win this game. Why are they going after inhibitors when there is an open Nexus right here and they could be buffing up the minion wave that actually has the supers in it?
Oh, that's going to be him caught out. Rockets from Doublelift. Inhibitors going to get forced. This is possibly the last fight. POL taking a lot of damage. Pain Evil gets a good bounce back on towards him. Hortzer goes down. Svenskeren caught out. He's going to get locked up. Oh, Imp didn't quite get the damage down. The shield was just about enough. TBQ backs away, but the damage may well have been done. POL, oh, he survives, but the skin of his teeth, no! Flame took the rocket and it hit POL with the splash damage, and now Flame's Guardian Angel is in trouble. LGD gets shrunk down. He gets back to the fountain. The return comes back from Pain Evil, but this will be the inhibitor going down. I think TSM have to realize they got to back away from this one. They've lost Haunter. He's got TP, but it's a 40-second death timer.
Have to be careful, of course, as Flame re-engages.
Oh, Doublelift got out of position. Now they caught on him. Imp gets the kill. Bjergsen egg down. And LGD just massacre TSM in their base. What is going on in this game? It is carnage, ladies and gentlemen. 20 kills now for LGD, and they saved the inhib.
Kasing, again, not next to Doublelift right there, and LGD realizes this and just piles onto the Jinx. There have been a lot of positional teamfight errors from TSM in this game, and it keeps on costing them, and they haven't been able to actually take down the Nexus yet. Going for these inhibitors, it's a safe way to play out the game, but sometimes you just have to go hard for the win.
And it's not what's come through at all. They found the kill on PYL. Flame gifted them a kill. He moved in here on the backside, but of course Doublelift overextends here. Fiora comes in with the grand challenge on the backside. We'll get the healing, we'll get the kill as they close this one out. And Kasing caught over the wall, left unattended, isn't near Bjergsen either, so they use this. Tom Kench does a little bit of damage to Imp, but it's just absolutely not worth anything, as once again TSM throw away an advantage.
I've been really unimpressed with their use of Tom Kench in this game. This is not how you play this very powerful champion.
This was a first pick, remember, as well.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. Well, as it is, TSM still yet to close out this game. Every tower in the game down for TSM. They managed to catch everything, but they just can't seem to finish. And LGD still hanging. And this is getting dangerous, because if they get caught again, these are 40, 50-second death timers now. These are dangerous times. LGD legitimately, if they catch them again, could just run straight down the middle and finish it.
Oh, absolutely. They've got the damage. They have a Tristana and a Lichbane Kassadin. Those towers are just going to melt. So this one's still just hanging on a knife's edge. Neither team has anywhere close to the 5th Dragon stack either, so we're still kind of sitting here waiting around for that. But a lot of this game and TSM's inability to close has been based around their warding. LGD continues to find flanks that they shouldn't be able to get if warding had been done more thoroughly by TSM. And LGD has also consistently had good wards to split push in the bottom side, which allows them to keep some level of control over the map. And they've had a lot of wards around the Baron too.
I'm trying to cast my mind back to a stat from season 4 when Sven was on SK. I seem to recall a stat where he barely warded at all. And Kevin was just like, wait, we showed him the year statistics. I think he warded like 10 to 15 times across the entire year. This may be an issue.
Yes, I think you may be onto something there, that's for sure. And that has been a fault of Svenskeren as a player. The upside to Svenskeren is that he does play very aggressively, and he is very mechanically good in the early game.
Well, we'll see how it pays off. TSM once again on the aggression, but they've got to be careful. PYL gets in, but Doublelift quickly pulls away. There's the teleport from the side, but it was quickly answered by a barrel and flame. Teleport is now down. Pain Evil still has his TP up, but it's just simply keeping the back, getting the poke down. He needs to try and keep getting that damage, but it looks like Doublelift will get himself the inhibitor. Still not quite able to complete it. Haunts just trying to keep them at bay. Very risky stuff here. Pain Evil and Flame trying to get that flank on, but TSM working them down. Good rockets coming in. POL tries to single out Haunts, but it's not going to work out. Pain Evil dives in. He's caught out. He's down. Doublelift gets himself the kill, and now he can push on through, on towards the tower. There's the rocket. There's the finish they needed. It's going to be caught out by Bjergsen, and this will be game for TSM.
And Monty, you said that they had to go hard to finish it, and that's what we saw. Finally, flashes forward, aggression, proper use of the Tahm Kench, and amazing stacking of the CC to take down that Kassadin. A confident win from TSM in Game 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 underway. TSM 1-0 up after an interesting first game. I think is the best way to phrase that one. Svenskeren already spotted out, but ward coverage going to be in favor of LGD on this one. Him going a little bit of taunt there. But, of course, TSM going to answer that in kind with their own ward coverage down the lower half of the jungle. So, a pause.
So as this pause comes out, just looking at the warding at level 1.
I think Pain Evil was like, I can't see myself in game. There should be God V somewhere. I just don't see it. I'm just like confused.
I'm going to need another name change. We're going to need a name real quick. I actually wanted to play Kassadin. He said I had to play Victor.
I feel bullied.
The internet already figured out how to meme him as Plat Evil. So he's on the hunt for a meme-proof name.
What can he move to for Diamond, I wonder? But anyway, yeah, there is a pause here. Clearly, you can see it's looking like a sound issue because Johan's straight away on the case here. Very experienced referees, so they're going to be figuring that one out. So, okay, let's talk about what we've seen straight away. Immediately, big warding, obviously, in the top half. Big warding in the bottom half from TSM. Probably going to be a lane swap, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no trinket bot, actually, by PYL there at the start of this game. So
and he's the deepest. Oh, my God, he was meant to be warding the top lane.
Yes, he was.
Oh, that's a... See... You know, when pro players make these mistakes, it literally makes it fallible for all of us. We can all make a mistake now. So, yeah.
I've never been so happy to be mediocre at League of Legends.
But, yeah, we were just waiting for the stuff to start out. You can see TSM there on screen. This is the new lineup, TSM. And as has been pointed out by the internet, I've actually commentated every new AD carry that's joined TSM. It's a little strange. I don't know how that bodes for Doublelift. I mean, to be fair, Wild Turtle got a pentakill in his first matchup when I covered him, and poor old Chaos was sent packing.
Are you the Chaos Destroyer?
Yeah. Those tears were felt. Let's put it that way. But yes, a little bit chilly maybe for the top laner there. Just getting him jacket on. By the way, I absolutely love their outfits. The LGD. You have an LGD jacket.
I do. Yeah.
You got it yesterday.
Yeah, the perks. I'm not allowed to wear it on broadcast.
No,
obviously
it's not.
Inspiring some bias, but yeah, it was a birthday present from one of the LGD managers. So, trying to butter me up. No buttering up, LGD. I'm gonna be merciless. Pain Evil was in the mid lane. You can't let that go. You gotta throw some flack his way.
And what's with the capital PAE? Like, there's got to be something with the A being capitalized. Or do you think you just mistyped?
See, now I've loved every rendition of his name up until this one, because this one to me is like what I would have named myself in an MMO at age like 10, like Pain Evil. Like it's
the thing is, what's God V, or was it God 5? I mean, what was he going with to that?
God 5.
God 5. I don't know. What was he planning on that one? But clearly requesting that name change still, and everybody's confused by it. It's like, you want to change your name to what?
I think it's actually PA in evil. It's actually just an evil public announcement.
Ah.
Wow. When Doa's not here, you need to make the puns yourself. I see how this combo works now.
It's his coping mechanism. You can't call him out on it.
But yeah, anyway, let's talk about the tournament as a whole while we're waiting for this one to go. And obviously coming up is going to be Unicorns of Love, which is a completely new team, against COG, which is a completely new team. Now, we were talking about this one yesterday. Literally, are we going to flip a coin, see how this one goes? How these two new lineups pan out?
I mean, I was about to say I hate to be the downer, but that's actually not true about me. I love to be the downer. So, in the spirit of loving to be the downer, we didn't see the most inspiring game of League of Legends last time. I would put money that the CLG UOL match might even be a little bit lower quality than that.
Hey, UOL turned up here last year with some surprising Twisted Fate jungle from Kikis. We weren't expecting that one. I don't think that was Bjergsen.
I hope we see some more of that from Unicorns of Love, even though Kikis isn't on the team anymore. But, this is a tournament that with all these roster adjustments and with the fact that the live patch changed over to 522 and made therefore, with all the myriad changes made scrimming difficult for a lot of these teams, it's tough for these teams to have gotten quality practice before this event. So it's going to be, I think, a little bit sloppy on the whole for every single team involved.
And let's talk about the two teams that are already through, obviously sat waiting in the semi-finals. Origin, they've had Power of Evil changes in there. Do we think this is going to be the new improved Origin? I mean, clearly a very good player.
I think
is the voice going to be carried the same way that Peke does?
And I think that's the big question.
Yeah.
I think overall in the long term this may be an improvement, but immediately I imagine that it will affect team synergy greatly, because you have to think so many vocal veteran players, and Power of Evil comes into this lineup as the new guy. He's going to have a hard time fitting in initially in terms of shot calling, and maybe they've figured that out already, but I think an improvement in terms of mechanics, in terms of communication and team coordination, probably going to be a downgrade, just at least initially here in this first tournament.
And what do we think of Jin Air? I mean, are we gonna see the sad played again?
I think we might see sad played. That's the thing is, I'm sure people are expecting me to say, "Oh, I think Jin Air is going to win this tournament." I actually don't think they're going to win this tournament. Their performance in Kespa Cup was not very inspiring. They are using Kuzan full time now that GBM has gone over to Energy. They're not using Chaser, who I think is the best jungler in Korea. So I don't know where he is right now or why they're choosing to use Wing. Trace is out. Sowan, this very, very raw player is in. But when we look at Jin Air, with the change with Kuzan and so on, they've completely changed their play style. They're much more aggressive now than they used to be. Jin Air used to be a very defensive top and mid lane. Their solo lanes were very, very about farming close to the turret, taking very few risks, and that's gone completely the other direction. So they're going to have some growing pains, and we definitely saw that in Kespa Cup.
Overall, I mean, I completely agree, especially in their set against CJ. It was pretty tough. But then, of course, here on your screen, today it's about Double Lift. CLG, formerly CLG Double Lift, now TSM Double Lift.
Well, I mean, this is something we were talking about off air. Obviously, how is this team going to roll? Double Lift isn't just the star in this team anymore. He's got Bjergsen alongside him, who arguably is a bigger star, certainly in worldwide perspective. Double Lift is a very well-respected, but Bjergsen, you only need to look at the All-Star vote to see how big those votes went for these two players. And are we going to see ego clashes, do you think, as the year goes on? I mean, these guys obviously are both very prolific. Who gets fed? Who's given what? I mean, it's just going to... We've heard that Double Lift is the shot caller, which in itself you have experience with.
Worrying trend for TSM.
And the thing that I really like about TSM is that while there are definitely issues in terms of their coordination and their shot calling, and even in their pick ban phase, they know what they're good at right now. If they're going to have Double Lift be the shot caller, they're going to build a team around Double Lift. But we're going to have to see if that's how this game plays out as we're coming back in at the tail end of this boss.
Yeah, so we're going to get ourselves resumed here. And I want to just briefly also touch on the top lane because Acorn is playing today. We weren't sure exactly coming into today who was going to be up there. What do you make of this one?
I think Acorn was definitely not himself at the World Championship. When we think about Acorn as a player, because he was really the one on Samsung Blue that helped develop a lot of what we consider like the more modern lane swaps with teleport right now. And he's always been a spot-on player, but his TP usage was atrocious at the World Championship. So we'll see how he does in this particular game because the coordination seemed very, very off in their first few games at Worlds.
I never know what to make of like a substitute change mid-tournament. Like Flames just like, I did all right in the last game. Why am I not playing now?
The thing about LGD is that historically, the reason that they've used Acorn over Flame is that Acorn has brought a much more authoritative role, kind of as Monty was saying, communicates much better with the team. So maybe shifting focus here, maybe not so much on the split push plan anymore and more about playing as a team, moving around the map as a team, as opposed to Flame who, I mean, despite his flexibility as a player, when he's in the game, a lot of times it becomes all about Flame on the top side of the map.
Well, we'll see how it works out. The lane swap has not happened, and this is somewhat surprising already.
Well, I mean, Tristana does have a nice matchup with Kalista. That's so the TSM may be confident going into this one. But Imp is just such a fearsome Kalista player, and that's going to be potentially an issue for them. They are taking a bit of a risk right here. We are seeing pretty much just mirror jungling going down on opposite sides of the map. Ping down onto the blue buff of LGD. So a good idea of where Rek'Sai is at this point in time.
POAL just getting a little aggression. Kasing trying to push in there, but this top lane matchup, Haunter did very well in the first game. How is he going to compare now with Acorn? The fact that obviously they've had a very big champion change. His Renekton was clearly impressive.
I think the big change here is that Renekton's a lot about solo outplays in the early game, snowballing ahead. Gnar's going to be all about the team fight as we move forward. And as was pointed out on the desk, if Olaf finds an advantage in this lane, if he lands that one crucial axe, Gnar really just doesn't have the tools to get away. He has that one hop. Once Olaf uses Ragnarok, he's just going to be able to gut run him down. But here in the bot lane, a lot of aggression.
Okay, so what we missed right there actually was a huge skirmish that I was watching on my screen, and flashes blown actually from a taunt flash from Kasing. And now we got some action on the top side.
Oh, that's going to catch on towards him. The Cocoon's not enough, but they're going to pounce in towards him. The Fangs will sink in. It should be enough, and it will be. And Haunter gets first blood for a second game running, but now Double Left is in trouble. The rocket jump isn't going to be enough to get to the tower. It will be. Had to heal in reserve as well, but he gets out alive.
Yeah, TSM actually really misplayed that trade on the bottom side, but they made a play on the top side, getting that first blood. And Haunter, once again, out to an early lead against his Korean opponents. So very nicely done. Coming in here from Haunter. And Haunter, I think, has been the biggest upside for TSM so far in this series.
Well, Pain Evil very much out of position. He should be able to stun up. He's got the backup of TBQ trying to bait them into that one, but Bjergsen was having to sidestep there. Potentially could have forced a bit more of a play, but this is going to be an interesting one, this mid lane. Obviously, Bjergsen, Pain Evil, they're both big farmers, these champions.
Well, going back to the bottom lane, no summoners left. So we did miss at that big skirmish. TSM really tried to all in down there, and the only thing they got was the ignite and the heal out of LGD. So both flashes still up. LGD could easily turn this around with an all-in of their own, and they have the advantage in terms of the sustain. Vamp Scepter already done for Imp. Meanwhile, Double Lift just sitting on a long sword. So LGD, they need to start focusing down onto this bottom side. TBQ should be looking for some sort of lane gang to try and push this edge.
Yeah, something we didn't actually touch on is the lack of TPs. There's only the top laners this time around. Bjergsen, of course, defaulting to go with the Ignite as well this time around. So we'll keep our eye on that movements. Clearly, it's all going to be about Acorn, trying to get that split push going, trying to put the damage down. Svenskeren doing a very good job early at roaming, and he may well come a return visit. There's no flash available for Acorn. This is dangerous stuff for him. I think his little spider senses are tingling here, and actually, TBQ is coming up the river towards him.
Rek'Sai being there, just trying to dissuade the gank there while they push up the wave. They need to make sure it bounces off the turret so we can farm more safely without the threat of that gank. So nice positioning there on the map from TBQ. And the cleanse coming down from Pain Evil, that's a necessary thing in this game against a Shen and a Gnar. He really needs to make sure that he doesn't get stunned because Victor has to be able to get in that fight and relatively close to maximize his damage. And also it just helps him not get set up for some sort of wombo combo coming in from the Orianna ult right after the Gnar ultimate. But again, we talked about this before. Neither team really has great engage in this particular match. that you kind of have to use either like a flash Gnar ult or a flash taunt if you're TSM. Otherwise, you're not going to get close enough. You'll be very easily kited by champions like Olaf, Victor, and Kalista. And the same is true of LGD. I mean, what are we looking at? Like a flash unburrow, maybe throwing PYL in there with the Kalista ult. So poor engage from both sides. And that means that positioning on the map is everything in this game. Vision control is very important. And TSM, they really had poor warding in the last game.
Definitely, and that was the big weakness, right, is that they never warded their flanks, and that's not something they can afford to do this time around. There was a much more forgiving for them when they had that late game scaling team comp, but now they have two very mid-game focused lineups, all about those team fights, all about that positioning, as you said. And so while last game they were able to get away once or twice with not warding their flanks, if they make a mistake like this in the mid-game, give Kalista or Victor a couple kills, it'll be impossible for them to come back as they push forward.
Exhaust is back up for Kasing. Flash is almost, so they've not been punished too bad, but they know the timing, and you can see TBQ just lurking in the wings there, looking to see if he can get something off the side, but not going to happen. They're well aware of it. They had good ward coverage in the river, so TSM not getting caught out. There's a shockwave trying to catch up towards Pain Evil, quickly countered with the Chaos Storm, locking him up. In comes TBQ. Bjergsen has to flash away, will get out alive, but big aggression from both mid laners.
Yeah, Bjergsen not even dropping the ignite there, so trying to go for the harassment, not finishing up that kill, and he's going to be paying for it with that use of the flash. So now there's another chance perhaps to come back into the mid lane and make a play. TBQ, again, TBQ's positioning and his pathing this game have actually been pretty decent.
He's consistently been where he needs to be in terms of mitigating the pressure put out by Svenskeren, which has been very important. Really, the only fumble was in that early game as Svenskeren once again focused down top lane, which, as you mentioned earlier, an odd strategy to see TSM bust out, known as the team to kind of ignore their top laner with Dyrus. But focusing on getting Haunts for these early advantages has really paid off for them, or at least it did in the earlier games.
Big pressure, though, from Bjergsen. That's a big CS differential starting to build up between him and Pain Evil.
Yeah, same thing in the bottom side. So he has been doing a good job of zoning out this Victor early on. We'll see if God V, Pain Evil, Wayless, the man of many names, can come back. He should be able to pick up a lot of waves here in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Victor, you just beam a laser across. And thank you very much. That's 6 kills.
Yeah.
Very easy stuff. Very easy farming. We'll see how it continues. There you go. Perfectly illustrated for you at home. So Svenskeren sets up the first kill, and it's worked out well twice with him and Haunter. This little partnership is beginning to flourish early on. The question is, can it carry on throughout the game? Acorn, very aggressive stop here. We, along with Pain Evil, are going for a big invade. That was a big axe to land straight away, and he's going straight aggressive for this one. Pops his ultimate. You've got nowhere to go. You're just going to come straight back down on towards him. It buys him enough time for Bjergsen to get around. Now Haunter's going to try and keep track around, but Acorn, he's already used Ragnarok. He can't get away from this one. Haunter's going to chase. In comes TBQ and Pain Evil to get the zone out, and now Haunter's in trouble. He has to pounce away, and that red buff looks to be going the way of LGD.
Good decision making from Haunter just to jump out on the backside of that one. A lot of players would have waited for the rage, risk going Mega Gnar. Oh, he goes back in.
Oh, this is risky play. Haunter going in. Svenskeren going in, just gives up a free kill there. But that shockwave pulls in. Is it going to quite be enough? No, the Chaos Storm catches on there. Kasing gets in and gets the kill straight away, and now TBQ's in trouble. That taunt's not going to quite catch on towards TBQ. And I didn't even catch, I think the Bjergsen got the red buff out of it, but really, you know, that was a 1-for-1 overall. But could have been so much more.
Well, but they had to abandon the bottom side turret in order to do it. They were already losing the bottom lane. Now Doublelift is going to be zoned out of more XP. He's going to try and get onto this mid, but Victor's going to come back most likely in time to save this. There's the TP coming in from Acorn immediately just to get there. Make sure they can't take this turret. Axe is flying through the minion wave. Flank threatened. And they're waiting. The axes are coming. Victor is there.
TBQ's going for it. They're going to get the knock-up. Bjergsen in trouble. He gets locked up and taken down. It's going to be Pain Evil that gets that kill. Doublelift also forced away, and this may just give them that middle turret.
Excellent collapse coming in from LGD to have Imp and PYL on the backside, using that Fate's Call to find an advantage. Doublelift trading a kill back, but now the pressure is in LGD's favor, and they have the tools necessary to take down this mid lane. No TP from Bjergsen. He's not going to be able to make it back.
This is a really poor decision-making from TSM about where to make plays on the map. Go ahead and give up that red buff at that point. You weren't set up for it. Bjergsen was back. Sure, they traded 1-for-1 kills, but they lost the bottom turret. Meanwhile, Acorn able to clean up that wave, and they've nearly actually reversed the tower on this mid lane itself. Haunts are waiting in the brushes.
Oh, Haunts, I'm not sure you can win this duel. Acorn's going to pop Ragnarok and chase on towards him, and Haunts has to leap away. Yeah, that's a risky play from him, and clearly showing the aggression and confidence that Acorn is showing already on Olaf.
LGD's lane assignments have been quite good so far this game. They're playing with an appropriate amount of aggression in the enemy jungle, and it's reaping them some rewards. got that turret. We'll see if they can transition into a mid lane push here and try and take down and snowball the game off of that. TSM, they can just sit back and wave clear right now, but they're going to have a hard time farming on that bottom side.
It's going to be interesting to see when teams try to force this dragon, as we see Doublelift and Kasing posturing around that area, because this is going to be really the big arena for these teams to fight in. TSM can use it to force fights anytime they want, because they have, in theory, the superior team fight with this Gnar. However, the question is, will LGD take the bait? Will they be willing to give up those dragons and look for something else? Could find the engage here.
Oh, there's the shockwave. Pain Evil. I'm not sure there's enough damage done there. And that's a great little catch, but in comes Doublelift flying in to secure the kill. I'm not sure Pearson's quite happy with that, but, you know, he'll take it.
Good play by Kasing, and Pain Evil just missed position. He had a ward in that brush right there that's going to cause them to lose the mid turret now that they've lost their wave clear. Sloppy from Pain Evil to try and take that route when you can see, of course, that the Shen was right there. And Kasing didn't even have to flash to get that taunt off. So just really dangerous play by Pain Evil when his cleanse isn't up to try and path down towards the dragon like that. And they will be punished.
Definitely losing that tower going to be pretty huge at this stage of the game. TSM finding a small gold lead, and overall just losing all that pressure is really going to be the biggest issue. Haunter and Acorn still just farming up here on the top side, but I'm really wondering who's going to find a major advantage next. You can see Doublelift more focused on the late game scaling build once again with the Avarice Blade. That could count against him, as we see the Blade of the Rim King and surely the Runads afterwards to be next for Imp.
And the big factor here is Doublelift is getting propped up by the fact that he has gotten 2 kills, but his itemization is very far behind. If LGD goes for an early dragon right here, they will have the advantage. They're going to gank top, though.
Ragnarok popped very early once again, making sure he doesn't get slowed down by Haunter too much. Kasing was just waiting off the side, and they're not going to go aggressive on this one. Haunter's going to try and keep the pressure on, but that was a failed gank from LGD.
Haunter telegraphed that so hard. Yeah. He turned back around. Instead of baiting them in Kasing, he turned back around, and Acorn's like, if you're turning around right now, I know there's somebody else there. So doesn't actually take that bait, and they're not going to be able to get an advantage out of it. Instead, Acorn will just fall back and start wave clearing at the turret. And you can see right now, PYL just doing what he can to zone Doublelift off the wave. And he is very, very far behind when it comes to CS.
But he did get the 2 kills.
Yes, the 2 kills are
countering it.
It is.
Ish. It's not quite that much difference. So that's a 40 CS differential right now.
The problem is that gold has been used on an Avarice Blade. That's 800 gold. So coming in, I mean, those 2 kills are kind of null and void. He is not going to be ready to fight for a very long time.
And you can see LGD very aware of this as they start to push in on the dragon. They know that there's no way the enemy team can contest them. They have the raw power and objective control of this Callista, and additionally, Victor ready to rotate down and fight at any moment. So good call from LGD to get aggressive on this and to force it out.
And the Orianna, that's the advantage for TSM, and it's a nice one, but early on in the game, okay, Orianna used her gold on an Athenes for mana regen and, you know, not much in the way of combat stats, honestly, compared to the Victor who's been upgrading his Hex Core. So the advantage will play out eventually, but it's definitely more immediate for LGD.
Kasing's not going to get caught out by that one. PYL will come in. They were trying to camp out this blue buff and giving it off to Bjergsen. I think he may have picked it up already. I didn't actually catch vision of it because the blue buff was stolen down the bottom. Haunter once again taking the damage, but Acorn forcing him away. I want to talk about Haunter briefly because he has had a great chance at the top. Hello, here comes Tom Kench. He's going to be bringing him with him. And now he's going to catch on towards it. Bjergsen with a great, beautiful shockwave, but isn't it enough? He's well out of position. There's no way Bjergsen's going to get out of this one. Not going to get caught out, not going to get stunned up. Will continue to slow them down and speed himself. So at the moment, he's running them a merry dance and putting a lot of damage down on towards Pain Evil. He has to back out of the fight. In comes Kasing. Kasing's going to help him out, but is that just going to feed them 2 kills? It looks like he may well do. He's going to continue running. Kasing tries to peel off to the side. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, and they will both get caught out. Kasing gets chomped down, but Bjergsen may just get out alive.
They've got no mana.
Blue buff, please. Come on, keep ticking. That's all he's got to do. He's continuing to put the damage down on Bjergsen. Echoes Peke's great escape before, but the damage, and look at the bottom lane. You know, this has given Doublelift all the free time in the world to keep free farming and pushing that tower.
That was an absolutely terrible play by TSM that actually managed to work out their advantage, but here we go.
Oh, you're not getting out of this one. Where are you going to repel to? Tries to flash away, but the Ignite is ticking, and a quick little poke from TBQ finishes it off. It buys them a turret, but it costs them 2 deaths.
I would praise them for Bjergsen taking so much time for Doublelift to get there,
absolutely.
But Kasing coming in on the backside, the shield was almost entirely unutilized on the Stand United, so really just a waste of resources and giving up that kill there. Bought a lot of time, gave a few kills. Yes, the tower is huge, but once again, sloppy decision-making is not what we want to see in this game.
Yeah, but that said, TSM, they are 2 towers up now as a result, and Doublelift has been able to successfully split push. So net advantage to TSM. They managed to turn it into something, but this game is looking sloppy, and Acorn had a good TP, but couldn't actually finish off the kill onto Bjergsen. They had a nice collapse. The idea was good. The execution wasn't really working in their favor.
I think as we push forward, it'll be easier for them to pull that off as Acorn gets a few more items under his belt. But once again, we talked about mobility as an issue. When we see a Victor and an Olaf, at least historically, was paired with something like a Sivir, giving you that mobility for these 2 regularly quite immobile carries. So not having that, instead going with the Kalista, means their engage tools, as you mentioned, as we mentioned time and time again, is just they're really not there for them.
Especially because Olaf is running Flash instead of Ghost, which means that Olaf is going to be very dependent on teleport, like more so, because he can't just pop Ghost and charge in from the front line. Not going to be very effective, so he's got to find another way to get in there, and it's going to come down to Acorn's TPs. And I've seen Acorn have very good TPs, but recently, in recent memory, those TPs at Worlds were not...
It's questionable. That's for sure. Honza, though, been doing a great job as the top lane, honestly. Has got himself first blood against both Flame and Acorn. But Acorn just teetering around the edge this time. Svenskeren once again a little out of position. It's PYL that's trying to put a pressure on him, but Bjergsen is there. Pain Evil collapses, and this is a good little collapse. Where's he going to go? He's got Kasing just around the side, but Svenskeren in trouble. He's getting locked up. There's no way he's getting out, and that was a very easy collapse for LGD to pick themselves up the jungler.
And a good, quick, confident pick means they'll probably be able to grab the top lane tower as well. And TSM doesn't really have any pressure elsewhere on the map. A TP in the mid lane, though.
Oh, they're going to try and answer it. Pain Evil caught out. He's going to get locked up. A Doublelift will pick up the kill. They can push straight through this mid lane turret. This could be a bit of a trade going on here. Top lane is going to get taken down. Looks like LGD will finish that one off, but they have to respect this push that TSM have managed to react to. Good little teleport there.
And I don't think they're going to get that top turret, actually. The minion's going to die, so they don't even get it in the end. But maybe they can try and stave off the damage. But if they don't get that top, they recall, and this goes down, is a really bad call from LGD, and that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, Acorn has stuck around at the top there, so he should get it now. But yeah, that's a middle tier 2 turret for the top lane. That was a great trade from TSM.
And I think this is Godv just not understanding his role within the team, overextending a little bit. That's not something you can afford to do.
This game.
Exactly, and he is their only reliable source of wave clear. So if he goes down, turrets are sure to drop as well. So he cannot afford to get caught out.
His pathing has been really suspect. That's the second time he's put himself in a very dangerous position on the map and been punished for it. Now, TSM's been doing a good job of collapsing and making those plays work, but not really heads-up map awareness here from Pain Evil.
Not at all. And what's the bigger issue here is this gold lead continues to grow, is coming into the next team fight. That's really going to show if TSM can get the setup necessary. Now, they don't have too much vision, or they do have a decent amount of vision. LGD don't have the vision really around Dragon necessary to contest or fight this one out. So TSM should be able to take this Dragon as well with some confidence.
One thing that needs pointing out is Doublelift has now got 3 kills. He's caught up a bit in the CS. Still a 30 CS differential, but Tristana getting stronger and stronger in the late game will be a big, big deal. And in terms of gold between the two, you know, Doublelift is ahead, and he's what? Close to 1,000. Yeah, 800 gold ahead.
800 gold ahead, and that was the lane that LGD could have snowballed off of once they put him down the early game. But Double has picked up the kills. He has been split pushing very well, and he's been taking the solo gold from the turrets on the split push. So it's been really advantageous, and he's managed to turn it around, but has to jump over.
Yeah, a little bit of respect required there. Dragon spawning. Doublelift did take a chunk of damage, but if he had a lifesteal that back, I tell a lie, he's only really got a small item to lifesteal, so I doubt if he's going to pull it back too quick, but TSM going to try and set up this one. Haunter a long way off Meganar, though, trying to set himself up, gets stunned out and locked up and takes a big chunk of damage. TSM, they just have to back away from this, and they've got TBQ locked in the pit, but I think it's Haunter that's been locked down more than anything. Gets another poke from Pain Evil, and now finally turns into Meganar, but it's too late. TSM not involved in that engage.
And this is the problem that we talked about with engage. LGD had the priority. TSM, without the Meganar, the Gnar bar wasn't up. Haunter wasn't going to be able to try and get a flash engage on there.
This is risky.
Yeah, you really want to be on that Dragon first, or on that objective first, and LGD, they could take it with very, very little threat.
Are they really trying to set up for a gank here? No, they're trying to push them and just escape through the mid lane. Okay, they're just going to try and draw them away. They have ward coverage in the middle. They have a wave coverage here. So LGD kind of a little out of position themselves now. Oh, Shockwave pulls him, but it's only PYL they catch on. That Grey Matter will keep him alive for now, but that was a big hit. They're going to try to chase on this Swiss one. Double lift and Haunter very, very low, but doesn't look like the Chaos Storm's going to catch on towards them, and Imp not quite close enough. And it does look like everybody will escape. But overall, LGD got the Dragon.
LGD can't engage either. There's no way you're going to get through the chokes with the level of zone control that TSM had. Sure, they tried to go in once the Shockwave went down, but look at the disengage. You have the Buster Shot coming through. You have so many tools just to move out and kite if you're TSM. So over-aggressive there. They just need to push them off the mid wave and double lift.
No, he's good. He's good. I mean, this is what I was talking about the lifesteal. He's basically only got a Doran's Blade. That's it. So, I'm pretty sure he's going to stack that up next.
Probably. Hopefully should be able to finish the static shiv here.
Yeah.
If he does pick up that Zeal. Able to clear it out shortly on the bottom side. Haunter's kind of moved over to this sort of split pushing role, using that range and the safety he has from that hop to kind of let himself back off. On the opposite side, Acorn, we saw him flash forward incredibly aggressively at the tail end of that fight, and then it just immediately had to back off. And that's going to be a huge issue as he pushes forward in this lane, because he has the Ragnarok to keep him safe, but he has really no kill pressure on Haunter at this stage of the game.
Again, we just see a total lack of wards here. He's going to go onto Haunter.
Oh, and Haunter has to flash away and counter it, realizes, hang on a minute, I can turn this in my favor. Ragnarok down, Haunter in a straight one-on-one, takes down Acorn.
No flash, huge mistake to get aggressive there, have to say, but the rest of the team posturing to get picked on.
PYL caught locked up, that's going to be a quick cocoon on towards him. He manages to flash out alive, but Doublelift will pick up another, and there's a Shockwave landing. Imp is getting decimated, Doublelift will get himself another, and leaps out alive. And TSM has started to turn on the pressure. Pain Evil gets locked up, Kasing will not quite finish him off, but TSM get themselves a couple of kills for free.
And that was a great use of the one-on-one kill. Kasing just going to delay the recall here, chucking a sword out, but using that solo kill to try and turn it around on the opposite side of the map. Haunter didn't end up having to use his TP right there, chose not to get involved in that fight, but they make the plays, and they've extended their gold lead now to about 5,000 here at 23 minutes, so substantial advantage for TSM.
And look at the difference in the CS between these top laners. 141 to 180, a massive lead for Haunter. Finds the solo kill on Acorn, a much more experienced player, and just amazing play. But looking at this team fight here, you can see how aggressive they get. They find the pick, and the big thing to watch for is as they push forward, getting caught out by the Shockwave. They walk right into that zone where TSM have absolute control, and they get ripped apart. Double lift, some flashy bounce house plays, the signature aggressive 80 carry moments as he finds a way out of that fight, and there's just no damage left as Pain Evil's running out of mana, has to burn through too many cooldowns, and overall just very well executed by TSM.
TSM actually doing a great job getting wards up in that top side. That was one of the keys to look at for them in this second game. And now they have that Baron control looking much more tight in their play around that objective in this game number 2.
And Doublelift has moved close to a 2,000 gold differential now between him and Imp. And that is huge. The Tristana getting ahead of Kalista, that's a real big problem 24 minutes into this game. But LGD do pick up that mid turret. So finally taking away some of that free vision that TSM have garnered themselves. But start to make a little challenge for a bit of Baron control here, a bit of vision in that river. Still a long time on Dragon, so it looks to be just a simple bit of posturing from both teams. Who is the stronger? Who's going to get the vision down? Remember, the warding from TSM in the previous game was far from perfect. And again, quite a lack of it right now.
The other issue as we look at the warding, not really being there for the team as they push forward, is that they may not have the same insane late game scaling that they had in the previous game, but they still have a Tristana who's going to outscale the Kalista, and the Orianna who serves a very similar role to Victor, but will outscale as we push further forward. Just much more flexibility from that champion and what she can do, and it's going to be very difficult once again for LGD as they push further and further forward.
Well, they have the Olaf, though, and against the CC-heavy TSM composition, that's going to be key, because if Acorn gets into the back line, he is going to absolutely wreck TSM. So it's a lot on Acorn, and he's really far behind at the current time.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, because he's going to be trying to get to Doublelift, but Doublelift kind of has the damage to deal with him already.
He's also just building magic resist. And Haunter is putting out a lot of just physical damage with the Black Cleaver, and Doublelift obviously has found his way back into this game, so he's got to get some armor if he wants to survive.
And despite having double magic damage threats, I really don't understand this decision as pushing forward, because Bjergsen is itemizing incredibly defensively, is moving towards that more supportive position. There's no Void Staff there. There's no Death Cap. He's posturing just to protect Doublelift, to find those engages with the Shockwave, and not looking for much else.
Yeah, and you have to be able to counter the split push of the Gnar. So I really don't get this build that's coming in here from Acorn. I don't think it's going to be particularly useful for him in the mid and late game.
And Doublelift now full item ahead. Full item, Last Whisper in his hand. Imp is gonna have to really position himself well, but you know what? Kalista can do that. that's what the champion's all about. Dragon gonna be spawning, so that is gonna be the next objective. Now at the moment, Hortzer's gonna get caught out down the side here. Pain Evil and Acorn trying to gang up on him, and that may just have gifted the Dragon across to LGD. TSM, this is gonna be a risky engage if they go for it. He's got teleport available, Hortzer, so if he's going to back away, which he's doing, he could TP in time. And they, well, LGD have taken the time to start this Dragon off. Are we going to see some aggression? No. Bjergsen's backing away. That's going to be LGD's Dragon.
LGD just doing a much better job of setting up for this objective overall. Once again, finding small advantages. This time around, didn't zone out with the Victor Gravity Field, found some damage onto Hortzer, turned that into the Dragon. And this kind of control, pushing into 3 Dragons at this stage of the game, is really good for them. It will help them balance out their sort of lack of late game scaling if they can hit that 5th Dragon.
Yeah, and we're looking at, what, about 38 minutes for that Dragon number 5 if they get Dragon number 4. So this is a good position for LGD to be in, despite the fact that they're behind. But again, it comes down to rewards. Complete coverage in that river. And we did see Hortzer pushing up and trying to walk into river when he was totally blind, not knowing where everybody was on the map, taking that chunk, and he was Mega Gnar. So even if he had gone back and healed up, he wasn't going to have Mega Gnar for the next fight, and they must have that for these. They are absolutely reliant on that Gnar ultimate to engage.
Bit of pressure from TSM trying to push it down the mid lane, but remember, they've already taken that tier 2 turret, so it's the inhib they're going to be pushing on. I'm not sure they've quite got enough to draw them away, but they're going to get a couple of free shots on there, and you can see how much damage Doublelift can do. That's the half the turret gone down. LGD a little slow to react to this one. PYL taken very low there, but TSM now finally forced to back away, but that was way more damage than I was expecting to get put on that turret.
And interesting that Pain Evil decided to laser the champions instead of the creep wave there. Could have cleared that out much faster. I don't know, maybe hoping to find a fight on the back of that damage, but either way, lost a lot of tower health because he just refused to clear out the wave. Doublelift got at least 5 extra autos off on it.
This is just going to be quick clearance, and LGD, see how they decide to play about this again. They do have a lot of knowledge about what's going on in that topside river, so they'll know that this Baron really isn't an option right now for TSM. See how Acorn can do in this split push against the Gnar. That's probably going to be much more effective in that particular one-on-one situation.
And pushing forward, TSM clearly identifying that the only source of wave control is Pain Evil. You can see the this itemization coming out from Shen. He's going to be able to give the magic immunity over to that creep, as it's been done now on the bottom side of the map, and no one's going to be able to approach that later in the game if that has a Baron buff. No one can clear that out.
Yep.
So at the moment, TSM, they have the gold advantage. It is only a 5,000 gold advantage, and it really doesn't feel like much of an advantage right now. LGD certainly able to keep up with them in team fights, which you've yet to see a big team fight. Nobody fighting over one of those big objectives just yet. Very much out of position in. Bjergsen out of position. Caught up. He should go down here. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? That shield just hanging on, but Acorn comes piling in. Sonya's hourglass is only going to buy him a little bit of time, and now Doublelift caught up. He tries to rocket jump away, tries to turn that damage around, but quickly he's in trouble. He's going to get locked up. That is another kill. That's a 3-for-1, and LGD, well, they can take what they want.
And Acorn, that was the key. He had to get into a position to get the teleport off to get into the backline. Sure, he was exhausted, but he managed to find the angle onto Bjergsen. Now Svenskeren and Hortzer are going to try and stop this Baron, and will they be successful? It's like LGD's not going to take the risk of actually going for the Baron right away. TPQ does have his ultimate up, though, if he wanted to come back in. I think LGD should press harder for this Baron.
I think once again the confidence from both of these teams has been very hit or miss over the course of this series, not taking more opportunities, just letting small advantages go, not getting anything else out of it. But as we come into this team fight, you can see just how huge this is. Bjergsen pulls back into his team, pulls back, tries to find a front line, but the TP on the side here, the aggressive flash from Acorn, gets such a huge advantage. You can see PYL is going to move forward here, tries to save the day, doesn't quite find it, but the Fates call lets him re-engage anyway, and LGD using their team comp to the fullest potential
And
here.
look at the position. Bjergsen just strolling past the walls. Not a ward in sight. Had no idea what was around that corner. Completely out of position.
Yeah, LGD is being given a lifeline by TSM at several points during this game simply by face-checking areas without any kind of vision. And LGD has capitalized on that. They've been quick to teleport in. They've been quick to set up and make the plays. And they're going to be staring in 2 minutes at Dragon number 4. Here's the Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, is he going to catch on? Bjergsen, remember, no flash available for him, and he has to use the Zhonya so early on. Chaos Storm raining down on towards him. He uses just about everything to keep himself alive, but this has bought LGD all the time they need. The mid laner down. Svenskeren forced to back away. This should be Baron.
Well, they've still got 4 members up, so we'll see if they will be so bold. It looks like the answer is yes.
They can't outsmite the Callista, so if Imp has enough time to set up here, there's no way they can do this unless Imp completely fumbles out.
Remember, Sven managed to get a steal in the previous matchup. Doublelift still alive. They're trying to get the peel on towards him. Haunter's got himself into Meganari, pounces in towards him, slams them away, but is it enough? The damage, TBQ taking a lot of damage off the side there. Doublelift trying to get the damage down towards him. He gets onto PYL, he gets onto TYQ. I can't believe what's happening. Doublelift is going to get himself a second and a third. Now he has to back away. Now they have to respect it. Oh, Pain Evil's laser doesn't catch on. Svenskeren caught out. But Doublelift now, can he escape? I don't think he's quite got enough. Imp should catch on towards him, and Pain Evil's laser does enough. But that, I think TSM will still be happy. It stopped the Baron. They got themselves a hatful of kills for Doublelift.
And right when I criticize LGD for their lack of confidence, they make a bold move, and it completely pays off despite a beautiful Gnar ult coming in from Hansar on the backside of that fight. LGD just ripped through the team, Imp putting out consistent damage and just allowed to destroy everyone.
Yeah, and take a look at Hansar coming in right here, because you see all the spears coming in, and then you see Imp get knocked into the Baron here. So he starts to actually, after the stun, he actually did have a chance to keep those spears up, and they made the decision to turn on that fight all the same. But Imp managing to clean up despite not having the biggest amount of damage in this game, and using the Spiderlings just to continue to jump forward. And fortunately for him, too, a minion wave right here, so he can continue to get his dashes off and be more of a nuisance. Nice Death Ray at the end from Pain Evil to pick up the kill.
And good use of the Siphon Power and that Callista Martial Poise passive to continue moving forward, but Baron being postured around as they push forward. TSM looked determined to take the Dragon in this exchange.
TBQ started the Baron off. Dragon's been picked up by TSM. That's going to get them the first one, but can they react? Can they get here in time? Because this Baron is going out quickly. Acorn's going to be the man that distracts them. Svenskeren's rushing towards it. He knows he needs to get in quickly. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. Baron will go to LGD. TSM out of position there, and now they have to back away. They have to respect the damage that LGD have. Haunts are caught out. He's got no Gnar available to him, and that's going to be a shockwave. Is it enough? PYL taking damage. Doublelift once again around the side. Svenskeren will catch on, but that was a great catch there from Pain Evil, and that will turn the fight on its head. It's a 2-for-2 still, though, and TSM are not done yet.
They're going to back off right now, but TSM did not get that Dragon. Crucially, they turned off the Dragon in order to move up to the Baron, so they have to defend it right now. They cannot go back.
Oh, that's risky. Doublelift running straight in towards it. Look at the damage back on towards him. Is it enough, Doublelift? Oh, Kasing used his ult, but he didn't go aggressive. He's just jumped straight into the stun. He got the kill on him, though, and that's all he needed.
Great planning there from TSM. So you saw what happened with Kasing. Just backing off and then using the Stand United to get the shield so Doublelift could chunk them out. They had to make sure that that Dragon was not taken. They got another Baron buff off the members of LGD right now. Kasing going to come in, and looks like they are going to actually prevent LGD from getting Dragon number 4. Still a few Baron buffs up on LGD, but overall TSM played that last little positional war very well.
Definitely confidence inspiring on the side of TSM to see them make good moves in this game. I mean, the vision control is still a huge issue, but when they have vision, they have knowledge of the enemy team, they're playing incredibly proficiently, and Doublelift, huge show of confidence there to get aggressive, but taking out Imp means absolutely everything as they move forward in this game. Shutting him down early on is very important.
Yeah, look at this, the back off right there, then the 2 shields onto Doublelift so he can get that poke damage. Pain Evil not having a lot, and Imp actually just getting the explosive shot on him and picking up that very crucial kill.
And the input buffer on the Tristana jump to make sure he would make it out of the gravity field before there could be any potential turnaround here.
So 16-15, another chaotic game between LGD and TSM. But TSM are 1-0 up in this best of 3, and more importantly for them, Doublelift has 10 kills, and now a QSS, which means he's going to be perhaps a little bit more bolder in his attacks if he could get that way. He's been very aggressive so far, yeah. Crazy stuff from him. But LGD definitely been taking it to them. You know, they've been playing from behind in gold this whole match, yet they still have been the ones on the aggression.
Yeah, and I mean, really the whole series. Double lift.
Chaos Storm used very early on double lift there. Thought he could maybe chunk him down quicker, but double lift just quite happily life-stealing him away. And that's a big ulti to be down now for LGD. I think TSM is just going to push on towards its inhibitor.
Hanser actually did use his Gnar ult right there. It was flashed by TBQ, so they couldn't secure that kill. And now they're down their main initiation tool. So they're going to try and get the siege rolling here, but Pain Eagle does have a blue buff and a Baron buff, so it's going to be really difficult to siege. Holy cow.
Gravity well used very early on there. Remember, we already saw the damage the double lift can put onto this tower, and look at that. It's like a minigun as he just mows it down. Now open inhib, and this is very tricky now, LGD, but they played the entire last matchup in this same situation, so they're well aware of what they've got to do. Double lift though on TBQ, that's going to force him back. Imp's going to try and go aggressive on this one. Gets caught out, big chunk there. That's going to be Kasing using the ultimate. They got quite caught out. They try to dive in. TBQ caught out, but what can they do from this one? Imp's going to get locked up. Quickly gets eaten away. PYL devours him and pulls him out of danger. And LGD just about hanging on. That's a great Zhonya's out from Bjergsen, and it will just keep him alive. The inhib will finally go down, and TSM survive in a 1-for-0 fight.
All right, get that inhibitor once again. We saw this last game. The question now is, can they close? Because that was what they were having trouble with, and that all started out with Pain Evil just getting chunked out in that front line instead of clearing the minion waves, and without him there, it was all too easy for Double Lift just to push forward and try and take that turret, and you cannot hurt that thing, Pain Evil.
I think the big issue as we looked at that fight is that Pain Evil is still playing incredibly aggressively on this LGD lineup, playing like he's that Cassin. He does not have the Zhonyas, he does not have the safety of the Rift Walk, but he continues to play on the front lines in each and every one of those engages. And sometimes it's worked out for the team. They've found some excellent fights, but for the most part, it's really been holding them back.
Yeah, it's been a little bit risky, but he took cleanse for a reason here because he wanted to get up in that front line. So it's a decision he's had to make with that summoner spell. Now take a look as the vision starts to be reclaimed by LGD around this turret, or Baron rather.
Well, Double Lift continuing his farm. Now has finally caught up with him in terms of CS, very much even, but in terms of gold, it's quite disparaging between the two. You can see 14.8k to 17k, but they're both well into their builds by now, so not really a differential. QSS picked up, more importantly, by Imp. He was caught out, remember, in that previous fight, which is what took him down, but PYL did manage to pull him to safety just about. We haven't seen that the crazy wombo combo that can be pulled out, and I don't think we probably will anymore, but this top turret not looking like it's going to survive too long. A couple more shots from Double Lift will be enough, and LGD need to be careful here. They don't get caught out, and that's maybe what Acorn's going to happen. Has got Ragnarok available if he needs it, but taking way too much damage in the process. Hello, Pain Evil just going straight in on that one. Flashing in. They might catch out on Svenskeren, but oh, PYL just about consuming in time there. Acorn just trying to keep Haunter at bay, but look how low everybody was. Svenskeren does manage to keep alive, but another objective goes TSM way. That's the turret, and they may well just stick around here. It's risky because LGD can quickly back to the fountain and come back full hit points. TSM very low here. They've got to be careful they don't get caught out like they were in the previous matchup. And now Double Lift just caught. Just the rocket jump away. Now they have to respect it. They're going. TBQ going in. He gets caught out. He's taken down. PYL dropped as well. Acorn has got a lot of damage though, and he can just mash his way through the entire TSM. Are they going to get enough in there? I'm not too sure. Bjergsen will get taken down. Acorn could kill the entire team here. Svenskeren so low, Kasing so low, but look at Haunter. He's tanking. He's keeping him at bay, and Acorn is in trouble now. He gets slowed down, and he's going to get dropped, and TSM will get the ace, and they can push on and maybe take victory.
They're going to try to end out here, and they absolutely should. Huge showing of confidence to close out in that last fight, and an absolutely huge overextending moment there for Pain Evil once again, but TSM quick to punish, confident to end here in this game too. It's finally accurate when I say they end this one confidently, and an amazing, impressive 2-0 from this new lineup.
Here we go.
Does anyone walk into the bush? Oh, double lift. Oh, double lift. I mean, it would be double
Just
lift.
like in the Season 1 World Championship. Double lift
face
walks
check.
into the brush at the start of the game.
Face check-in could be real. I can't believe actually. Okay, they're waiting for the rest of the team to get here. This is the usual. This is the usual Aaron when you just complaining already, saying slash report this guy. They're all AFK. What's going on with my team?
Snowball connect from high onto Meteos. Will he go in? Stay behind your minions, Brian.
Whoops. But what if there are no minions?
Oh,
What
the
then?
axe already. He's going to get taken down. What the hell? No. Wow.
Oh, well.
No mercy there for Meteos. Straight
Already a good
away.
Start. I take it back. Mark Cuban's team is definitely going to win this one.
Well, I think so. I mean, Mark Cuban's seeming very confident. His team are going into this one. I mean, they've all played air rounds before, that's for sure. And let's not forget double lifts on Katarina, which is a big thing. Meteos gets in forward. It will be Voyboy that closes it out.
And High got really low on that one. Just big, misposition there.
You know, he just wanted to go back to get that. Well, he already got the tier, but the thing is, Urgot's not that tanky right now. Late game, though, in ARAM, Urgot can be really, really good. Much better than you think.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough start for Brian's team. They are really going to struggle here. Mark Cuban's finally deciding to get in, throw a couple of those bombs in. A little wild on that one, but going to keep tossing them in there. I feel that this is going to be a real tricky matchup for them. So I'm going to let you two go loose with your punts because I demand Star Wars references, Game of Thrones references. And already, Freak's already 2 punts ahead of you.
That's true.
Nicely. Oof. Oh, nice flash. Ryan gets out. Lives doesn't want to be the first and third death of the game. Nobody wants that.
At least there's someone in the middle. If you have like a death streak right away and you're the only one, that's just embarrassing. At least someone else tanked the aggro.
You be that feeder.
Yeah. Cuban's playing it really scared though, man. I mean, you got to get up there with Ziggs.
He doesn't want to get killed. He's got his cover. Double lift going aggressive.
The way I see it,
okay.
Ideally how this would work.
Break it down.
For Mark Cuban's team is you poke with Ziggs. Oh, Brian nearly
He's
going down there again.
Voyboy,
getting aggressive.
In and out, flashes out. That's what we expect from Voyboy. And now Hotshot's in trouble. Szechuani, you going down. Double lift comes in.
Why? You're going to have to change his name to Cold Shot now. Oh, well.
Doesn't have the ultimate yet. He can't throw any cold shots out there yet.
It's true. How do you name yourself Hot Shot and then pick Sejuani? That doesn't even make any sense.
I mean, I just thought it was Double Lift's chance to get a little bit of revenge on Hot Shot there, but Voyboy stole it.
Maybe. See, this is what I'm more used to, Double Lift versus Bjergsen. This is what we're all more used to here.
It's true. And it's last time it was with Double Lift winning, so I mean.
Oh, Brian, you just walked straight out. Are you going to get absolutely hammered? Maybe he's baited it. No, instead he gives another kill across the Voyboy. Meteos dives in. He gets himself a kill. This is only going one-way traffic. Bjergsen, the only man alive, does manage to get himself one kill, but wow, the rest of his team decimated.
Just like old TSM.
Where you going, Reggie? Oh, this is just that's just rude. Backfire.
Giving kills to Chouster, just like old times.
I understand you've had this argument before, D-Man, about...
I get it now. We do it now. We don't care.
No, I mean, does it really matter? We can talk about it in this game.
What I find
there's a different meta in NA and EU. You're allowed to suicide in NA, and in EU it's considered bad manner.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's actually a really big difference.
But I think everyone's over it now. Everyone does it now. So
really?
It's still rude, though. It's still bad manners.
I wasn't aware that Europe finally realized that North America did it right.
Yeah, well, you may have noticed there was a World Championship recently, and Europe was just way ahead of NA. We kind of figured these things out now.
I don't even need to say anything, because my region just always wins.
Double lift going in once again. I see what you did there. Bjergsen is just about got out alive there, but Chouster's in trouble. I don't think he's going to get out alive. No chance. Dusk a little dance, though.
You know, Doa, every single Korean player is winless at this tournament.
You're right. I can't deny that. That's because they were all, never mind. You know what? I'll let you have that. I'll let you have that one. I got to say, though, to be completely honest, I don't know if Jin-Air can win this one. We'll see. We'll see how they do tomorrow. Oh, Bjergsen, he's not going to win that engagement. He goes down right away. Hotshot goes in, grabs another one for his team. Voyboy in a lot of trouble. Nice ultimate, freezing Meteos as well. Meteos could go down soon. That's a kill for Brian Krasanic as well. And the shutdown comes in at the very end for Hotshot.
Oh, Brian, you're in trouble. You're way too deep. But Double Lift, he's not going to let him get away with that. Manages to jump on him. Mark Cuban not going to pick it up. Double Lift stole it.
Just like the Dwarves of Moria, Brian Krasanic fell too greedily and too deep.
There we go. Lord of the Rings. That's a good start. Now we're off. Now we're off. We're off.
So, guys, I just finally understood why Reginald took Clarity. He needs mana. He doesn't have any blue cards to throw this time. So he's got to get the mana from somewhere. I get it. It makes sense.
Well, he's going to get jumped on here. He actually maybe had to turn it around. He must have his ulti up. Oh, instead he's just going to give Doublelift a way out.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Nice
guy.
I mean, that's why he's playing in the jungle now, I guess.
Yep. High could be in trouble, but he's pretty tanky on that Urgot. There's a shield. They're engaging. There's a grand challenge. Oh, that was not very challenging after all.
Wasn't very grand.
That was a lot of percentage grand challenges.
Oh, Brian.
Intel inside.
See, Brian didn't realize what all Ashe players eventually realized. Hawkshot does not deal any damage. He used it to try to scare them away. It didn't do much of that.
I guess not.
From downtown!
Let's go. He's on. No, not really on fire. He's trying.
He is certainly heating up. Meteos going in. Oh, Bjergsen tries to get the big play. Double kill. Whoa.
That's
for Chouster.
That's scary. You start giving Fiora kills.
Oh,
go pretty ham on you. Hotshot trying to get aggressive on that one, but Reggie just saying, I bought Doublelift away from you. Thank you very much. Chouster, though, can he get another? Yes, he can. Score one for CLG.
Riposted.
Reposted. I think riposte actually is okay in like certain English vernaculars.
Well, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
There you go. We got it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, 19-10 right now. Slight kill lead.
I have
Mark Cuban's team.
I have a lore question, actually.
Just a slight.
Okay. Yeah, a slight lore question. Oh, hold on. There's a fight. I'll get to it later.
Actually, this is a
massive kills coming through.
Oh, good lord. Doublelift is just left untouched at the back there, and he's just got clean-up duty. Hello, Doublelift. Wow. Whipping around. Oh, Bjergsen's going to get on towards him. No, Doublelift will go down. That is how you answer it, Bjergsen.
3 for 4.
Bjergsen playing Diana. I did not know he was good at that champion. What do you know?
Really? No, he's quite good at it.
News to me.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah. I feel like there's something pompous about like Worlds or something.
I mean,
you're like insinuating.
Do you think this is how they do contract negotiations, Reggie and Bjergsen? This is how it works. This is
yeah. Yeah, it's like, hey, if you get enough kills in your A round, then I guess we'll pay you some more next time.
He would have popped Ragnarok by now, I think, in the actual negotiation. High coming in, Bjergsen following, Brian chasing. Bjergsen goes in. There's a kill on Mark Cuban. High in a little bit of trouble as well, but they're going to turn it around. More kills for the Krzanich team, but looks like Cuban and his team are pushing right back.
Bunch of damage coming through the hops.
There we go.
Doublelift doing tons of damage all the way through. Chooses to not dive past the turret, but boy.
That's an ace.
Gets it, makes it happen. Okay, so my lore question was, you know how you spawn an ARAM with a Poro snack?
Sure.
And you can feed it to the Poros?
Yeah.
Can you make Sejuani with this skin get bigger? Because she rides one. Like, can Sejuani's model size go like 3x?
Oh. Oh, boy.
I mean, I guess you take
potion, I think
but
maybe.
that's about it. I don't think you can make him too big. A Lulu ulti in there as
we
well.
need a
Poro. You make a pretty big Poro.
Skin.
Oh my gosh, that'd be great. You get 6 stacks, he explodes into other Cho'Gaths.
I want that. I want that. Right. Wow, High just got wrecked by Reggie. Oh, Brian's in trouble again.
No.
9 deaths are starting to clock up now. Chouster's in trouble. Doublelift picks himself yet another kill. He's actually matching the kills almost that he had in the previous game.
And a slight lead for Mark Cuban's TV.
Just a slight one. Double the kills. Just a small advantage.
Lead.
Yeah, I don't think... Oh! Bjergsen, very nice on there.
Welcome to TSM.
And he's going to get Meteos as well. Now he can turn this on to Reggie. Hotshot with the little assist there.
You know, if they need a new jungler for TSM, they're Hotshot making a name for himself. A great Zonya's right there, and Reggie overextended. In comes the Urgot, and now Void missing the rocket. Gonna takes him down just barely.
I think TSM may need to reconsider Reggie as their sub at Worlds every year. I'm not convinced. Mark Cuban on the run. He's getting ganged up on, though. Nice flash. The arrow goes wide.
Oh, he makes it out. Big plays.
LCS big plays right there. IEM
but this has put a little time for Krasnich's team. He's just going to keep on pushing through. Brian actually could get the tower down here.
I think
Come on, hit the tower, Brian. Hit the tower.
Maybe not.
Oh, no. Time to back away. Time to back away. Doublelift is here.
You're asking too much. Oh, nice bomb. Well, no.
Oh,
no! The bait.
Oh, that's a nice stuff.
He's trying to draw on Doublelift.
A little bit of damage.
Zonya's.
Hexbreaker pop, big shield for High. There's the jump back in. A couple of kills coming through. Chouster gets one on a Doublelift.
All right, Reginald trying to make his presence known, but I think he did, and now he's going to have to make his presence retreat. No, he's flashing back in.
He wants hot shot. He wants hot shot, and he gets hot shot.
And he was doing his best Darius impression, ulting backwards there on Olaf, and decided, you know what, I guess I will play people after
Too soon?
all.
Too soon.
Never too soon.
Too soon. Come on, crowd, say it with me. Too soon. Oh,
TSM.
Oh,
dear.
Hello, Bjergsen. Well,
bye.
That's only his third death, though.
I thought it was...
is actually the least death player in this game.
Okay, so now we're actually starting to get to that dangerous period. Bjergsen's starting to get pretty strong.
Yep.
Hotshot's clearly getting strong as well. This actually is not done and dusted. Well, Brian's definitely out of position there. Chauster's like, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well.
Yeah, he's done so.
Doublelift comes in to steal that kill. In the end, he's got no other lanes to split push, so he's got to just like farm kills, I guess, this game.
Snowball landed. Hotshot tries to take it and just forces him away. In and out.
You know, it's we talk about leads and like the team comes coming together. I mean, Brian's team is infinitely more likely to snowball this game.
It's true. They do have a lot of snowballs. That's right.
I just want to
make sure we're all aware of the fact that that was the joke I made. Because they can throw snowballs with their summoner spells.
We got it.
Yeah, no,
we got it.
Sometimes I'm too clever for you all.
I mean, you had to explain a joke to us a moment ago.
It's a very Merry Christmas. Hotshot is coming in. Gets a little bit of action on Chaucer with the grand challenge. Dives deep after Boy gets it. Gets a big heal as well. Doublelift taken down. It's a comeback.
Oh, the ulti miss. Whiffs, only a slow. Hotshot being smithy, but they still get a kill picked off.
Yeah. Oh.
Hello.
He's getting aggressive.
I might want to back away from this one. And Bjergsen's going to take this one happily.
Not a melee champion.
Hotshot stole it. Mido's in trouble. He's going to get dived on. Bjergsen will take it. And that is the ace. And this is the comeback.
Wow. Kubi got smoked. And I thought that was still illegal in the U.S.
You've been trying to find that moment, haven't you? We were talking about that one earlier. That was good. That was good.
They're going to get a tower here, aren't they?
Trying to get a free death here.
Yeah.
Voiboy's not going to get him either. That will be Bjergsen finding himself a little time. Nicely done. Bjergsen 10-5-10, getting scary now, but 15-5-15 on Voiboy. It's someone that should really probably take note of because he's the man that's doing the damage right now. High's going to get caught out. That's another for Doublelift. Oh, Brian's down. And that will be Voiboy. 43-28.
All right, some great cleanups and Hotshot playing about as well as he was when he was actually CLG's jungler. So looks like no rust for him at all, actually.
This turret is in trouble. Can Chaucer defend it? No, he can't. No, never mind. No drama there. He just can't. No, there it goes.
Does it count as defending if it still goes down? Like if you tried?
Well, I mean, it could be an unsuccessful defense, I suppose. Like they're unsuccessfully defending this inhibitor.
Maybe they will succeed in this one. Chaucer taking a lot of damage, trying to get the kills, and a Voiboy still gets taken out high. Had to join the mix, and Reggie diving forward. Plenty of damage on O'Brien. Ash forced to run away. Will survive for now. A swap back in, and Bjergsen says hello. Pulls in 3. Arrow misses. Medio still cutting backwards. Pretty successful. The tank's about to fall down. Ash going to drop. Everyone's going to go down. Hotshot, the only one left. Voiboy whiffs a stun under the turret range, and yes, that will be a kill picked back up. Axes come by. Mark. Turret aggro. Still taking turret aggro. Whoa!
Oh, Hotshot looking for it. Reginald's right there. Hotshot grabs a kill. That's Sejuani. A bit more damage than I think Reggie was expecting, but Medio's right there for the cleanup. Mark Cuban with a pretty decent stat line so far at 0, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. That's okay. I mean, it's a solo kill with no assist given over.
At least Brian has kills.
That is true.
Now.
Who did he kill?
I don't know.
That is something I really would like to learn.
He has 13 deaths, but he's got 2 kills, guys.
And 7 assists. And 7 assists. Don't forget those assists.
So the kills 48-32. We're almost reaching levels equal to the average LPL game. We're getting there.
For this time, yeah.
That's right.
Or CLG versus LGD.
LGD's taking notes right now. They're like, oh, this is how we're supposed to.
See, I was saying CLG because I was just thinking of Doublelift. Immediately, I just went straight to CLG. But I realized they are playing the Unicorns. That's going to be coming up after this game. And at the moment, Reggie's going to go piling in. Reggie, that is deep. And they don't forget the Doublelift off the side, putting the damage down. But now, if only you had a snowball, you'd be able to catch up on this team. But you don't, so you're not going to.
You've been chasing Reginald. Doublelift trying to go in, trying to be aggressive here. Helps get a kill.
Voiboy close to 20 kills now. Voiboy, he is absolutely dominating on this. Corky.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew? Bjergsen. Oh, can't get the flash in time, but Bjergsen still picks up one, trying to keep the turrets alive. Will it
It's
be
gonna go
successful defense? Oh, Idiot's down. Reggie as well. A triple kill for Bjergsen.
Big plays.
Oh,
Big
boy.
plays right there.
Uh-oh.
There
it is. There's one. There's the
That's
third.
a quadra.
Oh,
That
no,
is
it's
a
a quadra.
kill.
Oh, I thought he got him.
No. Close.
I guess it was the Ignite. The Ignite did it.
Close but no cigar.
Close but no cigar. There you go.
Oh, man.
When does the taunting begin? Do they know that if you hit control like 4 is not aware? Oh, there we go. The snowball from Urgot, the deadly. There we go. Chowster comes in to finish that one off.
You know, with puns like that, you're going to send me to an early Graves.
I see what you did there. Just give me a double shot to the puns with that one. Poor D-Man. You're just
I'm just going to sit here quietly. You know, I feel there's enough of overload to just keep going. I'm just going to be a spectator on this one. But as it is very much Mark Cuban's to win.
We're glad you came back from the afterlife to cast some League. You're kind
I
of
know,
like the Obi-Wan Kenobi of League. You know? Like, you must go to the career system to cast. Okay.
Well done, sir.
Thank you. Become more powerful than we've ever imagined. Reginald coming in, trying to show how strong he is. I don't know if it's going to work out. Grand challenge issued, and there goes Reggie.
And the battle continues now. Everyone diving in back and forth. 1 kill apiece so far. Double pops the Zonius, but he's so low on health. Can he find anything to do? No. Bjergsen cuts him down where he stands.
The average ARAM Katarina is just face palming at some of the things Double Lift is doing this game.
Uh-oh.
I feel like Brian's trying to be the bait, and then they're just going to jump in. But oh, Voyboy's got so much damage there. Bjergsen, you know, there's so many squishies on the map that he could legitimately take them down. But this doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. Voyboy, 23 kills for that man now.
Dude, he is. Uh-oh.
Brian's trying to run, and Voyboy toying with his food.
I feel mercy being had. Oh, Voyboy.
Rocket Man. Oh, Snowball connects. Come on, High. Go in. Come on. It's only a he does it. There we are. Position reverser. Voyboy just bounced right out. Chowster finding a snowball. Mark Cuban there as well to add on the melee damage, I guess. There's a shutdown. There's another one.
All right, the tag team of High and Chowster making it still happen. Players who, you know, keeping this team afloat so far. But it's Bjergsen, really, the guy with 17 kills, making most of it happen right now. On the red side, still 6,000 gold apart. Reggie and Double Lift hiding in the brush. But it's a 2v3. They're going to back away from this one.
Yeah.
Hugely throw an axe and all as well.
We've now reached 100 kills exactly in this game, if my math is right, which it could be completely wrong.
I believe it's 100 kills in this game.
Good.
Actually,
I was an army
yeah,
major, so.
100 kills. It could be more than 100 deaths, but those don't count otherwise.
That's right. Kills are what matters. Chowster
Why do you
grabs
care
the
if
help.
a turret kills someone? Do turrets not have feelings, Doa?
No, they're inanimate objects for you.
I mean, they could still have feelings. I mean,
oh, can they?
Do synths not have feelings? Are they inanimate objects?
Well,
this has got deep.
I'm not that far ahead for you. Wow. Jeez, man. We need to watch Toy Story in a couple times, I guess. Figure that one out.
Oh, the arrow's going to land. Brian frontlining. Everyone's getting in here, but the patron of IEM still goes down. A grim demise for him and the re-engage. Team Cuban going forward, but Bjergsen, the three-man pull-in, and there's still more fights to happen. Hotshot dodging back out. High still dropped. The big, good fight for Team Cuban. An ace, actually.
Yep, and that may be. Do you think they can close it out right now? I mean, they've got a lot of death timers. They have to take down the inhibitor again. It's come back. I think
it's close. Well, 5-second respawns on many of them.
Get it.
Haven't looked at the map, but they still have a super right here. This could tank a lot of the turret damage. Only two alive right here, and there goes turret number 1.
And turret number 2 also going to drop down. I don't think it's going to last much longer. Wow, Brian just disappeared. I believe the word would be melted or deleted if I was to pull South African friends' words down. But
I do not believe
I couldn't believe it. Mark Cuban in a little bit of trouble. Bjergsen chasing him down. That was a pretty easy one there. And it looks like the Nexus all that remains. And Mark Cuban's team ready to try to end it. No, they're actually going to have to come back and try again later.
All right, 3 kills to 3 on that fight, though, so it's not like a bunch of net gold went the way of the red team, but maybe Team Brian Krzanich can make their way across the map. Double lift.
Oh, double lift.
Gonna pretty much die for this one. Tries to make the jukes happen, but he's really got nowhere to go. Oh, good dodge. Doesn't matter.
Nope. All right, this is the big comeback moment. You can get the inhibitor here.
We missed Mark's big moment, by the way. He got a kill in there somewhere.
Oh, he did. You're right.
Oh.
187.
Mark Cuban kill update, 20 minutes, 25 seconds, 1 kill.
1 kill. But it's the kill that counts, potentially.
Right. That kill meant so much to his team. That was the kill that let them do
Let them go in, kill 2 Nexus turrets, man.
I feel like this is a hidden partnership we're missing out on. Hotshot and Bjergsen here. They're really doing some work. And they're going in again. That's a great pickup. Remember, this is big death timer territory. If they can pick up a bit more kills, they could really end the game. But maybe I'm just getting a little too excited.
No, I think you're right here. It's
There's
2
no
for
such
nothing.
thing as too excited.
Never possible. Oh my God, an Axe is gonna despawn right now.
Reggie's
got the cooldown back, hits some minions. There's the dive, it's not important though.
Oh well. Oh, Meteos.
Double in.
Are you looking for a challenge? He was, in case you're wondering.
Come on, Brian. You have an arrow. Use it.
He actually had ulted in the previous kills, so it looks like it's going to be 4 picked up here, a couple of double kills, and Schauster running away, hiding, and wishing that his team would have listened to him after all.
All right.
A triple kill for Doublelift, and once again, they could try to push the base down with no turrets or inhibitor alive.
Everybody's experienced this moment of a Katarina on the opposition side.
Okay, so this is like totally an expect moment, so let's treat it like one, all right? Doublelift, all right, he's on the Nexus. Reginald's on the Nexus too. No one's
Who's going to get the last hit? Who's it going to be? Is it Reggie or Doublelift?
Oh, they're waiting. The Snowball connects high. Could come in. One more fight.
Could the minions end the game?
Oh! GG.
And it's just going to be the standard sort of deep invade, getting wards to spot out where the jungle starts. You can, at the very worst, process of elimination the entire thing. And that's really nice by Smithy. That's a good play, because otherwise with the Chachi could have auto-attacked W, auto-killed the ward off. So nice of him to understand the sort of small matchup he's in and play around it.
I would have liked to see a 2v2, because I think watching a Thresh versus Morgana lane is always fascinating, trading the cooldowns from Hook and Black Shield and then hitting in with the second hook. But it does look like CLG is more comfortable at least facilitating lane swap here, dodging that Renekton Fiora matchup that the analyst has touched upon earlier.
Now, do you feel like CLG initiating this lane swap wants to kind of keep things as safe as they can for Stixxay coming in here? A lot of pressure on this guy to perform. I mean, Doublelift shoes are massive to fill, and I'm speaking metaphorically. I don't know what size his feet are in real life, but Stixxay's got a lot to live up to, man.
I think you can't come in and like try to protect him and hide whatnot. I think there's 2 reasons why. One, you're CLG, you just won the North American LCS, like, you should be trying to stay on the top end of the spectrum, which means you've got to keep playing to win. Also, he's up against a you know, pretty good training wheels matchup there. Steelback, not a very good laner in his own right, so 2-on-2 wise, it should also be fine.
I'm not sure what went through CLG's heads here, because they actually went for the initial lane swap. They had the wards to see if UOL were counter-swapping. Almost feels like a mind game gone wrong, because they only picked up the small Krug here, whereas UOL bot lane got an entire camp on the Grump.
Yeah, we do have that 2v2 now.
Slight improvement though. The new Grump is kiteable, so you can pull it out even farther and get closer to the lane. So waiting for teams to optimize that.
That's true. Small gameplay there. Either way, it is still level 2 first for CLG.
Yeah.
They did 1 small Krug, then walked into the lane right away.
Just started pushing.
Yeah, and then of course it's Tristana, so it's going to be a long time until UOL can trade back. And because CLG has a minion wave at all times, it's very easy to hide behind and never get thresh hooked.
Yeah.
Very true. Mid lane battle between Huhi and Fox, of course. Huhi taking a little bit of damage early on, but that rise, it takes a while to power up.
Yeah, this matchup should definitely be in Orianna's favor. She's actually like notorious for just auto pushing the lane in the early game, and against a champion like Ryze, he's kind of fine with it because he can CS very well on the tower. He has a lot of spells on relatively low mana cost that he can use to prep those minions and to make sure he stays even in CS. And you know,
after move hooked right onto Flame Choppers. Black Shields before it. Actually, they didn't quite hook him in the right place.
That play actually temporarily put him outside of the jumpers, I think, allowing Afro to actually Black Shield himself. I think if there wasn't a flay right there, we would have seen the chain CC.
Although, to be fair, the flay kept him from Black Shielding for longer. So, like, as soon as the hook ends, he gets to walk away regardless. So it's, you know, it's kind of like neither way is he going to die.
Smithy is down. Smithy coming in. Steelback throws in the warning. Smithy over the wall. There's the stun. Steelback could be in a bit of trouble. Nice play from Hillsang, though, to keep CLG back. No kills yet in this one.
That bind missing from Aftermoon was such a big deal right there. Nice play by Smithy. He's actually on top of his game right now, trying to cancel out the Lantern, but first Gilius coming to the mid lane.
Here we go. Gilius onto Hui. Fox tries to slow him down a little bit. Hui on the run. Still has both summoners available. Might have to burn one to get away. Smithy trying to protect his mid laner. Hui turns around. He trapped Gilius in the rune prison for the moment. Now Darshan comes down. Zion Spartan engaging onto Gilius. Gilius getting very low. Can they possibly kill him though?
Yeah.
I think they can. First blood goes to CLG Darshan.
Yeah, immediate reaction. He had teleport still available because I imagine they started on the left side of the map, so he walked straight to lane, and that left teleport advantage here. Vizicachi had to use his teleport to get back to lane early, so CLG capitalizing on that very well, and just baiting it out.
I'm still getting used to calling him Darshan instead of Zion Spartan. This is tough to adjust.
I was at least used to it because everyone calls him that in the NALCS studio, so I'm already ready for that name. But first of all, Steelback missing his summoners. Oh, nice play by Hylissang. Wow. Oh, doesn't pull Steelback far enough away through the ground, so it will be a kill picked up. Nice attempt in the play all the same.
Sorry, that's what Hylissang's saying right now.
Yeah,
it's like, oops, sorry man, meant to take you a little bit farther. CLG getting a lot of damage done on this turret because of it too.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite moves in the early game, just moving two people towards the bot side of the map and faking the dive. Even if they know it's coming, they lose so much. If they lose that entire wave and a half and the tower damage, the play is already worth in itself. In addition to that, if you burn a flash and a kill, that is such a good move because all you maybe lose in the mid lane is like one wave pushed you to the tower.
And contrast this to what we saw with TSM, who had 2-0 their series, how much more crisp this CLG looks. You talked about the fact that the core of this team is still here. All the big voices, all the important parts are still the same. And you can see these really crisp plays by CLG already 2-0. And they're even happy to focus down on this bottom lane. That turret already nearly dead. 6-8 lane, he's the new guy.
Yeah, the one moment here, the saving grace for Unicorns of Love will be the teleport cooldown now coming into Vizicachi's favor. That's going to come up while it's still down for Darshan. So we need to see if they can use that pushing matchup in the top lane. Remember, Chachi was always spending all that time in the top lane, so he should have an experience advantage and a teleport advantage. We need to see if the Unicorns can get a deep ward somewhere and bend that advantage into their favor to start snowballing back, because otherwise CLG are going to get comfortable with his lead.
The thing is, I actually just checked, Vizicachi actually not up in XP or in gold despite this 9 CS lead here. Darshan got enough XP from his exploits in the mid lane, so there's no advantages to speak of at all for UOL.
I mean, they've got at least a little bit of time before this rise starts to really get scary. Still just stacking that tier right now. Even with 1 kill, 1 assist, he's not putting out a ton of damage at the moment. So they've got a small window, but it's closing already.
Yeah, and if you look at the item purchases, having to go the low econ route with the instant Avarice Blade, while Stixxay is now on 49 CS, the mark of a BF sword generally is 55 creeps. If you do it a little slower, if you're not CSing perfectly, that number obviously goes down due to global gold, but we'll soon see a BF into Avarice matchup. Already 20 CS differential there in the bot lane, so not looking too great for Steelback and Hylissang.
It's great for Stixxay. I mean, as someone coming in with this being one of his first professional matches in front of this crowd, you really couldn't ask for a better start. AD carry versus AD carry.
Gets the babysit though. It helps if 2 people walk into you.
It does.
Go behind your tower, say, okay, we'll burn the flash, get a kill, and walk out. Gets hooked here, dog.
Babysitting needed. Stixxay in a little bit of trouble. Able to get out because of that black shield, though. Got to use a rocket jump to escape.
A little bit of miscommunication. CLG's bot lane actually only wanted to push in the wave and get the reset and then get out of there, but Afram was placing a security warder in the brush, and Stixxay he walked out of black shield range.
Yeah,
that's
the most respect the hook.
Gotta respect the tether range. You know, you always have to be in black shield range. So if you do get hooked, at least you can avoid the trap falling off.
Yeah, Aframu is definitely ready to help out. Stixxay, no deaths yet. Aframu's going to have to do a little bit of support wave clearing, but he's pulling the minions away from the tower, which is going to delay that nicely.
And right now, Steelback and Hylissang, they don't have the time to push in this wave really, because Stixxay's coming back from base with a BF sword, so they want to base and kind of match that too. So that's the process is going on in their heads right there.
Right. Darshan duking it out with Vizicachi up in this top lane, and you know, at Worlds, we saw this matchup go mostly in Renekton's favor.
And it is right now as well. You can look at the scoreline. It's going to be like 50, I guess, to 70, but plus 20 CS is still a pretty sizable margin. The gold actually is getting closer and closer despite this first blood goal that Darshan had. So, you know, Vizicachi is making up for lost time, so 1,000 gold difference, but we talk about the difference in items in the bot lane, the fact that this turret is not long for the world down there. Smithy's coming back up to the top lane here as well. It's a lot of good things for CLG.
Vizichachi could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got both summoners available. Looks like he knows what's up. Should be able to escape. We'll see. They're going to try. CLG with the rest go. Nice explosive count.
Gotta be careful.
Whoa! There's a kill on the Darshan. So Vizichachi easily coming out ahead on this one. Meanwhile, Hui finds Fox. Shockwave doesn't hit. He called the ball back a bit too early.
I think he thought his Q was back in cooldown, and it wasn't. I think he expected a QR and was like, oh, I'm a quarter second off. My bad, guys.
Yeah.
I like to read from Unicorns of Love on that one because the play they were looking for initially, let's get back to that later. But seeing a dive here.
Dive time. Xmithy in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down immediately. Gilius with a kill there. Aphromoo trying to drive Unicorns of Love away from the turret. He'll be able to do that with the teleport coming in from Darshan. Vizichachi deep behind enemy lines here.
I don't know. Getting out from this one. Oh, the bind hits, and they get the kill over Darshan. That was actually really big. He wouldn't have gotten any assist credit or anything, so just barely the Renekton surviving long enough gives gold to the optimal place on CLG, and even with that dive going the way it did, it's a 2-to-1 long term for UOL, but the bot turret died.
It was the right move from the Unicorns to cover Chachi in the top lane because there wasn't any teleport wards placed in the bottom. So they couldn't use their strong member to cover their weak lanes. So they made the weak lane a 1v1 farm fest and rotated their jungle and support up to the top lane. So that was good. But a couple of minor misplay.
Maybe in trouble. It's a 3v1 as he tries to escape. Rocket jump out of the way. Teleport coming in, but they're still going to chase. There's a black shield Aphromoo there to save his carry. Whoa! Mega Rocket not quite doing enough. Gilius has to escape. 6-8, so near death yet again.
That was really silly by Gilius, though. E does magic damage. Black Shield was on. There was no chance he was going to kill off or I was going to say double a 6-8 right there. I mean, thing is, he was like caught behind a dead turret, like trying to outplay to get away. It's basically like CLG picked up where they left off, but the fact that turned into nothing is a huge, really unfortunate thing for UOL as mid's getting pushed in, TPs are getting burned, and he's going to be fine.
Vizichachi uses his teleport just to force Rise away. Rise could be in a little bit of trouble. Hillsang looking for a catch, can't do it. Xmithy and Aphromoo are right there. There's a play. Aphromoo could be in a little bit of trouble. Shockwave uses well. There's a kill for Unicorns of Love. Fox picks that one up.
Really solid by Hillsong. He broke the black shield or managed to, and then got the rest of the CC in there. Shockwave into the box, no chance to get away. But because Vizichachi had to TP into the mid lane to hold a lane up, well, top lane got pushed, and Darshan killed the turret, and Unicorns of Love kind of keep picking up scraps, and they're always a step behind CLG.
Well, they're going to pick up a little bit more than a scrap this time, as it looks like Dragon may get taken. Xmithy thought about coming in there for the steal, but
but even that's not as good as the turret.
Yeah.
Hillsang using the fact that he has a level 3 Flay right there to do some damage to the Black Shield, then uses his auto attack, which has a part magic damage. That broke the Black Shield. Immediately the hook came out. So he definitely understands this Thresh Morgana matchup. He has these little intricacies where you basically play around the Black Shield, gets a hook at Afro, they get a kill, and a Dragon to boot.
Very nice.
Definitely impressive. 122 is the max magic damage that deals, and Black Shield is only worth 84. Whoa. So yeah, I think just a straight auto actually is enough sometimes to do it. Vizichachi just bound up in range, does get away from the tether just barely. He'll survive for now, but CLG again playing the exact same. You remember this from Worlds? Hey, group up at 12 minutes after Sana pushed down a mid lane turret. It's the same CLG and it's working.
It does sound familiar, doesn't it? Hillsang has to back off just a moment. 6A helping push that lane. Turret getting very, very low. I think Aphromoo flashed Dark Binding for that last engage, if I saw that right. That was ambitious. Xmithy coming around the side. Hillsang looking for a grab, and he will not quite get one. I think that turret's gone. Yes, it is. All 3 outer turrets taken by CLG.
Yeah, we see here miscommunication on the side of Unicorns of Love. Really, like, engage on a hook is fine from Hillsang if your AD carries around. You can then start soaking damage to get damage return from your AD carry. So lack of communication there because Steelback wasn't there. At the side of CLG, though, it's like we talked about before. The framework is still there. They're playing a similar style with just different players, and the new players seem to be pulling their weight. So CLG comfortable so far in this match.
Do you think part of what was the problem for CLG earlier is that you had, Doublelift kind of making his own moves going on? Never mind, we're going to think about that later. Gilius helping to chase.
Can he outplay it?
There's a chilling
Doesn't even need to. Just press a Q a couple of times. Darshan's fine. Does not repose that one, though. Still getting chunked out a bit, but yeah, just happy to play very aggressively here. Interesting that he's going Black Cleaver first on the Fiora as well. That's actually very atypical. It's a much tankier build. And I mean, the thing is, they have a Rise and a Tristana. It's not like he needs to do more damage, so I'm actually glad to see a bit of an adapted item build on that Fiora.
What I was asking before that gank was, do you think not having Doublelift actually helps him pull off the strategy better?
That's
No.
under the assumption that
Because-
Double's ego gets in the way of communication that much.
Right.
And you would think an organization like CLG would have at least addressed those problems.
And
That's-
getting Triss out of the lane, getting the BS or getting to mid requires you to push out your bottom lane. Double is one of the very best laners North America has ever had as far as AD carries are concerned. Now, to be fair, CLG have still managed to win the bot lane without him, so that still worked out. But a part of the strategy is being able to get out of your lane.
I mean, we'll have to see how this evolves for CLG. This is obviously the first game of a new lineup. We don't really know. They did get help too. Sticks and Aframo were assisted there by Hui and Smithy roaming down, which came then to the snowball effect from Darshan teleporting mid. So there was this teamwork overall across the board from CLG, really using their resources as a team and getting the key players ahead.
CLG just with all the pressure across the map right now, nice little gold lead, but more than that, getting those deep wards in, pushing down every single lane, taking out the wards of Unicorns of Love. They're going to spot Vizichachi right there, a hook onto Hillsang, but they can't really follow that up. UOL should push CLG back a little bit here.
Yeah, look at that deep vision. Deep vision supplemented by 1-3-1 push here. Darshan should be fine in the top lane. He can poke him whenever he wants. If he respects the members coming in, that'll leave Stixay with some push in the bottom. They've even moved over Fox to the bottom lane already.
Dark Binding, Vizichachi has that ult activated. It's going to run out soon. Aframo not hooked. Whoa! Hillsang goes in. Explosive cast pushes. Thresh back. They're going to go ahead and take out Aframo right away. Darshan in a little bit of trouble. Hillsang gets taken on. There's a nice heal coming in from that ultimate on Fiora. And CLG trades 1 for 1 and still keeps the pressure on this top lane.
That's impressive by CLG. They managed to actually turn that one around to anything at all because of how thoroughly caught out he was.
Yeah.
The hook itself broke the Black Shield, making Flay easy, making the Renekton stun easy. And yet still, CLG managed to pick one up.
This is why one of the reasons I don't like putting any points in Tormented Soil on Morgana, because the Black Shield received a small nerf a long time ago, and actually going double point in Black Shield avoids a lot of these scenarios where Flay auto breaks your hook, and at the same time, just a straight up hook breaks the Black Shield. So you really want to just put a couple more points into Black Shield early game to avoid those easy outplay scenarios for Thresh, but Unicorns of Love that did capitalize on the situation.
Makes sense.
Very energetic crowd here in San Jose. Of course, multiple games going on, and it looks like American teams are doing well in many esports here today. Darshan TPing in behind, and that's a binding onto Vizichachi, but it's Steel back that is this target. He flashes away, but not much more to do. Summoner heal doesn't mean much with the slow, and Steel back will be the first kill. Now Vizichachi's next flashes away, gets out of the skill shot. CLG, 5 kills.
I'm a bit surprised, honestly. Vizichachi didn't have his ultimate at the start of that. I thought if anyone was going to go down, it was going to be him, but managed to slice and dice his way out of there.
And all the move speed and damage from Darshan was aimed at the AD carry, and to be fair, I'd rather kill the Jinx anyway, so solid stuff. And still got both with summoners as well, so like an entire waste of summoners by Steelback.
Meanwhile, check out this replay from the bottom lane. Stixay trying to keep himself alive, but I don't think that's going to work out.
Nope. Walk
Easy
at him,
kill.
hold the Flay till it's too late for it to matter. Make sure Rocket Jump can't do anything.
Finally, in
Play.
another game, we can say Fox OP. It's 2 games
Nice. It's true. Actually, I don't know, man. Fox is, there's a lot of like Swedish players named Fox in various shooters. And he tends to be very good at all of them.
Maybe quite a few then.
And then also you got League of Legends, so he's German though in this one, but
It's more of a 1v1 scenario, right? Final destination, no items, let's go.
Yeah.
Except for Pokeballs.
Yeah.
Always.
Always allowed Pokeballs.
Yes. Dragons back, and we'll see if Unicorns of Love can claim their second one, or if CLG can claim their first. First of fight in the mid lane. It looks like Hui, a little bit of trouble. Nice explosive cast. Hui in a lot of trouble though. Kill for Unicorns of Love, but one right on the other side. Stixay picks one up on Hillsang.
Yeah, Hillsang just trading his life. He's not afraid to go in constantly. You've seen him go in and have to flash out, but he's making these plays. He knows if he trades 1-for-1 support for any other role in the game, he's probably doing his team a service, and that allows him to pick up, just another dragon here. Number 2.
Yeah, and as the game goes on, that amount of dragons will get scarier and scarier. Obviously, that 5th dragon stack, super strong, and if Unicorns of Love can get that, it could certainly turn things around. This game is still fairly wide open.
Oh. All is well. Yeah, so Unicorns of Love stacking the dragons. They're still behind in gold quite a bit, though. 3,000 is a moderate lead, actually, to be fair. They've still not picked up any turrets, so there's some gold waiting to be gained if they can ever win a fight sizably. There's like very easy turrets to kill to tie the game back up, but CLG may not let that happen. Of course, the Rise still stacking up nicely. 6 stacks in the Rod of Ages. Tear of the Goddess practically full here 90% of the way, so CLG's basically online as soon as Tristana finishes her next big item.
Yeah, what happened to Hui there? Hang on. Hillsang caught in the river.
Yeah, I think they found Hillsang. This should be a pretty easy kill for CLG. Hui gets a killing blow on that one. And Hillsang cannot get caught out like that.
Yeah, you have to wonder, why is he there at this point in the game?
Yeah,
like you have the information. They have enough deep wards to know where CLG isn't. Therefore, by extrapolation, you should know where they likely are to be, and you should not be warding not on your own anyway. So overall, what happened to Hui in that fight, though, that's what Unicorns of Love are looking for right now. Chain CC, because you can't keep that Rise alive long enough, because continuous late game damage will definitely be on CLG's side.
After move. Speaking of supports getting caught out, throws on a ward, gets stunned immediately. Vizicachi trying to get to the slice and dice. Dodges that Dark Binding. Not enough support to really go through with that one.
Wow. Helios now coming across. Nice flash into kick. It prevents Darshan from getting an easy riposte in this one. Still more damage coming through. He's going to land this slow on towards Lee Sin and try to get a bit more away. Another Q does not trigger onto Lee Sin, so not a reduced cooldown, though. This could be more. There's the rocket. Riposte the damage, but doesn't even matter. Enough comes through, and a kill picked up on the top lane for Unicorns of Love.
It's pretty sick seeing him riposte that ultimate, but not quite enough. And that's going to be probably the first turn of the game for Unicorns of Love. Looks like it is.
It could turn into more, but CLG happy to make a cross-map play here. Vizicachi and Fox by themselves, and wow! Smithy lands the body slam flash. He's been playing so well today, and a tier 2 turret goes down.
Smithy's Gragas play, especially his ultimates, have been extremely good all game long. He has set up so many kills for his teammates. Takes one for himself right there.
That's exceptional.
Really is. CLG needs it.
Yeah, CLG seem to be the strategically coherent team in this match. You know, yes, Darshan is getting caught in the top lane. He then uses Riposte to buy just a little bit more time. At the same time, CLG in the bot lane just cross-mapping, getting objectives. It's reflected right here. Unicorns of Love have picked up 1 tower, CLG have 4. Yeah. They're definitely playing the map. But we've seen CLG falter, make that one mistake that allows the other team to kind of equalize these towers, and suddenly the goal is even again. So to see if they can actually drive this advantage home. And yeah, body slam flash. I think Fox cleanses here and gets bound immediately again or snared by the Rise. I'm not sure if you really want to waste
more
there.
Binding hit him afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, when you're in 4 people.
I think he thought he could cleanse flash out because there's no summoners left on Gragas, but yeah, did not work out. Unfortunate there for Fox as he was dropped, and CLG have actually pushed their lead just a little bit farther now. Baron's back up, and you wonder if they're going to be ready to prep that at all times.
You know, and kind of going on behind all this, too, Hui has been powering up. He's 2-1-3 in kills now. He's had that Rod of Ages done for a little while. He's got the needlessly large rod on top of it. The damage out of this Rise is starting to get very, very significant.
Oh, it's a really big deal here, especially if you compare the AD carries, just to like continue the trend of who's got more damage here. Completed Static Shiv to just the average blade is huge, especially because Jinx needs attack speed items to function in rocket form. Smithy's honestly just going to be fine here. The hook. Oh, actually, this could mean a little bit more. Black Shield's going to keep Smithy safe, though. He should walk away all right.
That was a close one, though. Even Baron getting in on the damage. Rocket used, but Smithy's teammates block it for him.
Yeah, the Unicorns need to race mid right now because we have Darshan pushing in the bot lane, and they need to give him incentive to stop pushing and come help his team here in the mid lane, potentially flank. And then at the same time, the Unicorns need to be careful.
Yeah, that turret's going to get taken out. Unicorns of Love claiming their second, and the momentum, at least turret-wise, shifting a little bit here.
Now, one thing I do want to talk about Steelback a little bit. When he played the North American Challenger Series, he actually added a lot of intelligent shot calling to the team, just his experience playing on the world stage, playing with Fnatic and whatnot. He actually transformed the team pretty much overnight when he joined. Him adding a little bit more control to Unicorns of Love. I know they're not like full CLG status yet, but having Steelback there to push turrets down and playing a demolitionist like Jinx will kind of help Unicorns play a stronger style if they ever do get ahead.
Minions pushed all the way up the bottom lane to that inhibitor turret. Darshan on that Fiora keeping a lot of pressure going.
Yeah, we need to see if CLG have learned to perfect deep vision into Baron baits, because it's such an elaborate setup where if you make one mistake in the 2, 3, 4 steps, however you define it, all your work is gone.
Yeah.
Like you really need to push out your lanes, get deep vision, then push them out again, and then use that Fog of War to your advantage to do either get the Baron or facilitate a bait. Very often we've seen CLG, or in the later stages at Worlds at least, they did 1, 2, and 3 right, or somewhere along the line they let somebody slip in one ward, and suddenly all that time you spent in the jungle not farming, not getting creeps, not getting any experience goes to waste.
CLG deep in the enemy jungle right now, trying to find a pick. Gilius close by. Meanwhile, a little bit of action in the bot lane as Darshan duels with Vizicachi, who has to flee back to his turret. CLG found out in the other jungle, though.
Yep. And now they have to go back and kind of like start pushing these lanes or hover awkwardly around Baron, because look at mid, look at top lane, that both are pushing into CLG. It's kind of the situation you want to go into. Yep.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier in the cast about Unicorns of Love knowing where CLG aren't. They had seen them come up through the jungle, through that one where they just timed out here, realized, okay, let's hide inside of the jungle, let's wait, they're in there somewhere in the fog, let's chill, and CLG gets nothing from all that time. Look for something else here. Hylissang hasted up, can't find a hook.
Yeah, Darshan, meanwhile, finds Vizicachi. Vizicachi uses that ultimate immediately. He needs the tanky stats. Darshan, though, waiting. Can he kill him? There's the ultimate. He's going for it. Stun. Oh, the flash from Vizicachi. He'll escape, but just barely.
Still a big trade in health bars and summoner spells here. CLG are completely ahead on the map, which means they get this dragon. No contest. Number 1 for them by this stage, actually. A sizable amount of stats added to the rosters. That's actually fairly relevant here in terms of teamfight effectiveness now, having a dragon.
Well, that slows down the 5th dragon for Unicorns of Love just a ton. So that is massive, not just for CLG in terms of stats, but for keeping Unicorns of Love from getting any extra edges.
Yeah, but look at how annoying it is for the Unicorns now. Your AD carry and mid laner, who are both late game farm monsters, are farming on the same lane right now, because that top lane that was pushing out, like, there's so many ways have been denied here for the Unicorns, and CLG, well, they screw up their Baron bait, so to say. They can walk into the top lane right now, pick up that juicy wave, push it out again, and just keep a gold advantage. We're still looking, just Rabadon's death cap just finished on Orianna here, and just the second item on Steelback, so we could actually see Unicorns go force a fight, because they know their 3rd item spike will be so far behind CLG. If this game goes down the way it has gone so far, they might actually opt into just a panic fight.
Well, we'll see if that happens, though. Of course, with Dragon off the field, the only thing to really contest is Baron. And if CLG can keep the wards up, they can make it really awkward for Unicorns of Love. Blue buff respawns. Easy pickup for Fox there. Former SK Gaming mid laner now on Unicorns of Love in the offseason, and doing reasonably well. 2-1-1 in a game that's quite close in kills.
CLG is being greedy here, though. Look at the people that are in the Baron pit. If Unicorns were aware of this, they could have straight down pushed mid lane, put some pressure there.
Yeah, could have zoned those CLG members out pretty well, too, with some deeper wards. For now, though, Unicorns of Love just focusing on that mid lane, but that split push down in bottom lane from Darshan is something they really need to be worried about.
It feels so difficult to push, though. It's an inhibitor turret he's going for here. It's really hard as a melee champion to knock that thing down. Smithy, yeah, he's tanky at this point, though. He's got nearly a completed Frozen Heart now, so pretty difficult to get rid of him. He's built entirely armor stack. The only magic damage in the team is really that Orianna, and probably shouldn't be Shockwave and Gragas anyway. And Darshan is not getting a lot of progress. He's actually still 40 CS down behind Vizicachi, which is pretty impressive that with the game going pretty badly for a while, that Renekton's managed to keep the farm doing fine.
Yeah, if you were tracking the minimap there just now, we saw the dot from Thresh. That hook was just wide, move a little bit in instance. Hylissang actually flashed to try and play out Stixxay out of his jump, but Stixxay managed to get out of the jump anyway, so Hylissang splashes down.
Oh boy, Darshan dueling Vizicachi here in bot lane. Vizicachi thought he had an option. Ultimate used, but Darshan has to back away. He just can't fight all those minions and the turret and Renekton at the same time. Oh, or can he?
No,
nope,
he's going to try. No, there we go. Another fight in the mid lane.
No
though Hill's
flash.
not getting knocked back into the team yet, and no help either. Easy pickup there. Not much else to do. Now Gilius also rooted up. Shockwave does catch Huhi, though. Can they knock him down? Gilius going to try, kicks him back in. Beautiful play, and he lives a 1-for-1. That was amazing.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love really made something out of nothing there with that kill onto Huhi. I'm surprised they got that.
Yeah, that was facilitated by Huhi, though. That was a bit of a greedy flash. Flashing after Lee Sin with that mobility still online, where they could have just returned for another bait, because the reason that Hylissang kind of got caught there and walked in is just the lack of vision. He walked in and just no flash, and he got punished for it. But then CLG overchasing a little bit. Bit of a normal reaction. Still that one ward where Afram was basing right now, just kind of keeping the Unicorns safe.
Now, is that him not being able to sweep it, or is that other teammates not putting pink wards down? I mean, I wonder, actually, if Stixxay even has his on the map at this time. But watch that fight again. And I just feel like, with Hylissang dead this early and CLG still having cooldowns, I'm so surprised you all got anything.
Yeah, they just, if CLG here, though, it's well played. Really well played by UOL, don't get me wrong here. I mean, fantastically, that kick to get out here from Gilius, really well played. But if CLG just retreats to the Baron pit, uses the advantage Fiora has over Renekton, you're suddenly playing a 5v3, 4v3 situation with vision control. That should be another pick or bait, but instead they use 2 flashes and suddenly the Unicorns stay in the game.
I guess it was also Stixxay ulting Lee Sin away when he was probably still in range. Oh, wow.
Well, there we
go. Darshan finally on the 4th attempt gets the kill off on Renekton. Last time they were battling, he actually missed his Q and lost the cooldown reset. That was why he had lost some damage in the prior fight before that last team fight. But now winning the 1v1, farm or not, that is a really big deal. You're talking about
the matchup turning the game into a 5v3 of sorts, and it's kind of happening now.
Well, the death timers are starting to get a little bit higher now, too. So 1v1s like that, I mean, Vizicachi really can't be losing those. Otherwise, it gives such a big opening for Darshan in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Steelback picks up a Quicksilver Sash in a double threat composition when you're already behind it. I don't think you can afford to do that. I think you really have to go all out on damage, because even if you QSS a snare, what are you going to do? You're playing a triple threat that already has a lead on you. Yeah, Split Push is punishing you. Right now we see perhaps an engage in the mid lane.
Here we go, explosive cast used. Hillsang once again caught out, once again killed. That is his 5th death of the game. That could not feel good for Unicorns of Love.
Basically half of CLG's kills right now. And I mean, there's just so many squishy champions in the front line. You have Warrior, Enchant, Lee Sin. You have a Magic Resist stacking Renekton who's facing Fiora in the 1v1 matchup. And Thresh is never going to be a big tank either.
That ward does not spot CLG, but they probably saw them walking in.
Yeah, they know the ward's there. So trying to predict the bait, but right now they have to get anxious though. Start pinging it.
Well, Darshan a little bit cut off from the rest of his team. They're going for the Baron. CLG could have made a mistake here. Unicorns of Love, can they capitalize on it? Baron low. Gilius taking quite a bit of damage from it now.
Gilius
he's still
getting really low. He's still stuck in this pit. Finally finds a teammate to safeguard too, but that means it's going to be hard to get back in. He's got to queue in. He's got a chance for this one. He goes. Blue team gets Baron Nashor. Shockwave means a bit more. Fox and Co pick up a couple, but it's still CLG winning that fight 2-1 with Baron.
Yeah, Darshan wins the grand challenge. That heal onto CLG helps quite a bit too. Unicorns of Love really can't push based on low health on the other team or anything even.
Risky play though, having to go smite against the Rocket, Orianna ulti and smite combo Q from Lee Sin. I don't know if I like that play strategically wise, but CLG pull ahead. They do get the smite. Switch it again. Yeah, Julius connects Q.
So
the
risky.
Rocket goes into. I don't know. Yeah, Proc's just a little early, not in sync. Orianna ulti actually comes late, so if they synced that up beautifully, that could have been Baron, and then the Ori ulti would have put him in range for the Rocket, so that could have gotten ugly.
Could have been a steal. Could have been.
And that fight could have gone a different way as well. Instead of the Jinx posturing to go for a Baron steal with just the ulti, he could have been landing AoE crit rockets
on the team.
With a Shockwave landing right there. That could have been actually another 2,000 cumulative damage dealt by just auto-attacking twice.
It's a tough choice.
Could have been a different fight.
Yeah, it's tough when the Baron is that low health. You know, what do? You try to win the fight and let them get Baron. Hope you can kill them afterwards. You do go for the Baron.
Yeah, and it's always context sensitive, right? It's hard. Like, this is why the very, very best players and the very best teams will always win these very clutch games, because they can make those really tight decisions. But Unicorns of Love trying to take control of the map back after all the respawns, after the recalls and the lane pushes. They will get Dragon number 3 uncontested, but Darshan could find Steelback. The recalls are all in sync, though. Nothing to pick up here.
Should be fine.
Nice attempt, though.
Could find a kill here onto Vizicachi, trying to slice and dice away. That cooldown's all the way. Nice grab on the Lantern.
Oh, but they revealed 2 members here. That's going to be top lane tower down. Darshan could just easily teleport in, so Unicorns...
Pretty much Darshan's having recalls. Rise TP'd, and there's no one to defend this.
Whoa, Shockwave comes in. Meanwhile, a fight in the bottom jungle. 2 fights on the map right now. Stixay chasing down Fox. Looks like there's a kill actually coming in for Hylissang.
Yeah, they killed off Darshan. Darshan tried to stop the recalls, jumped into a Thresh Hook, and as it turns out, Shockwave into Jinx Rocket, just like we saw at the Baron fight, can pick people off. A hero minion keeps him alive. Still not good for Xfinity, though. He goes right back in. He wants Fox. Can't get it in CLG, biting off way more than they can chew.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the inhibitor's still alive for Unicorns of Love. They got some kills. That top lane is vulnerable, but it could be worth. Nice dodge by Stixay. He's going to go after Hylissang again now. Flash, nice flash. Gets a kill. CLG finding something there. Stixay is looking very good on this Tristana. 4-1-4.
Makes you wonder, though, should you use flash like right there? Because you're going to the next fight without the flash. And kill is fancy. It's nice. Well played, though, by him.
You guys got to bring us down, Crepo. We're trying to enjoy the kill.
Yeah, I'm Captain Buskill over here. But it looks like they're going to use the momentum to maybe get the inner, but I don't know. It's tricky.
Did you steal that from Monte too, being the downer at all times?
We'll see. Chilling Smite used. Gilius wanted to be a hero there. Can't quite do it. Darshan comes in. Fox dives deep, gets taken down by the grand challenge. Stixay chases Steelback. There's a double kill for Fiora now. There goes the inhibitor. Can they maybe even end it right here?
All right, I take it back. Hashtag word.
Okay, hashtag word. 33 minutes into the game. The Hook's only going to hit a minion here for the 2nd time in a row, and these guys still finding damage to deal. Explosive charge back on. That is a dead turret for certain, and CLG only have 1 turret away from themselves in victory.
Who needs a flash anyway, man? The second Nexus turret getting taken down rather slowly, but they They still should have enough time to end it. The last brawl happens 2 versus 5, and that is not the odds that UOL wants. Hylissang, the final member of his team to go down before the Nexus falls, and CLG, the new roster, the NA champions, take game 1. Well, here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, Unicorns of Love versus CLG. Unicorns of Love trying to tie things up. They are down a game right now. This is only a best of 3. If CLG takes this game, they win the series and move on to day 2. Doesn't get much more serious than this.
Just like the analyst desk was expecting, we're poised for a lane swap.
We were last
standard too, but then.
Yeah, it looks like standard double jungling as well. This is actually correct as well by the Gangplank. Even though like you feel like you'd want to start parlay and like kill some little things to get some money, it's actually correct. I want to see if he attacks the monster first or if he attacks the barrel first to refresh the thing. So yeah, he's going to attack the monster, hit the barrel, immediately barrel again, and then about 3 auto attacks later, you can blow it up again, get more fire, and that's kind of the best way you can clear these waves.
Wow. Jungle training with Freak.
Yeah. Oh, I've played a lot of like double jungle GP. And then he should have one like cast max range. Actually, he should have one already pre-prepared, which he does. Good. I saw the ring. Oh. And he blows it up at the very start and clears the Raptors really fast.
Nice.
Yep.
Well, red buff start for
like
both teams
600
here.
bonus damage total off the E.
Darshan's like, we're finishing up this red buff. Oh, there's people in my lane. Never mind, I'm not going there anymore.
Yeah. So an extended jungle pathing, it looks like. Hylissang, gonna phase check in. This is not what he wants. He plays backwards, but he's just gonna die. Hylissang, why ever do that?
And he got caught so many times in game number 1. Now in game number 2, getting caught right away and giving Darshan that first blood on Riven is the last thing that Unicorns of Love needs.
Yeah, more importantly, he can just walk into the lane right now because Tristana can't freeze. There's no wave manipulation. Because there's a threat of the Thresh is gone. Yes, Chachi goes to the bottom lane and mirrors that, but Riven Snowball, the one champion you don't want to snowball in this match already with first blood.
It's going to be pretty tough for Unicorns of Love early on. I mean, it's on Darshan now to kind of keep that momentum going, right?
Sure, I think he can do a lot with this, though. It depends on when Thresh gets back in, if they can stop that from happening. I mean, Riven is very, very melee, so, and dealing with Thresh as a melee champion can be quite difficult, so he might get the 8 CS and never get any more, whereas Gangplank can actually withstand Jinx, reasonably well.
Yeah. See jungler head up top here. Aframu still level 1, I believe. Warding in the jungle, just facilitating that top lane for Darshan. Just wants to avoid the dive or at least see it coming. Then that mid lane matchup, LeBlanc to Kassadin, it's all about using Kassadin Q on the LeBlanc at all times. Never ever do you want to use it on the minion because down the line it'll cost you more. And then when LeBlanc dashes in, you're gonna proc your W. That does a lot of damage, and that's kind of the way you want to keep these trades even and just get even in CS, and eventually you outscale.
Makes sense. Well, we know that Darshan's going to need to be also very careful on this Riven too. We already saw Gilius up towards that top part of the map. They really want to take him out early, break that momentum. But CLG
Afro up there, of course. He roamed all the way up, so better 2v2 lane, though it's still not a good 2-on-2 lane. Like, compared to Gangplank versus Jinx, which is actually completely fine for Gangplank. You can see 18 CS. He's practically got more than the enemy mid laner, just chilling in a what you'd expect to normally be a crap lane for Vizichachi. But Darshan's getting denied, despite getting first blood, then TPing in, getting double longsword. Maybe that helps it a little bit, but the holding pattern right now, actually, I think is not in the favor of CLG.
Stixxay on his own down in bot lane against Vizichachi should be able to farm fairly safely. He's got some wards to keep him aware of any ganks that might be coming in as well. Like Smithy lurking around the jungle of Unicorns of Love right now, but I don't think he's really going to get an opportunity to find anyone.
He's expecting Gilius to go back to the bottom side of the jungle now. He's expecting the pathing and not really finding it, and then looking for a gank onto Fox, but I don't know if mid lane's actually pushing out right now, so I'm not sure if he's ever going to find that kind of play. Ooh, a great hook, though. Does land Aframu a good flay as well. Means a couple hundred damage.
Yeah, a little bit of damage onto Aframu. He's got that sustain, of course, on the Alistar, but it does hurt CLG a little bit. They'll continue to be pushed under turret, and you can see already the health of that top lane turret getting taken out little by little.
Yeah, Steelback respecting the Q flash from Afra, though. That's what he's afraid of. Q flash into Riven damage into the tower, and then you kind of have to jump out there, try trying to escape, so he can't really hit that tower too much.
There's enough displacement tools between the third Riven Q as well as Alistair's Q and W that like you can't rely on a Lantern or rocket
back.
jump. This one he does get away with.
He does.
Hook again and after. This was not good for the Alistair. The Hillsong cannot find the damage with Ignite. Steelback again taking the bad end of a trade, but Gillies is in up towards this one. Stixxay will block the Q and Gillies will not chase through.
A flash is used on both sides. No deaths in the top or bottom lane from that conflict. And CLG, they kind of look like they're just trying to hold on at this point. Unicorns of Love going for a very not going for the early Dragon Gillies.
No, he's sneaking through with the Q. Yeah,
I see. Sneaky Lee Sin,
who he's still trying to harass down. Of course, Flask pulls Ruby Crystal on Fox. Not getting pushed out of lane too terribly fast, though. Is still down in CS, but has Summoner Teleport to use if he needs to get back to lane in a pinch or into a gank on the side of the map. Steelback missing about 4 CS under the turret, sadly, and it's an 8 CS difference between the two 80 carries.
Not too much to worry about now. And speaking of CS, up in top lane, Darshan pretty equal to Vizichachi at the moment. Not too far behind.
Fighting the bottom lane, though, right now. Stixxay running away from Vizichachi. It takes the bad end of a trade. And I was talking about this matchup not being very good for the Jinx. And as soon as 6 hits, Vizichachi says, you can't escape from my ultimate, cuts off the retreat, and does a really good job winning that one-on-one.
Yeah, Stixxay still sitting on Flash. He just won again that BF money. He was so close. On 0 kills and assists. It is again 55 CS, and he was just looking to push in that last wave. See what happens.
Oh, he's actually nice, yeah. Auto into Q, so good setup on his own barrel there, and then says, you know what? My summoners are back or my cooldowns are back. This will be easy.
That it was not like a massive. That was just predictable in the sense that Vizichachi would go for that play. So Stixxay not playing with the necessary respect and just really wanting that BF sword and that wave into the tower.
Never used his flash either. Do you think he maybe could have snuck?
I think he didn't think he was going to lose. He's like, I have a minion wave and I have flame chompers. I think he thought he would win the fight.
Seemed that way.
His last competitive match was months ago in the challenger scene. Like, how often do you 1v1 a Gangplank as Jinx? Almost never, right? So I think it's unfamiliarity.
Could be. And now with that, Vizichachi takes a nice big lead over Darshan.
And that was one of the main worries from the analyst desk. Is this Gangplank going to hit the late game? Are the Unicorns going to reach it? And right now, comfortably set so. Sheen and Avarice right there, but Darshan can still all-in him because there's no really defensive stats on this Gangplank.
Wow. Impeccable timing there. There was no window. I mean, that was practically frame perfect. This guy should play fighting games. Parry everything.
No, we want to watch him play.
No, I know. I'm happy. But that was actually quite impressive.
Yeah. Looks like CLG is still going to get the first turret of the game, though. At some point in the future. I didn't mean right now, of course.
He probably could have greeted for it without being in that much threat, but...
I thought so, too. That's what I thought we were...
Because you get excited and get away, and it's like no big deal.
This is actually the breaking point of this matchup. Once Cassidy picks up Catalyst, it becomes incredibly for LeBlanc to continuously out-sustain because all of your moves are pretty telegraphed. You have enough time in Distortion to launch Cassidy Q. If not, any follow-up damages, Sigil or Chains, they get magic shielded by the Cassidy Q proccing. You have the W, Cassidy can chase after if LeBlanc makes a mistake, and the additional sustain from Catalyst makes it so that it's almost impossible for LeBlanc to get solo kills. Something she kind of tries at, right? That's why you pick LeBlanc usually.
Yeah. And maybe late game she can go for some pick plays, but there's no black shield to go for like the really aggressive, like Distortion QRs. So, might lose some of the impact of this champion in this game. Fox still trying to farm up. Down 11 CS is not where he really wants to be, but we'll suffer through that for now and keep trying to scale up on this Kassadin.
Oh,
can't actually ult anymore. He actually spent too much mana. He's 4 stacks on Riftwalk.
Yeah, that's a dangerous thing with Huhi coming in with full health, full mana, but Fox able to walk off for the moment. Now some action up in top lane. Stixxay and Afremu.
2v3. Summoner TP just used by Vizichachi to come down towards a ward nearby. Hook onto Stixxay. Here comes the kickback as well. They got all the damage they needed. Hillsong is low, but no one's around to stop him. Vizichachi may be a bit late to the party as Smithy is here. Ults him back in. Darshan. Flash 3-man stun! And a big knockup as well.
Darshan, the hero right there, setting it up for Huhi to pick up that kill in mid. With the mid laner in the top lane anyway. CLG not done yet. Gillies in trouble. Can they catch him? They certainly can.
Wow.
Smithy with a kill. That's going to be a turret for CLG on top of everything. Nice lead now.
Now he lives.
Ooh. That looked really interesting at the start, but Afremu did a good thing. He flashed over the hook, outplayed the Thresh with a Q flash. Unluckily for him, CLG was Stixxay was standing right behind him. He got hooked, so they kind of all in him, but like TP and a really good flash stun there from Riven.
Let's watch that again.
Yeah, that ulti was kind of
He wants to push him
forced
forward,
Helios
right?
as well. And look at that hook, you know, after Move Flash was over, but now all the attention goes to Stixxay. And at this point, Unicorns kind of win, but they all funnel into the same area trying to save Vizicachi here, and that's their mistake. They should have just left him hanging, like going for the help here when Riven has Flash. Look at this.
Beautiful. Beautiful stun and a team fight win for CLG as Huhi comes in unopposed on that LeBlanc.
I think even Fox got ulti. That was a 4-man ulti from Lashon right there.
It's pretty amazing. Huhi with some pressure in the mid lane now. So Unicorns of Love, I feel like the later this goes, they'll be doing okay. Oh, never mind, some action down the bot lane. Steelbake onto that Flame Chompers.
Yeah,
Chompers 6-8 backing off.
Yeah, Gillies is there.
Yeah, nice trap on Gillies to keep him away. Here comes Huhi. Huhi and X-Smithy coming down. They may want to dive this.
Spotted by a ward, though, so this dive's not going to happen much. It's like, yeah, it's going to be nothing. He doesn't even get off the diving board there. So, no points, nothing gained. Maybe they can try again later, but the 3 people still defending.
They have zone on the dive, though. Top lane, you see a skirmish.
Yeah, Darshan tries to find Vizicachi. Gets
the
that
barrel.
barrel before it goes off. Vizicachi could be in trouble. He doesn't have ult quite yet. Can't get away. There's a kill for Darshan, and CLG, meanwhile, takes another turret in the bot lane. That's 2-0 for them.
Yeah, so top lane gets solo killed, bot lane turret goes down. All Fox did was sit there, pushing down mid lane. He's got teleport, by the way. He could have shown up and maybe punished the top lane fight, maybe roam down to the bot lane and turn that something around.
Definitely agree. Kassadin is not a champion and has the quickest wave clear in the mid lane. Has to ulti, auto attack if creeps a couple of times. Your E is still on very low ranks right here, so you don't have the AoE wave clear to punish that tower. As a Kassadin, you should roam, you should match, you should help your other laners, because even if you get half the damage on a tower, you just fall so far behind. And I agree with Dolar right when he said, yeah, late game Unicorns have it, but right now they're crumbling. The lack of wave clear is punishing them, and CLG 2 towers and a dragon ahead now.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Well, the Beatles might have been wrong when they said all you need is love, because right now love's not helping them very much. CLG up 1-0, and maybe looking to close out the second one. Up 3,000 gold. There's the Gangplank ulti. There's the ability to stall just a little bit. But next wave's going to be hitting up pretty soon.
Well, chances of Unicorns of Love's victory may be about the same chances of seeing a unicorn in real life. At this point, unless they turn things around in a hurry, as that mid lane turret goes down. Hillsang throws out the hook, can't quite land it onto Huhi. And CLG with all outer turrets taken down now.
And this is something we saw last game as well. Unicorns, they kind of forced themselves to play a smaller map. Very early, do you see their main carries group up sharing farm, and it's just a path into ruin. When you see CLG actually kept the map open, they kept it wide. Nice vision in between. Yes, they maybe screwed up a couple of times overreaching, but their macro play keeps in mind that you have to get as much experience and farm on all 3 lanes at the same time to just get ahead of your opponent. And Unicorns, because they don't have the best vision control, they're defaulting to this very small map. But then when they're grouped, they have issues forcing a play.
Yeah. And now Vizicachi needs to be so careful whenever he's in a 1v1 situation against this Riven. I mean, 3-0-2, lots of damage coming out of Darshan right now.
Yeah, the matchup only gets worse. He's really never going to get to the point where he ever one-shots the Riven ever again, but Darshan's getting more and more cooldown reduction. He's at 20% just from items right now, meaning it's probably going to be just finish the Black Cleaver for max CDR. He's sitting, I'm just going to check real quick to be sure, but yeah, he's sitting on 35 CDR with his current itemization, so that'll be an easy spike to hit.
Makes sense. Meanwhile, the mid lane battle has been taken down to the bot lane as Huhi and Fox contest over this bottom tier 2 turret.
That's risky.
A little bit.
I always hold my breath when I'm a support and I see my AD carry path behind me into that corridor. Luckily, no punish there.
Yep. Meanwhile, CLG makes a move on this tier 2 turret down in bot lane. Fox zoned out. Here comes Gilius. Where's the Gangplank ultimate? It's not available quite yet, and that's going to allow CLG to do a lot of damage. Fox and Gilius trying to find a way to push CLG off. They do for now. But how long can they keep that turret alive?
Maybe one more time, because CLG is always there first. They get half the turret. Sometimes they manage to secure the dive. Sometimes UOL shows up to defend after losing half the health here, but there's never anything else picked up in return. UOL is still pushing down the mid lane outer right now with their AD carry and support.
UOL went mid looking to trade. CLG's wave is not there, so they kind of just moving to the jungle into Fog of War, forcing UOL backwards before returning back to the bot lane. Many teams right there would have just traded tier 2 for tier 1, but what CLG do right there is play with vision to make a pick.
Wow.
Gilius.
That was a ridiculous amount of damage right there. Beautiful bait by CLG. They own the jungle so well. They own vision and darkness.
Yeah, just the use of Fog of War there was really, really well played by CLG. They knew exactly where there were wars and where they weren't, and they used that to their advantage. Many teams would have lost their tier 1 tower there and not made that pick in return with the pressure.
This new CLG roster is looking very, very tight. I mean, for a group that has not played together too much, they're looking so coordinated, and you have to credit it to players like Aframuix, Smith, you know, being able to keep everyone together, and it's working.
The shot calling's still on point, and everyone else is following directions very well. This is CLG playing the same style that CLG did back at Worlds even. Now, back at Worlds, they had teams like KU Tigers able to figure them out, and I mean, they're better players than UOL, obviously, so you know, when you're kind of unopposed in your lanes in a lot of cases, this is what CLG looks like.
Yeah, this was more the CLG of NALCS, and at the same time, while Unicorns of Love replaced 3 members, it's still the Unicorns of Love from EULCS. Lacking in shot calling, picking lane matchups, not really have cohesive drafts, screwing up their draft, honestly, picking champions early that they shouldn't, hiding trivial picks to later, and then playing the game the way they're doing it. No synergy between jungle and support.
Yeah, that pick ban was really odd. We're going to be perplexed about that one for a while. An attempted dive onto Darshan. They're going to get him in there again.
Oh, nice.
And that could be a kill. It will be for Unicorns of Love. No, yes, it will. There we go. Bomb goes off. Force steal back. He's going to get that one Tristana. Meanwhile, Hillsang could be in a bit of trouble. Aframu, there's the knockup. Where's the rest of CLG? 6A coming in from the side. And can Aframu keep this turret alive? I don't know, man. Don't think so. Vizichachi gets that one. Now Stixay and Aframu on the run. Hook not connecting with the AD carry. But there goes the cow. A kill for Unicorns of Love. Steelback picks up another one.
Yeah, and as we're playing CLG for Immaculate Macro game, you see them defend the tier 1 tower where they shouldn't. And he went like back to the top lane, now roaming back to the bot lane.
Caster Jinx, man, and now Unicorns of Love have brought this right back again.
Oh, Smithy.
Oh, wow. They just knock in, steal back. Can they land it? No. Yes. Holy cow. The ulti gets him. Who he ignited. Able to walk away pretty clean. Stixay wants in. So does Zion. And look at these kills coming through. Everyone's dropping left, right, and center. Gilius, the last man alive, finds the Q, finds the kill. Can't find much more. Wind Slash says thank you very much. That's the ace for CLG.
It was not the cleanest ace ever, but it was an ace, and CLG has brought things right back again. You know, now the question is, what can they get out of this? They need to get some more deep wards in. They need to maybe, what do you think? Do you think they can get tier 2 in mid?
The best they can do is pretty much reset this one. A lot of guys lost health. They're missing their AD carry. They can maintain the map, and they've got to recall back and get their items in.
Yeah, this right here. Double body slam flash into triple cast that hits and displaces them into a perfect triangle. That's like the ideal scenario as Ragus. You want to isolate a priority target. Hui goes in, he has to distortion back, but look at Darshan coming in from the backside. He teleported in, forces 3 flashes with that play too. So not only does CLG get the ace, they pretty much take all summoners off the board for the Unicorns. Yeah, Stixay is a little greedy here, but I think that's fine. CLG right now, 5,000 gold in the lead.
Smithy actually mad lifed with body slam as well. He predicted the jump over and actually hit him mid safeguard.
It's like CLG should be able to pick up their second dragon of the game at this point as well. Out of this fight we just saw. And so things going all CLG's way at the moment.
Yeah, just look at the summoners left of your screen. All down across the board.
Ui gets a stun onto Fox. Aframu looking for something. Gilius there in the jungle to support Unicorns of Love, though, so CLG not going to pull the trigger on that one. Need to be a little bit more careful as they back away, back towards that Baron pit, and it's only about 35 seconds till Baron comes back up again. And CLG needs to be ready, and they need to have enough health to do something about it if Unicorns of Love tries something.
Yeah, padding Barons is usually the only way to get back into the game, so you definitely, with the likes of Gangplank, who could do it pretty quickly, Tristana has some decent damage on Baron. But CLG's wards right now, they have that sneaky pink ward in the top left, they have a couple of wards around. Darshan's also constantly pushing bottom, so if Gangplank doesn't show up to defend that bottom lane, it's very indicative of what the Unicorns are planning, and I think CLG will be ready for that play.
Certainly seems that way. Unicorns of Love still fighting for that mid lane tier 1. 20 minutes in, they've only managed to secure 1 turret.
Yeah, not a pretty game for these guys. Backs against the wall. Losing this game means they are out of the tournament. Unicorns of Love were a finalist at this thing last year. So far, not looking amazing for these guys. CLG about to make it 2 North American teams in the top 4. If they win, they battle the Jin Air Green Wings.
And the CLG TSM.
CLG TSM final
is still alive.
Oh, I mean,
the hope.
North American final was really the IEM San Jose final precursor. So Get ready for that one.
Very different TSMs and CLGs this time around, though, from the NALCS Summer Finals.
Well, I mean, still like 9 people from the combined rosters were there, right? Like, well, okay, that's a little bit excessive, but he was like the technical sub. Doublelift was in the game anyway.
The shuffling has been intense. Smithy in a little bit of trouble. I might call that intense as well. Manages to dodge that hook as CLG backs up again. They've got control over the Baron pit right now, and they're going to grab that blue buff for Huhi as well.
Yeah, we're likely not going to see any extensive plays here by CLG. It's a little early, 20 minutes on the board to really force that Baron play, but they're just going to keep doing what they've been doing. They're going to force mistakes from the Unicorns and then punish them. The same way last game we saw people just overextending, trying to make the play on CLG, and then Xmithby turning that around with a body slam flash into Cask. Because Darshan has complete control of the bot side of the map here. He has 3 wards keeping him safe. Split push is going fine. CLG, the one mistake they could do here is just rush the play.
Yeah.
Now Vizichachi is still scaling up. In the prior team fight, he had just hit Trinity Force. Now he's on the way towards Infinity Edge. Oh, yeah.
Gotta be careful there.
If you play it right, you can do a lot of damage on this champion. But Darshan wants to go in, finds a bit of stun on Fox, but a great whip bot keeps him safe. And Darshan does overextend, finds a bit of burst, but not enough to kill someone. Turret does go down. CLG running away, but slowed.
Well, gives his life for that mid lane turret. Gangplank ultimate, though, keeps CLG close by. Unicorns of Love still rasping the way out. Afromu in a lot of trouble. Gets played, gets hooked, gets in trouble. Double knockup, gets in. Wow. And CLG turning around. What a play by Afromu. That is the type of coordination that are going to send these guys to day 2. A double kill for Huhi.
Yeah, you could tell they were ready for that play. As after tournament with Flash Cube, both Huhi and Stix, they were already looking for the follow-up. So that means there was communication, and the fact that Apple said, well, I'm about to turn. So really good communication there from CLG. Again, waiting for the overreach. They kind of forced the play initially, but then Unicorns, their hand got a little stuck in the cookie jar.
Well, that cookie jar is going to cost him a mid inhibitor. It looks like it's getting very low. Afromu, low health, goes in anyway. Xmithby dodges, doesn't connect with that body slam. Gets the slow, which should let CLG get out. Sans their support, but hey, for an inhibitor, I'd take it.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles right here. And wow, what a great hook onto Xmithby. Hylissang honestly doing so much work for this team. 7 out of 8 kills he's assisted in so far, but it's a big uphill battle for UOL.
I feel so bad for Hylissang. He went for the flash hook play, predicting the distortion back. Usually, as we see Huhi flash over the wall here and still back chasing Stixay.
Gotta be careful here, Huhi.
Fox has a lot of ulti still left, though.
Yeah,
mana pool.
And going back to that play, usually people panic distortion back, and Huhi was just kind of slow. So that was the equivalent of, damn, dude, my team is 2 bronze for my epic predictions.
Weren't you ready for me to go in? He furiously types in all caps. Not that I've ever done that.
Never.
No, not me.
I usually play 80 carries. I'm like, why didn't you guys engage with me? Like, why were you in first as the marksman? I'd be like, because I'm bad.
Need protection.
Yeah.
See, that's when I'm like, repot 80 carry 9x.
Aww. I just got called a scumbag Yankee while I was playing in Korea.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
They called me that. I was like, I don't think you know what that means. I'm European. Anyways.
You are wearing roughly red, white, and blue right now, Crepo, though. So
cheering for NA, I'm sure, deep down.
Deep down, there's a Yankee inside.
I can feel it. Well, CLG taking a little bit of control over the map now. Some nice counter warding, though, from Unicorns of Love. They've at least gotten a bit of vision control back over their side of the map. Darshan a little bit less safe pushing forward here. He doesn't really have any ward protection. That's why we see him, pulling off here.
Yeah, this play earlier, he had the protection from the wards. It was kind of surprising that CLG went so ham on that tier 2 tower. They didn't really need to. They could have just kept clearing, kept the pressure from Darshan, wait for somebody of their team to clear in that top wave. They kind of rush to play, and then you lose the momentum, you lose the vision control. They're still significantly in the lead, and any mistake here from Unicorns will get punished.
Speaking of getting punished, Darshan grabbed, thrown into the box right there. A lot of damage coming in from Vizichachi as well. Darshan looking for something. Teleport coming in. That's not going to be a place you want to go to.
Lag?
I think that may have been supposed to be a flash.
Yeah, I mean, his flash is still up.
Yeah, wrong summoner.
It's F for flash, not D for flash. We saw it right here.
Yeah.
And here comes the play. Great body slam flash. He's going to land that one properly. He knows how it's done.
The revenge of CLG, a rocket from Stixay, and they get 2 kills. What else can they get here?
Yeah, CLG again, vision denial around the Baron area forces the Unicorns of Love to kind of like ponder around that brush there. And as Julius is going in, Stixay kind of Steel back router kind of oversteps. You know, you have to respect body slam flash as an AD carry.
True. Tier 2 down in bot lane, taken down in favor of Unicorns of Love. CLG going for this Baron, though. Uhi guarding on the side. I don't think that Unicorns of Love knows this is going on. No, they do. Teleport coming in. Can they
good
stop
play.
it? No. Hillsang a little bit caught. Uhi backing away. This could give CLG the time they need. Baron is down. CLG takes it. And they should be able to get away fairly safely.
All right, Baron for nothing. Well done by Counterlogic Gaming. Good call and good sort of defense by Hui to keep the team away.
Yeah, as Jill is going in, your Steelback should not move forward. Like, your jungler is about to check. It's Lee Sin. You can sacrifice him to an extent. He can ward. Maybe has flash, but...
Yeah, he walked up the blue trinket, the Baron pit, instead of, like, the brush he's about to face check into, so he wasn't even thinking about his surroundings.
Yeah.
That's what happens to you.
Well, Stixay performing yet again in game 2. 4-3 and 6 on this Jinx. A couple little awkward moments, but overall a very good opening performance. And his first match here at IEM for CLG, and they're going to go ahead and take their 3rd dragon. Still 0 dragons for Unicorns of Love.
And I think what we can take away from the series is just that CLG's communication is on point. Even if you disagree with the certain plays they made, they were still making them as a team.
Yeah. Everyone still seems to be on the same page. That really seems true.
Whether the book is written well or not, it's definitely they're all on the same page here. So, bottom lane now the target. Of course, 6 turrets are down right now. Top lane has a couple more, but Smithy hooked around, gets ignited, but he's still fairly tanky. Finally does go down. Aphromoo pretty damaged in the front line now as well. That's actually a big overextension. That time they were on the same page of the wrong book.
Yeah, and this was CLG trying to catch out Vizicachi. They saw him move into the brush, so they tried to punish him. What they forgot was that Darshan was in the top lane with no teleport. Even though he died in the bot lane, maybe he didn't report to his team that he actually accidentally teleported on a minion, but 4v5 forced by CLG.
Well, I mean, at least Darshan gets the top lane tier 2. You know, he's able to put a little bit of pressure on the inhibitor turret. So it's not like they didn't get anything out of it, but certainly one of the messier moments for CLG here in game 2.
And a lot of time still to go then for these guys as they lose a lot of the benefit of their Baron buff. They finally knocked down top tier 2 though. That's a bit more. Now Stixay again doing his best double of impression. Overextended, has nowhere to go.
No kidding, man.
He will flash and he's here.
Yeah, but not quite soon enough, and he may get taken out as well too. Goes into the Dragon Pit.
They know which one's real.
Chasing. He's going to chase the right one. He taken. Taken down finally. There we go.
All right, so a 2-for-1, but it still means that Darshan has time up in this top lane. So CLG kind of doing the opposite of what they used to do. Hotshot would overextend. He'd get picked off. The team would kill turrets. Now it's Darshan having his team overextend. He gets turrets.
Yeah, Stixay certainly looking like he's taking a page out of Doublelift's playbook there.
Yeah.
But it does get them another turret and an inhibitor turret, now 2 vulnerable in favor of CLG. Slowly but surely just grinding away at Unicorns of Love. But we talked about it before. We're only 30 minutes into the game right now, but as it goes longer, Unicorns of Love gets scarier and scarier, and here's a great example.
Gangplank with the Avarice Blade, practically first item there. That's stacking up. 3 item, and it's the greedy high damage 3 item build for the AD carry as well. So Steelback does ridiculous amounts of damage with this one. The last Whisper third here. So there is a lot of threat absolutely for Unicorns of Love. CLG can't screw this up.
Yeah, and in an explosive fight, Unicorns can actually kill the key members of CLG.
Oh, definitely.
They're all squishy, realistically here.
And you've got to be at least a little bit worried if you're on CLG right now that the last 5 minutes or so of the game have certainly not been going like you would have wished.
And even with the Baron, the gold lead is still that same 3,000 gold. Like, even though I feel like, to me, it's looked like CLG has, like, done more, the scoreboard does not really reflect that, other than the fact that the Dragons have ticked up slightly since the last time we checked. But mid inhibitors back up. Unicorns of Love can get wards back up.
And the difference is Hillsang is actually comfortable in this game, 0, 2, and 10, and he can actually pick himself up some defensive items. So when he does go for these plays where he tries to trade himself, he can do so in a more efficient fashion. Last game, he just got immediately bopped every single team fight. And right now, he can actually survive quite a while with the Locket and force people to really focus him and then at a cost.
Yeah, well, Hillsang got caught over and over and over again in game 1. Got caught at the beginning of this game, too. Since then, has seemed to have cleaned up things quite a bit.
Yeah, or his team finally started playing around him because many of the plays that he went for were, in theory, acceptable. Maybe not some of the more plays.
That's a lot of damage on the Fox there.
Fox having a flash away from that one. Still only level 14. Doesn't have the low enough cooldown ulti to get away before the chain would have triggered. And that's just not a good thing to have happen. Losing your flash on a simple trade of, just for some minions. Sticks has to be a bit careful. The barrel comes over. Oh, it doesn't connect in time. I think it was out of range for that one.
Like Smithy still takes quite a bit of damage. He's going to bring the bomb to his team. Meanwhile, Darshan gets the top inhibitor, and he's moving towards the Nexus. CLG chooses that moment to turn. They're going to take down Gilius, and CLG is going to get themselves probably 2 inhibitors out of this.
Yeah, Darshan's still going. Yoda's Ghostblade already activated for the attack speed, so really getting a lot of progress here.
Oh, going
Continue
back
to play aggressive. It's a 5v4. I mean, how much can you really defend this as Unicorns of Love?
You can't defend it. And that's 2 inhibitors down, just like that. In the end, they forgot about Darshan, and that's 2 inhibitors taken by the CLG top laner. Unicorns of Love with a bit of a desperation push coming out of the bot lane now. Xmithy low health, but as long as he stays safe, CLG should be able to press this advantage.
All right, so 5,000 gold up, double inhibitor down, and those will be dead for both the Dragon and the Baron coming back up. I don't see how I mean, they could, but I don't see how CLG could screw that one up. At this point, they're pretty much guaranteed those next 2 major objectives, which should signal an end game push.
And for me, plays like these are just very enjoyable to watch. No real altercations, just pressure play, left and right. You force people to make a predictable play. Like CLG was putting the Unicorns in an impossible spot. Either they try to 1v1 Darshan, they can't, so they need to send 2, which leaves 4v3 in the bottom. The only play they have is to hard engage on the remaining 4 members of CLG in the bottom. CLG reads that, they disengage. But when they realize that Unicorns are catching on what they're doing, they turn. They just kill one of them extra. Allows another inhibitor to be taken down. So many layers moving back and forth here for CLG, showing that the framework is still there. Good shot calling.
Well, Hillsang goes for a grab, doesn't quite land it. They want to keep CLG from taking this Baron. It's going to be up in 30 seconds. About 20 seconds till that next Dragon. But
Curious they're not doing Dragon first, since it'd be pretty easy to pick up and it's 12 seconds before the Baron. They just don't seem to care about that. Whoa, wow, a ton of damage on a Fox. He did not need to be right there. Stixay does plenty of damage himself. Rocket Jump to get away. Couple of kicks.
Well, with Fox out of the way, CLG may just be able to push this into base. Darshan taking a lot of damage against Fizzy Chachi, but here comes Hui. A lot of damage back onto Fizzy Chachi again. Meanwhile, the fight up by the top inhibitor, where it used to be Hillsong, separated from his team, and CLG takes down Gilius as well in just a moment. Maybe, not I guess they won't. They'll go after Silly back. The AD carry, more valuable. There's a double kill coming in for Stixay, and with that, only Gilius lives through the fight. And CLG is going to take a 2-0 here at IEM San Jose on day 1. They will advance to day 2 as they take down the Nexus. Don't even need that second Baron, and that is it. GG for CLG.
Hello and welcome to Intel Extreme Masters San Jose 2015! It is day 2 and yesterday was a fantastic day. We could describe it as a day of drops, where we saw LGD and the Unicorns of Love drop out. We saw Mark Cuban come right here, drop the mic, drop 2 F-bombs, and put $30,000 into charity. And finally, as corny as it sounds, we saw you guys drop so much love. The question is, are you ready to do it again today? Come on, San Jose, show me. Are you ready to show these teams some love? I knew you wouldn't let us down. Now, our first team today, they got here via a bye, and a deserved one, because they made it all the ways to the semis at Worlds, and they only went out to the Ultimate Champions. So, Origin. Make some noise for Origin! Now, of course, a team like Origin needs a worthy opponent. And yesterday, they did just that. With their new roster, they proved they are befitting TSM. San Jose, make some noise, show some love, TSM! Wow, you guys. I'm sure these teams are ready. I know you guys are all ready, which means it's time to head over to Chobra Commander.
Thank you, Sean. With Origin and TSM ready on stage, it's time for us to chat a little bit more about Origin, see where they're coming from, because we talked about it on the pre-show. TSM, we saw it yesterday. We've hashed it out. You don't want to read into it too much. They got to win. Good for you, but you clearly have a long way to go. Oh, you want to jump?
I just want to jump right in.
Please, Chobra.
Okay, yeah, put me in, Coach. Chobra Commander, put me in. But yeah, I just want to point out that I think this entire series is going to be decided by a level 3 gank. There's going to be a 2v2 in the top, and whoever wins that's the whole series right there, within 3 minutes.
Okay.
Mark my words.
Only in game 1. Is it going to happen every game?
No,
Yeah,
whoever wins that 2v2 is going to tilt the other team so hard, that's the end of the series.
I remember that. Hashtag just tilted, boys.
Yeah, hey, sometimes it works. So, okay, aside from that deep analysis that has completely wrapped up the entire best of 3, Monty and Crepo, I want to ask a little bit more about Origin and their performance at Worlds. How much are we counting on that to resurface here? Because it is, it's just one player change, and we think individually it's probably an upgrade.
Yeah, I think you have to look at Origin right now and say that this is an upgrade, especially because Peke has been very forthright saying, well, owning this team, I can tell you as a team owner, it takes a lot of time. I wasn't really able to practice as much as I needed to make the big impact.
Right.
But he said he had some time before Worlds, which explained, his increase in performance. But Power of Evil is a dedicated mid laner, and he's proven both very innovative in terms of the meta, bringing out a lot of new champions that really ripple out into other teams. And my question is, what's his champion pool right now? Because he ended the season playing post-nerf Runeglaive Ezreal and Devour Kale, and I thought it was just terrible. So will Peke coaching and helping out with the draft kind of alleviate the poor compositions that he was running in Unicorns of Love? And what's his performance going to be? But I think in the long term, and maybe even the short term here, it's a big upgrade. And the rest of the team obviously did extremely well at the World Championship.
I think it's a good signing for both Origin and Power of Evil. Just down the line, there's just a lot more potential to be had right there. Expeke at Worlds is still a beast apart, but in the split, he wasn't playing that great. I think long term, I agree here in Monte. Just the team just levels up overall. I don't think Origin practiced very much though, because looking at Europe, I don't see where they would get a good scrim environment. So for me, they probably carried over the framework from Worlds, plug and play Power of Evil, hope that we remember most of what the patch is about, and don't get too distracted by the new patch. So I wouldn't judge too much here from Origin, but I think it'll just be an interesting match because lane for lane, there's a case to be made that it should be even matchups. You have Bjergsen against Power of Evil, Soaz. You would think he would beat Hanser, but then Hanser kind of showed up. Bot lanes are very, very mechanically gifted, so it should be some really interesting trades. So I'm just looking forward how that first match plays out outside of the level 3 gank.
Yeah, right outside of level 3.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see for that one.
I mean, I was talking to Soaz, and he said, just in regards to the practice issue, like many of these teams, really. I mean, we know TSM didn't have that much time to practice, and really the best practice team here is probably Jennair because they played an entire tournament, the Kespa Cup, on this patch. But Origin was saying, Soaz was saying, we've been scrimming some challenger teams in Europe, but not very many people, as expected, are active in this sort of off-season place.
Right.
And then, of course, the live realm can't really practice on that because it was already shifted to 522. And
to find players or teams that want to play on 521 is hard because everyone has been testing out the new
Yeah, they
season
want to get
changes.
ahead in the preseason changes. Well, we got to see TSM yesterday not just play, but we had some time to chat with them, of course, on both sides of the interview. It's time to hear how Origin feels themselves coming in to San Jose.
Every tournament, it can be IEM, it can be, for example, in the past IPL or things like this. And every tournament have you still have the same pressure, even though it's Worlds and everyone is looking at this event. It's still the same pressure for a player to play an offline tournament. So it doesn't change that much. It's the same pressure, I believe, for everyone. It depends of the player himself, if he feels more pressure playing a bigger tournament or not. But for me, it's pretty much the same.
We're pretty proud that us and Fnatic have made it so far, but it's all vice versa. We're also kind of sad and disappointed that we didn't make it to the finals. But for us, it isn't that bad as for Fnatic, because we actually got taken down by the eventual champions. So we're happy with our accomplishments so far.
For me as a player, I always said that I will continue as long as I think that I'm good at the game, and I actually want to still kind of sacrifice my life kinda, because everything I do is around League basically, and I live and sleep and think about League. So as long as I want to keep doing that and I'm still good, I will continue. Peke being in the backseat doesn't change so much for us. I think Power of Evil and Peke kind of have the same playstyle. The difference is that Power play more aggressive champion, I believe. Peke used to in the past as well. But recently we were playing a lot of passive mid laner, stuff like this. So it kind of changed the dynamic a bit of the team. We play a bit differently, but it doesn't change so much for us. Peke is still watching our games and helping us and everything like this.
If TF7 wins against LGD and we face them up in the semifinals, due to the new roster, it's actually not a sense of payback, but it's always nice to take down another European team.
All right, there we have it. Of course, amazing, having played on TSM. And like you said, it's not really that I'm going for revenge, but it's going to be a fun match, getting to play against a brand that I used to be a part of. And so as also one thing, that got brought up there is now a lot of the players that he started playing with are starting to step away from the player scene, right? Dyrus just retired. Xpeke is starting to take a step back. And Yellowstar's still going strong on Fnatic, but he said, I don't want to step back anytime too early. If I think I'm good at the game, I'm going to keep playing. And here he is, still going strong in San Jose after Worlds this year.
Well, I think I like the point that he brought up in the video where if you're a top player, you have to live and breathe. And you go to sleep thinking about League. You wake up thinking about League. You take a shower, you're thinking about League. And it's really hard to do that over the course of, Solas is a really long career. So,
yeah.
I'm just surprised that he's still able to do that. And you see, PK, I think with his situation, it's going to look pretty familiar with, remember when Reginald, he didn't really have time to, commit as much to the game. And I think when he put Bjergsen in, it was just revolutionary for TSM. Mm-hmm. And I think this might actually be the same situation here.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. It is a bit of a similar boat, and we do have that to draw from history.
Yeah, it does help having an experienced player that has gone through the phases of pro play for so long, that knows what burnout is, to then help manage his players. Because for Pekka right now, it's a long-term project, right? He wants to keep his players mentally healthy, keep them not from burning out. Because it's so easy. You get a new team, new member comes in, you practice, 12 hours a day, keep going, league. And then you find yourself 3 months down the line, you're burning out, results start dipping, that makes it even worse. So really hope that Origin can keep this well balanced. And that's actually a problem that Peke suffered from, in my opinion, during the spring and summer split, trying to manage League with the ownership of the brand and then trying to practice as much. There's no time.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff you have to do. Any one of those jobs is definitely a full-time job, and trying to do 2-3 of those at the same time is quite a feat. It's still, even for me, it's still weird to see Doublelift sitting next to Bjergsen with right? Isn't it just kind of weird?
I walked into catering for the first time at this event. I'm like, hey, CLGC. Oh, no, that's just Doublelift. My mind is still associating them together. It's so hard to separate. Even if he's wearing the damn TSM hoodie, I'm
it doesn't matter. Because, what he's wearing, sure, you can just kind of pass it on, but then he's sitting next to Doublelift, getting ready, warming up, or in the player area where they're warming up, he's setting up with Bjergsen and whatnot. I'm like, that's just really weird. But there they are, Doublelift, standing alongside, of course, completely new lineup except for Bjergsen. This team built from the ground up with Bjergsen now as, now he's the veteran on TSM. When he was brought on, he was kind of that rookie and loose cannon that they had to reel in and put in, plug into the system for TSM. Now he's the one telling them alongside Reginald, this is what it is. They've got some new coaching staff lineup ready for TSM, and so far so good. Individual play, I think the potential that everyone hoped to see was there. How much difference can you make from one day to the next? Probably not the biggest question. How much can they draw from this tournament into next year is going to be the big one.
I mean, Origin's my favorite for this tournament at this point, especially after seeing how TSM played. Yes, we saw some good individual performances, but their shot calling's still kind of a wreck.
They want to first pick Gangplank. The Ribbon Band, it just screams it. They're aiming for the first pick Gangplank right here.
So was one of the first to really prove himself as a good Gangplank player in the finals over in Europe.
He was great
against Fnatic, and that was actually the first losses that Fnatic had in the entire summer split at the hand of that Gangplank. So definitely good Gangplank player. I'm quite sure if Power of Evil plays it well, so it may just be very slanted towards the top lane instead of being in flex.
Well, there's a lot of stuff up right now. There's Kindred, there's Tom Kent, there's Gangplank. There's a lot of stuff available right now, so I'm actually curious what the last two bans are going to be with this.
Yeah, it's interesting, too. Of course, the Kalista ban against Niels, pretty common. Not letting him get that champion. We saw that a lot over in Europe and even at the World Championship. People really identifying Niels' performance on that champion as a major threat.
Yeah, and when he wasn't on Kalista, he could still do the same hyper carry style if he had a Lulu supporting him. So I think it's good. I like these bans from TSM here. Origin definitely coming in with some prep. Lost banning to Tom Kench. Don't want to ban that too early, so you put some pressure on TSM. Now they have to adapt on the fly and hopefully leave Gangplank open.
I hope TSM. Kindred.
Yeah, they did catch on their GP. That means Kindred is open finally this weekend.
This is the first game that Kindred will be available for play. And for those of you who didn't watch the Kesma Cup on 521, Kindred was banned or picked nearly every game. Very powerful champion, especially because of how it can change. Wow, that would be very bold to take that Elise first for Amazing instead and leave that Kindred up.
I bet what happened was Kindred was banned in almost every single scrim for them, so they never got to practice it. So now they're sitting I
mean, Elise is still pretty strong. It's not like Kindred is just going to break open the game. She has to snowball a little bit at least.
And then Sven, the Nidalee. I mean, we discussed it yesterday too. Nidalee and Kindred, both probably something you would look forward to on the side of Svenskeren. See if he ends up going for that one.
I actually think that's not that bad of a matchup, Kindred versus Elise, because you can pretty much hit the Elise with a cocoon, or the Elise can cocoon the Kindred, and you can just one-shot her before she can get her ultimate off. So.
No, if you connect cocoon, she's in a very dire spot, because if you then get close enough, you still have repel to chase if she tries to get away from you.
Yep. Okay. Now, what else? We've banned out towards the end of the bans the high priorities here.
I mean,
Rise
is open. Okay. We're looking at two very talented Thresh players overall. But generally they leave the Thresh open and just pick the Alistar. I think both sides are fine with either matchup.
And there you go. The Alistar comes through, and the Kindred does get locked in. Crowd cheering. Finally going to see some Kindred play this weekend.
So what's so interesting about Kindred as a champion? Not only is she very strong, but it allows you a certain flexibility with team compositions that you might not have otherwise. Right. Because at this point, you can go for a more tanky. There aren't that many high damage junglers in the late game right now, so you can play tanks in the top lane more effectively, even in this more carry top meta. And you can mix it up with more AP coming out of your lanes, even playing Corki or something like that to supplement. So you really can make very interesting team comps around Kindred.
And the Alistar helps that as well, because you have a tanky support. You don't really want to pick like a Thresh here, because then you have two characters that kind of stand on the back line waiting for stuff to happen, then to follow up. But Alistar, he can at least move in, soak some damage, create some space for this Kindred to work in. And then obviously, Alistar ulti being so tanky, Kindred ulti following up later on, you have some really annoying game mechanics to really just try and tilt your opponents.
You can also headbutt people out of the Kindred ult.
So it's a good counter pick.
Yeah, so basically, if you want to get only your team healed in the Kindred ult, you can use that headbutt to move the rest of the team or a one player out of that ultimate, so only your players get the heal. So displacement is very key with Kindred to make the most out of the ult.
Well, go ahead.
Well, they also one of the problems with Kindred, though, is, she's just strict physical damage, not a tank. So you actually need to really go heavy on the AP damage. You need a Victor or something, or an Azir, like a real AP threat in the mid lane. So that kind of constricts that.
Well, Lissandra's up too. So if you have something like a top Lissandra, you can go for more AP, Lissandra, Rumble, and top as well. So there's a lot of ways to do it. But one of the reasons why Kindred is so good is because you have all of these other options with your draft all of a sudden. So she really changes the way you play around your champ select.
Really like the Orianna pick too. It just gives you another way of engaging and disengaging in case you try to dive in on your ADCs, and it's just such a good pick here.
Orianna is like sort of like protect the AD carry type of champion. Obviously, Lulu will do better, and you now have 2 AD carries that you can choose to protect.
Right.
For, if you lose one, you have another one to put in, and now you can go both directions here. You can go for a tanky top laner to create some space in some zone. You have enough damage on those three double AD carry and 1 AP carry already, or you can just full out and go quadruple threat with an Alistar and try and snowball.
Yeah, you very well could. And Origin trying to figure out how to get away from that.
The blind pick Rumble.
Ooh.
Okay. I hope TSM picks Olaf into that and just wrecks him.
Then the Cassiopeia.
That actually might be one of the reasons why they banned Riven as well. That's a really hard matchup for Rumble.
Yep.
And now really their only option here is an Olaf, and their only real AP damage is the Orianna. So, but I mean, Olaf does a lot of true damage as well.
Yeah, but still, you're waiting for Ori to get 3 items before it really actually starts to take off. So early game team fighting may be an issue here for TSM if they go for that Olaf in the top side.
I mean, double AP with a strong jungle and Tristana. This is a very, very heavy mid game spike here for Origin. Like if they get a tiny bit of a lead and can start playing around objectives, it's going to be pretty rough for TSM to play from behind.
You mean something like a level 3 gank?
I mean, I'm just trying. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to imagine playing Rumble against Olaf Kindred.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get away.
I don't think that the death score goes up that high. I mean, it's going to be brutal. Please pick Olaf. Come on, you can do it, huh?
Soaz is smart at getting away from these situations sometimes, though. Like, he has these games where he just, like, tilts to the sky and just, like, goes 0-6. But generally, he has a good game sense, and he's played under pressure before, so he doesn't really... He gets creative. Like, if he gets behind 1 or twice, like, he just actually goes to the bottom lane and starts roaming. And Rumble with ulti can actually start forcing down these towers.
So, I mean, Hunter had a good performance on Renekton yesterday, for sure. You can't deny that. How does it really fit in? It doesn't seem to really excel anything for the rest of the composition. It's just more of a safer pick overall.
Well, they already have a lot of late game scaling with the Kindred, the Orianna, the Jinx. They just want kind of like a buffer to CC people as they come into that. Yep. But I still think if they had an Olaf, they could just straight up win the game off just running over top lane over and over again. So, but I still think it's fine. Like, Renekton's going to be able to pressure the Rumble. If he pushes out at all, he's just going to get tore up.
I just like a champion pick that can actually do target the hard CC.
Yep.
If you're playing Olaf, you have an axe, you're slowed, so you know everybody's going to pile on that target, but then they flash away, and suddenly the whole team fight shifts, and you find yourself overextending against a Rumble and a Cassio.
Yeah.
Whereas if Renekton goes in, you can leave some space between you and Renekton, let him stun somebody, and then Alistar can follow up, and in that frame, you can actually one-shot a carry. Because you have the damage. So in that sense, I like some target hard CC. It's so hard to play compositions with all these soft CCs like slows and snare, and it just not snares because snares are hard.
Right. Yeah. Like you guys said, this mid game is going to be tough, especially the 2 AD carry thing against a Rumble. You have so much backline threat with a Rumble at all times, especially playing around the 15 to 20 minute mark. So, and a lot of Kindred depends on how fast you can stack your passive and getting lucky a little bit on those marks.
All right, well, the game is ready, ladies and gentlemen. See if TSM can continue their success from day one, or if Origin is going to prove that they are indeed the favorites here. With our commentators over at the desk, it is D-Man, Freak, and Siva.
Thank you very much, Cho Bros. And we are live almost into the semifinals because I can see it just paused on these screens down here. So we're almost there, but it gives us a great amount of time to talk about these pick and bans and talk about Kindred. You cast a lot of Kindred over in Kesper.
100% pick.
Give us the
ban
rundown,
rate.
man.
Only team to beat Kindred in 2 games was SK Telecom. Very powerful pick. We haven't really seen her reach her full potential yet. We saw a lot of people kind of figuring her out, but once again, it's going to be banned in most scrims on this patch. It's going to be banned in solo queue consistently on that patch as well. So I don't think anyone has a lot of experience playing, and we're going to have to see if Sven Skaren, who, known for Nidalee, known for more aggressive carry-oriented style junglers, can really show us like the full mechanical ceiling that Kindred has to offer.
Right, and it was kind of good to see kind of right away, both teams, I think, picked well around the Kindred. We heard the analysts talk about it. The Alistar coming in straight away. Of course, the headbutt synergy in terms of kicking people out of the ultimate so that you can kill your opponents off. Tristana AD carry the exact same way. It even synergizes super well with the explosive charge because you can prime it, do all your damage, then jettison them out along with anyone else nearby. They all get exploded. There's a lot of, enemy synergy there as well. And then also the fact that Hanser, I actually like what he did entirely. He went not only for a good laning matchup in Renekton against Rumble, but also picked a tank because they needed a second one. They've also got a supportive mid laner, so the fact they've got 2 marksmen in the back line, every other single champion synergizes with that kind of composition.
Now, yesterday, obviously, we talked a lot about TSM. We saw how they delivered. Hauntzer played great, even ended up with a crazy solo kill as well. But let's talk about Origin. Power of Evil coming in here. Obviously, great mid laner, no doubt about his talent. He is clearly, I would say, easily on par with Peke.
Yeah.
The question is, are the team going to listen to his voice the same as they would with Peke? Now, Peke obviously stood behind them as well.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know the Origin team dynamic very well, right? I didn't cast them throughout the entire year. I haven't sat behind them and watched them scrim or anything, so I don't know very well the entire team dynamic, and it's new. You know, not to the same level of TSM, but there's going to be, I'm sure, some growing pains here, but I trust it'll end up doing pretty well. My understanding of Origin is that it's Mithy and Soazico doing a lot of the talking here, so I think Power of Evil can plug and play pretty easily.
Plug and play, I like that.
It kind of fits within the theme of the tournament overall, though, which is answering these questions, right?
Yeah.
Figuring out how these teams are going to work, figuring out how these teams are going to adapt to new players. And while we've seen what TSM can do with their roster and their lineup, Power of Evil is still a question. Now, the other question that I had for him, was he going to play some more interesting or controversial picks? Now, once again, this is still a relatively young patch in terms of competitive play, so Cassiopeia could be very powerful. We haven't seen it yet. Or it could be one of those more oddball Power of Evil picks.
Now, it is something that Power is very good at, and actually, I had said during Champs Select over here, like, oh, they're going to play Yorick top, because back in Unicorns of Love, I'd forgotten that it wasn't UOL. Because there was an O in the name and I saw Power
but
of
it's
Evil.
Soaz.
Right.
Soaz has got a lot of history on Yorick. Or Yorick,
including losing to America at the Season 3 World Championship playing it. I remember that game still. It was great against Vulcan. But no, Power is actually a very good Cassiopeia player. And I know like she received some nerfs, the mana cost and sustain on her E being one of the bigger ones. I think, sorry, the mana return and the sustain on her E being a big one. But he's very good at this champion. Thinking about the matchup, the range is actually very close between her and Orianna. Now, she's slow, so you can't dodge away from shockwaves, but basically, if Orianna can hit you, so can Cassiopeia. And in any 4-second long trade, Cassiopeia does way more damage in those. So if the jungle can come in and tilt the matchup, of course, it changes a whole lot. But it's going to be interesting, and it is a ton of damage coming into that mid lane.
And the other thing I want to talk about with Cassio overall is that she provides similar dive threat that you would see from a Ryze or Lissandra. A little bit mitigated, obviously, because Miasma is just not as good of a zoning tool as the Rune Prison or the potential for a Frozen Tomb engage. But the threat of the Petrifying Gaze at any moment when you're standing under tower does make it very easy for them to make full use of this Tristana to pressure down early towers, especially when they have such a strong team in the early to mid game.
Yeah, she's actually very disengage heavy. Like, in terms of sort of threat, it's like going in on a Cassiopeia is super threatening. And honestly, this whole team has a ton of, if you walk at us, our AoE is ridiculous. Walking into an Equalizer, walking into Petrifying Gaze, walking into Braum Ultimate as well. Origin's ability to disengage and just set up Niels to siege is actually very strong. Okay, there's damage everywhere, so Soaz and Power can both carry, but they're offensive threats that make you too afraid to kill Niels. And so in a way, this team can still play around this AD carry who's, you know, won the All-Star vote. He's like maybe even the #1 AD carry in all of Europe. And this is, you know, I like this comp. I like high damage comps. And I mean, everyone's kind of protected by the threat of everyone else.
It's also very interesting the way that these teams have built themselves. You talk about Origin being able to peel back, being very strong when they're being approached, and the same is very true of TSM. They have the zone control of the Lamb's Respite. Additionally, the Wolf's Frenzy coming in for Kindred, and having this kind of, once again, sort of double-lift focused late game sort of team comp where you have this Alistar for disengage, you have this Orianna who provides excellent zone control. Now, the thing I like about TSM's comp is that as we move further into the game, you have this Alistar-Orianna combo, which will provide a decent amount of hard gauge, and it's something we didn't really see from TSM yesterday.
It's true. It's a different sort of style, and if TSM can play a more aggressive team composition, it's, as I think about it and I try to break down their team comp and their goals here, like, Renekton is generally an early game sort of champion. We heard the NLSS talk about it, and I tend to agree. Kindred is best served in the, you know, first 25 minutes of the game, and it gets worse from there. But TSM were playing 45-minute long games. And I wonder if they're shooting themselves in the foot here if they can't close the game out. Does their champions all start to fall away when Cassio hits full build? Okay, Jinx will do fine, but a lot of this team comp's going to fall away.
Well, additionally, both in the compositions and the dynamic here, OG have been praised time and time again for mid to late game shot calling. It's been very consistent over the course of Worlds. And on the other side, TSM a very young lineup, and usually the thing that takes the most time to develop is confidence in late game shot calling. It's where so many teams, younger teams especially, have fumbled historically.
Yeah. I think it is a tough road ahead, especially considering that Origin just are very good. Now, when we did a bunch of analysis on Origin for the World Championship, and granted their opponents generally a bit stronger at Worlds than, you know, the 5-day-old TSM, but Origin's early game were really bad. Their side lanes died a lot. I think their like cumulative kill death in the first 15 minutes was like 6 and 20, something around that number. Their like ratio of getting first blooded was more than half. Like early on, Origin did not do the best. They were pretty greedy. They'd sit out for farm. And Svenskeren has gotten first blood every single game by finding someone overextended. So there are definitely elements of this game that TSM, I think, can pick at.
And, yeah, and the Kindred and the Renekton are both so good at snowballing early on that I think that if they're given that opportunity, if they can find those early kills and those early stacks on Kindred's passive, it can just get out of control very quickly.
Yeah, and Hornser proved it yesterday. He got himself both first bloods, both games, with the help of Svenskeren. Clearly a partnership that has been working. Ladies and gentlemen, we just do have a small audio issue, which is pretty much resolved from what I've been told on the stage. So it does look like they are going to be unpausing any moment now. So TSM versus Origin. It is North America versus Europe, and everybody loves these battles, no doubt about it. But new look teams, from what we saw, face each other at the World Championships. Then, of course, it was a very close affair. And obviously, going back to Origin, you know, they did have very scrappy matches. The quarterfinals, especially, I remember seeing them at Wembley, was a bloody affair, no doubt about it. A lot of kills back and forward. We saw the same thing from TSM yesterday. I'm expecting a lot of kills. I hope it's going to be a great game. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. It is a best of 3 moving through to the finals, which will be a best of 5 played later today. Who will make it, Europe or North America?
Of course, as we see this game start up, just looks like a standard 5-point here. Both teams prioritizing defense of their own jungle. No one wanting to get too aggressive, and makes a lot of sense. They're playing against this Kindred, not going to be clear exactly what she wants to do with her early pathing. A lot of variance potential here, just because it's a champion we haven't seen yet. So defaulting to safety on both sides.
All right, well, first blood goes to TSM. 10 gold picked up for the Trinket Ward kill. Doublelift most gold of all AD carries now in this game. I think it's actually the highest amount of gold AD carries ever had this early on this tournament. So Doublelift, record setter, USA, no. Because I have a very biased crowd here. I spent like a month and a half in Europe.
Pandering to the fans on the desk. Right. Pandering to the fans on the ward kill.
Right. It's like we had Quick Shot and Crepo and Deficio and like all these guys like, oh, I've got all these European fans and oh, we made top 4 and look how good Fnatic and Origin are. Well, America's undefeated here on home soil, so home crowd, let's go. That's right. Of course, D-Man's here to like ready to strangle me.
No, it's okay. You guys have got a team in the Counter-Strike as well in towards the semi-finals. So well done.
Only took a substitute for the Russian.
It took four tries, but you got one in there eventually, and one of them was also Brazilian, so you still try and claim them as your own. But, and let's get into actually TSM. Since we're talking about it, wait, the jungle is European, the mid lane is European. Hold on, the support's European. Wait. Yeah, I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here.
Oh, well, let's not forget the fact that Origin won both games against TSM at Worlds. So, I mean, I'm aware of the fact that, like, all right, Origin are very
put away your regional. So they figured out how do you get out of groups? You bring more Europeans in. It used to be Koreans, but now they've gone Europeans. We'll see how it works out for them. But here we go. Anyway, the match is underway. Mid lane, little poke possibly happening here. Mithy taking a little drive-by on Bjergsen. Doesn't look like he's going to do too much damage. Soaz came as well. That's actually quite good damage. That's going to force him to choke a potion. But that was a 3-man initiative there in that mid lane, putting a lot of resources to try and get a kill.
That could have been a bit closer too. I think Power People's E was currently on cooldown from last hitting because he landed the Q spot on and could have chained in a lot of damage. That did not end up happening. However, of course, a invade into the top side jungle. Oh, and it leashes back, so Mithy and Soaz not going to get... I think it's probably still theirs now. It's a 3-on-3. If Tristana comes down, TSM, I believe, should have control over this.
Oh, Mithy's going to get caught out. Gets to it too aggressive. There's the head, but how is he going to get out of that? Well, he's going to get the support of his team. Mithy manages to run away. Hornson taken very low. The Flame Sprinter comes in and Soaz locks him down. Now the red buff also going to get picked up by Amazing. He tries to get on Kasing. It's a double for Soaz. In comes Niels. In comes Power of Evil, and Svenskeren gets locked up. Is he going to get out alive? Not at all. Power of Evil. There, ladies and gentlemen, is Europe starting off with 3 kills.
An absolutely dominant skirmish coming in for Origin there, setting the standard for European performances with that one. 3-0 right off the bat, and massive mistakes made on the touch side of TSM. Hanser, I believe, stunning the red buff in that exchange. A complete miss on the Ruthless Predator, really costing them so much, and OG just finding a huge early advantage.
Absolutely incredible stuff right there. And this is the big risk, of course, is it's the strong side of the map for Origin. And I realized that Kasing was there as well, which made it more of a 3-on-3. But Power of Evil had the push lead in the mid lane. He was there first. And the fact that it was easy for Niels to come down here. So complete control. And it's just going to be a very, very rough situation now for TSM, already very far behind.
Yeah, I mean, giving your top laner a double kill and an assist right at the start, you can see he's obviously going straight in towards the Zhonyas, but that's going to help him so much against Haunter. Like, when they actually become a one-on-one, which they're now finally clashing down that bottom lane, that's just, Haunter going to have to sit and play passive for the rest of the, next 20 minutes.
It's going to be incredibly difficult. We can watch that fight again. It's a great setup. They jump in on a Mithy. Of course, he can jump back to his team. And then Hanser, yep, there it is. You called it right. Stuns the red buff. It's also going to be a missed smite from Svenskeren as well. Got it down to 509. And then smites it to 23 health, which means Amazing had the red buff, had the health regen that it provides. But right away, a fight in the bot lane. Soaz on the wrong side of this one.
Yeah, this is how you deal. And it's going to be a teleport away. Soaz, see ya. He's gone. And that's how you deal with it. You try and bully, you try and gang up on him. Svenskeren clearly going to try and get Haunter going, but teleport, he actually went the other side of the map. So as in the top half of the jungle right now, he went miles away from that one.
He just found something he could click on. He's like, I'm just going to hit randomly and hopefully I get somewhere I need to be.
I think we saw, was it Zion Spartan yesterday, just TP to a random minion adjacent to him. He's like, it doesn't matter, anything but the minion next to me.
Whoops. Yeah. So, all right, better one there so far. Soaz confirmed better mechanics than Darshan. More EU greater than NA stuff to keep this game a little bit. Hey, shut up, Brad. It's true that time. I got to keep it balanced. Now I have to make fun of North America, you know? I'm not pulling a Stephen Colbert where I only make fun of Republicans. I gotta hit both sides of this one here.
Oh, pretty topical.
So I'm so glad that you're willing to be unbiased for us on this cast. I really appreciate the diversity that you bring in your smack talk.
I'm the Fox News of color commentators.
Well, I mean, you couldn't be because there's no LMS teams here, so it's harsh. But anyway, back to the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big advantage, big start for Origin here, and Power of Evil, of course, picking up one of those kills. That gave him that tier very early on against Bjergsen.
And the big thing about getting this tier early is that normally you suffer when you itemize the tier early because it does not give you any combat stats, but because he got it functionally off of that first kill or those early kills in the game, he got it for free. So he's really not losing out here. The difference between 1 and 2 Dorans is not massive at this stage in the game.
And Double, I think, is seeing they're taking a lot of abuse off the back of that early fight on being forced back constantly. Amazing. Going a bit aggressive here. Svenskeren, I don't think he's going to let him stand for this one, but a cocoon to the face should slow him down, but he's got a long way to skitter away from this one. He's headed straight towards Bjergsen. He comes around. Bam! Headshot right there. Took him clean out.
That was the last attack right there of the Kindred Dread. E. Yeah, Mounting Dread. Thanks. I even play her a couple times, but just combined with the rest of the burst here. And of course, pretty much every jungler ever doesn't run magic resist blues because they want the clear speed. So Amazing just takes so much magic damage early on in the jungle and everywhere else when he fights somebody. So good start for Svenskeren. And Svenskeren had, by the way, hunted Elise from the very start of the game. He figured that was the champion he's likely to kill. So finally Svenskeren gets on the board with his second stack. I guess he got one earlier from a jungle camp.
Very good spot to be, of course, as they push further into the game. Only going to be able to mark jungle creeps until that 6th stack, but as he starts to take advantage of those, he's going to scale up very quickly, and we talk about how strong Kindred can be in the early to mid game if she gets rolling. Now, it's only a single assist there, but it is going to be pretty important as they move further on.
Oh, we're going to see the Wolf steal that.
Yeah, there's a chance for that one.
That was very close. Power of Evil getting a couple of free attacks on the tower. We'll start whittling it down slowly, but close. Lane phase, after considering it was a 3-0 potential snowball, but TSM have done a good job of not falling quickly behind in this one. So as though just have a little support. Doesn't look like Amazing wants to try and look for that one. That's going to get forced away.
Have to give some praise over to Hanser here overall because he has recouped a lot of the CS differential and has just been playing very passive, and it's a good look at this stage in the game, especially when he has an opponent who's 2 kills up. So recouping that CS, doing just fine in the lane phase here. He gets caught out at least a little bit.
There's a chance of a dive though. Soaz is 6 and Elise is nearby. Hanser does have flash and the ulti. They decide not to go for it. Soaz low enough to not make for this to happen. I wonder, okay. So if Amazing is here at all, it should be because they want to dive. Oh my God! CC!
Straight into an equalizer. That was a great cocoon, by the way.
Yeah.
Fantastic from Amazing. Quick reactions. As soon as that wall came down on him. And Soaz, so fast to react.
Excellent coordination there on that engagement, but I think Hansar just showing that he's still a little bit of a rookie in that exchange. There's no reason to risk going up for that ward.
Yeah, like, the thing is, yeah, he could have gone with the minion line and let them kind of block any cocoons coming in for him, but of course also smart by Amazing, knowing, okay, I have to be here early to sneak into the brush before the lane resets to be there for the ward attempt. So Amazing, of course, still very, very sharp. Hansar, yeah, gets caught up by it.
Definitely not where they wanted to be. Hansar continuously being put in the ground. I mean, 2-0-2, never where you want a Rumble to be, and a haunting guys early on. Equalizer is already such an insanely strong skill. Getting early item power spikes like this is going to be devastating for TSM in fights.
Definitely is. I mean, you're already hitting haunting guys. Yeah, there's a lot of ability power, and the mid-game team fight power is super high for Origin. So, Origin sending their support and jungler up into the top side of the jungle. These guys are absolutely in control always. They know Svenskeren up here, getting the wards down and contesting this red buff as it respawned about 9.5 minutes in. Mithy making sure the wards are here, and Amazing, they're going to have an easy time taking this over.
So as has shoved the top lane into the tower as well. So Hansar, who was a little bit slower changing lanes, is going to miss out on that wave, it looks like. Meanwhile, the two AD carriers have got themselves back down the bottom. Fairly even build between them. Pink ward being picked up by Doublelift, but as you can see, this red buff, which was fought over so hard early on, is going to get stolen again once again by Amazing.
This is really solid by Origin. They're playing much faster than TSM is. They're basically playing about a minute into the future, right? Gank the bottom lane, swap back up, be ready to be topside in time for red buff, plus their AD carries on the right side of the map for Dragon. So many things are just happening first for Origin, and they're all paying out. This is like they pretty much never missed a beat from Worlds.
This is looking like a very solid start for them overall, and I like that they've not tried to pressure down these towers, and they've just opted to sort of extend this laning phase because it's working out very well for them. They have the dominant lane advantages. They can just let these AD carries farm, and in the meantime, once they get this Cassio just a little bit stronger, they'll be able to have an explosive team fight either on the Dragon Pit or on one of those towers.
3 stacks now for Svenskeren. Good of him to be able to get up there, and basically Amazing prioritized getting the blue buff for Power of Evil over trying to contest the mark that he would have seen on his own Raptor buff. So it allows Svenskeren to keep scaling up, but he's not been able to find too much so far in this game. It's TSM, honestly, at this point, having to scale up here. They've got really no power to play with right here. Even the bottom lane going to have a hard time winning any fights because of Braum able to put the shield up. He'll stop any Doublelift's damage, so and I think TSM have to wait.
When we talked about this team comp, it was all about the Renekton and the Kindred in the early game, and both these characters have been quite honestly shut down in this early game. 0-2-0, 0-1-1. Not terrible score lines, but definitely not where you want to be when all of your early game power is in these champions.
I would say a .33 KDA across your top 2 members is not exactly the best start to have.
I'm pretty bad at this game. I have some pretty low standards.
Quite rough. Only 2,600 gold. He's actually got less than everyone else that's not a support right now. Hansar is being deprived. Svenskeren smelling out a dive, but there isn't one, and I'm not sure if this gank will succeed. Gonna go for nothing at all. He could have sliced dice and looked for SOAS, but wouldn't have probably worked.
Yeah, and this is the problem. So, I mean, we were talking about Origin right at the start. Oh my god, look at the damage Svenskeren has to use his ulti to try and save his life here. Now, Hansar's going to join in, will get out alive, but already just forcing that. And, well, just showing, you know, SOAS up to 4K. That's going to be a great stuff from Hansar. Has he got enough to continue this on, though? I'm not sure he does. He will just step away in the end. While that was happening, Amazing was trying to set up some form of a counter gank onto Bjergsen in the mid lane. But that's a shockwave used. Okay, Bjergsen just pulling the trigger to just keep Power of Evil true. And he's going to keep that poke down. Those Twin Fangs doing a lot of damage on towards Bjergsen. And this is bought all the time they needed to start off the Dragon.
And I really like this decision coming in from OG. They know the Lamb's Respite is down. They don't have to worry about that overcomplicated team fight or playing around those Kindred abilities. They saw the pressure on the top side, and this is very much a well-earned objective on the side of Origin.
So far, early game lead paying out quite nicely. Next time I want to see maybe another turret dive or a turret take coming down. Mithy, after the Dragon, does roam up to the mid lane for this one, but with Svenskeren paying attention, it's honestly TSM, again, just playing as reactive as possible. Svenskeren's at least in the right place at the right time to keep these things from being pushed, but I think Origin still just, they can have control of the map. Once they get the wards back up, they can set up a tower dive, and any one of these winning lanes can turn into another kill and a turret picked up.
Definitely. Unfortunately, Svenskeren actually going to pick up the blue buff there, so definitely not where they want to be, as Orion is heavily reliant on it against Cassio. You saw Bjergsen running pretty consistently.
Yeah, that was a bit of a problem. And, you know, we were talking yesterday off air about the Kindred, how sometimes you can get lucky. The little RNG that comes up with stacking out here. It's down deep in the walls right now. That's not where you want it in enemy territory right now, especially when they're already being so pressed.
Very interesting to see how it's worked out this game, of course. Overall, looking like, I mean, right now, OG just seem very content just to take small advantages where they can. They're not really pushing for anything greater, but once again, they are an almost entirely magic damage-based team comp with huge mid-game power spikes, so they're going to need to press an advantage shortly. TSM will eventually, I believe, outscale them if they push further in the game.
It makes an interesting situation, though. You talk about them being an all-magic damage team. Who's going to buy the Aegis here? Because Svenskaren's certainly not, and Kasing would have loved to buy Zeke's Harbinger for double lift here, and now Svenskeren,
forced to use the flash there to get away. So as not going to go full tower dive here, but with Power Evo around, this is going to be very careful. They don't have a minion wave, so he can just get out of that one. So Power Evo wasting a bit of time there, but it was all being soaked up because Amazing just covered off the mid.
It's still going to be in turret pressure, though. Look at this turret down at half health already. Hanser and Svenskeren honestly could take a lot of damage if anything goes down. Meanwhile, bot lane a fight.
Neil's going to get jumped on, but he's got no support. You can see Doublelift was forced away from that one. Neil's, though, pressed and caught by those flame choppers, unable to really turn any of that damage back onto Doublelift, who managed to counter the aggression onto Mithy. So, nothing won and lost between the two.
Origin are bringing Elise up to the top lane, though, but Bjergsen is ready to support this. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 in the top lane coming up soon.
Oh, teleport down the bottom. They're going to try and jump on towards Doublelift. Doublelift taking low. There's Kasing getting caught by Mithy, and in comes Soaz around the back. Equalizer completely whiffed, and is he going to have enough? He's going to dive on towards it. He doesn't have enough to take it, but Niels will. He hops in and hops out, takes the kill on Doublelift. Hit and run.
And despite the lackluster equalizer, just such excellent coordination on that TP. Hanser was so late to that engagement, absolutely uses it and will help him protect this tower, but gaining no other benefits from that. Ultimate burned as well. Really a little bit of sloppy coordination there from TSM.
And this surely is it going to be the turret. Neil's not going to stick around too aggressively, but that's a lot of damage onto Hanser. Kasing takes it low. Oh, he just gets dropped, and Niels is the man that gets the last hit. But that was Soaz that did all the damage.
This game is decaying rapidly for TSM right here. 16 minutes in, Origin already sizably ahead by a good 3,500 gold. Turrets are soon to fall, and they've already been stacking dragons. This is Origin, again, not really missing a beat, and TSM showing the fact that this team is only 4 days old.
Power of Evil getting pressured by Svenskeren and Bjergsen coming around the side. There's a lot of damage potential here. He could turn it around. He gets caught with the shockwave, but he doesn't get taken down because obviously the Kindred ulti was down there, counteracting. He does finally get dropped. I don't think Amazing can come out on top in this one. Where's he going to go? Oh, the cocoon isn't enough to take the bangs. No, but now he's bought time. Mithy's going to chase on towards him, but he will not catch on towards Bjergsen. He finally comes out on top. A 2-for-1 trade there for TSM.
Bjergsen showing up huge in that engagement. The lamp just well placed by Svenskeren, well utilized. Power of Evil trying to flash back into it, trying to stay safe, but just does not have the sustain or the damage output to really make a huge impact there. Kasing, though, could be in trouble.
That was a flash engage from Niels, and he just wrecks straight onto Kasing. Not a chance there. Old European support, used to playing Niels as well, but I think he's quite used to being taken out that quickly. Doublelift in trouble here. The Flame Chompers will keep him alive for a short moment, but holy moly, Soaz has so much damage.
That's what 30 match pen and needlessly large Rod's going to do for you there. Soaz has been absolutely massive this entire game. His kill participation nearly flawless as well. Anywhere Soaz goes, TSM will die, and Origin can continue to use him to get whatever objective they want.
They're going to try and catch on towards Hanser. I don't think Mithy's quite got it in him, and he's going to have to burn his ulti if he wants to try and keep Hanser safe here. Power of Evil just going to poke on down, does get the stun down on him. Is it going to be enough? There's the ulti, and they surely will lock down Hanser. And Power of Evil picks himself up another. This is starting to go very, very one-sided here for Origin. There's the top lane for Soaz as well.
And I was expecting OG to play explosively in the mid game, but I don't think anybody expected this. 10-3 now. They're absolutely dominating TSM, and they found their power spikes. They found their gold advantages via early pressure, surprisingly, and now they're just shoving it down the throat of TSM.
And I wonder how much more they can get before TSM find a way to stop all the bleeding here, because Doublelift needs a static shift for his wave to get any good. Hanser just needs real tank out of that he's not getting because he's 0-3 with pretty mediocre CS for this stage in the game. There's just the things that TSM needs to stop dying aren't here yet. And the question is, you know, how much more can Origin grab before those items do show up?
Yeah, and speaking of items, the big gold differential that you can see between Origin is sitting on Soaz and on Niels. So the AD carries and the top lane, everything you need to just get this game rocking and rolling is working out for Origin. Oh, double lift. Is Soaz going to stick around? Is he going to go back? He will go back because that's 4 members of TSM pushing on towards the top lane. No, he's cancelled it. He's cancelled it. They're going to collapse. Look at the whole of Origin. Origin are all collapsing in towards TSM here. They have to back away. The equalizer completely whiffed though, but he's going to come around. And that's double lift just getting annihilated once again. And the rest of the team comes in. The shockwave catches nicely, but Power of Evil comes around the side. Svenskeren going to keep himself alive for a brief moment, but that will be all. As soon as that Lance Respite runs out, it's going to be another kill for Soaz. And now Bjergsen being chased down. No mana to survive. Simply will get slowed down. There's the Twin Fangs doing the damage. Oh, the speed up just in time will keep Bjergsen alive. But that is really all they can get from that one. 13-3, massive kill count for Origin so far.
Nice attempt by TSM. They didn't realize the fact that Soaz was behind them because that was going to be an okay choice. This team doesn't have great engage from Origin. It's mostly counter-engage based, but when Soaz is behind you, he's countering your disengage essentially with the equalizer, so not much that they could have done. It is commendable that TSM are still trying to make high percentage offensive plays. A Rumble sitting in a brush, low chance that happens. It's a forgivable mistake there, but this game is just breaking apart faster and faster and faster. And every time TSM does something, Origin's always there to stop it.
Zhonya's and Leandria's now completed by
ridiculous
Soaz
how much gold
at 20
he has.
minutes. He has so much damage in comparison to Haunts, who's just gone back and got his Merc Treads.
And looking at the bot lane too, I was critical of this team for being mostly magic damage and seeing that as a weakness, but when the AD carry is this strong as well, 3-0 and 2, ripping through towers left and right, it's not even relevant because you have all the AD damage you need in Niels at this stage of the game, static ship and IE completed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, when you have an early game focused team, it's kind of okay to double down on that. It's hard to buy MR this early. Again, no one is here to buy an Aegis. You're seeing the beginning of it for Kasing, but they're already dying on top of it before you can even buy it.
Oh, and a nice little cross there. Is he going to get countered? Svenskeren comes in, tries to lay down the damage. It's Soaz they're going to focus on. Mythic going to back away to the turret. Now he's going to get headbutted away, but that shield will block everything. Oh, the rocket onto Soaz, but they just get out alive. And they will survive. They do manage to take the turret down. They're going to continue pressuring here. TSM could have been damaged, but they've got to be careful they don't lose a lot of objectives because mid lane is being pressed by Niels and bottom lane is being pushed by Power of Evil. So this might be a 1-for-2 trade in towers.
And you can see the double AD carry not able to do any more damage than they would have needed. So it's the Orianna holding the mid lane, but Power of Evil still pushing the bottom lane down. It actually will be a turret kill as well. So again, TSM can try, but when you send 4 people to one lane and you're behind, you should expect to get 1-3-1'd, and they in fact lose a better turret than TSM killed.
And it's unfortunate, but this is the stage of the game where TSM is at. I mean, this is where they're at, is that they have such a massive deficit that they just have to be willing to trade objectives. Now, you can't afford to trade tier 2s for tier 1s, but they have to be willing to trade a dragon for a tower, or, I mean, anything back and forth, because they can't win in a straight-up fight at any stage in this game.
Brutal exchanges so far. TSM being run ragged by Origin. And a 7,000 gold difference already built up. So far, we haven't really seen a great deal from Svenskeren on Kindred. He hasn't really had a chance. It was all about that 3 kills very early on at the red buff. It's definitely set the pace of this entire game. No doubt about that one. Soaz heading back, going to get himself yet more items. Sorcerer's Boots now completed as well. His damage is going to be off the chart, I feel, in the next engagement. And now you can see they're starting to ward out. Now, I don't think they're going to go for Baron this early, but they certainly need to get a little bit of coverage of it. Scud and Crab being picked up. Now, I did catch it. Svenskeren has managed to get a couple more stacks on there. Where's he up to?
He's at 4 stacks on the Kindred passive. He actually went Warrior Enchant, though, for his jungle item, so he's not stacking Devourer by any means.
And this was, of course, this was the standard over the course of the Kespa Cup to go with this Devourer, Blade of the Rune King as a second item. Not something we saw as much, but definitely going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. My biggest issue with this Kindred pick for TSM is that Svenskeren obviously adjusting to it as he plays it, but TSM as a whole is not comfortable. This is very much a team-oriented pick, similar to a Bard, similar to these large sort of team fight impacting champions, and you need to, the whole team needs to know how to play around it, how to play around the Lamb's Respite, how to utilize the Mark of the Kindred to secure early jungle objectives, and TSM are just using this like a standard jungler, and it's really not working out too well for them.
And he's not getting lucky either, because now he's got the Grump on his side of the map. He's not been very lucky on this Kindred so far, yeah.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate here. So we'll see if TSM can manage to lick the runes any better, but it's a 7,000 gold lead. This is one of the biggest gold leads pretty much in competitive League of Legends at 23 minutes in. I mean, this is one of those massive leads that you don't see very often.
And it's clear that the mechanical skill here and small exchanges is there for TSM, but with this much gold deficit, they're just really suffering. And even in the early game,
That's a
nice
flash.
play.
Oh my word, he's going to get caught out. Lamsrest by, well, he's going to buy him a little bit of time. Is it enough? Nice equalizer to just keep them zoned out. And Bjergsen even going to get burnt down as well. Soaz collects himself yet another kill. And it was a 2-for-0 exchange. Well, Hornsa looking to try and chase on this now. Now remember, they are pretty low on hit points. They're going to continue. They realize that Baron getting started off. This is risky play by Origin, but they feel they've got enough control with the jungler
there's
down.
like no chance.
Hornsa can't get in and get us to win.
I mean, like, okay, sorry. The chance is like less than 1%,
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's like, okay, technically, yes, in all situations, the power could go out in San Jose and we'd have to remake the game, but
wow, that's the 1%.
Yeah, thanks. We are the 1% power outage. Go. Yay, power crisis. But no, I mean, this is a very far out-of-hand game at this point. Origin have done such an amazing job of snowballing this.
And looking at this team fight, I mean, Svenskaren's going to use the Lamps fight here, but there's no hope once he tosses it down. At this, he's just delaying the inevitable, and he's really just buying time for the rest of his team to get out. However, an amazing Glacial Fisher, of course, will lock up Bjergsen, let them get this kill, and they know that with the sustain and the raw damage that Cassio can put out on the Baron, it's very easy for them to take that one down.
Yeah, I mean, whether Kind is doing well in this game or not, I mean, it's really the only respite that TSM is getting this game, because Origin's certainly not letting up at all, so...
They've been using that combo very nicely, the Glacial Fish and the Equalizer, just completely zoning out the team, or basically just locking up the team. They're using it very well, pretty much making tram lines out of it.
And it's... We talked about this team comp being much better in terms of disengage, and normally Glacial Fisher suffers as an engage tool because it's such a slow-moving effect. But when you're this far ahead and you have such dominant ward control, you can set it up however you want, because TSM has just been consistently walking into what is functionally enemy territory. It's not their jungle anymore.
And half of it's TSM going for fights in the first place, pushing turrets down, getting flanked anyway. It's like they're able to use TSM's sort of accepted aggression against them, which is really solid play by Origin here. And then, you're right, sometimes they just have to go for a Cocoon flash from over a wall, just, you know, at the river, and, well, it's enough to get 2 kills, let's go. And it's really commendable that Origin have found so many kills with sort of bad tools.
The biggest issue for TSM I see now is that Origin, and certainly the likes of Soaz, are very much known for sitting and waiting in a bush. And so they don't really have the ward coverage to push out, and they have to be fearful that this massively strong Rumble right now that could literally kill anyone on the map could be waiting in one of those bushes. And I just saw Bjergsen go down that bottom lane. He literally pushed one lane and was like, nope, not going any further. Can't risk it. Obviously, that's giving a free dragon across to Origin. Very well fought, and that's going to be the 3rd one.
Yeah.
TSM not even contesting. There's not even a chance to contest it. They would.
And that's the right
lose
choice.
The game. Yeah.
It's absolutely the right choice that TSM doesn't contest this. And the thing is, it's interesting, the mind game here. Like, if you're ever going to play sort of coordinated competitive League of Legends, like, the winning team has a claim on Dragon. If they're winning by enough, the losing team can't even contest. Which then means, if the losing team, can I get a turret for Dragon? To which Origin have already thought ahead to say, well, they can't contest. Let's only put 2 guys on Dragon. Let's keep the rest of the lanes pushed so that there's nothing TSM can do. And then, at the end of the day, there's nothing gained at all. And so there's no chance to trade a turret.
I just wish everyone in the game understood that.
Yeah, people don't.
Big engagement here. Origin going to pile it. Oh, Soaz just flashes through and just disperses of Bjergsen. Svenskaren's going to get dropped. Kasing's ultimate can't keep him alive with this amount of damage. And that was very easy pickings for Origin there. Nice engagement. And again, we saw the crisscross coming out with the Glacial Fisher and the Equalizer.
And that Lamp's Respite did more for Origin than it did for TSM. It healed up multiple members of the OG lineup, and it's absolutely not how you want to be using that skill, but I have to praise OG here as they're moving in to take down this inhibitor. Soaz and Mithy have been on fire. They've roamed into that mid lane. They got Power the advantage in his first game with this lineup, and then they've just been transitioning across the map and continuing to find smaller advantages at first and then just snowballing them to be greater and greater as they've moved forward.
There is one thing I really hope happens here, that when this game ends, Niels gets exactly 2 more assists, that it can be 408 in his first game in San Jose. That would be, it's the area code here for those guys who are not locals. That would be, I think, the ultimate blessing here. If Niels can make that happen, that would be ideal. Either way, though, I mean, Origin are crushing this one. So many people said that Origin were coming into this tournament as the favorites. Right? LGD is like, maybe they can get redemption.
Yeah.
TSM, how good's the new lineup? Origin's like, got top 4 at Worlds and got a better mid laner. Like, These guys are absolutely amazing. You're seeing the results right here. As much as I can, make my ironic TSM chants and say USA, Origin are crushing
It surprises me to see an 806 SOAS, considering the amount of Overwatch he's been playing over the last few weeks. I can tell you, he's been losing to casters in our office. So we've come up against him and Mithy a couple of times. They're okay, but they should stick to League of Legends.
Well, they have for their winning.
Yeah, I'd say. No reason to change games, man. Stick with leagues. You're where you belong. 8-0-6 Rumble with a death cap. That's,
gosh, it's ludicrous. And the thing is, in a lot of games, Void Staff would have been slightly better in this case, but who's got MR yet? It's a bunch of non-tanks and a barely completed
29 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we finally see the Aegis coming out, and it's 29 minutes, as you said. I mean, he needed the full. He needed much more magic resist across the team if he was going to be successful here.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this game had a triple kill at 3 minutes in, and then every single fight, SOAS was then turned into 2 more kills. And if you go back and look at this game a little bit longer in TSM, it is a best of 3, of course, so TSM can go back and talk to their coaches, talk to their analysts, and say, what should we do differently? And it's, honestly, as much as I want to commend them for pushing these side lanes down and looking for turrets to kill, at the end of the day, they let themselves get into fights against a team that's not good at starting them. I mean, Origin's an early mid-game team without good engage, and TSM let themselves get engaged upon so many times that there were plays to be made.
Oh, they're going to try and make a play on towards Power of Evil. Haunter coming steaming in. Just managed to catch in. That's a nice little combo as well. Power of Evil.
Oh, no! Don't you sing!
Puts him out. Oh, disaster. That should have been a kill, but now it might get turned around because SOAS is coming in and around the side here. A great equalizer could catch all of them in the line.
And Niels is pushing tops. There's even more happening. He's going to stop some of the walk backwards, stop some of the recalls, and Origin is buying time for the base to die.
SOAS is going to take it pretty low here, though. Doublelift and Bjergsen combined will get themselves a kill. There's a big shutdown bonus right there. And now they catch on towards Power of Evil. TSM turning this on their head. It's a double kill.
But Niels is still in the base.
Oh, no, they're losing the base. They've lost the Nexus to it. Niels is finally backing away. Now he's going to join the rest of his team. It is going to be amazing. He's getting kited around Mithy also. They've got to be careful. They've got to respect Niels' damage. He could just burst them down.
Can tank. It's okay.
Svenskeren getting a lock on towards it. Doublelift on towards Amazing. Haunter can't quite get the stun, but Niels now may put the pressure back on towards them. It should be enough. This is a dangerous chase for TSM. They need to realize, remember, they've lost a lot of their base, and the death timers, they're coming up soon.
Oh, Svenskeren, good shield, but it's going to keep going in. Niels does go down. Amazing's gone too.
Baron is up in 3 seconds time, ladies and gentlemen. TSM can turn this game. They can run and get Baron now. It's spawned. They can go straight for it. They've got enough time, but there is super minions in the middle of their base.
And Svenskeren is dead. He was the guy that was going to ensure that Baron could have been killed. A Blade of the Ruin King, Kindred, would have made that happen. TSM may still go for that play, but I think it's too late now because Origin's respawning.
Oh, no. Equalizer available in, what, 10 seconds max for SOAS. There's a risky play. I think they've realized this is...
It's up in 15.
Too close.
But SOAS solo can contest this Baron. And also he gets caught out here. He is playing very aggressive, but he just has to back off once he sees that they're not in the pit. But one equalizer at this stage of the game when he is so far ahead, you can rip through 3 people in an instant. Baron's more than happy to back you up if they decide to get aggressive and take that. And it's just not where you want to be when you're TSM.
At this point, he'll make TSM's health bars equalize 0. And it's just gonna, it's just not gonna be good. I've always tried to find good puns for equalize, and I could never get it because it looks like a division sign, it's like a slash.
You still haven't.
Solid. I'll give you that one.
I miss Castamere.
My comeback game's actually not very good. Normally I don't Zyrene burns me sometimes, but no one else really does.
I've roofed with you quite a few times. You just keep hitting me with those puns. Do you think this would be a good one? Do you think this would be a good one? It's
Always no.
I need to counter this one. And, not to put a curse on TSM at all for the coming season, but they have picked up a trial British player, which, we don't generally do very good in esports. Their coach is also English as well, so they're not doing so great for themselves right now.
Stick to football, mate.
We're not even that good at that anymore, sadly. Anyway, the chase is on. The Baron's being picked up, and that was a quick one because TSM were caught a little bit napping, as were we, because we were focusing on other things, but Amazing's going to get focused out here. Haunter should get the lockup, and the rest of the team, are they going to be able to collapse in? Oh, it's not quite catching on towards him. Haunter going a little deep on that one. The rest of his team not quite on the same length. Look at Origin. They're just pushing straight up the mid. TSM have to react.
TSM have to get back, and thankfully for them, no one from Origin's playing Recall. Like,
Soaz is peeled. Look at Soaz. He's going across towards Double Lift. Double Lift is locked out of position here. But does Soaz realize it? That's the question. As soon as he appears behind the minions, now he does.
I think they're pretty safe, though. We have Origin playing a slightly slower game. Mid inhibitor's already back up, and instead of taking the really risky play and rushing it down, they're going to solo the Dragon for Power of Evil. They're going to let a Amazing get it back across the map. Thing is, Amazing was on the wrong side of the map, and it's just a slightly slower choice here. This is Dragon 4 for Origin, keep in mind. I think if it was 3, maybe they wouldn't have gone for it, but the fact that, like, even if all goes to crap, in 6 minutes they can just take Dragon 5 and, like, really close the game out that way. So, honestly, all I can do is commend that Origin have made really good shot calls so far.
The coordination.
They lost Peke, and it's still fine.
Yeah, the coordination from this team has been amazing. Once again, praise to the support and the top laner, Soaz and Myth respectively, moving across the map, making plays happen, keeping their carries safe, and I mean, Soaz at this point is a carry in addition to helping keep his team safe. So doing a very good job, being very proactive on the map. And, you know, TSM, we saw them win that fight earlier on. Potentially were able to contest Baron, decided not to pull the trigger on it. But because they don't find greater objectives, those little kill exchanges don't actually mean anything. Because when Origin finds a kill, they can take an inhibitor. They can potentially end the game.
They can finish the game, yeah.
They can get anything that they want when they find a kill. TSM, when they get a kill, just buys more time to scale. And when the enemy team is this far ahead, and especially against a Tristana and a Cassio, it's really not looking too favorable.
And we are only 33 minutes into this game. It's been a very quick sliding match for TSM, but they have proven, even though they're 13k behind, they can still catch Origin out. A little bit of overconfidence, I feel, in Origin's play starting to creep in.
Right, those are like the small anti-snowball mechanisms that are in League of Legends. Like the base gates let you come out for a fling and take like a shorter path out to a fight, right? Just sort of the way the map kind of condenses back in towards the base, the offensive team tends to be more spread out. And so these tools exist, and any time a team capitalizes on them, it's like, okay, good, you guys found a play. You didn't roll over, you found something to do. But the thing is, you need like these fights where you're going to win 80% of the time to make up for the gold difference here. That a 3v2 is often lost because you're down 4 items anyway against the opponents here. So you know, by and large, I can't really like complain that Origin have given up a couple of deaths that like maybe weren't really required. They're pretty much always in the right place at the right time.
It's just been such a dominant game, and I think at this stage, Origin need to win a single team fight to end, whereas TSM are going to need to win probably 4 or 5 consecutively. Yeah, maybe even 7. I mean, a number that big because we're not 40 or 50 minutes in. The gold difference is still very relevant. If they can push it late enough, you'll get to the point where everyone is 6 items and it comes down to team fighting, which, to be fair, I think is Origin will have the advantage because they've been together longer, but they can find an advantage if they push it that late. But even to just delay the game, they need to win fights. They need to take members down because if OG just keeps playing slow and steady, they're going to find the win just in a matter of minutes.
Well, I can tell you they're a European team. They're very much prepared to play slow and steady. This is something we do often. I mean, I've been out of it for a year, but there's not a lot changed in terms of slow and steady pace.
To be fair, 60% of TSM is European now. You know, I think that's why they had these 40-minute games at the very beginning when they played LGD yesterday. So, you know, it's like maybe they can just match the style. Maybe they can just like learn from the European greatness and understand. And really, you know, at this point, as like a North American League fan, I can just like wash my hands and be like, well, Europeans lost today. Let's go to the true North American hope, CLG.
They're only trial members anyway. We didn't care.
Bench the Brits, you know.
But what do we make of Power of Evil so far? We haven't really had a good chance of obviously measuring him since he's moved into this team, because clearly it's been a bit of a Soaz show, effectively, from that top lane. But he seems to be coordinating well with his team.
It's fine. So, like, right now, like, statistically, he has the least kill participation on the team. Some of that's Cassiopeia. It's a little bit hard to get into fights as her. The fact that she's, like, not an important part of the composition. Soaz got ahead, so he was the battering ram. And then Neil's the one knocking the turrets down. So, like, those are the ones always at the fights. And then, like, when they need power, they can get him. But it's not like he's killing Bjergsen in lane or anything. Actually, Bjergsen himself's, like, 3, 2, and 4, which is fine. But, yeah, I mean, it won't look impressive, but because the game doesn't really call for power to do anything.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 moments that I have to praise him for. There was an excellent disengage earlier on where he did, I believe, get knocked over the wall by Kissing. A little bit sloppy there, but he did hit a multi-man stun on the Petrifying Gaze. So clearly, I think still a very mechanically skilled player, but hasn't really been utilized too much by OG yet. Very much just an extra damage slot on this team among so many other damage slots at this stage of the game. And also, the team put a lot of resources into him early on by using the lane swap to gank that mid lane to put a lot of pressure onto Bjergsen, and we didn't really see a whole ton of pressure. Power of Evil was doing a very good job at stopping Bjergsen from looking for any potential roams, but I mean, it's not like we've seen any really greater play from him yet. He's filling a role right now, but it's a single game, and I think time will really tell if this guy's going to be on top. But it's not a bad game. It's not a bad performance by any means, but
he's just superfluous.
Yeah.
And moving across the other side, obviously this is the first Kindred we've seen in this tournament. Not the ideal start for Svenskeren, clearly, but how do we rate his play so far in this? I mean, obviously he's been pretty aggressive, but he's been running headlong into a very strong SOAS.
Honest?
I mean, he just got absolutely crushed in the early game. So it's really hard to have a solid impression of the Kindred play overall. Clearly, he knows how to play very aggressively with it. He's been using the Wolf's Frenzy and the Dance of Arrows very well together. The Lamb's Respite has been really sloppy across all of its uses in this game. I think it's had one good use, and it's when TSM were all going to stand in it to heal. Didn't get any value from the anti-death portion of the ability. So I'm not very impressed, and I'm starting to feel like TSM have not had enough practice with this pick.
I think in general, actually, Svenskeren as a player, when he's playing true tanks, it was fine. Like his Gragas game against LGD yesterday, he was 0-3-12, which is the size of like a solid game. But both this game and his prior release game yesterday, he was the death leader on the team. It seems like when he plays the slightly squishier champions like Runeglaive Elise or like with Kindred, it feels like he still thinks he's a tank, and he's still getting himself picked off a whole lot and being in place where he really shouldn't be. Like, he is ranged, right? Like,
yeah.
If you ever have the highest deaths in your team as a ranged champion, like, you are terribly mispositioning. And you're greeting for fights I think you really shouldn't be going for. And I understand being the jungler, there's some extra emphasis kind of on you, but I just am not really pleased with Svenskeren in the mid to late game.
Well, I think we're going to get back into the game. I can see it's going, and SOAS already being chased. Looks like he will get out alive, though. Niels also had to use his rocket jump to escape TSM, but Dragon was picked up. That's the fourth one of the game for Origin. And thank you very much for bearing with us while a small momentary pause happened. Origin still 19-7 up against TSM in this first of a best of three.
And once again, for TSM, it's all about stalling out this game, buying as much time as possible. They cannot face down Origin in any kind of fight, but if they buy enough time, they may be able to in the future.
So this is something that Monty was talking about yesterday. Obviously, you can see that Origin, they are setting up to go for this last tower, but they've got a middle exposed inhibitor. Just go for that.
Yeah, I think it's a safe one to go for. You send SOAS to like slow push in the bottom lane. He's got teleport. He can join the main crew, but the main crew wants to knock down mid inhibitor, and they can end the game off 2 inhibs down. Like, that shouldn't be too difficult for these guys. Again, they can play slow. Dragon 5 is coming up in 5 minutes from now, but this should honestly, in most games, be a game-winning push for Origin.
And we saw TSM really struggle with the slow play, not warding their flanks, but that's not an issue that Origin have. You can see very diligent in setting up their vision control. They know where their vulnerabilities lie, and they're not going to leave them exposed. They start to push in here.
SOAS getting aggressive, but look at that damage on the tower. It's not going to last any second. There we go. Niels obviously at max range.
Oh, so it's Hunter.
Oh my lord, he just absolutely wrecked Haunter there. Nowhere near tanky enough. I mean, he's just got simply a chain vest. That's not going to stop a very, very fed Niels. That's going to be inhibitor number 2. I tell a lie because the other one just respawned. Shockwave not going to catch them out there. And now they're all in trouble. Equalizer goes down. And simply put, that is the end of TSM. Origin looking to close this one out in style as they can try and pick up the ace, but it's not going to happen. Bjergsen won't let them. There goes the Nexus turret. The Nexus will fall, and Origin will take game 1 convincingly over TSM.
Very solid stuff here. A 35, 36-minute win. Origin picking up where they left off at Worlds. 2-0 TSM over in Group D there, and they really haven't let up. Origin.
Come on, SOAS.
Great
smile,
game.
Man. Smile. You just went 11-1-8 in that game. Put a big grin on your face.
This is 19 KDA SOAS. Just crushed it.
The big issue is that normally when games are that one-sided, we spend a little bit of time talking about what needs to change. And what needs to change is coordination from TSM. None of these picks really got an opportunity to be utilized because of how dominant OG were in a single early skirmish. If TSM had just opted to back out, that would have been a completely different game. But OG, very confident to just snowball there and continue to press their advantage. So coming in the next game, it's not going to be a matter of picks and bans. It's going to be a matter of rallying a young team together, which is very good, or I would assume very difficult to do, especially when they've had so little time to play.
Yeah, I think what they could have really used there was just like a defining vision for how to play the game. Like, okay, an unfortunate sort of level 3 fight in the top jungle. You know, bringing your support up, I think, wasn't too greedy because it ended up into like a 3-on-3. Like, conceptually, this fight was probably okay for TSM. Okay, it went badly. Ouch, Origin got really far ahead. But from there, you kind of need the defining vision of like, look, guys, we have Jinx. And look, they have a really far ahead Rumble. We can't win any fight for the next 15 minutes, and probably just honestly not try. Like, unless they know they can trade turret for a dragon, I think in retrospect, even risking a turret push and risking getting caught was too big of a price to pay, because we saw that almost every single time it got punished. And I think if TSM had a voice saying, look, roll over for 15 minutes, don't try anything, don't let them get you, this could have been a closer game.
Yeah, they tried it as well. You know, they tried that little gank on towards Soaz at the bottom. He just teleported away. So they knew it was a way of getting him, but just didn't work out. We also saw the Kindred not 100% guaranteed win for sure. So we'll see how pick and bans work out. That is it for us for game one. We'll be back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, and see what the analysts had to say about it.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on the brink of Game 2 between Origin and TSM. Origin just proving the fact that, yep, we are probably the most, founded team right now coming from Worlds, and them themselves saying that Power of Evil doesn't play that differently for XPEC. We're going to be just fine.
Yeah,
Pretty good last game.
I was going to say 5 Europeans greater than 3. But then I forgot about the whole Unicorns of Love story yesterday, so I can't really go there.
That's true. I mean, Amazing said it himself during the interview, well, it'll feel good to beat another European team. It's always nice. But they're well on their way right now. I don't think you can really see much hope, just the way that game played out.
Nah, it really pivots. Like, the entire game, the way it plays out is all dependent on that one fight. I mean, suddenly you're Renekton. Not only does he have to itemize differently, it's an early game matchup. Like, the window in where Renekton wins is like the first 50 minutes. If he then doesn't get ahead, he's so far behind that it's irrelevant. And then Origin know how to play out a lead. Like, 2,000 gold that early in the game?
Yeah, blue side Gangplank, but
they just don't play it, probably.
How can you not play Gangplank? I know for a fact Concerts plays Gangplank, and I know Bjergsen plays it as well, but yeah.
Maybe they want to get Lulu. Maybe they've done the math and said Origin can only ban so many champions. Therefore, if we ban one of them, right?
What I find really interesting is this Kassadin ban on both sides by Origin so far, just because, of course, it's a very powerful, got buffed on 521.
Right.
But you have a counterpick here on the red side, so seeing the Kassadin ban is, I think, a little wacky to me.
Kassadin gets played a lot right now in high elo European solo queue, and if you get past like the 20-minute mark, I don't know, man, that gets pretty disgusting sometimes.
We saw with the LGD game yesterday. You got the 5 items, 6 items, and he was pretty much solo carrying the game. Even if they didn't win, he drugged that game out real hard.
Yeah.
All right, time Kench off the board now.
What about the Jinx ban? I mean, is that partly also because they're on the other side and they want to leave more high priority picks open? Might as well put pressure on Double Lift?
I think they want to first round of the draft take Tristana.
Yep. And then see what
Double Lift does. Because if we look at Double Lift, just in Worlds and here, it's been about the ability to fast push in the lane swap and those resets in the late game. So that's what I think they're going for in Lee Sin.
Also, you leave Lulu open, but she needs to really work. She works super well with Tristana, with Jinx, and maybe a Kalista, So.
Okay. I mean, there's still Tristan and Kog'Maw up here. So you could first pick Lulu, and then maybe... I doubt he's been practicing Kog'Maw, because they're going to pick Tristan on the next rotation.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, you give the Lulu, but then we take the hyper carry.
Right.
Suddenly, you're stuck with a very low mobility hyper carry that you probably haven't practiced much against a coordinated team.
Actually, there's still Ashe.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Ashe.
Do you like Ashe Lulu?
Okay.
Whoa. It's a hyper carry.
Well, it is. And...
I lied.
Trying to prove
this
here,
is
perhaps.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't... That's it. Okay. Well, there goes that plan. Honestly thought they were going to get the Tristana there. I'm like, all right, let's see what you play Double Lift.
Yeah. They're pinching the jungle pretty hard, though.
Yeah, but where are they going to put these particular champions is going to be the question. So
at least support is back. Yep.
Yeah.
At least support.
It's actually
at least mid, at least top, at least everywhere.
I think 80 Kindred's actually really, really strong in...
Brazil played it.
Yeah, it's really strong in the bot lane, but the thing is if you don't just crush your lane and you go into the mid and late game, you have like a 500 range 80 carry. It's really hard to take turrets.
Into a Lulu, that's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Well...
I'm just waiting for the picks, man.
Yeah, I mean
this is...
especially with the Tristana plan kind of going out, now just TSM, are they convinced then that the Kindred's going to be the AD? Well, it looks like they still want to secure that just in case.
The problem with this is, like, if you pinch the jungle this hard and the only remaining jungle pick is Gragas, which has displacement against the Kindred ulti, you're kind of like helping your opponent figure out what your counter is, right? Because there's still Rek'Sai available, but like displacement's so strong against Kindred. You can stay in the ulti, you can knock them out, then kill them, carry on a fight.
It's also strong with Kindred, too.
Yeah.
Right.
If it's on your team, one way or the other, it's going to be good.
I also don't really like the playing Rek'Sai against Kindred as well, because you know you knock them up, you burst them, and then you're just stuck in the Kindred ultimate, and she just kites you out really hard. It's really annoying to kill Kindred as Rek'Sai. So I like the Gragas pick here a lot.
The Bard. Oh, I know some of you guys are hoping for lots of Bard play this weekend, but so far elusive.
I don't think either team has like a Bard main, so.
Yeah,
Miffy, I tried to convince him so many times, and he's like, I see it, I respect it, but no.
It's hard to play, man. It's legit hard to. You have to put the names in. Get the Alistar. Probably see the Braum again. I thought the Braum was really good by Mithy.
I like Braum into Alistar because you don't get punished for any of the offensive moves you try to pull. Because Alistar can never afford to polarize the Braum, so he can literally keep fishing until he connects with the AD carry, and then Alistar starts to disengage. Because if you waste your Q on a Braum, Braum's next Q is up sooner, you can literally just Q flash all in the AD carry, and there's nothing Alistar can do.
Get the Zillion, man. That's the true counter.
So TSM now missing their support.
And top or mid laner.
Yeah,
Who's
well,
very
I guess
likely
they
to
could
go
move,
mid, actually, so probably top laner.
Yeah, I definitely think she's going to go mid. Ori versus Lulu. A lot of people say it's kind of favored for Ori, but it's not like she's just going to straight up kill you, so you're going to be able to make it out of the lane.
In TP, man, like, there's no conceivable way any of these champions should get even remotely close to dying.
Yeah.
1v1. No interference with the jungle.
Oh, okay. The Rise has been, a little bit on the bench so far, but coming out, so getting that damage boost in there.
Another AP heavy team too. Last game, Origin had a really AP heavy team with the Elise and the Rumble and pretty much triple AP threat. So I think if Origin can just get a little bit of magic resist, it's going to be really difficult for TSM.
And now looking for Soaz.
Soaz isn't going to play.
No, he's definitely not. But coming in, like, they do need some sort of damage threat in the top lane at this point in time to supplement that Ori, considering that they've got a lot of invulnerability, which is nice. So, of course, with the Kindred ultimate and the Alistar, they're actually going to be quite tanky as a team. So if they can get a melee champion that can fight on top of the Kindred ulti, that would be quite good. But so it's not really known as a Riven player.
Known as a Yorick player, though.
Yorick?
So
Yorick versus Rise just sounds horrible. Yeah. I would not want to be Yorick versus anything is the most annoying lane ever. I hate that champion.
Okay.
Wow.
I guess it is the Riven.
They're going for the strong 2v2 then. Like,
all right.
They really need to work together. Elise and Riven combined can take down a low mobility Rise. If he goes in the top lane, Rise probably end up mid anyway, still.
Well, if you get Riven with a Hex Drinker here and Merc Treads, it's going to be impossible to kill her. And she's just going to be split pushing all game. I mean, I think Rise can hold him. But if he dies once, then you have a real problem on your hands.
Well, the thing is, too, is the short range of Rise means that he has to get in the middle of these fights. So that means he has to get into the Kindred ult. And, I mean, that's a Riven playground right there. Just getting in there, getting the heal off of it, and being able to CC people as they walk in right after it ends.
Rise currently on Hunter.
Yeah,
looks like he's
going back and forth, but
if they don't lane swap, that's tricky though. Like trying to stay alive with a Rise against Elise Riven, both can
they can dive you so easily because
they can dive you or just straight up gank you through the lane.
Well, the thing I was trying to say before yesterday is the way to play Rise is to get the lane frozen in front of you. But the problem with that is that just sets it up to where you can just push that extra little inch, and then you just have this big minion wave. Elise comes in, cocoons you level 3. You just instantly die and you lose the game.
Let's say it's going to be a little bit of a danger zone for Rise up in the top lane. We'll find out if they go for that swap or how else they want to manage this game. Ladies and gentlemen, TSM playing this game to stay alive here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Let's find out in game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. So, no way it's going to be Riven, but it is Riven.
It is.
Now we need to figure out, okay, how's this going to work out? He's up against Rise. It was the final lock-in. Will be Rise in the top lane for Haunter. So immediately we've seen Haunter on a new champion. We haven't seen him on this tournament so far.
He actually played it back on Gravity is the thing as well.
Okay.
So like they mentioned, like the Gangplank ban, like Haunter played that on Gravity. The Rise, he actually played that top lane on Gravity as well. So like he's actually coming back to his old champions.
He's like, the Mets is back in for me.
Yeah. I mean, Haunter was always a great sort of carry top laner back on the Gravity days. He played AP Echo. That was actually pretty solid, aside for the one time he ulted back to his base after TP home guarding. We're going to ignore that one. But by and large, I think Haunter's actually been one of the brightest spots for TSM, even still in this tournament, actually, despite the sort of fairly bad game 1. I think he made the best of a bad situation.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 2 of this best of 3. TSM 1-0 down against Orihen. And at the moment, they are also losing in the Counter-Strike. So let's hope that Reginald doesn't lose both his teams in the semi-finals, because that would be a bit of a tragedy.
So at least they made semifinals.
That's true.
Better than Worlds.
Oh. Why you bring up these old wounds? They're still fresh.
They're not. They're not old wounds then.
0-10. That was a bad week for all of North America. No doubt
hurt.
about it. It hurt a lot. It was a great first week, though. Yeah. So you guys had both sides. But let's get on to this game, because we're not going to see lane swaps, it seems, so far, unless the wards give them information and they want to switch around.
They've still got time to recall, move across here. So this is like right where it starts to matter. You get your early wards down. Looks like it's finished line of scrimmage wards on both sides, which means they will be blind pick lane swaps, and they won't know where the other jungler started unless you can infer from what kind of camps are started. But if you look at what Origin's doing right now, their duo lane's taking Gromp, which means they don't know if Origin started amazing and so as at Krugs or at Blue Buff. That's blind. TSM really in the same situation here, where neither of these teams will actually know the jungle pathing.
And it's definitely going to be important for these matchups, too, because we talk about Riven, at least in later levels, not really having a favorable matchup into Ryze, in the mid-game mostly, once Ryze can start chain snaring and really stop her from engaging. But early levels, Riven should do pretty well just because Ryze doesn't have that same reliable lockdown. But on the opposite side, let's talk about this bottom lane. They're taking Gromp, but that's not an AD carry we've seen before. This is a Kindred AD carry, and this is not something I've seen in the Kespa Cup. This is not something I've seen at all, and I'm really curious as to how it's going to work out.
I've played against it solo queue as and against maybe 4 or 5 times so far. The sustain is ridiculous. That W's tuned for the jungle, and it's just straight ludicrous in a 2-on-2 laning phase. I don't think TSM could actually have won that 2-on-2 based on my limited knowledge. Crepo may know more. You can talk about it after the game. But I actually think it's a good thing for TSM that they lane swap. They can kill the turret faster because they have Tristana. Kindred's not as good at that. But really lucky, though, they actually got the Kindred mark on the scuttle right above the lane.
And that's absolutely huge as we see Kasing pressuring in here.
Nice, Kasing trying to keep that pressure on. So really causing problems for them early on, and that could hurt. That could hurt. We'll see. Soaz going to continue on, though, with amazing. As we expect, this is almost Worlds-esque. They're just going to continue their lane swaps and try and push the towers early.
And we're seeing the fast push on both sides. But the big thing here is that after this tower goes down on the bottom side of the map, not only are they postured for drag control, but they're postured to secure the scuttle cap for Kindred and get her those early stacks. And that's going to be huge, especially now on the AD carry position. Going to be a much more important piece of the damage.
Mithy, you're going to have to run faster than that to try and catch Bjergsen. Little Yordle can move pretty quickly if she needs to. But yeah, Mithy just trying to keep pressure on him. We saw this in the game 1 as well. Power of Evil getting help from the support. Obviously, they had the top laner as well joining them. But here is the fast tower push. Haunter, Kasing, and Double F going to make sure they get that down and keep lane cutting.
This is good for TSM to knock it down as fast as possible. Getting Ryze into a place where he can actually start earning gold, because double jungle top laners don't earn very much money. The turret will die very fast, and the question is, will Niels knock this down as fast as TSM does? Because this will drop. This turret's dead on this wave here. Haunter's going to collect the next one. And the question is, does Niels knock the next one down before TSM can show up for the 2-on-2?
Mithy's got to just sneak around the side. He catches on to Haunter, but the tower has gone down. But the question is, will they get first blood? Yes! And it will go to Soaz once again.
Just an explosive amount of aggression there, coming in, securing that kill. An amazing flash pull coming in from Mithy. The Lantern not even going to get picked up. No opportunity as the CC was just chained beautifully there. And Origin once again setting the pace for this game. Aggressive early plays, but they didn't grab a tower. So overall, TSM still find the gold advantage here.
The money went on to the Soaz Riven, though. So just like last game, he started out on a champion that can abuse a mid-game lead and had a lead. We had the same thing here with his Riven. You know, we talked about the Ryze versus Riven matchup being potentially fairly difficult on both sides, but it's a gold lead Riven. This makes it even harder.
Remember, they didn't take the bottom turret, so the pressure wasn't enough from Niels all alone there. And Doublelift has managed to get himself down there, so we'll see how this fares. But at the moment, Soaz is in trouble. He does spot it. He should be able to get out, but he gets to catch up. Oh, flashes to death sentence in the last second. And that's purely down to the fact that Haunter hasn't obviously leveled up that Rune Prison enough yet.
Yeah, so just, you know, enough time in between the two. 2 flashes for 1, though, is certainly advantage Origin. The question is now how aggressive Soaz can play, because he's melee, right? He has to get into range of ganks. And we heard, I forget who said it, I'm sorry for the analyst who said this one yesterday, you know, playing Ryze is all about getting the lane to freeze in front of your turret, and if you can, you've won the laning phase. Haunter, though, well
Oh, a big minion wave as well, and Hunter completely caught out. Soaz straight up soloing him. He had the whole wave, 2 waves of ranged minions there to help him as well.
He had the laning phase 1, but now TP is down and he's in the wrong spot entirely. Amazing. Now forced to run.
Yeah, well, now Mithy's in trouble. Amazing should be able to get out, but I'm not too sure if Mithy
No
can.
flash for Mithy.
He's going to get caught up. The lash comes in, but there's a great shield. And look at Niels going aggressive. In comes Soaz with the teleport. Svenskeren will get caught out. He goes down. Kassin gets caught with the cocoon.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Disaster strikes once again for TSM. And Origin get themselves another early kill lead.
Origin absolutely dominating the early game. The 1v1 between Soaz and Hanser. Hanser so amazing yesterday in that matchup versus LGD. A very consistent player, but today has just fallen flat in both games overall. And on top of that, the rest of Origin, amazing skirmishes in this early game. Once again on the red side jungle, finding a massive advantage. Now 4-0 with a huge, huge gold lead.
Oh, the AD carries are at least having a bit of fun there, but that's going to be the minion wave taking down this turret. Doublelift is going to try and stick around for as long as possible. He's got to be careful. Mithy still lingering off the side there. Niels doesn't think he's going to take the tower this time around, but not too pressured as he takes a bit of damage in the backside from Doublelift. Teleport used in the mid lane by Bjergsen to return back to lane quicker, so going to continue to make sure he can keep pressure on Power of Evil, who both went and got their catalyst to protect him.
All right, lots of sustain going to come up then for these guys, but first Mithy spotted.
Sven's coming around the back here. He's going to try and get around the side. Casino caught out. Doublelift taking a lot of damage. He's forced to jump away. Now in comes Svenskeren. Has he got enough? Gets the slowdown on towards Mithy. Doublelift pulled in, but they've got to be careful this doesn't get countered. Remember, there's no teleports available for Origin, and TSM will get themselves a kill for Doublelift.
That's a really big deal right there. That lane was so close to being difficult because Niels could continue to sustain, continue to poke, continue to make TSM's life hard, but now a 3-on-1 out of this turret. He's going to give up some CS, but I'm not sure they can kill the turret itself.
The big interesting thing here is that, as we see from Colegne, you talked about this sustain in this lane being absolutely insane. That's what we're seeing right now. Niels just consistently healing back up. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
Oh, Niels in trouble. He's dead. There's no way he's getting out of that one alive. He's stuck around for a little bit, waiting to give it to Hanser.
Really well played. A nice roam by Hanser. He pushed the top lane wave out, and of course that outer turret's gone, so he couldn't stay in the lane. Roams instead, and just honestly greedy of Niels to sit in that 1v3. Could have been a 1v4 lane, and it was.
So despite the amazing sustain that Kalista has to keep herself healthy, the mana pool just was not there for Niels. He had been spamming out the Dance of Arrows so much in those earlier skirmishes that despite hitting level 6, clearly pausing to level up the Lamb's Respite in that exchange, wasn't going to be enough. Still ended up going down, doesn't have the mana to cast the ability, and that in that instance just really fumbling to stay that long.
So, Origin get themselves the kill lead early. They do finally take down that bottom turret. Remember, they didn't manage to rush it. And that will, of course, boost their goal and equalize the fact they have one turret apiece. But now Dragon potentially being set up here by Origin. No? Are they going to stick around to it? No. It would be an early one.
The teams have different priorities. The Dragon will eventually go to Origin, I'm going to say in the next minute and a half here, because look at the lane assignments now for TSM. They've given the difficult lane to Doublelift. The 48 CS Riven with 2 kills. He's range, he's Tristana, he'll survive it. They're trying to give Ryze, Hanser, a frozen lane down at the bottom. He will not contest Dragon. He won't be able to. The TP won't mean much either. They need this Ryze to start scaling up now, so he's given the most beneficial lane they can, and they're giving the map to Origin.
And Origin taking full advantage of this. They don't even go in to pressure the Dragon in this exchange. They know this. They recognize what TSM is doing, and they say, if you want to freeze that lane, we're more than happy to take our free tower here in the top lane. And Doublelift has the wave clear, but it's really just buying time at this stage. As you can see, TSM not really willing to give this one up. Multiple members now moving towards the top lane.
Mithy's still just sticking around the side there. Svenskeren was nearby, just helped Bjergsen get himself the blue buff, so TSM strength in numbers towards that top lane. Svenskeren still sticking around, just taking down the Gromp, making sure he can stay close by. While the rest of Origin continue to keep their farm going. Soaz has got himself back down towards that bottom lane and pressuring on Horde. Something like she said, he's happy to sit deep on this one towards his tower.
There's about only 1 minute for TSM. Oh, it might even be less than this. Soaz really going for the play here. Hanser does have flash though.
Gonna catch on towards him, flash, burn. There we go, had to use it early. Nicely done from Soaz, just keeping the pressure on towards Hanser. Tries to counter it a little bit. Now, Soaz doesn't have a great deal of ward coverage in that jungle in the lower half. He does have 1 ping towards the red buff, but that is it. So, a little bit wary of his situation.
This is actually a pretty sizable window, though, because we saw, obviously, in 5.21, Riven's ult cooldown was nerfed significantly. So there's a pretty big opening for Hanser to farm comfortably here, because Riven just really does not have the same amount of kill pressure without that ultimate.
Yeah. He won't die 1v1, but with the lane so pushed in, and so as the TP coming up at about 12 seconds now, that's the window Origin can abuse. They can create a 5v4 somewhere else on the map by TPing Soaz in on a flank, and you can actually see a couple of deep wards down in this jungle. There's one by mid lane, one right below blue buff, which means TSM can get assaulted by all 5 members of Origin at a moment's notice.
And it's clear that TSM is aware that they're just going to have to back off. Double Up trying to recoup a little bit of CS here, but as this turret falls, I think OG are just, once again, waiting for that mid game, because they do have a lot of power with that Riven, with that Kalista in these team fights. It's a little bit different composition, but we've seen them just explode once it hits the 15-minute mark, and right now they're just taking these small advantages.
And the next advantage might be Dragon now. Looks like Amazing heading down to this side of the map. Bjergsen just now on a recall, so Power can shove this wave, then make it happen. It's really just, if Origin says okay, they will get the Dragon. It's just a matter of them actually dedicating the resources to do it. And looks like this is finally the time they go for it here.
And of course, the Scuttle Crab is marked as well, and that'll be Niels' 3rd stack as they push in to try to take this. And that's a pretty sizable amount of damage as they push forward. Remember, the stacking hasn't been changed yet, so it's pretty, you can scale pretty quickly, especially with the Blade of the Rune King now in that inventory as well.
I mean, this is what we were talking about in the previous matchup, just the sometimes the look that you get for the stacking. He's had 2 Scuttle Crabs already so far, so getting very lucky. In fact, yeah, that would be his 3rd one, so he had the bottom one, the top one, and now again at the bottom, so sometimes it just works out in your favor. Power of Evil in the mid lane, again, a very nullified mid lane, as you would expect between Lulu and Orianna. Not going to be a great deal of aggression there, and here's going to be the Dragon start for Origin. Not a thing that TSM can do to contest this one.
One of the amazing things about Kalista as a champion and what she really brings to a team is, and especially when paired with Elise too, the perks of picking her up in the AD carry is absurd objective control, because with her sustain and with the damage she can dish out to monsters, she rips through neutral objectives. And what we saw in the Kespa Cup is that when she's paired with a tankier option, maybe an Alistar, maybe a tankier top laner, she can look at pressuring Baron the instant that it spawns if she has enough stacks, because with that sustain, with that damage, Baron just gets ripped apart.
It's going to be a huge concern here. It's honestly like, it's just like last game over again, where Origin are going to get really scary in the next 8 minutes, and they're already ahead, so TSM have to roll over for quite a while. And to their credit, they've played it a little bit slower now. They've given up much less than they had
Look at the pressure. Look at this beautiful pressure. They're all collapsing in towards the mid. TSM realize we can't contest this. Bam, another turret taken very easily. Now a hook onto Soaz. Is it going to get followed through? Well, Kasing does throw down his ulti. Now they might catch on towards him. Have they got enough damage? It doesn't look like it. That shield for Power of Evil.
Keep your eyes on Svenskeren.
Taken. Svenskeren goes in. He catches out towards Niels there, but Mithy manages to get a good lockdown. Shockwave pulls Svenskeren in. He'll get dropped. And Origin not going to get chased down by TSM here. Just too much in their artillery for TSM to handle.
That just felt greedy by Svenskeren. I don't think that play was really going to ever work. Kasing's box was down. I believe he had burned Ignite trying to chase down Soaz as well. I don't think there was enough available to make that fight actually work. I think he only hit Spiderlings anyway with the body slam. So it really just, I feel like not enough done with that one. So a bit more gained over for Origin. They're going to feel pretty solid about this one. And really just props to them already knocking down 3 outer turrets very early in. Another question is, can they defend this outer turret that TSM wants? They're now collapsing on TSM, and TSM haven't recognized it quite yet. They're just now starting to back off. I'm not sure. Looks like it will be fast enough, but OG just moving so quickly on the map, being the proactive team, not afraid to pressure down those towers. And what I'm seeing from TSM today is a lot of what we saw from UOL yesterday. As they're falling behind, they're starting to kind of grasp at straws. They're going for those very aggressive Gragas plays. We saw Hanser with a flash, or not Hanser rather, but Kasing with that flash hook in the top lane that was a very limited timing window and was just so easy to flash, and TSM overcommitting resources left and right, but unfortunately it's exactly where they are in this game, as a 4K gold deficit at 15 minutes is absolutely massive.
Origin looking to try and suffocate slowly on TSM here. Now remember, they did have this same advantage. They are looking to give up potentially this bottom turret. Soaz in trouble. They're going to try and get away, but that Rune Prison hooks on towards him. The flash is coming out. Otto will chase him down, but he's going to get out alive again, and Mithy with the support this time.
Another small miscommunication by TSM. Kasing was waiting on hook until Rune Prison landed. But if they had talked about it right, he would have said, okay, Hanser would have said, okay, I'm Rune Prisoning now, start hook right away, and then they would have chained the CC. Instead, Hanser hit the Rune Prison. Kasing waited till he saw the Rune Prison. It gave enough time for Soaz to flash, and it's just another example of a small thing that they haven't ironed out yet. The team's 5 days old.
And looking at Rise at this stage of the game, he should be able to chain snare quite comfortably. So not only was it a lack of communication, but it felt like a fumble for Haunter. When you flash forward on a Rise, I expect to see 3 or 4 of those snares laid out in succession. I saw 1 or 2 in that fight, and I don't know if it was cooldown mismanagement. I don't know what happened.
I think that was a huge Hex Drinker. Just like, okay, hit us. Oh, you have 500 more health than I thought. Whoops, never mind. This was like, just having the forethought of understanding the items would have made you never go for this play.
Too many Tristana fadeaway kills, and he wanted one of his own.
Just that is playing Nidalee. The longer the range, the more damage it does, you know?
Just not what you want to see. And Haunter obviously struggling today. Once again, still a very new player on this lineup, but it's a shame to see him have these kind of fumbles left and right. 75 CS to 112 on Soaz's Riven. Very rough game for this Rise.
One thing we do know, though, of TSM is they can turtle up. They can farm their way back into this one. Doublelift has had a fairly quiet game, but he hasn't had a chance to. But he's still at 1-0-1 on Tristana. Tristana will get stronger and stronger and stronger. So don't write TSM off just yet. There's still a long way to go in this matchup. The big team fights to happen still. Not really seen anything contested around that dragon. That one dragon is all that's happened so far. So probably going to be a slow dragon game, I feel, for Origin here. Not really their focus. Towers is what it's all about. They have a big advantage so far. Dragon going to be up a minute and a half. Origin looking to try and catch out possibly Svenskeren here.
And they're doing a very good job of prepping for this objective as we see them start to push in for more vision. They know that Dragon is what's next on the list. It's the easiest objective for them to take as a team. And so a minute ahead of time, they're starting to prep. And this is what we see from teams with confident and consistent shot calling. Although Soaz is playing his own.
No flash remote for Haunter, so Soaz happy to just jump on Haunter there. Take a fairly even trade. Oh, Haunter thought he could get aggressive, and Soaz just decimates him in a straight-up 1v1. But now Svenskeren and Doublelift are joining. Teleport comes in. Power of Evil joining the fight. Mithy catches on towards Svenskeren. There's going to be the shockwave, but he pulls the Death Lantern away and gets to safety. But it was still a 1-for-0 trade. And remember that Dragon just 40 seconds away. Oh, Kasing, you're caught. I don't think he's going to get away from this one. Oh, amazing. Chooses not to go for it. And I think it was the right choice.
And in the meantime, Kindred on the top side. OG were already set up to take this Dragon completely uncontested, but Niels is just up here putting down pressure, gathering more CS, picking up yet another mark of the Kindred. 4 stacks 17 minutes into this game. An absolute monster, and OG are completely dominating.
He's even, oh wow, has he got the balls to go for Bjergsen? Yes, he does. Mithy's going to join him. There's the flash coming out. He should be quick enough, but no, the headbutt Polarized lands. Is it enough? Oh, Niels has got very aggressive, and he's going to pay the price for that one. A little too much there, Niels, but that's a straight-up kill. That's ballsy to go for someone like a Lulu. Now Soaz going to turn around. Oh, Doublelift caught out of position. I don't think he can try and turn the damage down. It would have been a straight 1v1. He gets it with the explosive shot. Nicely done.
Still more gold to Origin, of course. They got the assist from that one. Also, the Niels trade, he got another mark with the Kindred off that one. So he's now at 5. This is actually a pretty rapid pace of stacking, from what I understand, is seeing Kindred games. So that 20-minute Baron opportunity, actually totally a thing. I mean, Elise is good at it. They've got plenty of healing and shields, but of course the guys aren't done.
Shockwave catches in there. Kasing tries to put his ulti down, but he's going to get dropped, and now Svenskeren in trouble. Mithy should be able to lock him up, but in comes the rest of the team here. Amazing trying to get locked in, but he will get caught out around the side. Haunter catching him down, and now Mithy is going to have to pop his ultimate to try and get away from this one. Slowed down considerably. His ultimate's not going to last too long at this level. He just gets kept alive by Niels, and now the counter-attack is on. Bjergsen gets caught out. Soaz, is he going to let Niels have that one? Yes, he will. He jumps onto Haunter. He gets locked up. And this game is back and forth. Crazy action. Oh, Soaz is the bait there. Oh, Doublelift just goes a little too early. Soaz, I think, would have jumped into that bush blindly.
Beautiful Lamb's respect coming in there from Niels to save his support. And additionally, once again, Monty praised Soaz for amazing TPs, and Soaz has been on point, consistently finding those flanks with the vision and the warding that they've been able to put down. TSM overextending, grasping at straws here, trying to claw their way back into this game, and they have opportunities, but that was not one of them.
Yeah, it's just falling farther and farther away here. TSM, you know, chasing down. I mean, chasing down that ulted Alistar when you know the rest of the enemy team can come down. It's just, it's you know, one step in the right direction, one step in the wrong direction. Okay, you know, that first set of ganks was pretty cool. They got like a 2-for-1 off all this, but, you know, they blew an ultimate. Okay, good stuff. But yeah, it's just greed by TSM.
And we can see this as it comes back in here. Just an excellent shockwave to start this one off. And Power of Evil, obviously, over potentially overstaying his welcome as Bjergsen and the rest of the team collapse. And it's an amazing collapse from TSM. We can't take that away from them. Very good TP to come in here on Bjergsen, but they put themselves in this position where the exact same thing can happen. The creep wave is behind them. That's not even a ward, as I credited earlier. We're seeing some more aggression, but just TSM do something, OG just do the exact same thing right back to them. And TSM, despite making that play, don't respect the potential of the turnaround.
The thing is, TSM don't have to play very fast. They're going to outscale very hard this game. You have a Lulu buffed Tristana. You have Ryze. These are probably the 3 best combined solo laners you could probably go for in this patch of League of Legends in a 50-minute game. I can't think of 3 ones I would want more. And you're up against Kindred, up against Elise, 2 of the worst scaling ones in that role. Patience would let TSM win this game on its own, probably.
And theoretically, there's that potential for the infinite Kindred scaling, but as she's hit 5 stacks,
it's only infinite if they kill you over and over again.
Exactly.
I think at 521, it's already capped on Jungle Monster. I could be wrong.
No, it is. No, at 522, I believe, is when the cap on Jungle Monsters comes out. So not quite there yet. But the big thing is at 6 stacks, she's no longer going to be able to find those jungle creeps. And as you said, she's going to have to kill people. So as long as TSM play back and play defensive, really only having to be careful to not let that Baron go down, it should be very easy for them to just, as you said, stall out this game, let superior scaling take over, let Doublelift once again be the focus for this team, as they have an excellent comp to support him in the late game team fights.
I just realized we're making the same point. The jungle was capped.
Yeah,
sorry, the stacks from killing jungle monsters.
The damage on jungle monsters.
The damage on jungle monsters was 522. Okay, we're on the same page now. We're good.
Oh, man. It's going very... wow. Okay, Horns is dead.
Solid play-by-play.
Yeah,
that was great.
Got him. He's dead.
I'm on point.
Poor Hanser, 3 and 5. So I was just picking on him, and some of it is misplays by Hanser, of course, and some of it's just like, look, Soaz got first blood this game. Welcome to Ribbon Snowball. Everyone's played solo queue. We know what this is like. This is every enemy Ribbon in solo queue.
This is a clap that's potentially happening here. TSM are going to back away from it, though. You could see Mithy on the minimap just looking to edge around the side there, but TSM choosing the right path, but it does give them the moment for Soaz to just take himself and turret down that bottom lane after killing Haunter. No reaction from TSM. They're continuing to try and probe and prod. Now they're going to go for a chase. This is so risky. The Death Bush is set up from Origin.
No TP. And Haunter does. So there's actually a window here where TSM can make a 5v4, but of course, checking if someone dies too fast for that to happen.
Look at the cow. The cow is amazing. He's coming round the side and he's going to catch on to Svenska and almost countered it with a belly slam there. Will get out alive. Nicely played there. Of course, that Lantern pulling him to safety. TSM looking again to try and counter-engage. It's so risky again they're playing here. Again, Mithy looking to go round the side and catch them out. Haunter's joining him this time.
TP used and canceled by Hanser, and additionally Svenska and forced backwards, so there's an
Mithy's completely behind him.
Pressure.
He's got around the side, catches on towards Haunter. Haunter's in trouble. Again, the death sentence is being able to keep him alive. Kasic's gone aggressive. The rest of his team not on the same page, and he's going to pay the price. Soaz will pick himself up a free kill left.
Enemies control again for Origin. They can set right to Baron. They didn't lose much health at all. Okay, they're low on mana for some of these guys, but power can regen it before too terribly long, and they can continue this bait game, and TSM are really gaining no ground here.
And TSM, once again, after what we saw from them yesterday, maintaining the same weaknesses, forgetting toward their flanks, not being diligent enough. And Mithy got to walk around that team twice to look for engages. First one didn't work out so well. Second one works just fine.
Soaz looking to try and get onto Doublelift, but Doublelift putting a lot of damage back down. Baron has been picked up now, but Soaz next to no health. Amazing, very low as well after tanking out. This could go very well for Doublelift. Tries to get in there, hasn't quite got the damage, has to back away. Niels is going aggressive on him. Niels will pick up the kill. Svenska gets caught. Niels gets himself another, and now Bjergsen will get chased down. He has to back away from this one. They have to respect the damage. Soaz tries to go a little too aggressive. Niels did get caught out there, and there's a second suddenly for Bjergsen. They're turning it.
Niels not noticing the help picks or not respecting it. Really just needed to use the Lamb's respite there just to be comfortable. But doesn't end up burning that cooldown. Very comfortable clearly with the damaging portion of the kit. Maybe not so much with that utility part. But TSM, I mean, despite losing a lot here, are going to be able to find a small advantage back.
And the change shields means Kasic's going to be okay enough that he can tank the entire turret. Smart of him because if that minion died, the backdoor bonus would have timed out. So that tanking was on purpose. Smart play by Kasing. TSM able to get a little something back, but you kind of saw the epitome of why TSM is losing this game is over-aggression, Doublelift jumping in too far. Now Power hasted Not a chance.
Not a chance, no. But the Shockwave will pull in. He might get Casting down as well, so it's something for nothing at least. And it won't be 3 situation, but look down the river. Here comes Mithy. Is he going to try and create something? No, Svenskeren might try and turn this one. Doesn't land the belly slam. Got to be careful. This is still a Baron up Origin. They've got to be very careful in these skirmishes.
Yeah, they got 2 buffs left. It's the support jungler that still have it. He's trying to stop the... Oh, nope. Not going to do that one right. But it still means Dragon, almost definitely.
Well, Svenskeren could try and get in there, but no. He's instead going to let Origin. That's the 3rd one of the game for them.
3rd Dragon, of course, that extra mobility will help out this low-range Kindred immensely, and additionally Mithy. Just finding flanks left and right in the pass. More than happy to pick up that one. And once again, we look at this fight, and it's just... TSM are trying to find an advantage here that they just really do not have. And you can see this is very systematic for Niels as he's allowed to just rip through. Power People's caught out and is very vulnerable, but Doublelift so hungry for the kill here. However fed you are, whatever game you're playing of League of Legends, you watch this fall out, there is never a reason to flash into a Riven. No. And, I mean, Bjergsen does very well. You can see the help picks on the backside is going to secure that kill for him, and they find something back in return. So OG overextend, but so does TSM, and when you have that massive gold lead and you have that Baron buff, OG are going to be the one who come out on top.
It's so weird because TSM AD carries are not even known for overextending. It's like new to Doublelift or something.
Well, they certainly are now, that's for sure. But speaking of AD carries, Niels on Kindred here, putting up some damage. Mithy, oh, there's the Shockwave engage on towards Bjergsen. They've invested a lot on this one, but they haven't yet to get the kill. Niels is going to get caught out by Kasing, dragged in with the death sentence, but nice there is his ult. Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Will get taken down, though, knocked out of it. They're going to get a good counter down. They've managed to get the turret, but that's all. TSM now on the chase. They can catch on towards Power of Evil. He can speed himself up in just a second, and he will get out alive. But that was a 3-for-1 exchange. Origin overcommitted that.
I would take that. I'd take a 3-for-1 in exchange for my for an inhibitor turret. The turret itself not worth a lot of gold. Of course, it does mean positioning and the ability to take down the inhibitor itself at a later time. But these are the kinds of things that TSM sort of need. And it's also really, really worth pointing out that despite all the deaths, Hauntzer is actually still the kill leader on his team. Overstanding in lane, but getting the last hits in team fights is helping him stay in this game.
And looking at just an excellent engage here, and as, once again, keep your eyes on Niels, because he does have an absolutely phenomenal ult as he moves forward here in the game, denying so much damage, but Doublelift with that ultimate, you talked about this when we came into the game, you can deny that Lamb's Respite, you can be on top of that in those small exchanges, and TSM, you know, once again, punishing OG for overextending. Unfortunately, you know, because of the lead OG mass so early, they're not going to find much more as a result.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice double displacement setup that TSM have, able to be able to knock out whoever it may be low, whether it's Svenskeren's barrel, as you mentioned, Doublelift, doing it all himself there.
Yeah, thanks to the Ignite on, I believe. It was the knockback, and then the Ignite got the kill. No, that's actually wrong, because the only person with Ignite is the support, and he didn't get it. So whatever. Either way, kill happened. Congratulations to TSM for picking something up there. But they've got to still claw back at 8,000 gold deficit. And again, 8,000 gold, you know, it means less later on in the game. And in fact, TSM can win teamfights with a deficit because of the champions they have, but that time is still really not now.
I just wonder, you know, for TSM, how different this game may have been if they hadn't have had those 2 devastating starts. You know, the 3-0 and the 4-0 starts in both of these games. Obviously giving Origin a big advantage, but TSM clearly got it in them to keep the fight going to them.
And as they push in for this inhibitor, it's just very difficult for TSM.
Sven's going in. He's going to try and catch him outside there. Managed to pin Niels an amazing down, but not really a lot to follow up. Shockwave only really catching on Svenskeren. They do get the kill, but look at Doublelift. Look at the damage he's able to put down. Gets himself locked up there, but Kasing goes in, throws himself in for the team. Doublelift, he can't quite pick a team of targets off. They're all so very low, but Niels gets himself a double. He's still coming around there, but he still can't get the damage down. He got one. He's going to go. Oh, too deep. And again, Soaz pays the price, catches on towards him. Hauntzer's in trouble. He will go down. This may well be the game now for Origin.
He's getting occasional kills, but again, Doublelift rocket jumps into the team. He had heal and flash. He could have theoretically tried to outplay Soaz, but Soaz, I believe, landed the flash key burst, so the immediate stun that Double wasn't able to predict and couldn't have reacted to.
Yeah.
I have to praise Mithy once again in that team fight, as you saw in the back half there. Just amazing peace of mind to headbutt Doublelift out of the fight. Knew that the only way anyone was going to drop with that Lamb's Respite down was if the Buster shot came out, did not give Doublelift the opportunity. And Doublelift, at the end of the day, so hungry to find those kills, it really turns against them and punishes them. TSM, The Whimsy is very powerful at this stage of the game, but what are you going to do when Niels is right on top of you? He does so much damage.
Oh, hello. You've got to be careful there. They're trying to chase Niels, but Niels has got a lot of damage to put down now. So is kind of out of position here. No risk of Baron. That's not up for 45 seconds. So just TSM trying to get something from nothing there. Wasn't able to be, though. And now, of course, they are sitting with an inhibitor down.
The good thing is, this gold lead still means that Origin need to keep the pressure on to win, even though they're so darned far ahead. But Baron's up in 25. Dragon number 4 for them is only a minute away. Origin, if they're smart, will play around those objectives. Right now, though, TSM have warded these up. They've got plenty of vision covering Baron right now. I can't see TSM right now taking an open field fight and it being close, though. So I think Origin should just get a safe Baron and can use that to try to close the game out.
And Origin have a lot of potential to team fight very confidently here, whereas TSM are very much all about double lift. Hanser has a pretty big important role too, but with Bjergsen mostly going to be focused on protecting double lift. We look at the two differences in the mid laners here. We have utility sort of focused mid laners between Lulu and Orianna, where you have the shield, you have the ball, but Orianna, as we push further and further into the game, that shockwave is going to mean so much more than that wild growth if she can hit multiple targets in the next team fight. So got to keep your eyes on Power of Evil. You may not have the scaling in the AD carry, but the scaling in the mid lane is very much a threat as we push forward.
Well, at the moment, it is very much Origin in control, as it was game number 1. TSM fighting to stay in this tournament. And this is going to be Dragon number 4, picked up very easily for Origin. TSM unable to contest any of the Dragons so far in this game, remember, since that 4-0 lead that Origin gained once again.
Yeah, but you can see TSM was already trying to control Baron. They know Origin, I think, really need that Baron to secure their victory here, and TSM doing everything they can to try to stop that. Hanser does have teleport as he's sitting in the bottom lane, so he can join up for this one. I don't think TSM can find the right fight, but there's a chance they can.
That is such a quick Baron, though. Look at that. That's gone. That is a very, very fast Baron take from Origin. TSM.
But they burned teleport. They wanted to stop him, and that was just incorrect. They didn't properly guess how long it would take Origin to kill it, and just a waste of a summoner spell.
I don't think anyone really appreciates how quickly Kalista can rip through a Baron. That current health damage, where it's at currently, I believe 7.5 now with 6 stacks, just demolishes Baron. And there's no cap on this patch, we have to remember, on that neutral monster damage. So every one of those hits doing thousands of damage is when Baron's at full health.
Yeah, Kindred does so much damage right now. That's the big thing for Niels. And like, we wondered how it would be, how he'd get, when he'd get fed, you know, because he's only got that short range. But caught out, Hanser's in trouble. Svenskeren trying to disperse them, trying to do what he can to keep them away. Shockwave! Shockwave pulls Hanser back through. But he does get out alive. That Lantern has been on point from Gasin, keeping them alive, but that's going to be another inhibitor turret going down. Not quite yet.
And it's several ultimates down for TSM as well.
Look at double lift. He's got to be careful. Soaz has caught him a couple of times here. He's playing on the edges. Is great damage, but that Landros bite isn't going to be enough to keep Power of Evil alive. So it's going trying to make use of it as well. Origin being whittled down, taken very low here. Once again, on double lift goes aggressive. He can get on towards Soaz, and he's going to chop down the damage. Turns him back around, but he cannot survive.
I think Origin have seen this before. Tristana chasing down the team.
Go on, Niels, trying to get away. Power of Evil running for his life, but that was a Baroned up Origin there, and TSM absolutely decimated. A great turnaround and great swing in the fight, considering Svenskeren had been taken so low early on.
It's so impressive. At first I was like, oh, TSM lost so many ultimates, how could they win the second round? But the ultimates down were Mythi's ult, making him no longer a tank, and Shockwave, meaning that they no longer have zoning tools to stop Devlin from making these kinds of plays.
And when we look through this team fight, you can see exactly how much double lift matters at this stage of the game. The Lamb's Respite comes out, but double lift doesn't care. He's just going to rip through each and every one of these health bars. He'll knock them down to that 10% threshold and just keep going. This time around, unfortunately for Soaz, no opportunity to outplay, because going back into double lift means going right back into Hanser as well. And Niels, if it wasn't for that flash, he would have been just as dead as the rest of his team.
That could have been a very different story if they'd have caught on to Niels as well, because that would have freed up the moments. The problem is that TSM didn't really gain too many objectives from that. That's off the back of it. But, you know, that was a great defense. They didn't lose the inhibitor turret either. That was to whittle down so low.
Yeah. Now, the objective TSM gained was 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Which is only the only objective TSM cares about.
But at 10,000 gold down, that is a great objective, you know, to play yourself.
But that's the thing is, the 10,000 gold, meh. Like,
yeah,
it's Ryze and Lulu Trist. Like, once that timer hits 45,
And now
TSM
look at
probably
this.
just wins the game.
Look at this pressure. TSM, you know, with the fact, the power that Doublelift has now, he can just tank down that turret. And that's a mid-tier 2 turret taken down with ease. So as he's continuing to split push here, TSM could easily collapse back. They don't. Bjergsen actually has a teleport if he needs to deal with him, but the rest of Origin are going to try and make them pay and pushes straight down into the inhib. So as it's on that inhibitor, he's going to take it down. There's nothing that they can do to defend that one. Just needed a single hit.
An excellent split pushing from Soaz. That's exactly where you want to take down an inhibitor tower, because the big objective coming in for OG is Doublelift more than happy to disengage.
Yeah, that was
is that 5th dragon. Looking at 5 dragons, OG may not have the late game scaling, but 5th dragon, that aspect of the dragon, will give it to them. That is so much power. They can rip through barons, they can rip through towers, and nothing will be able to stand in front of that.
With Doublelift's ulti down, Origin are going to feel fairly confident. They can use that Lamb's Dress by now and quite happily realize that Doublelift is not going to shoot them out of it. But they still have to respect the fact Svenskeren is off to the side there. And look at this, Origin realize they have to go for it. There's a shockwave. Beautiful! Oh my word, Doublelift caught out. News is going to get knocked out, but he manages to get himself straight back in there. And that really is the big damage dealer down. They only need to worry about Haunter now. Soaz getting the damage on towards him. One inhibitor goes down. The second will surely follow now. Bjergsen's going to try and do what he can to keep them alive, but they have to keep these minions off the turrets as well. There we go. Second inhib down. They may try and push and finish.
And what an absolutely amazing initiation coming in for OG. But here's another one as they look for more.
Good hook on Power of Evil, but the focus is not enough. They don't have the damage to answer this 10,000 gold deficit that Origin have built up. And now the Nexus turrets will surely fall. Origin will be taking this in a 2-0 sweep.
Well played by Origin off the back of a top 4 finish at the World Championship. A sizable, convincing 2-0 over the new TSM lineup. A worthy finalist here at IEM San Jose. Origin with Power of Evil did absolutely wonderfully. Only 1 death, part of 19 of his team's 25 kills. Power had a great game here in his debut on Origin.
That last shockwave was everything. Locking up Doublelift, annihilating him instantly. Neil's on the backside of that fight, making it on the side of Origin. Really wins them the day here, and TSM starting to fight back, starting to look more coordinated, but at the end of the day, it was just not enough.
I have to wonder how nerve-wracking the end of that game was for Origin, because they had lost 3 to 4 fights in a row, or only got equal 3 to 4 fights in a row, and it's like, look, you guys know you're getting outscaled, and it's starting to happen. They're starting to lose these fights, and that really clutch play, I think Mithy went for a flash pulverized, shockwave landed, then headbutt landed. There was no saving Doublelift anymore. Those two were the reason they won the game at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only play they had then. And Doublelift, you know, he was trying to obviously get the damage down. He'd hit max level almost while he was at 16, so he hadn't quite got max range, but so close. They almost turned it around, TSM, but it's not to be. Origin will take them down and reach the final of the Intel Extreme Masters. So TSM go out in the semi-finals just like they did in San Jose last year. Of course, it was Unicorns of Love. Very different style of matchup, that one. No doubt about it. But very impressive stuff from Origin. Clearly, they've had a bit of a break, but seem to have just took off where they left at the Worlds.
Yeah, a few issues here and there, but I really cannot praise Mithy enough for that game. I mean, an all-star Alistar performance, pairing so well with Power of Evil in that last fight, and, I mean, a few hiccups for sure, but closing out with confidence in a quick 2-0.
So it also gives you a nice measuring stick for where TSM now has to go. Again, they weren't expecting to do a whole lot. Top 4 is probably their limit here with how good Origin were at Worlds. But it's like, yeah, okay, look, you can beat up LGD, who were pretty weak at Worlds. And to be fair, TSM went 1-1 with LGD at Worlds. LGD played about as well as they did back then, and now TSM won 2 in a row. So it's almost already better than the old team in a way. And they say, okay, well, here's what Western competition's like, though. A pretty thorough kick in the butt 2-0. It's like, all right, there's your footage to learn from. We'll see you in January.
But I mean, you say that, it was a kick in the butt, but they lost very early on in both those games. And if that hadn't have happened, especially in that matchup, could have been very, very different.
Sure.
But nonetheless, let's hear what the guys in the mid lane have to say. It's Peke and Power of Evil.
Well, ex-Peke, congratulations on the win for your team today. I have to say, when I came here, everyone said you've got to interview ex-Peke. He's the guy you got to get, so I'm really happy I'm doing that after a win for you. But what's it like? You guys picked up right where you left off at Worlds. What's it like for you watching this rather than playing?
It's a lot different. I don't have the same pressure when the game's starting and everything, but when I'm seeing them play, I get super nervous. I destroy my nails because, I mean, they're playing super good, but still, I see the minimap. I see when someone's getting ganked, and I get super stressed, like nervous as well.
Well, you just recently announced the addition of Power of Evil. How would you grade his performance for you today?
I think he played really, really good, to be honest. They played as a team really good. He was always where he had to be, and it was really good to watch him play.
Well, that has to be really nice to hear, Power of Evil. And I know this has been a very quick transition for you. How were you able to do that in such a short amount of time?
Well, so all of the original members are trying to make me feel as confident as I can. And even so, we didn't have much time to practice. I felt it was pretty good, and I felt myself really confident in the team. And I think I still have a lot to learn, but it's pretty good for now.
Well, and also, this tournament is on an old patch. So was it difficult at all for your team to find good scrims?
Yeah, we didn't find too many scrim partners because of the new patch. A lot of teams are not scrimming right now. But since we are here at IEM, a lot of teams scrimmed, everyone who's kind of an IEM involved, so the last days were pretty good practice.
Well, it looked like everything worked out for you. You dominated TSM today, so congratulations to both of you. Chopra, back to you.
Thank you, and good to see, both those players smile, and X-Peke and Power of Evil seem both pretty happy about how that game turned out.
Power of Evil confirmed TSM counter right now.
Okay, all right, that's true.
He's the IEM TSM destroyer, right?
The IEM TSM
The tilter of TSM.
A very specific role, but a role nonetheless. But we have a quick replay here also at the start of this game too, where this time Soaz just doing work for himself, and he got that early lead from this move.
Yeah, what I like the most about this clip here is that many players, they have a lane frozen in front of the tower. They're strong enough to push it in, so what you could do here, and a normal player would just walk up, use his zone to kind of pressure the tower. Soaz doesn't do that. We can roll the clip right now and see what happens. The tilter of TSM. After his good dive,
a very specific role, but a role nonetheless. But we have a quick replay here also at the start of this game too, where this time Soaz doing